Hi. How do? Chat. Hey. I'm fine, thanks for asking. Okay. Okay. Whoa. My camera moved? Why do I feel like I had to twizzle? I guess I have more space in this room. My desk, anyway. Okay. Okay. Netanyahu stream when? What does that even mean? What? Netanyahu segment? The all awaited. No, I want to watch this debate. That's what I want to start with. I also want to announce the stream in Discord. Huh. Audio. Give me this. Share. Share. Discord. Okay. You remember Discord. I always remember Discord, okay? Sometimes I just don't do it. Have you looked at the Chagos situation? What, with the people or with the bombers? I don't know which one you're referring to there. That could be anything. Fuck. Okay, hang on. Okay. Okay. Let's learn about genocide. This is a debate between the deal for the UK, the military-based island bullshit. What, from the 50s? When the UK was like, America, you can use this for planes and shit. And in exchange, they deported a bunch of the indigenous people. Sent them to what, Seychelles? Mauritius? I don't know. Anyway, and the main people here are there's like a British fucking lawyer who supports Israel and an Amnesty advisor. There's two other people as well, like a Danish conservative and some other people. The UK as well. All right. Genocide and gaming and chill. Let's go.
Welcome. Good evening, everyone.
Oh, the audio is fucking horrible, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh no. Oh well.
Or good afternoon. So good afternoon.
Make up your
on
mind.
behalf of Kos and Chaos, the Nordic Jewish Network, and the Danish Youth Organization, I want to warmly welcome you and thank you for being here tonight. It's truly encouraging to see so many gathered for real conversation, especially in the midst of a tragic war that has taken far too many lives and caused deep pain on all sides.
Did you get PTSD from your time with Teuton? Not really. I don't know. I feel like I see too much ground to these people, especially when they're like quite clearly not really operating in the best of faith. I don't think he's like a malicious actor or anything. It's just like he's obviously so dug in that like he can't really, he's not really allowed to concede anything, and even if it's really obvious. Also, I don't know what this fucking guy is smoking. I don't know if this is a problem with me or a problem with with the way that the Israeli government has changed since Trump's come in and their behavior has changed, or whether or not it's just like other people being like very, very fucking naive. So when I was talking to Teuton about aid and whether or not like Israel would actually just Holodomor Gaza if they could, and that's like, and appealing to UN statements about like the risks and everything. It's like, the way I see it is like, in October 17th, they said famine was inevitable. Inevitable. And then they kept saying that all the way throughout the year. And then even after the IPC, which is the UN's body for analyzing food insecurity, said it's not the case. The UN special rapporteurs put out a collective press release just to say there was a famine anyway. They just completely ignored the research that came from the UN. And then the ceasefire happens. And in the ceasefire, they put in like thousands and thousands of trucks, like 650 daily, which is quite a lot to stockpile. The problem is that Hamas doesn't distribute it very well. To say it, to say it lightly. And then I say that, based on things I've heard from the Israeli government and from like Kogat, that they've probably got until about the end of May. And if they don't put any more aid in by the end of May, it's probably going to look like they're just trying to kill people. But they start putting aid in at the end of May, so I'm like, okay, wow, great. Albeit not that much. But somehow, it still feels like the people who made every incorrect prediction all the way throughout are still acting like they haven't really made any mistakes. And I don't really understand that. I feel like in terms of the aid situation, I think my broad predictions and my analysis of the whole thing has been fairly like on point. And it's not hard to do. You just have to look at the data and look at the people who are actually doing the research, even in the UN. But for some reason, it just still feels like there's still like this insane level of like hubris from people who have just been making the wrong call the entire time. And it's like, but then there's also the fact that the Israeli government is very different now with their blank check from Trump. And then that makes me think, well, okay, just because they haven't done it in the past doesn't mean they won't do it now. So it's very difficult to know like where exactly I'm standing on it right now. But who knows? Especially when you had that guy. What's the guy? He was like a UN spokesperson. Where's the fucking thing? Hang on. Is it Kogat? There was that UN spokesperson who said that 14,000 people were going to die. They were going to die in the space of, what, like 2 days? And they were going to die if no aid came in. And obviously he was completely fucking wrong about that. He was misreading his own organization's research. And now he's come out again, and he's saying this.
The waiting.
And I've got 10,000 trucks on the border right now, cleared, ready to go, and we'll do everything to get them in and save lives.
10,000 trucks are waiting.
There's obviously not 10,000 trucks waiting outside the Gazan border. It's just the fuck. 10,000 trucks, bro. What's wrong with this dude? This guy's just riffing it. What's he gonna say next? These are supposed to be the impartial international officials. Oh, no, 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 no. Wait, what am I supposed to do here? Oh, this guy. I just have to not attack them. Okay. Anyway, whatever. Stupid debate.
In times like this, when nuance is often lost and opinions are quickly dismissed, creating space for thoughtful conversation and respectful dialogue is more important than ever. Kos and Kaos was founded in Oslo 8 years ago in response to exactly this trend, where important conversations, particularly around Jewish identity, Israel anti-Semitism, were being shut down rather than opened up. Since then, we've been creating spaces for dialogue.
Gentleman Damon. Matt Damon, thanks for the $9.99. You would consider me right-wing, and there's doubtless many areas of disagreement between us, but I consider you an important part of my information diet. Thanks you for your work. Wow, thanks, appreciate it. Wow, so late. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you.
Dialogue, debate, complexity. We're a member-based organization. Everybody can become a member organization, even you in Denmark. And by doing that, you can get involved in our work, and we can make many more debates like this. Every ID are welcome. Big thank you to our panelists for being here. It's amazing. Big thank you to the Jewish youth, to the Conservative Ungdom Party, and to Socialdemokratene for putting all this together. If you have questions afterwards, we'll have time for questions, right, Martin?
Just looked up the IPC report. They did say it was imminent. The IPC basically made predictions and then watered them down every single step of the way. I'm talking about I don't know what they've been saying post ceasefire, like post hostage exchange, but before, rarely. If you look at the one in June, that was like the big one where they just said like, yeah, we don't have any evidence that there's a famine occurring. In 2024, for 2024, they kept on saying it was imminent. They kept on predicting stage 3, 4, 5, but their stage 5 predictions came down in June, I believe. But if you look at their predictions, maybe I'll have to make a timeline of it. If you take their timelines and their predictions throughout 2024, they get downgraded like all the way throughout because they just overestimated how bad it was going to be. Which again, like, there might even be anything necessarily wrong with that, to like have a methodology that makes it more likely for you to overestimate than underestimate if like you're always going to do one or the other, because that obviously pushes urgency. But the fact is that when the UN press agency was saying that there is a famine happening right now, the IPC said we don't have any evidence for a famine. So there's like a difference going on here between like the rapporteurs and the actual organization that's supposed to be analyzing the aid situation. Yes, I know the Hamas-Witkoff thing. Do you know the name of that report? Sure. IPC. I think it was June 2024. Let's see. Or was it? Is there a server shutdown in 11 minutes? Oh no! What are they going to shut down for? How long? Is it 2024? So the one I read that came side by side with that rapporteur's press release is... Yeah, it's the one from June 25th, 2024. Ugh. So it's called Famine Review Committee, Gaza Strip. Bah! Yeah, it's called Famine Review Committee, Gaza Strip, June 2024, IPC's third review report. It's that one. And that's the one that the rapporteurs just completely ignored. They still said there's a high risk, and then I think that came down afterwards as well, like in 2025. But I don't know what they've been saying post Trump election, to be fair. Maybe things have changed. 10 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to need to log out when it's down to 2 minutes and find a hilltop so I don't die and stay full health as well. Okay, good.
It's all about dialogue and conversation. So we'll organize that for the end. Yes. You just raise your hand. If you want to be anonymous, you can go to our website, kosenchaos.org, and you'll find a questionnaire that you can write, and I'll get the message to my email, and I'll forward it to you. Good luck, and knock yourself out.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. The debate tonight is about one of the most serious allegations in international law, the question of genocide in the context.
This, I believe, is a Dutch politician. No, Danish.
Of the ongoing war in Gaza. And as you know, this is a subject that commands global attention, sparks profound emotion, and raises challenges, legal challenges, moral and political questions. The allegation.
Wait, is he the Danish one? I don't fucking know. I'm not going to be figuring out accents here. He's a journalist, not a politician. Oh, was he a former politician? Why do I think he was a politician? Fucking imp!
comes in the wake of Israel's military operations and war in Gaza launched after the terror attacks in 2023. As you know, and it was made very concrete, not just from demonstrations and chanting and shouting, but by South Africa bringing the case before the International Court of Justice in January 2024, accusing Israel of committing acts of genocide against the Palestinian people. And South Africa alleges that the scale of civilian casualties, the destruction of homes and infrastructure, and statements by Israeli officials amount to genocidal intent. Israel strongly rejects these allegations, as you know, arguing that its actions are aimed at dismantling Hamas, a group that has committed acts of terror and is using civilian areas for military purposes. Israel maintains that it operates within the bounds of international law, and so on. The ICJ has issued provisional measures calling on Israel to prevent acts of genocide and to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza, but it has not yet ruled on whether genocide...
Bring all Gazans to Denmark then. Bro, this guy is like pro-Israel. I don't know what the fuck you're being so sensitive about. Holy shit. Fucking hell. What a retarded thing to say.
...has actually occurred. This is what we're going to discuss. My name is Martin Krasny. I'm normally very engaged in this debate. Today I'm the moderator. Some of you might be relieved that this is the case, but I'm glad to be the moderator.
Oh, he's the moderator. Okay, so he's just describing the positions of both. Okay. It's even worse.
This is a very, very important debate, and also in this situation, this is a really, really rare and much needed thing. The topic is difficult. It's difficult to discuss. It's politically charged. It has a lot of emotions involved. And to my knowledge, there hasn't been an event like this in Copenhagen for the last almost 1.5 years, where really engaging the opposite opinion. So thank you very, very much for taking part in it. It's extremely important, and it's equally important to engage in this openly, honestly, and with mutual respect. The idea here is not to agree on everything, but to create a space where people probably, hopefully, will go home more clever and more enlightened. We have a very, as you can see, distinguished panel here today. On the far left, not in any political term, Annette Stuckær, policy advisor at Amnesty International Denmark, and as you know, Amnesty International in December last year concluded that Israel is actually committing genocide in Gaza. Welcome to you. Trine Pertou-Mach, member of Parliament for the Social and People's Party, SF, the spokesperson. What did I say? No, did I say SF? Why did I say that? Enhedslisten, sorry about that. But as spokesperson on international relations, and Trine has also claimed that Israel is actually committing genocide. Thank you for coming, Trine. Natasha Hausdorff, a barrister and director at UK Lawyers for Israel, specializes in international law and security policy, and also is known for a strong defense on Israel's legal positions. Christian Vigilius is a former chairman of the Conservative Youth Party.
Young Conservatives.
Yeah, Young Conservatives. A student here in this place. Good for you. And then also a candidate for Parliament. At first, each of you will have 5 minutes to present your opening remarks. And please go ahead.
Sorry, I'm being so mean.
Can you all hear me, or should I have a microphone?
You should have a microphone.
It's so inappropriate. This is boring. Go somewhere else then. Or make an incredibly good recommendation. Give us the best recommendation we've ever heard in our lives. Dick.
All right. Thank you very much for inviting me and for inviting Amnesty International for this debate. I work as a policy advisor in Amnesty International Denmark, and I represent the world's largest human rights organization.
Why are there all these
with
fucking Danes doing this shit?
members globally. And our mandate in Amnesty is to document violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. We use this documentation to hold perpetrators accountable and thereby seeking justice for victims. One of the most important principles for us is universality, meaning that the law should be
3 minutes to get there.
equally to all parties.
Oh my god. Oh, here.
And as Martin Krasnick said, in December 2024, last year, Amnesty International published a detailed analysis and report concluding that Israel is been and is still committing genocide against the Palestinians in Gaza. And the conclusion is based on intensive investigation by my colleagues into Israel's conduct since the 7th of October 2023 until July 2024, and in-depth legal analysis of previous decisions by international courts on exactly genocide. And we do not come to this conclusion lightly or for any political reasons. We studied Israel's and its government and military actions in Gaza closely and in their totality. And for us, the conclusion is quite clear. Israel has committed 3 out of the 5 acts that is prohibited under the Genocide Convention. Killings, causing serious bodily or mental harm, and deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about the physical destruction of a group. But the existence of those acts alone is not sufficient to meet the genocide threshold. These acts should be done with the intent to destroy a group in whole or in part. We have therefore analyzed more than 100 statements by Israeli government officials, high-ranking military officers, and members of the Knesset. And we found the repeated use of dehumanizing language. We found statements calling for a genocidal act and other crimes under international law. We verified videos of soldiers replicating those narratives, calling for the erasure of Gaza or to make return inhabitable, celebrating the destruction of Palestinian homes, mosques, schools, and university by Israeli soldiers. And I now want to use my 5 minutes to go a bit more detail about why we and how we came to this conclusion. So first on killings and serious bodily injuries. To determine whether Israel has carried out these prohibited acts.
Fast and Bulbous, thanks for $5. Instead of Creator Clash, we should do Box Bash, and it's just Two-Tone versus Sundowner, 5 rounds of chess boxing. Yeah. Possible. What the fuck is chess boxing? Like turn-based boxing? Like you box from a diagonal? Okay.
We focused on investigations that we have conducted into 15 airstrikes that took place in Gaza between October 2023 and April 2024. Our research found that all of these airstrikes were either direct attacks on civilians or civilian objects or indiscriminate attacks. And these 15 airstrikes alone killed at least 334 people, including at least 141 children, and wounded hundreds of others. And in all but one case, Israel gave no warning before carrying out the attack. And in the last case, although Israel did give a warning, it was not effective. In none of these attacks did we find evidence that there was any legitimate military objective in or near the location that was struck. And one example is an Israeli attack in April last year on Al-Maghazi refugee camp in central Gaza that killed 15 civilians, including 10 children. And this munition landed in the middle of a market street where children were playing around a football table. We reviewed 4 videos and 22 photographs taken by journalists and residents living in that area, and also taken at the scene by our own field workers. And damage from the weapon, the fragments, is visible on the football table, on nearby vehicles, and on the walls of surrounding houses and shops.
How could they determine that civilians were the target? Well, I know that when Ukraine does it in Russia, they will take Russian strikes that have hit things like train stations or playgrounds and things like that, and then the evidence that they'll use is they'll find the shell they'll talk about the kind of radius and the margin of error with that shell. I don't know what we exactly call it, but like the range of error that shell might have, or that munition might have. And then they will see how far away the location was from anything military. And sometimes it's like a couple of miles away. So it's like, yeah, you probably did just target that thing because like you wanted to fuck the train station. So how they do it in Gaza, I have no fucking idea, but yeah.
The pattern of damage at the scene and the electronic components in the recovered fragments match that of a small precision-guided missile and glide bombs that was launched by Israeli.
Like you could say precision, and like even if, because the problem with this is like it goes back to the Goldstone report as well, where you can literally have like, yeah, you've got a precision missile, you've got the building that was hit, you've got like no evidence of there being militants in the building, but then that doesn't exactly tell you why the IDF chose that target. It could be that they chose it because they saw militants, or because they just saw civilians and felt like it. Or I think what happened in Goldstone was that they showed Goldstone after the report came out how this targeting was based on like bad intel. Like they misidentified like military infrastructure because of an aerial photograph or like a satellite photograph. And that's you can say that's like a bad thing or whatever, but like to a degree that might not even be a war crime if it was a mistake, and if it's a kind of mistake that any military could make, as long as they went through the proper process. Because I think the thing that you try to figure out when it comes to strikes and defining crime and intent, the thing that you're looking for is what they knew at the time and what reasonable expectations they had at the time about what they were targeting. So what did they reasonably expect would be the military advantage? What did they reasonably expect would be the civilian collateral? But yeah, you'd need to know like how they chose the target. Although you can still, but again, without that, you can still make inferences. It's just, I think in Gaza, that would be like probably the hardest place to do that, because everything is so close together.
And responding in an interview in the CNN, the Israeli military initially said it struck a terror target in Al-Maghazi, but declined to provide any additional details of this event. They later shifted response, saying that they had no record of the strike. The Israeli military also declined to answer questions regarding the nature of the target or whether any fighters were killed. And these 15 airstrikes that we documented are just a few of the actions that attacks that have taken place throughout the last 19 months. Now, viewed in isolation, maybe you could argue that some of these attacks were reckless or careless, but when you view them...
Hassan mentioned you again. Based? Don't care. Okay.
Cumulatively, over the course of 9 months that we did, the fact that Israel repeated such deadly attacks on homes, civilian homes and other buildings, and still continues to do so today, in densely populated areas with large explosive weapons, and often at times where people would be at home sleeping during night, without any effective or any advance warning, indicates deliberateness. And to claim that all of these attacks, done by one of the most technology advanced militaries in the world, that they are mistakes, is highly unlikely. Our conclusion is that these attacks cause deliberate and unlawful death and injuries to Palestinian civilians. They constitute the prohibited acts of killing members of the group and causing serious bodily and mental harm to members of the group. And then to determine whether Israel inflicted conditions of life calculated to bring about the destruction of Palestinians, we assessed Israel's role in 3 patterns of events in Gaza. Firstly, massive damage and destruction of objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population. And second, the repeated mass forced displacement of the vast majority of Gaza's population under inhumane conditions. And thirdly, the obstruction and denial of the delivery of essential services and life-saving supplies into Gaza. After October 2023, the majority of homes in Gaza were damaged and destroyed at unprecedented scale and speed. Gaza's once vibrant domestic agricultural sector, which actually meant a significant portion of people's nutritional needs, before all of this was quickly decimated. And we documented how the Israeli military destroyed large tracts of agricultural land and thousands of homes and other structures along Gaza's eastern perimeter as part of its efforts to expand the buffer zone. 1 minute, oh, okay, needs to be quick. And finally, along with mass destruction and the mass forced displacement that we've seen, the Israeli authorities, they denied and obstructed the delivery of essential services. And as you are all probably aware of, we are right now witnessing a blockade of aid since 2nd of March that has left everyone in Gaza hungry and almost 500,000 people at risk of dying from hunger. Finally, before passing the floor to one of my co-panelists, I want to explain how we in Amnesty came to the conclusion of intent. It is important to first of all understand the context of this. What we are seeing in Gaza right now is occurring in the context of Israel's apartheid system, which subjects all Palestinians within Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory to an institutionalized regime of oppression. And it is occurring in the context of an 18-year-old unlawful blockade of Gaza. And this demonstrates the already pre-existing attitude towards Palestinians. Within weeks of Israel's government's offensive into Gaza, UN special rapporteurs and members of UN working groups, the UN Committee on Elimination of Racial Discrimination, as well as international civil society organizations, raised concerns that the language that is being used dehumanize Palestinians and make them in grave risk of genocide. And this was also taken into consideration in ICJ's provisional measures in January last year. So I want to finish by saying that now it is time for us to use the right words, use the right language that we already have, describe what's going on in Gaza.
Just looking at Twitter, sorry. What the fuck? Man, this Jake Shields guy is absolutely insane. What the fuck? Why the fuck do you have to visit a Holocaust museum to be in the FBI? Oh no.
It's genocide, and we believe that it is now that we all have to acknowledge this and stop it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it takes a British lawyer and a Norwegian NGO to get an open conversation in Denmark on this topic. That's really interesting. But thank you very much for inviting me. So I'm a politician, so I'm not making any legal conclusions or anything. I'm not judging. I'm basing the politics that I suggest on reports, documentations that others are doing. NGOs, the UN system, journalists, so on and so forth. The fundamental thing here, and the fundamental question to me is that we have international law. It applies to all actors without exception. Nobody can say, I'm outside of that system. You can judge others, you cannot judge me. They go for everyone, all parties in a conflict, no matter where, no matter when. And as a very small country in the world, we are completely dependent on that system, on the rules-based order, on international conventions, on international laws, on agreements on how to wage war, how to regulate. We are completely dependent on that as a small state. Otherwise, we'll be dominated by big powers and their power play. And alongside with that, we are completely dependent on strong international institutions, whether that would be multilateral institutions or legal institutions such as the International Court of Justice and the ICC. So as a small country and as a politician in a small country, I feel very obliged to argue that, because we are ourselves the first to lose if that system falls apart. And I think we're at a very critical point in time in international history where this system is under attack from a lot of different sides. We have seen Russia being very aggressive for a very long time. We see the US, and we also see Israel attacking that system, and many others. So just to mention 3. The situation in Gaza is not just a humanitarian catastrophe.
It's a man-made humanitarian catastrophe, and that's why it takes up so much time and attention also in Danish politics. When we look at the reports coming out, the documentation coming out of Gaza, including Amnesty, but also a lot of others, we see human destruction to a scale we haven't witnessed for many, many years. We see what seems to be deliberate attacks on the humanitarian actors, indiscriminate killings, destruction of civilian housing, mosques, churches, infrastructure, and attacks on journalists. So on these very many dimensions whereby we usually judge warfare, we see the way Israel is waging its war on the wrong side of that set of regulations. Many institutions have been documenting that, coming to different conclusions. Some do not conclude, they just share the documentation, the statistics on the very many thousand people being killed. And then we have organizations actually drawing conclusions based on evidence they've been gathering for a very long time. And in this specific conflict, it's a very brave move to make, I would have to say. So how does a politician like myself act on all that knowledge? Well, I think, as I said, Denmark, as a very small country, being very dependent on that international system, we have to speak up when we see it being under attack. And I think we also have an obligation to act. Denmark has signed the Convention on Genocide, which obliges us to act to prevent a genocide from happening. And the fact that there is now a court case that hasn't come to any conclusions, but there is a court case at the International Court of Justice that relates to a potential genocide in Palestine, I think Denmark and other countries in the world would have to act on that. Not because we conclude, because it's not politicians' job to be conclusive on this, but because we have to live up to our obligations of prevention. And we can only prevent something from happening if we act in due time. And that due time is now. So I've spent the last 20 months raising questions to the Danish government, calling ministers into committee meetings to answer.
Traveling Israel made a video about Gazan children. Let me guess, it's all UNRWA, they're taught to hate, videos of kids holding guns, Sinwar.
No one cares about the Israeli disagreement about Gaza. Of course, by the UN.
Oh, here it is.
أنا اسمي آية مدرسة بنات
Uh-oh.
مخيمة الكرم.
الأساس المدرسة عن إسرائيل.
إنهم نطخهم
طب أنت بتكره اليهود؟
كتير
ليش؟
لأنهم هم
They tell us, boom, pa, kill the boar. Anyway.
Why we continue to export weapons, why we continue to have the association agreement at EU level, bilateral trade with Israel, how the Danish government will act in the UN Security Council, so on and so forth. Because I think we have a self-interest in it, but also because we have an obligation to stand up for human rights and international law when we see it completely under attack. Now that would be my conclusion. What we have
I still can't believe Trump showed this to the... Oh, God. I still can't believe Trump showed this to the South African president. He turned the lights down and everything. Where is it? With little pictures and shit. I can't believe he did this. fucking guy just.
The man of DAPE is a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a
Do you think Trump thinks these two are the same person? And that's why he's showing this. Oh no.
pain because you have turned a white man. Not because Pajama and Soli will not be touched. They will be touched, no one. But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness. Shoot, kill, Yamasa, kill the brewer, the farmer, kill the brewer, the farmer.
It's just like, okay, we're to talk about trade. Fuck me. Okay, sure.
A long list of conclusions, but we have dire reports documenting what they have been finding. Amnesty, the genocide, UN reports, other humanitarian organizations reports documenting collective punishment, using hunger as a weapon against a whole people, talks about ethnic cleansing, and the whole lot. So for me as a politician, I think it's completely in due time to act on that knowledge. And that is what I think politicians should be doing, because no state in this world can be left outside that system of regulation. All states have to follow regulations on war, international humanitarian law, international conventions, and so on. And we have to act now.
Oh wow, David, crazy shit happening. What's this? Thousands of Gazan broke into the aid distribution complex. Fucking Twitter news. Stop giving me the fucking... Please. Ugh. What is this? This is supposed to show me... what am I supposed to judge with this? What the fuck am I looking at? Okay, this is not... What did I say? What did I say? Did I not say this aid plan was going to result in screening and desperate people having to run through this procedure to try and get food, and then they would run in and then there would be like a fucking fight and shit? Like, what? And it happens on what, day 2 of them doing this plan? That's assuming this is what it says it is, because it's saying that there's a break-in and then opening fire and then the aid company withdraw. If that's what happened, then that's exactly what I said would happen. I thought you fucking idiots. Like the most predictable shit. Okay.
Before it's too late, because we have an obligation.
Had to register to talk about the debate last night. The prompt of the debate was silly and I agree with your side, but your arguments were unhinged, whitewashing factual errors. Okay. Sure, dude.
To prevent. And that's why
I'll wait for you to name one.
I think acting on the language that does exist, using the structures and the systems and the institutions that we do have, brings me to a conclusion also to use the language of genocide and genocidal war in Gaza. Because I think we have to use the language that is the conclusion from the actions that we do see. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you very much for the invitation to appear before you, and I am very happy to have come all the way from the United Kingdom to participate in what has unfortunately become an extremely important topic to address. The fact that we are all here to discuss...
I'm still so curious what I'm saying that's resulting in like people coming in and to make new accounts to tell me things that I don't disagree with. Like, how many times have I said that Israeli public opinion is fucking mental right now? Like, what? Okay, whatever. Definitely a fan, you know, definitely a fan who comes in and just happens to miss all the times when I say that, but okay.
This heinous canard of genocide against the Jewish state is a very problematic thing. We meet, unfortunately, in
This
Syria...
lady is fucking unhinged. She's like a British lawyer who's part of like a pro-Israel institution, and I think she supports the entire basket. Like, she supports fucking Israel taking all the territory. She supports yeah, she believes the idea that because of the mandate ending, then Israel is just like, because of the mandate ending, then Israel is just going to be entitled to the entire area. Like, fuck.
And tragic times, but they are times that have been concretely contributed to by the weaponization of key concepts in international law, genocide included, unfortunately, by civil society as well as politicians and organizations like Amnesty International. The NGO Monitor, in responding to this outrageous false report put out in December, commented that Amnesty consistently uses false and manipulated claims as well as lawfare to shield Hamas and demonize Israel. And only in March 2022, Amnesty USA Director Paul O'Brien said at an event, "We are opposed to the idea, and this I think is an existential part of the debate, that Israel should be preserved as a state for the Jewish people." That has been at the core of the activity that we have seen for many, many years, from Amnesty International, Oxfam, who I believe is also represented in some capacity this evening, and many other NGOs that were set up with lofty ideals and ambitions to preserve international law and to fight injustice wherever it appears. These organizations are now at the core of spreading misinformation and blood libels against the Jewish state. And I want to pick up on just two aspects of what the first speaker commented on. The first was to ensure, she said, that law is applied equally to all parties. Well, this is something that, even in its report, Amnesty clearly does not hold to when it seeks to rewrite the definition of genocide, and I shall come back to that, I hope, in due course in my remarks. But the other comment that was made is that this report consisted of detailed investigations. And I just want to pick up on the methodology of this report, which is perhaps hidden in the small print of it, so that you understand how it is that Amnesty International communicates to us that it has collected this information. Amnesty International also spoke with members of local authorities in Gaza. Who are those local authorities?
Uh-oh.
In other words, Amnesty International obtained information for its report from Hamas. It also indicated that it had received input from another Palestinian terrorist organization, the PFLP.
Did they say officials? I thought they said they spoke to civilian witnesses. I think this was like 30 or 40 of them. Let me find the report. Let's just double check. Document. Right, okay, here. Okay, thank you for pretending to be a fan and pushing it up for like 3 fucking minutes, buddy. Well done. Go away. All right, let's see. Why delete them? Because this is the same person who's been making new accounts every day for the last fucking year almost. And they keep on saying like, oh yeah, I'm a fan of yours, but I think you're fucking mental on this take. And then they just keep on repeating things that I've already addressed a million fucking times. I've said the bits that I agree with. I've said the bits I disagree with. I've explained why. And they still come in thinking they're setting me straight. And it's just very tiring. Like, it's basically harassment. I don't even know if it's History Speaks doing it himself. It's definitely one of his fans. Because I just look at History Speaks Twitter on the day, and then I see what this person is saying who's making a new account, and it's always the exact same thing. It's always like word for word, just copy pasting his attacks on me, even though he said he was done with me like months ago, but I guess the obsession doesn't die really. What's this methodology that they're talking about? It's not BE fans, it's a History Speaks fan, or it's him himself. Neither would surprise me. So I heard that they talked to a handful of, like a few dozen civilians, but I don't know if they spoke to officials as well. Let's see what they said. Witnesses, okay. Without access, they had to rely on trusted field workers based in Gaza, okay. Interviews. Where do they say the people that they spoke to? They mentioned Israeli officials, but what officials are they mentioning? Uh-huh. Wait, it should be in their methodology section. I don't know why it's... I thought it was easier to find before. Hang on. Let's go way up. Okay. Why is it sending me all the way to the bottom? What the fuck? Fuck off, dick. All right. Methodology, please. I'm just going to go methodology again. Just look at the whole thing. Engagement with Israeli and Hamas authorities. Oh, 45. Okay, page 45. Boom, pa. Boo, pa. Consulted the Ministry of Defense. Okay, Knesset. Attorney General. Kogat. Wrote to the Hamas authorities. Did they get engagement from Hamas? No reply from the... Okay. Political International Relations Department. Initial findings. It received a 10-page response. Okay. Isn't the methodology section usually the end? No? I think it's usually at the start.
Quite shocking that this is what the report has been predicated on when one considers the prior reputation of Amnesty International. But when one looks at what this report is geared at, which is support for Hamas, those pieces very much appear to fall into place. Now, I would be here all afternoon / evening if I were to go through chapter and verse of the falsehoods that are contained in this report, but I appreciate our opening statements are time limited. So I will reserve myself simply to a few including these conclusions that Amnesty International drew, that it did not find any evidence that any of the strikes were directed at military objectives, because that has been repeated to you this evening. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, international law does not work on the basis of the effects-based analysis that was suggested to you by the last speaker. Clearly, I'm afraid that demonstrates a lack of understanding about how international law as a whole, but international humanitarian law in particular, operates. It is not effects-based, it is intention-based. So unless Amnesty International, instead of taking their doctrine from Hamas, had access to the intelligence that Israel has operated on in each and every one of these strikes, it is in no position to...
Would you ever talk to History Speaks again? No. I might. The reason I didn't upload the last debate was just because I was, like, my editor was quite slow, so there were just some videos, there were quite a lot of them actually, that just didn't get uploaded ever, because we just ended up onto the new cycle, and that one just got missed. But... yeah, the guy, he's just too bad faith. I just can't be fucked with it. And he, like, yeah, just way too bad faith. And the fact that he'll do things like the posturing that he engages in is just really fucking annoying. So I think it was like the nail in the coffin for me was when he genuinely believed that fucking Baden Panada clip where he said that I was laughing at Palestinians getting raped in prison. Like he thought that I found the raping funny rather than the context of the comparison that Mehdi Hasan was making. So yeah, that's just, that guy can just go and fucking find a rope. I don't know, like fuck that.
To make the assessments that it purports to make. Quite the contrary. And in fact, the entities with whom Israel has shared this information, sensitive intelligence that has informed Israel's proportionality analysis, which is critical to a proper application of international humanitarian law, those countries have consistently said they do not have concerns with breaches of international humanitarian law by Israel so far as proportionality and targeting is concerned. And with good reason, because the Israeli Defense Forces consistently go over and above the requirements of international law. And honest military experts and legal ones have been frank about that because of the practices that Israel has put into place. The proportionality analysis, the choice of munitions, the development of smart munitions, the targeting of buildings from particular angles to prevent fallout and collateral damage, the use of warnings, which institutes the precaution principle of IHL. Warnings, in fact, that this same report criticizes. You see, Israel is damned if it does and damned if it doesn't. On the one hand, it is accused of indiscriminately killing civilians. But on the other, when Israel seeks to evacuate those civilians, the allegation is that of forced displacement. It is ludicrous, ladies and gentlemen. But that is on the basis of the false representations about law more broadly. Let's deal with this blood libel of genocide, which comes off the back of the previous inversions of international legal terminology, occupation, ethnic cleansing, colonialism, apartheid. That was also subject to an entirely false report by Amnesty International. This concept of genocide is the most heinous of false allegations against the Jewish people. And undoubtedly, we have seen the consequences that these blood libels lead to. The execution of 2 Israeli staff members in DC. I do not say lightly that these organizations have blood on their hands promoting these falsehoods against the Jewish state. But why is the falsehood of genocide so heinous? Because this term was coined by Raphael Lemkin to provide legal terminology to the Jewish experience. The experience from the Holocaust of being targeted for extermination because they were Jews. That was unique in that period of time.
What is this British fucking politician style of talking where you're like tugging on your imaginary 3-foot nipple? Like, why do they? It's Tony Blair. It was Tony Blair that started this. He used to talk like this. He would talk and tug on his fucking titties like that. And then everyone started doing it. And it's never gone away.
Subsequently, of course, we have seen it again. The acts on the 7th of October, acts of genocide committed by Hamas with the intention of killing Jews. And that is the key element that Amnesty and others brush over when they seek to rewrite the law on the internationally defined crime of genocide. because intention is critical to it. Intention to eradicate a group in whole or in part. That is the specific...
Daywalker, thanks for the $5. Hey, Lonerbox, I'm a fan of you, but you think murder is bad? Yes.
...intent that is brushed over. This is a racial, ethnic, religious, or national group. And that intention, they argue now, can be otherwise implied. Doesn't need to be specific intent where it is the only reasonable inference. That's the case law on the subject that was universally accepted until Amnesty tried to rewrite the law with this report. Why is it so important that this crime of crimes...
Wait, what did you say about the case law? Obama? Also, the fact that Lemkin coined the word genocide to reference the Holocaust is like completely irrelevant. Like what?
...religious or national group. And that intention, they argue now, can be otherwise implied. Doesn't need to be specific intent where it is the only reasonable inference. That's the case law on the subject that was universally accepted until Amnesty tried to rewrite the case law. They argue now can be otherwise implied. Because intention is critical to it. Okay. Intention to eradicate a group in whole or in part. That is the specific intent that is brushed over. This is a racial, ethnic, religious, or national group. And that intention, they argue now, can be otherwise implied. Doesn't need to be specific intent where it is the only reasonable inference. That's the case law on the subject that was universally accepted until Amnesty tried to write.
Does it need to be the only reasonable inference? I don't recall. Does Dolo Specialis have to be the only reasonable inference? Huh. What do we have here? Proving intent. The first is proving intent. This is notoriously difficult. Of course, you can prove the intent to destroy a group in whole or in part if the perpetrator leaves a bit of paper around saying they intend to destroy X or Y group. That's what the Nazis did in relation to Jews and Roma and people with disabilities and others. But that caused others subsequently to learn a lesson. Don't leave pieces of paper lying around. And so courts have been left to infer intent from a pattern of behavior. And this is where matters get very difficult. In fact, what has happened in the International Court of Justice in a judgment of 2015 described the way in which you infer intent as follows. In order to infer the existence of the dolo specialis from a pattern of conduct, it is necessary and sufficient that this is the only inference that could be reasonably drawn from the acts in question. Interesting. This is just Oxford reference. Okay. Is it from the case law? This is just... fuck me. This is from a judgment in 2015. What's the judgment in 2015? ICJ judgment 2015. 2015. And where's the quote? I hate this picture-in-picture shit. Is it really necessary to read this? What? Do you want me to just watch this fucking passively and make comments? If I hear something that goes contrary to what I think I remember reading, then yeah, I'll read it. What? Are you a new viewer? In order to infer the existence of dolo specialis. All right. When did they say this? Give me a fucking citation, dick. Fuck. Dolo specialis from... I don't know if I can find it. This is just the same article, but copy-pasted by someone else's shitty website, okay? ICJ statement 2015. CJ judgment 2015. Was it about Serbia and Croatia? They don't even say what the judgment was on, do they? Well, where's the goddamn quote then? Because it doesn't come up when I search it on Google. It just sends me back to this article. Oh. There were lots of ICJ statements made on that particular day, that particular year. Let's see. Maybe it's this judgment. 153 pages. Okay, you're going to be here, surely. Dolus Specialis. How many mentions? 12. 39. Okay. Conclusion on Dolus Specialis, page 440. Okay, we'll go there. That is not page number. Oh my god. B. What? These like paragraph numbers? Oh my god. All right, hang on. General conclusion on the Dolus. Okay, Specialis. Ha. It's paragraph. Okay. So they're saying Croatia has not established the only reasonable inference. Oh. Has not established that the only reasonable inference that can be drawn from the pattern of conduct it relied upon was the intent to destroy. Okay, so they are mentioning that thing, only reasonable inference. But sometimes the problem with these hearings is that some people will quote the arguments of one of the participants, like one of the defendants or one of the nations in the trial, rather than the actual court itself. I've noticed, like I've made that mistake a couple of times. Even when they say there are other possible explanations for a pattern of conduct, the court is bound to find, this is according to Croatia, the court is bound to find that there was dolus specialis if it is fully convinced that the only reasonable inference. But here it sounds like they're saying that that actually is the case. So what's their own definition? Okay, the court recalls that for a pattern of conduct to be accepted as evidence of intent to destroy the group in whole or in part, it must be such that it could only point to the existence of such intent. This signifies that, for the court, intent to destroy the group in whole or in part must be the only reasonable inference which can be drawn from the pattern of conduct. Okay, so that's I did not know that. That's like a really high threshold then. That's a really high threshold. So it actually has to be the case that they have to show that genocidal intent was the only reasonable inference from their behavior. And like, there's no other explanation for why they did it. Damn. I got cucked by this Zio queen. Okay.
Rewrite the law with this report. Why is it so important that this...
Bro, what? The maintenance lasts 2 hours? Okay. Shit.
crime of crimes be focused so specifically on the intention to eradicate a group? Because it is so serious, because it is recognized as so heinous to seek to exterminate a people because of who they are. All of the evidence in this case, and the fact that we're even having this conversation is truly diabolical to me, but here we are. All of the evidence in this case points in totally the opposite direction. The aid that has been facilitated into the Gaza Strip, despite what you just heard, 25,200 aid trucks carrying 447,538 tons of aid were facilitated into the Gaza Strip during the hostage release deal. That meant that there should have been 5 to 6 months of aid since the end of the ceasefire. You heard evidence put before you that people in Gaza were hungry. Where has that aid gone, ladies and gentlemen? Why are Amnesty International and other organisations not asking these important questions? Because if Hamas has been diverting this and preventing it from getting to the Palestinian civilians of Gaza, this is where their work should be done. Instead, in advancing this key...
By the way, this person is not Queen, just so you guys understand, right? Like, she might be, you know, basically fighting... She might as well right now be like an amateur boxer fighting with fucking like 3-year-olds, okay? Like, this is how I see the Amnesty fucking genocide case, okay? Because having read that document, I'm just like, this is mental. It's actually, it's kind of insane. But this person believes, morally and legally, that because of old post-colonial law, which dictates that new states that emerge from colonial rule will assume the borders of the previous administration. That means that because Israel was the only sovereign state that emerged from the 48 war, that means that they should assume the borders of the previous administration, which is the British mandate, which means it's all rivers of the sea, it's all Israel. She believes that. But then she also, I guarantee, opposes giving Palestinians voting rights. So she basically, like, legally and morally seems to support fucking apartheid. So, yeah, that's like... Which is kind of why 242 is a thing, right? Like, yeah, but okay.
Blood libel of genocide against the Jewish people. They ignore the measures that Israel has taken to prevent civilian casualties. They ignore the aid that has been facilitated in, and instead they keep to their tried and tested method of seeking to delegitimize Israel at every opportunity and spread this false information. And yes, it has now become common parlance. It has, in the words of my counterpart on South African television just after the first provisional measures order.
They didn't say there must emerge a democratic state. Yeah, they didn't say that, but we have other international laws which go against you creating second-class citizens. Like, you're not allowed to do that. You have IHL and you have IHRL, like international, what the fuck is that? International Humanitarian Rights Law, yeah. International Human Rights Law. So you do have an issue there. You have a big issue, which is why a two-state agreement is generally preferred by people who care about like human rights and shit. Ugh. Anna Banana, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate it.
Now it has finally become acceptable to use Israel and genocide in the same sentence. That is not a reflection of reality, that is not a reflection of the facts, that is a reflection of the heinous blood libels and how they have been filtered through the international legal order by organisations pursuing this agenda against Israel. And I'm glad for the opportunity this evening of finally being able to put to bed this obscene allegation and the serious misinformation.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be a part of this important discussion. And I also want to thank the organizers for clearly underlining the need for a respectful, open-minded and balanced dialogue. That is, unfortunately, far too rare when we talk about Israel and Palestine, which is understandable given how emotionally charged...
This guy's definitely a conservative. No one has their hair looking like a fucking loaf of bread on top of their head like that without being a giga conservative. Oh no.
This conflict is. But that makes it all the more important to keep a cool head and engage in good faith across political divides. I'll be speaking today from a political, moral and legal perspective. I'm obviously not a professor of international law, but I've studied the subject closely and I care deeply about it. Let me also say clearly, I fundamentally sympathize with Israel. Not because of any ethnic or familial ties, but because I'm a Christian. And
hey,
a
personal
connection to the land, because I believe that Jewish people have a right to a state where they can live in safety and peace, And because Israel, despite of its flaws, is the only functioning liberal democracy in the region. And frankly, I believe most people in the Middle East would live better lives on a political system like Israel's. That doesn't mean that Israeli lives are more worth than Palestinian ones, but their way of life is worth defending. And now let me be very clear. What happened on October the 7th in 2023 was an atrocity. A terrorist massacre of innocent civilians. Rape, mutilation, kidnappings, acts that should horrify any decent human being. And nothing, absolutely nothing, can justify that. I completely reject the idea that this was a resistance operation. It was barbarism, and it has to be.
Josie the Hosey, thanks for tier 2 sub. Thanks. Who let their son out onto the debate podium? I don't know.
Condemned. So yes, I believe Israel's military response, including its aim to dismantle Hamas, is legitimate. All the hostages are still not returned. As long as Hamas remains in power, Israel cannot live in peace. And although no recent election has been held, opinion polls over the years have shown significant support for Hamas in parts of the Palestinian territories. That is why the separation between the Palestinian people and Hamas isn't always as clear-cut as some would like to suggest. Hamas hides behind civilians in tunnels, schools, hospitals, because they know that Israel operates by a different standard. They know Israel tries to follow international law, and they exploit that. At the same time, the civilian casualties in Gaza are shocking. Estimates range from 30,000 to over 50,000. And even if some were Hamas fighters, and undoubtedly there will be, that is still a devastating number of innocent lives lost. Morally, we must hold two truths at once. One, Israel has a right to defend its citizens, and two, every effort must be made to protect innocent Palestinians. Children, women, and men with no ties to Hamas, they deserve to live. But now the central question, is this a genocide? The term is used widely and was also used just before, and it's used widely in the international debate as well as in Denmark. But genocide is a very specific legal concept. Under the Genocide Convention, two elements must be met. First, the actus reus, the objective acts, including killings or creating conditions that threaten a group's survival. And that threshold may arguably have been met given the level of destruction and reports of Block 8. But the second element is even more important, the so-called dolus specialis, the specific intent to destroy in whole or in part a protected group as such. And that is incredibly hard to prove. As the ICJ ruled in Bosnia versus Serbia, even systematic atrocities are not enough without clear evidence of that intent. And in this case, I find it very unlikely that such intent can be demonstrated. Yes, there are some statements from Israeli officials that have been deeply problematic. But proving a state policy aimed at destroying the Palestinian people, that bar is incredibly high, and rightly so. Without that, we dilute the meaning of genocide. More likely, what we're looking at may potentially be war crimes or crimes against humanity, depending on proportionality, distinction, and military necessity. And that is for the courts to decide. So, to conclude, I don't believe what we are seeing qualifies as a genocide. And I think it is unhelpful and even dangerous to throw the word around. Israel's war against Hamas is legitimate, but it must be fought within the boundaries of international law, and that I am totally in agreement. The goal should not be to maximize punishment, but to maximize justice. And I think the international community should pressure Hamas to release the hostages, something that is not mentioned often in this debate, but also pressure Israel to minimize civilian suffering. Because if we abandon law and morality entirely, we all lose. Thank you.
I feel like if I didn't know anything about this conflict, I'd be more convinced by the Amnesty people, because there's kind of just like autistically listing a bunch of facts and shit. And it's like, I think the one big issue that I would want to bring up if I was debating against those two would not be about fucking, oh no, but the Jews got genocided and therefore it would be the fact that if you only listened to the Amnesty side of the debate, and that was all you knew about the war, you wouldn't even know Hamas existed. You wouldn't even know what they were doing. You wouldn't even know about their fighting capabilities or their methods, like their means of warfare. You wouldn't know anything about that. You would just think Israel's bombing some houses over here. They're indiscriminately firing over there. They're targeting civilians over here. They're blocking aid. Like you would just, that's all you would hear. But then that's like the first thing I would probably call out. Like you wouldn't, like you'd mentioned that by Hamas's own admission, there are tunnels all over the strip, like militarized tunnels that are used exclusively by the soldiers so that they can hide in civilian areas. You'd mentioned that they dress up as civilians, so it's very difficult to target them, especially in like close combat. You would mention that their seizures of aid and the way that they use aid to extort the population and to pay their fighters. So. And then suddenly, like the military decisions of Israel are seen through a radically different lens if you buy all that. So yeah, that would probably be an approach to take. But it seems like neither of them did that all that much. They didn't really connect those two issues. But it's just opening statements, so let's go for the yeah.
Okay. Let's hear them. Okay. Thank you very much, all of you. First of all, we'll take a little round here with reactions from the panel and then questions from you. First of all, let me just ask you, and maybe I'll ask you first. Obviously, you could look at what is happening in Gaza and be horrified, and be against it, and be very critical and confront it in any way you want. Why is it important for Amnesty International to go into the debate about genocide? Why does it matter?
Is it on?
Take this one.
So we believe in Amnesty that it is important to document all kinds of violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. And we don't have a hierarchy of violations. So we document war crimes, we document crimes against humanity, we document genocide where that happens, and we document in many different conflict zones all over the world. We believe it's important for us to look closely at what's happening in Gaza because it's out of proportion. And I want to say as well, now that I heard a lot of criticism from Natasha, to our work, that, and it shouldn't be, I think it's problematic that I have to state this, but of course what Hamas and other armed groups did the 7th of October 2023 was war crimes. Of course it was. You are not allowed under international humanitarian law to take hostages. You're not allowed to directly attack civilians, and we have said this many times in Amnesty International. And we are investigating what happened the 7th of October as well. So, put that aside, we are focusing especially on Gaza with the resource that we have because it is out of proportion compared to what happened the 7th of October.
But why is it important to establish, it's a legal term, genocide.
It is a legal term,
why is it important for Amnesty International to establish even before even before the court has judged so that this is actually in fact genocide?
Because the Genocide Convention was made to prevent also genocide from taking place. So we are obligated to act if we think there's a risk of this taking place. And we have documented war crimes taking place in Gaza, we have documented crimes against humanity, And now with the specific focus on intent, as I mentioned, we have collected over 100 statements that is dehumanizing the Palestinian population in Gaza, and we believe also saying that, describing it as deliberate destruction of the group as a whole. And we have an obligation as a civil society organization to use our resources to collect all this information that is available and to reach these legal analysis and make societies or make states prevent this from happening.
Okay, so let's talk about a few of the issues that were mentioned in the opening statements. First of all, the question of intent. All of you have been talking about this. The question of intent, linking statements from different Israeli politicians, officials, to what is actually happening in Gaza. Natasha, what do you think, if you look at it from a legal point of view, is the problem of the arguments that, for instance, Amnesty International gives us about intent?
So the problem with the reliance on the statements, and this is also applicable to South Africa's submissions, is that significantly they misrepresent what is being said. These are statements from senior members, including of the government, that have been talking about Hamas and the importance of destroying Hamas. And to a point, they are misrepresented as though these individuals...
No, not all of them are, but I think most of the ones that South Africa used, if you looked at the full context, they were talking about Hamas. So like Children of Light and Darkness, the context of that quote is about Hamas. Like it's like very clearly, it's in like on before and after, but yeah.
Are talking about destroying the Palestinian people. Even if that were not the case, look at the actions which clearly demonstrate the complete opposite of what is being alleged. But this is all deeply concerning. There's something that's just been said, which I do feel I need to pick up on, and that is that what Israel is doing is out of all proportion to what happened on the 7th of October. That is so telling, ladies and gentlemen. That is not how international law works. And any organisation or person purporting to speak about international law should go back to the books and educate themselves. Proportionality in international law is clearly set out in the rules that govern armed conflict. And it requires strikes to be proportionate when you take into account the anticipated military advantage against the anticipated collateral damage. That is a very gruesome analysis, balancing that has to be conducted, but that is what the laws of armed conflict require. This grotesque, out of proportion to what happened on the 7th of October position that seeks to compare casualty figures on both sides, not only encourages Hamas with their use of human shields, but grossly misrepresents international law and suggests that Israel simply shouldn't be permitted to defend itself. Because there is no way that you can deal with Hamas by causing fewer casualty figures, and I just want to pick up, I'm hesitant to disagree with people on my side of the debate, but I do need to call out this reliance on Hamas casualty figures. The international media has been parroting these figures, as it parrots all of the news coming out of Gaza, which is controlled by Hamas. But these figures have been debunked. They have been based upon Hamas officials sending out Google documents to the population saying, insert your martyrs here. They've been demonstrated to have been fabricated. And that's just the total figures. Before we get on to the women and children, there are...
I don't know if that's necessarily true, because it's also you have to counter that against the fact that there's also going to be bodies that they can't count because they're lost or they're under the rubble or they just don't have the capacity to log every death. Like the figures could be unreliable, but they're more likely to be unreliable in the sense that they're too low. And in the past, people have generally not complained about health ministry figures. They've complained about the fact that they don't mention who's a militant, but yeah, okay.
Alleged to have been killed, and also the pregnant children included in that. But the fact that these figures make no distinction between combatants and civilians, or simply do not tell you how these people are said to have died? Well, we know Hamas are shooting their own civilians.
Okay.
We also know that civilians are killed because Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad rockets fall short in Gaza, killing them indiscriminately because they don't fall subject to a proportionality analysis. So on every single level, it's just baffling and deeply concerning.
Okay, let's try to take one thing at the time. The question, we're talking about
hold it down, bro.
we're also talking about the methodology in relying on Hamas.
Did she say pregnant children? Is that like a Hamas statement, or is that just is she just claiming that Gazans are knocking each other up at the age of fucking 16? Okay, I don't know.
When you, how do you make sure, or how do you build the bridge between some, as you also mentioned, some statements by Israeli politicians and officials saying that Hamas needs to be destroyed, or even something about some kind of collective responsibility, which has also been said by some Israeli politicians, to establishing that there is, to the intent of the state and the military. I mean, there is quite a leap there, right? What do you think?
Yeah, I just want to mention one thing that I haven't said before as well, that our conclusion in the report states that it is not there can be two objectives in Gaza for the Israeli military. It can be to defeat Hamas, which is a legal target. It's a military target, and we know that that's legally, that you can go after that legally under international humanitarian law. But there can be another objective that can coexist, align with defeating Hamas. And we see that as being a genocide of the Palestinian population. And the statements that we have looked into uses the Palestinian as a whole and describes them as being human animals or human beasts. We have a statement saying that Hamas can be everyone. It can be those who sing, those who support, and those who distribute sweets.
Yes, but let me just ask you again, how do you make the connection between these individual statements to the intent? Because we're talking about the intent of a state. I mean, this is the legal,
yes,
the legal challenge.
Yes.
How
this moderator is hammering in.
Or that, or the third statement is actually the amount to the intent of Israel in this war.
If we have these intents being said by people in power in the Israeli government and also in the Israeli military, and we see that it is trickling down to people on the ground in Gaza in their military, celebrating the bombings of civilian houses, as we have seen videos from IDF doing so, backing up by continued statements saying that this is not just Hamas, but it's all Palestinians in Gaza that is seen as these beasts and animals. We see that as
and there have been statements even from ministers in the government saying quite disturbing things about collective responsibility in Gaza.
Well, the statements from those who have an input to policy have consistently been about Hamas. There are all sorts of people who, especially after the 7th of October, said all sorts of things. But as you correctly point out, I think that is not a reflection of Israeli policy. But may I just pick up on this? This is not what international law says about intent. This idea that there can be coexisting intents. In the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, which I believe Christian was speaking to earlier, it's clear that the genocidal intent must be the only reasonable inference. So what Amnesty has said in their report, talking about dual or instrumental intent, they've actually invented this term. It doesn't exist. But now artificial intelligence will tell you that it's applicable to genocide because of the Amnesty report. This is how international law gets rewritten, ladies and gentlemen. This is completely made up. It goes against all of the ICJ, ICTY, ICTR.
Well, does that? So the question would be: does that contradict the statement of side-by-side goals? Because you can have some actions, like again, I just think this is so stupid. You can have some actions that are geared toward taking out Hamas and targeting them. So what if you do like 10 airstrikes and they're all targeted at Hamas, and then you do 10 more airstrikes and they're all targeted at civilians? Can you not say that like for those 10 that targeted civilians, the only reasonable inference for those ones would be targeting, would be genocide? Could you not just do that? Well, obviously that doesn't, yeah, like a side quest. Yeah, like they're doing a genocide side quest. But I don't know if that's the Amnesty claim. I thought they said that the entire military campaign was to commit genocide.
ICC case law, only reasonable inference is the standard. And on that, open your eyes. Look at the Palestinian civilians in Gaza. The one thing I would say is that it is the international community that bears responsibility here for continued Palestinian suffering. Because there is a very simple solution to this, which is what I have been calling for since October 2023. And that is that a Palestinian humanitarian zone be set up the other side of the border in Egypt, in Egyptian Rafah, where there is more space than you know what to do with, where these Palestinians...
Why not the Negev? Dick? Put them in Negev. Shit.
...could be provided for, international aid to your heart's content, which critically is not diverted to Hamas, and where Hamas are not able to abuse the humanitarian zones that Israel has set up in the Gaza Strip to continue to fire missiles onto Israeli civilians.
Okay.
That, ladies and gentlemen, would be the easy response. But I haven't heard Amnesty calling for that.
Let's please just answer this criticism.
Yes. Because we are following International Court of Justice interpretation. According to ICJ's case law, it establishes that the only reasonable inference from the pattern of conduct evidence must be that the intent to destroy a group is one of the state's intentions. But the court has never held that the intent to destroy a group must be the state's only intention in a military campaign.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. Yeah, this makes sense. Like, it's like Serbia versus fucking Bosnia, right? Like in former Yugoslavia, obviously they were trying to defeat an army, but they were also they also committed acts that were outside of that military campaign that were to do genocide, which would be the fucking Srebrenica massacre. But okay.
That misinterpretation of the court's...
Or even with the Nazis, right? Like people wouldn't say Barbarossa itself was like an act of genocide. They would say that the genocidal acts and genocidal policies took place within the confines of Operation Barbarossa or within the Nazi conquest of Europe. Okay.
Prudence is incompatible with the prohibition of genocide in times of war, which is enshrined in Article 1 of the Genocide Convention. And such a misinterpretation would make finding genocide an armed conflict effectively impossible, as armed conflict necessarily involves the pursuit of a military goal, and that's why we are seeing that there are these two coexistent objectives.
Right.
So I think I can see what's happening here. The ICTY made it clear that inferring specific intent on the basis of facts and circumstances must be based on the only reasonable inference based on the evidence. This insertion of dual or instrumental intent is a rewriting of international law, but it simply does not stand up against the facts. This is this unholy alliance of the misrepresentations of the law and the facts together, which is what is being used to get over the threshold of this crime of genocide. But I'm afraid that the consistent emphasis of all of the case law has been that where there are other possible explanations, and so where there are multiple analyses as to the intention, the only reasonable inference is the key test. And here we don't even get to that because there is this enormous leap that is being sought to be made on the basis of the misinterpretation and misrepresentation of the statements alongside the misrepresentation of the actions. And it's the only way that this allegation can be put forward. So much so that Ireland has now also sought to intervene in the South Africa case to tweak the definition of genocide, because all of these people accept that on its face the definition of genocide could never apply to the armed conflict in Gaza.
Very quick. Yeah.
Because, so that is your interpretation of international humanitarian law, Natasha, and we have come to another from a very detailed, large report that we made in Amnesty International with other legal scholars also reading it through before publicizing it. And we have many other scholars that are saying this is genocide. We have the UN saying that it seems that it could be a genocide, and they are already...
The UN has never said that. The ICJ? Okay, so there are other misrepresentations of the report as to what the ICJ says.
So there's the UN Committee on Palestine that has said
Okay,
that this points to genocide. So I'm wondering what kind of documentation you're basing your interpretation on.
All of the consistent case law, as I indicated, of all of the criminal tribunals, as well as the ICC and the ICJ, to the extent that the analysis of intent has been conducted, this is a new step and seeking to develop international law in a way that it has simply never been applied before. But I mean, I really hope we'll get on to the other real problems in this report and the consistent misinformation, and there are additional examples.
I want to ask you about that now. The question of, one thing is the intent, the other thing is the consequences on the ground, civilian casualties, and also you were talking about the methodology of the...
I'm way behind, but really debating genocide is consistent with what I learned in my LOAC course, that genocide does have to be the only reasonable explanation to prove genocide. Yeah, so when you catch up, you need to also answer the question, is it not possible that you can have a military campaign where they have one goal, which is to destroy Hamas, but then they can also be on the side or in parallel pursuing another goal where the only reasonable explanation is genocide. So I would honestly just sum it up like I did earlier. Like, let's say they just do 20 airstrikes, 10 of them were geared towards taking out Hamas, and the other 10 were geared towards taking out Palestinians in general, like civilians. But you'd have to show there's like kind of like a dual policy or a dual approach going on. But, you know, fuck.
Of the report. Trine, when you talk about proportionality and the amount of casualties in Gaza, civilian casualties, you are mainly basing the numbers on reports from statements from the health authorities of Gaza, which are of course controlled by Hamas. The criticism, as you well know, in that direction would be that you cannot trust that. You don't know how many of these are civilians, you don't know how many of these are Hamas militants, and so on. So what do you think of the problem of reporting the numbers?
I think it is a problem, and it's also a problem that Israel doesn't allow international observers and journalists to come in to Gaza and help us understand what is happening. So that's part of the problem. I think with regards to the numbers, there has been an international agreement that you can actually more or less count on the numbers that do come out. The UN uses the numbers as well. It's not just something that I...
When you say international agreement, what does that mean?
There has been, I don't recall which British newspaper it was, but there was a British newspaper saying that there has been international organizations looking at this, looking at how does armed conflict normally evolve with that type of warfare, what are the casualties that would normally come out in terms of numbers, and they have been estimating that the numbers seems to be fairly accurate.
Yeah.
So okay. I think that's what we have, right?
Yes, and Amnesty International, you are in part using these numbers coming from the health authorities of Gaza, that is Hamas. Why is that not a problem?
Uh-oh.
Because as Trine said, that is the numbers that we have, and UN organizations, OCHA, other organs are using these numbers as well and saying that they are credible, and saying there are probably lots more people that have died that are still buried under rubble and buildings. But the key question is exactly why are we not letting any independent journalists, independent investigators, more people...
But would you say that the distribution of militants and civilians is reliable? And obviously it's not, because they don't tell you. Like, how it can be reliable or unreliable because they don't tell you. But okay. Lorna Box mentioned Hate Watch. Wow, let's go. 2144. Oh, he's playing that stupid fucking game about... Oh, is he just doing the Yishai shit again?
Here, fact sheet from the Institute of Middle East Understanding, the Ibrahimi Mosque Massacre. Roll the Loner Box. Are you stupid? You think the Cave of the Patriarchs massacre didn't happen? Like, what are you talking about? It's one of the most famous acts of direct Zionist terror in Israeli history. Here, I'll give you someone who's talking about it. Roll the loaner box clip talking to a defender of Baruch Goldstein. Here, fact sheet from the Institute of Middle East Understanding, the Ibrahimi Mosque Massacre. Here, this fucking thing that came up. Wow. Seems like this Baruch Goldstein defender was fucking lying about that.
This is what I already showed. They're skip. Oh, they do the thing. They don't use the video with my commentary. He's such a retard. Anyway, well done. Thank you.
People into Gaza so that we can
Yeah, he
get
lied about saying that that the doctor treated Arabs. Like, yeah, whatever.
an idea of what is going
But
on.
he didn't watch my commentary on it. He just watched the video, that like the raw footage where he's just talking to us and we're just like listening. Yeah, fucking.
We need
It's
to
not even
see
on my channel.
this from different actors, and right now Israel is blocking the opportunity also for us in Amnesty International to get an office there and to get investigators on the ground.
So, Christian, there are enough international institutions actually believing the numbers getting out of Gaza, so we should believe them. What do you think of that?
Well, it sounds like we don't need the ICJ when we have Amnesty International. And I just have to say, there is, of course, also an information war going on, and people should be aware of this also when you're representing an interest organization. And I also find it hard to figure out what exact numbers are the correct. But I will say this: I have more trust in the numbers from Israel than from Gaza, from Hamas. I have zero trust in a terrorist organization, and I will say that I find it extremely problematic that an organization like Amnesty International, which historically has been very critical of Israel, uses a term like genocide when there is nothing that suggests that that would be the verdict in a court. And I don't know as much about this as Natasha, so I'll just lean on her expertise, but that is definitely also what I could what I, in my studies, have figured, that there is a very high burden of proof when it's about a genocide, and it just seems like this is another accusation in the long history of accusations from Amnesty International towards Israel. Actually, I participated in a debate which Trine was one of the organizers of 2 years ago, before the 7th of October in 2023. Unfortunately, I didn't get to say very much because there were some people in the audience who didn't like me, who didn't like when I said that Israel is the only democracy in the region, and it made a lot of noise, so I couldn't get to my points. But there was a question around afterwards, and there was also a representative from Amnesty International who questioned me about Israel not treating some of their prisoners' rights. And I just asked her whether they had looked into the conditions in Gaza. And she couldn't say anything about that, because no, they are not looking into the conditions there. And that's just, to me, proves that there is a bias. There's a bias in Amnesty International. There's also a bias in UN, because they are condemning Israel 1,000 times more than a lot of other dictatorships around the world. The former UN General Secretary Ban Ki-moon has admitted that there is a clear Israel anti-bias.
All right, good.
Holy shit. I just saw this video of a driver in Liverpool just ramming through an entire crowd in the street. Oh my god. He just keeps going. What the fuck? Like a massive crowd. You saw the news? Yeah, I saw the news. I just didn't see the video of it. The video is insane. God. Wow.
Your statement's quite, and your answer's quite short, so we'll have time for
Probably can't
questions
put that
in a second. Trine, please.
on the screen.
This is a very short comment then. I think it's extraordinary how this turns into become a tribunal on amnesty. And I think that's not the concept. It was an open dialogue, right?
But they're the ones accusing of genocide. And I think that's pretty central.
You can
Oh, she's liking
speak
that.
after me, yeah, if you want, if Martin allows you. No, I just want to say, Natasha, I think you would make a very good politician, because you're actually using international law and weaponizing it against the critical voices against Israel. And I have to say, you do a very good case, but I don't think your arguments are based on law, they're political arguments. And that's fully fair, but don't cover it up in your interpretation of international law, while you have the whole international society more or less agreeing that Israel is in breach of international law, in breach of international humanitarian law.
Which law? Name one.
Geneva Conventions.
Geneva Conventions.
Which part?
Okay.
Oh no.
The whole point
Debate, bro.
being that you are using your position to do politics, and that's fully legal. So don't cover it up in legal arguments. Just stand by that you want to defend Israel. And I think it's quite extraordinary, as well as my last very short comment, that every time there is a discussion on the way Israel is waging its war, the counter-argument goes, but look at Hamas. And we have to look at Hamas, obviously.
That's the problem with those, because when you only listen to their opening statements, you wouldn't even know Hamas existed. They didn't mention Hamas. They didn't mention Hamas's activity. They didn't mention things that Hamas does that necessarily entail civilian deaths if you're trying to target them. If you're trying to target Hamas will make sure that you have to go through civilians to get them. And that's like a really important... But you just said they're bombing mosques, schools. Like, okay, were those mosques and schools only used for civilian purposes? Or are we not involving a war that has a military that literally uses mosques and schools for their operations and has tunnels underneath them? Yeah, silly.
There's no disagreement, I guess, in this room that we condemn that terror attack, right? That's not where the disagreement is. It's on the discussion on how Israel is carrying out its war. That's the discussion. That's why we discuss it.
Okay.
That cannot be covered up or forgotten because
there are a few things here. Now, actually, the allegation goes both ways, that you are both actually covering political bias by...
Yeah, I haven't said look at Hamas once.
Excuse me?
I haven't said look at Hamas once. I'm perfectly happy to discuss Israel's conduct and how it complies, not just complies, but goes over and above the requirements of international law. Because let me be clear, IHL and the key principles, necessity, proportionality, distinction, and precaution, they are quite basic. What Israel does consistently goes well above the requirements of international law in terms of preventing civilian casualties in Gaza. This is why this allegation is quite so heinous. Now, I haven't said look at Hamas once, apart from their own conduct in seeking to generate as many Palestinian casualties as possible. But the reason that they are an important party to watch here is because they
This is something I want to look into, because I saw there was this fucking Twitter argument between Haviv Rettig Gur and History Speaks about whether or not Hamas intentionally accelerates civilian casualties by the way that they fight. Like they fight in a way that they're intending to get more civilian deaths so that they can milk the rewards, which is more civilian deaths means more bad press for Israel. And I don't really know if there's any direct proof of that. I guess it's maybe just more like a... It's more like a inference argument, I suppose. But I don't really know where I'd stand on it. Like you can obviously, one thing you can't dispute really is that like, I really wish there was some kind of like thing that you can, like if you can IP ban on YouTube. I need to find out how to do that. Because the trolls are just getting a little bit too much. A bit much. The haters be hating. Let's see. Like we know that Sinwar said that civilian death tolls could benefit the group, right? I think he also might have argued that they were necessary at one point. Yeah, necessary sacrifices. But I don't know if this speaks to like their military policy or not, or if it's just them like fighting in a way to make it difficult for the IDF, and that's like the main intent. But it's not like they plan it in order to get their civilians killed, if that makes sense. Like the intent could just be to avoid fire, to make it harder for the IDF to find them. We have the Israelis, or it's post hoc, right? Like it's you're fucking losing, and you're just like, no, look, it's good. Like we might have lost all the military advantage, and we didn't get all the help we wanted from Hezbollah and the Houthis and from the West Bank and from Israel proper. We didn't get all that, but what we do have is lots of civilian deaths to make Israel look bad. Like it could be a post hoc like copium that he could be on. There's lots of different interpretations on a statement like this that you could extract. What the fuck? What's happening? What was that noise? Hello.
Hello. I just want to add one thing. Remember, Sinwar, very obviously like an ideological extreme in regards to like Islamic beliefs.
Yeah.
Which ideological extreme to that extent is someone that believes that anyone that dies for the cause of jihad against kuffar, which I guess like, Zionists would count as that.
What does kuffar mean?
Non-believers.
Okay.
They would automatically go to Jannah or heaven.
Okay.
So maybe that is also another aspect where he doesn't view the deaths as something negative because it is they're going to like heaven, which is like this world is a test to them to whether they go hell or heaven, and they just go to heaven.
Okay.
Maybe that's also an aspect of why he views them very positively, or viewed them as very positively.
Yeah. I get. So it's not like it maybe isn't so much like a post hoc thing because it's definitely something that they believe anyway. Like, but it's just I guess the question is whether or not it was their plan to get more civilians
in mind-
killed so that they could reap
keep
the
in
rewards
mind,
of
this
that.
is
Like,
a
that's part of the
belief-
strategy.
There's no real direct evidence to say that Hamas specifically puts themselves in a position or like want civilians to die for their actions, even though they put themselves in that position.
Mhm.
They do, since it happens, they probably, they try to fucking benefit from it.
Yeah, I mean,
Which,
especially
they,
if
they can't beat Israel militarily, might as well try to use propaganda to fucking smear it.
yeah, but like people are trying to give alternative explanations. So we've got someone in chat who's saying like that's why they dress like civilians. It's like, well, no, there are multiple reasons they might dress like civilians. So again, we're talking about the only reasonable inference. Another reasonable inference for them dressing like civilians is to make them harder to target. It's easier for them to hide. That's also everything that they do that endangers civilians could just as well be a way that makes it harder to hit their fighters, right? Because if they took a bunch of fucking trucks and went out into the field to fight, they'd all be dead within one day. So it's obviously they obviously have other reasons other than to like willingly and intentionally sacrifice their own people.
Yeah, there's plenty of reasons you can say for why they wear civilian clothing. Like for example, a surprise attack, right? Like they are so far behind, like military wise, in terms of equipment or whatever the fuck, or tactics or whatever the fuck, that they need this advantage where they dress as civilians to take a surprise attack. Because
but
remember,
that can just be to avoid
was
fire rather than to
but that also but that's also what happens in the West Bank with Israel, like special operations. They wear civilian clothing for why? So they can get the jump on someone or get the surprise attack on someone or to arrest someone that they don't want them to see come. They don't want them to be seen coming. You can argue that it's just specifically to be a surprise attack.
Is there such a thing as a Muslim purgatory?
Yeah, that's hell, right?
Oh no, purgatory I think is like the in between.
No.
Okay. You just go to one of
You're either going to hell or there's different levels to each thing.
Okay.
1 second.
People are saying there is. People are saying there is. Like after you die, there is like a middle place.
No, it was okay. It's on the Day of Judgment. It's not a permanent thing.
No, it doesn't. No, the purgatory is not permanent either. Yeah, like,
okay. Then yeah, that is.
I think apparently it's
because you're basically waiting. You're basically waiting to be decided to go heaven or hell.
Yeah, is that the word there?
But I've never heard that word.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, I don't even know about the word. I don't know the exact word you would call that place. I don't think I've learned that word.
Would you call it limbo?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
I don't know. Let me ask my parents about limbo.
Yeah, it just depends on what the word is. Apparently, barzakh is the closest thing. Someone else
I
is saying
mean,
something else. Hang on.
my mom's a lot more fucking educated religiously, so I'll probably ask her.
What does this mean?
Wait, what?
Well, apparently, purgatory can be a permanent thing. What? Okay, I don't know fucking religion. Maybe I'm asking.
Yeah, that's what I wait. Hold on, that's what I thought. Purgatory is a permanent thing. Like that's why I said it's not purgatory.
No, I thought. Wait, sorry. Wait, I thought purgatory was like if you're not quite ready for heaven yet, but like you need to do some shit first. Like you need to get cleaned.
By the way,
I thought purgatory was intermediate.
Alam al-Barzakh and Barzakh are just the same word, except for one of them has the world of before Barzakh.
Okay. Fuck those.
Okay, but yeah, that was like my point to add to like they're probably saying like it's good for civilians to die because there's also ideological religious reasons where they believe that every person that dies for this cause is going to heaven.
Yeah.
And although that is not true, if you willingly put yourself in harm and it's not self-defense, like for example, every person that died doing October 7th, that is definitely going to hell. Every person that might have like a new recruit into Hamas that dies while Israel's like going into Gaza, yeah, you could argue that he goes to heaven.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
so
it depends.
Motives, yeah.
It's all obviously I'm not a sheikh, and but the problem, the poison is the well is so poisoned with this topic when it comes to martyrdom, because everyone is very pressured to say like not to say that this Palestinian that died isn't a cheat, because the overall view is that Israel's occupying them, Israel's killing them, Israel. It's like always looked at like the Palestinians are not aggressing. So they will always look at like if they do die, in the grand scheme of things, they are dying in a defensive manner. So that means they would be considered shaheeds.
Interesting.
Anyway, I got a phone call. I'll talk to you later more about religious stuff.
Nice one. I take it. Wow.
That they are an important party to watch here is because they read these reports. They listen to what Amnesty and others say on international media and how it feeds into political statements. So we have the recent one from the UK, France and Canada as a case in point. And they take encouragement from that. This perpetuates the conflict. This costs Palestinian lives. Now, I appreciate the focus has been on Amnesty. May I just spread a little of the love by talking about Oxfam, Denmark, a tweet from the 23rd of December 2024. I'm afraid I had to translate a lot of this in Danish, but here we go. Case in point. Israel has only allowed 12 trucks of aid to reach northern Gaza in 2.5 months. Hunger is being used as a weapon of war, and Israel's blocking of aid is part of ethnic cleansing. Families are starving, children are searching through garbage for food. Ceasefire now. Right, that was an allegation. Israel had only allowed 12 trucks of aid to reach Gaza in 2.5 months. October 2024, 463 trucks. November 2024, 915 trucks. December 2023, so we're working backwards, right? 888 trucks. This misinformation is replete in the report, but Amnesty has put out as well a similar allegation, crucially, quoting from the report, during no month between October 2023 and June 2024, using either UNRWA or COGAT data, did the reported number of trucks carrying imports into Gaza come even close to reaching the daily average of 327 trucks?
Hang on, where is it?
3, so we're working backwards, right? 888 trucks. This misinformation is replete in the report, but Amnesty has put out as well a similar allegation, crucially, quoting from the report, during no month between October 2023 and June 2024, using either UNRWA or COGAT data.
So this is it, yeah. This is the thing that she's reading here. During no month between October 2023 and 2024, using UNRWA or COGAT data, did the reported number of trucks carrying imports into Gaza come even close to reaching the daily average of 327 trucks that entered this is including concrete. This is including fucking concrete. This is like the nicer version of the 500 trucks meme. This is including like this is including concrete. It's including fucking concrete. Oh god, they did the thing. I didn't even know they did that. Oh my god, it's fucking mental. Jesus Christ.
Data. Did the reported number of trucks carrying imports into Gaza come even close to reaching the daily average of 327 trucks? This is what the report says. It purports to have used COGAT data. Now, COGAT is the unit of the Israeli Defense Forces that is responsible for humanitarian provision in armed conflict. Right? They have a website set up. You can go and look this up and check, because it's all available there, as to the amount of aid that has gone in. Gaza-aid-data.gov.il. Right? This report clearly didn't take that into account because it's incorrect. 263 trucks entered on the 19th of May 2024. 324 trucks entered on the 20th of May 2024. 298 trucks entered. I'm going to take up too much of your time, but you get the picture.
You got the picture, and so and your argument here is that Israel is not using famine as a weapon.
Well, my argument, where we're being told that this is all because Israel doesn't allow international journalists and aid organizations.
Can you explain the concrete thing? Is it that the trucks not making it are bringing concrete, which is considered okay to block? No, people aren't even trying to get concrete in. So the origin of this issue with truck numbers is when people were saying, by looking at averages from pre-October 7th imports, they said that Gaza got about 500 trucks a day of aid. The problem was that those 500 trucks a day, one, excluded weekends, and two, it included trucks, mostly actually trucks that were not food aid. So it was like concrete, building materials, electrical equipment. So after October 7th, obviously there was no reason to be sending concrete and things like that into Gaza. So the number of trucks that were needed as for food went way down. Yeah, so on average, if you looked at, but people would constantly take this like pre-October 7th stat, which excluded like almost a week of the month, and also included a whole bunch of things that were not necessary to human survival. So they would take, say, like 100 trucks going in after October 7th on one day, but they would say, no, it should be 500. But it was never, like, Gaza has never needed 500 food trucks in one day before October 7th. But people would still just compare the current time when they would get food trucks in. And even then, sometimes the food truck numbers were too low, right? Because I think for food trucks, Gaza was estimated to need something between like 70 and 100. And also the contents of those food trucks would be very specifically things that can be used to get the most calories per truck. So obviously not putting in sweets and stuff like that, right? So that was the whole issue there with the 500 trucks. But then to this day, I believe, or even at least maybe they've stopped now, but people would for ages say that like this is still far below the 500 trucks thing. And these were human rights reports that did this. Like Human Rights Watch did it. Amnesty have apparently done it here. They've at least excluded the fuel trucks and the weekends. So they've taken down to 327. But it was still never 327 food trucks. Never. Per day before October 7th. So because this is a pre-Trump election. This is them talking about October to June. So they're basically saying that part of their evidence for genocide is that there were 327 trucks a day, excluding fuel, coming before October 7th, and now it's less. Therefore, they're starving the population. But they're just like, they're not telling you what these trucks contained. Because most of, like, I think it was more than half of them contained concrete alone, let alone other stuff. Is that just lazy reporting or malicious? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you.
Into Gaza. You have the information on the internet. You're still misrepresenting it. So please don't take us for fools.
So I understand that you're very, very critical of Amnesty International, but
today, the aid situation is very different because now they've had people who are having to fucking scrape and ration and make do with the aid that they have when that was imported before the ceasefire was broken by Israel. So a lot of aid went in during that ceasefire, like 650 food trucks and aid trucks a day. I think it was just food and medicine. So that was a lot of food going in. So there was a really big stockpile for after the ceasefire was broken. But the problem is that one, that aid is running out, and two, that aid was never being distributed evenly anyway. So that, plus this new plan that has been implemented just yesterday, has already resulted in the most predictable disaster in the division, which is people in Gaza, apparently, it seems like quite obvious now, both sides are claiming it, have stormed this little enclosed zone where people are supposed to collect aid because they haven't had enough for such a long time. These are the boxes that they were being given. You could see these like men from each family just carrying one of these boxes over their shoulder back into the Al Mawasi area. Salsa, he's saying salsa. So that's not good.
Ethically and Oxfam and probably a lot of other organizations as well. But my question is, we are not the only one in Amnesty International document.
The good Al-Aqsa flood, I mean, it's not necessarily good. Was there a gunshot? Apparently, so the news as it stands now is that there was a warning shot fired by the IDF, but I don't know. Oh, Preston Stewart's already talking about it. The US base overrun in Gaza. So the US contractors have fled the scene. I don't know if anyone's died, but that's like, oh God, I need to find the clip of me basically saying this is exactly what's going to happen. Holy shit. Fuck, where is it? First 2 weeks of April, there were, it's here, isn't it? What's the timestamps? 8, protests, sterile zone. Let's see. Is it going to be in the thing here or to be in the stream? Where are we? Rush. Okay. Here? That's their new aid plan. And if you know anything about the history of Gaza, you'll know that that's a massively problematic proposal because screening procedures, both apparently for letting people into the zone, but also for distributing aid when people have been without aid for quite a while now, is dangerous. It's insanely dangerous. There have been massacres in Gaza in the 50s because people were called up for a screening process that didn't have a big enough time window for the amount of people who had to go and do it, which meant people started rushing towards the screening facilities and soldiers panicking and shooting them because they thought someone in there was like a fedayeen or some shit. So yeah, there have been massacres where like 100+ people have died because of a screening procedure, because of the way that it was implemented. And in 1956, Gazans were not going hungry. Gazans were not like suffering from however many months, like 2 or potentially even 3 months at this point without aid. And this is also when it was like fedayeen. It wasn't when there was like fear of Hamas and things like that. So yeah, this is going to be it's a very, very shaky and like dangerous way to distribute aid. And it's also dangerous because it didn't really have that much precedent of people trying to do it. There are also some very interesting, if you want to know my take, by the way, on the proposal of, first of all, my take on aid is you should never stop aid. Never. There's nothing inherently wrong with humanitarian aid entering the hands of Hamas. If you don't want to do holding, if you don't want to hold territory where there are civilians, you have to accept the fact that the government of the places where there is territory being held, like they're going to get aid. You have to accept that. Sorry. Like, You don't get to punish the civilians in that area just because you don't want aid going to Hamas. Second thing, even if you want to use this plan and it successfully gets aid to civilians but not Hamas, well, how's it get to the hostages? Who's holding the hostages? So that's already them basically like fucking the hostages completely. Like, if Hamas doesn't get aid, hostages don't get aid. So, I mean, go figure, right? Second, position on occupation and taking out Hamas. I still hold the same position that I did on October 7th, which is that there's nothing inherently wrong with the idea of... Okay. Fuck, can someone clip that for me? I think it starts around... What was it? Starts around 1506. And just until the bit where I'm talking about people rushing for aid, because that might be quite useful to have. Whoop. I'll put it in the chat. Need clippers. Fuck. There you go. That'll be $5 per clip. Yeah, that's true. Chat, give me $5 for the clip. Proposal of first one, my thing on aid is you should never stop aid. Never. It's a very, very shaky and dangerous way to distribute aid, and it's also dangerous because it doesn't stop aid. Never. There's nothing to it. There are also some very interesting ways to distribute aid. Until like 1630. Yeah. Until 1630. That's probably good.
And we put aside our genocide report. Lots of other international...
What was this?
Well, my question is, we are not the only one in Amnesty International documenting this. And if we put aside our genocide report, lots of other international humanitarian organizations, we have UN organs, we have legal experts that are saying the same things, and we see pictures and videos of children that are being bombed, we see people starving. You're probably witnessing that on your social media, a lot of you that are sitting here.
But the argument here would be that is probably true, that there is starving, that there are civilian deaths, a lot of children have died.
Rasputin, nice to tier 1 sub, really appreciate it.
The question is really proportionality. I mean, at what point are the consequences of the war too high? I mean, is there a legal way to decide that, or is it actually, as it sounds, because also this discussion turns out to be a political discussion, and maybe it should be understood as a political question. Is it a political judgment to decide whether the proportions are too high?
No, it's not a political judgment.
Then how do you decide?
Collecting documentation from the ground, which is very, very difficult, as I said before. We cannot enter Gaza, so we need locals to help us go to the field and go to the specific attacks that have happened. We need reports from Doctors Without Borders that are present. Some of them still are. We have some UN bodies that are still present, Red Cross, and they are also saying the same things. They're saying that they need food, that people are dying from hunger now, that they don't have fuel, they don't have all of these equipment. And I mean, from what I hear from you, Natasha, you're saying that all of that is wrong? That is misinformation?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. We've heard pictures of starving children being referenced. I've seen them reported in the press, even yesterday by Sky News. I've also seen the remarkably well-fed mothers next to them. I have never encountered a mother who would eat before her starving child. The fact that very ill children who cannot consume or take in nutrients, which has been the case in several of these propaganda photos. The last one, the Sky News report, it was clear, if you read the small print, that this was a child who was so ill it could not accept its mother's breast milk or formula, right? The fact that these are being used, are being presented to you in the media and on social media as evidence of starvation is diabolical, because these are sick children that are being abused. If
that is a very, very strong claim. Like, do we even know that that's the mother? Like, that could be an orphan with a mother that's found. So there's so many. Also, when people are sick, they might be in a position where they're like beyond, where they're kind of beyond just giving them a bite to eat and they'll be fine. There can be people with special dietary needs who obviously are suffering. There can be people who like need, or even particularly with baby formula, that would be an issue as well. Like for mothers to feed their kids, like the mother does need to be well fed to feed their kids, especially if they're breastfeeding and things like that. So, I mean, fuck. That is a very, very, very strong claim. Ugh. There are no starving children. It's Pallywood. See, again, just fuck off. Just go. Why are there so many trolls today? What the fuck? I need to start creating new mods. Do I need to start modding people up? Okay. There's been much discussion regarding whether or not Israel's actions in Gaza constitute genocide. While this subreddit is apparently, as linking to Reddit, is prohibited, see the thread is Russia committing genocide against Ukraine. Reach the conclusion. Okay, what am I looking for here? Contrary to what is often assumed or asserted in various threats, specific intent does not require direct evidence in order to reach a conviction. Okay, we know that. International courts have established clear jurisprudence, constantly held. Yeah, circumstantial evidence is fine. Okay, does anyone disagree with this? Is this person just saying that you don't need a piece of paper? Yeah, we knew this. This is not controversial. Mental factor, impossible to determine. In the absence of confession of the accused, intent can be inferred. Yeah, no one disagrees with this. Yeah, okay, fine. But thank you for the quotes, just in case anyone says that you need a piece of paper. You don't.
There is an allegation of starvation in Gaza, and I appreciate that you are trying to facilitate both sides by accepting it. I fundamentally reject it without evidence, where the evidence demonstrates the opposite, that more than enough food has gone into Gaza. The analysis of this, I gave you some numbers, right? It doesn't mean much. I appreciate trucks, volume, tonnage. The analysis between January and July last year that was conducted by academics, including nutritionists, that looked at the nutritional value of the amount of food that had gone in, that is instructive, because over 3,000 calories per day per person went in over the course of that period. Now, that is well in excess of the NHS guidelines on recommended calorific intake. I'm assuming you have something similar here in Denmark. Where has this food gone? This is what was facilitated into the Gaza Strip
I think she meant to say caloric, but okay.
Israel. Over the ceasefire period, aid flooded in, so that the stopping of aid in order to pressure Hamas, since that ceasefire fell apart, was calculated on the basis that there was more than enough food.
Would you agree, at least, that within the last 2 months, until a few days ago, Israel withheld aid to get into Gaza?
This is what I was just saying. This is correct, because there was 5 to 6 months worth of aid stockpiled in Gaza. Where has it gone? Now, when I visited Gaza in September last year, I saw the enormous football field sizes of storage facilities at the border inside Gaza after inspection by Israel of food that was there, rotting in some cases.
Okay, all right. Just a very brief answer from you.
Okay. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. We're doing breaking news. I had no idea this happened. I had no clue. Look, Aberdeen. Local news, bros. Local news. What the fuck? Fucking Aberdeen defeated Celtic and won the Scottish Cup. For the first time in 35 years. The last time they won it was 1990. Before I was born. Look at the score. Look at the score. It's 2 own goals. Celtic were 1-0 up on an own goal, and then they got another own goal back from the Celtic goalkeeper. And then they won 4-3 on penalties. What the fuck? I just saw this a couple of days ago. I was like, hell yeah. The fuck? What an absolute force. It's just, I never actually watched the game yet, although I've seen highlights, but it's just so funny that this is how they win. It's the most Scottish fucking victory you could ever do. 2 own goals and a 1-0 and a 1 lead on penalties. 18% possession. Listen, less is more, okay? Less is more. Look how many shots Celtic had. 21, only 3 on target. Aberdeen had 5, 2 on target. Excuse me. Where's the accuracy percentage, bro? 18% possession. 82% drunk. What a fucking meme. Absolute meme sport. They had less possession of the ball than Palestinians do of Palestine. That's crazy. Yes, that's true. Yeah. And look what they did with it. Where are the highlights? They got the highlights. Where are the highlights?
Taylor winds one up.
Look at those. This is the whole game. The whole game is just Celtic almost getting the fucking ball in. And the whole game was spent in this box.
He's not that far away either.
It certainly was not. What a hit.
Carter Vickers was there.
It's the shittest fucking
And it finds its way through. And they've broken through the Aberdeen resistance.
It's Dorrington. It was off Dorrington on the way in.
Look, it hit off the defender's arm.
Yeah, it's an own goal, isn't it?
Oh, no, it's off his leg.
Goal
Okay.
scored by Alfie Dorrington.
What a dipshit. Oh no. These are the Celts that are from Glasgow. Yes, this is the Catholic football team from Glasgow.
Bernardo. Engels. Smacks the...
They won the Scottish Cup, not the Premiership. Wow, really? Thank you. And? The fuck?
It's good effort.
Oh god. Look, this is like... Now we can see those shots not on target, what they look like. They just had to get Celtic hitting the post like 15 times.
Held by Clarkson.
Brilliant.
Taking it quickly here. It's Forrest. And Luke McCowan. Blocked by Canustar. And then it was Taylor's effort deflected over.
And you look at Taylor's face, that's how close he thought it was.
Is your family Celtic or Rangers?
Engaged them quite well since coming on.
They have a worse ratio than the Israeli civilian combatant ratio. Yes, yes they do. Yes.
Sounds surprising.
This is how you win football as Aberdeen, as a Scottish team. You just have to hope that the team that's better than you. You just have to hope the team that's better than you almost scores for the entire game.
Particularly had a brilliant time of it of late, that's why.
Oh, fucking amazing, man.
Morris fires it in, and it's an equaliser!
It's so shit. This guy's acting like he did something.
And it's all about Shayden Morris, who's just on.
Bro, what did you do?
And that will send the cat amongst the pitches
It
for
just
sure.
bounced off the keeper's arm.
He'll be really disappointed when he sees
Look at this
it back.
deflection. Look where it's heading. It's heading just like, is he going to get that? Probably not.
Gets it all wrong.
Oof. That was good. Oh no, he lost it. Oh,
Favours Maida.
oh my god, did they really miss one of
to win the
these?
cup for Celtic, but Mitov makes the block. Big
That
moments
keeper's a fucking beast.
in big games, and that is one of them. Didn't make anything of it. Palaversa this time. Gay knocks it back, and it's lashed over by Polvara. Couldn't keep it down. McCowan. Flicked back by Taylor. It's McGregor. It's blocked.
Shite.
And then,
Oh, there's another one. There's another almost in. Oh, they're going to get another miss.
By
Oh, no.
Yang. What a hit it was from Jeffrey Sloop.
How relaxed he is on the strike.
And here's the penalties.
Dimitar Mitov.
And they got 4-3.
It is McGregor. And Mitov
Oh, yeah.
saves.
Look at this guy.
And it is advantage Aberdeen.
Like it's nothing.
The skipper fails. And it's
Look
his
at
opposite
him.
number.
Look at this fucking Scottish
It's
mess.
advantage Aberdeen. The skipper fails.
Look at this guy. Look how many fucking bullets this guy's sweating right now. This guy's sweating JDAM missiles.
And it's his opposite number, Graham Sherry, who's up first for Aberdeen. Can he give them the lead? He does! It's a brilliant penalty from Sherry for Celtic this campaign. He's been the player of the campaign. And he gets it through Mitov just.
Oh God, he's still like almost saving that one as well.
That's another terrific, cool penalty. And Aberdeen are now one penalty.
Oh, so the last one he either saves it or or it misses. Okay.
Away from ending this long wait for the trophy. And Alistair Johnston simply must score to keep Celtic's treble dream alive.
It's that incel against this fucking beast keeper. Hey, look at him go. Oh, he's crying.
Dimitar Mitov has won the Scottish Cup for Aberdeen. It is quite sensational. 35 years of pain and misery in this competition.
35 years of pain and misery. Yeah, that is my hometown. Yes.
An end in Hampden. And they have overcome the impossible by doing the unthinkable here.
Sensational.
Given no chance. Aberdeen.
Hey, thanks for the $10, Nick G. I really appreciate that.
Are Scottish Cup winners for the first time since 1990.
Was the last time they won this under Ferguson? No, I don't think Ferguson was there in 1990, was he? No, I don't think so. No. I mean, they might have.
You know, these are the moments that it's all about.
Fergie was there in the 80s.
He lifts the Scottish Cup. Aberdeen's first Scottish Cup lift in
35 years. Mate.
From ending this long.
I need to see this save again. This fucking beast. Look at that guy. This is like it's like the incel Giga Chad meme. This poor guy having to take on that fucking absolute machine.
To keep Celtic's treble dream alive. It's Aberdeen's Cup!
His fucking face.
Aberdeen's Cup!
That's the aura face.
Has won the
Assad style chin. Hang on, we need to see the. Where's the parade? They had the parade afterwards. What a fucking shithole. It's so many people, man. I've never seen so many people in this area. Last time I was in this area was a fucking when there was a crowd here was the pro-Palestine one in like 2022 over Sheikh Jarrah. Back when pro-Palestine protesters were like kind of normal. Fuck. Cute. Oh, they're doing little autographs. Oh my god, I've never seen someone sign up there before. Wow, soy. I love it that this is like, someone told me that they said this looks like a fucking World War II celebration. Probably because the town looks exactly the same. 2021. Oh, is it 21? Okay. Forgot. Huh. That guy's wearing his t-shirt backwards. It's very likely. This is like our main street. This is the main street in Aberdeen. The high street. It's like about a mile long. There are people way up there though. There's people like almost halfway up the street. This is actually a lot longer, a lot bigger than it looks actually, if they're where I think they are. Huh. Cute. Wow, well done, boys. Well done. Shit. This looks like a drama series I'd find on Netflix. What? What? Hello, Sev.
Hey, I just wanted to say, how is my town's team better than fucking Aberdeen?
Is it?
Yes. I was surprised. At least their stats are way better. Like, what the fuck?
You play against different teams, motherfucker. What do you mean your stats? What?
Just by looking at that fucking match, that shit was horrendous. It looks like they're like the bottom C tier of the fucking teams that play in my city.
Wait.
Okay?
Hang on.
Right?
When's the last time? Hang on. When's the last time a Scottish team played an Israeli club? Scottish football team versus Israeli club. Let's see how the.
I am
this is how we
probably
find out
not
to
the
get
best person
leagues
to talk
matching.
about football, but let's go.
So Scotland defeated Israel in 2021.
Scotland, not Aberdeen.
Yeah, but I'm just looking for club teams. I don't know where to find it. Fuck, someone else can do that. That's too much. God.
Hold on.
Israel defeated Scotland in 2020. Scotland won on penalties in 2020. There was a draw in 2021. 2020. Okay, so Scotland definitely winning. Okay, nice one.
Okay, hold on. I'm seeing several matches here. There's a tie. Israel winning tie. With actually no. This is penalties and what's it called? Scotland winning, and then Scotland winning, and then Israel tying. So Israel beat them once, tied twice, lost twice. Surprised. Maybe it's because they never let Arabs get into those leagues.
Damn.
No, but seriously, I'm surprised that the fucking Aberdeen. I thought you guys would have better footballers. No.
What are you talking about? That keeper was a fucking beast.
Bro, he cried.
It's hard to. It's also
after 35 years.
As far as I know, it's not easy to judge like a football team based on like a game because it depends on their opponents, right? Like obviously footballers look a lot better if their opponents are much better. And like Celtic have beaten Barcelona not that long ago. So like yeah, fuck.
A fucking weird flex for my town. Their beach football team is the best in the world.
Yeah,
the best in the world. The beach football team.
Wait, what? The beach football? What's the beach football team?
Have you ever seen beach football? Just put on beach football, you'll see.
What is this like a bunch of like people who are quite good playing against people who are shit and they look amazing? Is that what this is?
Well, no, it's bro, my fucking team, like my town's team has no funding. They're all fucking volunteers against people like paid to play, and they're the best in the fucking world. That is a fucking feat, okay?
Wait, apparently in 2020, Hapoel Beersheva beat Motherwell. They beat a Scottish team. So where's Hapoel Beersheva?
Beersheva is the. What do you mean? You don't know Beersheva? Beersheva is like
the football team.
Very down south. It's named after the fucking city.
Beersheva. Yeah, but what league are they in compared to your one? Are they better than your one or worse?
I don't think they are better than ours. Hold on. Because I think my town's team is ranked 13th in the country.
Because Kfar Qasim versus H Beersheva.
Wow. You want I don't think they would be called Kfar Qasim because the name of the football club.
Okay, apparently Kfar Qasim. No, they beat Tel Aviv, Hapoel Tel Aviv in 2024.
Yeah, they're like they're known as the best Arab football team currently.
Oh, it's called Falfala. Is that what they're called?
Filfila.
Okay.
It's named after a restaurant that sponsors them. Because we don't have any government funding or what is the word? Municipality funding?
Hang on. Yeah. Municipal funding. Israeli Premier League.
Zelzo, they're both like sponsored by the same restaurant. This restaurant's like 50 years old. That's why they have time.
So the Premier League table, well, Beersheva is actually top of the Israeli Premier League. So is Kfar Qasim, is your team in here? Are they in the Premier League or are they in?
They're in the 8th tier. Well, hold on. Because I told you I'm not the best.
The 8th tier is not the Premier League though, is it?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so if these guys are top of the fucking Israeli league
they have
and they defeat Motherwell 3-0, Then Motherwell's like a shit team in Scotland. Hang on, wait. Scottish Premier League. This probably means that Aberdeen would absolutely annihilate your team. But
They're not third team. Hold on. They would
or
absolutely
we would just watch
not.
you miss for a whole game and then win on penalties.
Alright, they don't miss as much as your fucking
Yeah, Motherwell
guys
just
do.
lost to Ross County, mate. There's no chance. There's no fucking chance. Alright, fuck. I don't know.
What the fuck is Ross County?
They're a shit team in Scotland. Shit league
Right,
team
listen,
in Scotland.
get a beach soccer team and then we can compare, okay?
Okay.
Let me beach soccer world global rankings. Hold on.
Check them on FIFA. I don't know. That's probably the best way, right? Their FIFA ranking.
One sec. National teams. No, not national teams. We're ranking clubs. Here.
Alright, I'm gonna
I'll send you
go.
one.
I need to go.
No, you're not.
What?
I sent you the link for the beach beach soccer ranking, beach fucking
Fuck is
whatever.
this? Okay.
There,
I've
look
never
how
seen
many
this.
points they're ahead of it. Yeah, well, obviously because
What,
it's
the
not as
Brazil
popular regular
beach team?
football. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they are quite far ahead.
Yeah, they're quite far. No, you're looking at the national. Yeah, you need to look at clubs.
Clubs.
Yeah, scroll up.
Oh,
There,
clubs.
it says clubs. You'll see.
Oh my god, what the
KQ.
fuck?
Where are you going?
Right, I see that, yeah.
Yeah, they're quite ahead of everyone else on the fucking men's side.
That's quite wild.
Yeah, no, it's a fucking weird flex to have. Oh yeah, Cloudcasting Beach Soccer Club, best in the world.
Okay. Huh. Interesting. This is them
Yeah.
having a match against Pisa.
Yeah,
This is them in the final.
By the way, another
What the
thing
fuck is beach soccer? They're just playing on a beach? Oh yeah, they play barefooted. Okay, this
it's
is
actually pretty hard. It's pretty hard, and
Yeah, I
it's
know,
way
I
more
tried
time
playing
than regular
football
football.
inside,
While at the same time,
Wait,
there was
there's
no
also a lot
explanation
less
for
Fucking
players on the
Varoufakis,
field.
fuck off. Hang on. Alright.
What the fuck? Where
Okay, let's just see. I just want to see the match, okay?
Yeah, go for it.
What? Okay.
It's awesome, bro. It's a lot more exciting to watch for the regular football, for me, honestly, because they're actually doing tricks and shit.
How many goals do they score?
You should watch. You should see some of the matches they play. Okay. If you go to the rank, no, pause the video for a second. Go to the rankings since you asked about goals, right?
Yeah.
Go to the rankings. Click on the club of my town, right?
Uh-huh.
Then you should see results at the top.
Oh, sometimes you get like 13 goals, 7, 8. Yeah,
Yeah.
17. Nice one. Okay, I need to go get my fucking food and bathroom. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yes, I know there's a fucking Sinwar article of him saying that it's worth 100,000 Gazans dying. We're not debating about whether or not they say that. We're debating on whether or not it's part of their, like, it's their intentional military strategies to get more civilians killed. Fuck! All right. Yeah. All right. Be right back.
called it began.
Yes.
Well, Deborah, if I were to pose to you the notion that Vladimir Putin appears to be, based on his recent remarks, what some might call in the academic sphere of military and foreign policy to be a Weasley fucking little liar dude. He appears to be a liar, a fucking Weasley little liar dude. We've consulted this military expert of Oxford, Cambridgeshire. Do you accept the notion that Vladimir Putin, this house believes, is literally lying to his audience right now?
This invasion, this war.
Excuse me.
Which are two words.
Hey, chat. You guys are looking cute today. If I don't get a $3 million house, you've all enabled fascists. Sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. We are here today to debate the following motion, the dog brothel conjecture. The motion today is dog brothels are, one second, no more unethical than cheese. Taking the affirmative today will be tentacular male Ron, least deranged vegan. Taking the opposition will be Xylo. You guys have the floor. Would you like to make opening statements, or do you just want to go straight in? I feel like I should have better arguments. I don't know, like if I'm just given all these fucking, I like it when you just keep on giving people bullets and they're just like, it's just, it's really funny. It's still fine, but with South American stuff or like Bach and all that, it's all just so like random. You know, there's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it, and that's how. Like there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like there's lots of chromatic stuff, and whereas even if you're playing like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than like remembering because jazz you make up a lot of it, and also just because you got. Like there's still a few like scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's just very, very odd. Like every shape in a tune can be like a new shape that you've never played before.
אבי, תעמוד רגיל כאזרח רגיל, לא כמאבטח. שלא יחשבו איזה מישהו חשוב עכשיו פה. Okay, you see that's the border, Nasif. The closest point to the border is that area where's the antenna or the tower over there in the hill. Mm-hmm. That's a community called Dovev. That's the border, you see the curve. That's the border, and nearby there's a chicken farm. And Dovev itself, both were hit by anti-tank missiles. They didn't hit tanks, they hit community, homes, civilians. Electrician was killed there, fixing electricity. People, synagogue was hit in Dovev. You see here, this is a kibbutz Bar'am, also hit so many times by Hezbollah from Maroun el-Ras. This is Maroun el-Ras. You see that village, the highest peak, that's called Maroun el-Ras. By the name Maroun el-Ras, it's supposed to be a Maronite homeland, Maronite town, with people live there, Maronites, but it's not. People who live there are Shia Muslims who support Hezbollah, who Iran, with the intelligent officers sitting in it and managing all this region. So that's Maroun el-Ras showing you who are the original people who were living here in this land and today are not. Below it you have Yaron, it's another town, and you have Yaroun and Binjbel back after.
That's Binjbel?
Binjbel is there.
That's what they call the terror town, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You see Maroun al-Ras and Binjbel, you continue a little bit with the slopes. Furthermore, you see Binjbel. You see that tower far away, there's like tower.
Yeah.
That's a Maronite town called Anibel. And nearby another town called Dibel. So there are 3 Maronite towns here in this region, Dibel, Anibel, and Ermesh, who are surrounded by a Shia Hezbollah stronghold that using them as a human shield, firing missiles from their towns toward North Israel communities, asking for response of IDF in order to destroy Christian homes and churches and get Israel in troubles by saying that they are attacking Christians. People of the world should know these atrocities by Hezbollah by terrorizing Christians and using them as a human shield. And they will do it more and more during the war. They already infiltrated Mount Lebanon. They dig tunnels in Mount Lebanon, storehouses of ballistic missiles to fire from nearby Anaya of St. Charbel in order to actually make all of us here stand with them against Israel. If you don't, as Mar...
Whoa. Shit. Okay. Let's go back to watching this shit. It's almost done.
What is, would you accept that there is a challenge in creating a sound picture of what is happening, for instance, with aid in Gaza? I mean, the argument here is it's actually coming and then it's disappearing because Hamas is getting it, stealing it, blocking it, or whatever. This is the argument of Israel. What do you make of this when you look at Israel's actions?
From what I hear from other NGOs, and I just participated in a briefing as well with the heads of Red Cross and Dangerous Aid and other UNICEF as well, they are saying that there is no food there. It's empty, and they're saying we don't have evidence that it's Hamas that is deliberately stealing this. Of course, at the moment, people are desperate in Gaza. Everyone is looking for food. Everyone is looking for how to survive just one more day. So of course, people will be eager and desperate to get the food that will come in, but it's not an organized crime by Hamas to steal it. That's not what the big NGOs are telling us. And you were just referring to numbers from Israel. I mean, we need to broaden our perspective and also hear about other organizations that are in Gaza, not just relying on information that comes from Israel. Hamas.
Do you think that the numbers and the claims coming from Israel are trustworthy?
Yes, for this reason. I worked in Israel at the Supreme Court. In 2016, I clerked for the former president, the late Miriam Noel. And I know that Israel is a country of law and order. I know that institutions are held accountable. That's one of the reasons that there will be a delay in getting comment from official spokespeople, from the spokesperson's unit of the IDF, when incidents happen, they're reported on the media. So, the truth takes even longer to get its pants on in Israel because it has to be absolutely accurate before they put it out. The notion that this information can be cast aside, as it clearly has been in this report and others, and Hamas can be relied on as a substitute, is mind-boggling, but it is indicative of what has happened, not just to international organizations, but also to the media across this period. So I have spent a significant degree of time over the last year with Douglas Murray, who I've known for a very long time. He went on an embed with the IDF in Lebanon. Unlike in Gaza, where the...
Uh-oh. Not Douglas. Oh, God. Douglas fucking Murray. Oh, no. Shots fired.
Circumstances of that armed conflict, and when I was there in September, I saw that Hamas had booby-trapped every second house in Rafah that we were in, and was using mosques, schools, and hospitals to conduct its terror operations from. So whereas journalists can cannot be allowed into Gaza in those circumstances. There was the possibility for them to embed with IDF forces in Lebanon. And do you know what those journalists said? We have to be very careful, of course, what we report because of our colleagues in Beirut. And what Hezbollah, another Iranian terror proxy, would do to their colleagues if they reported the wrong thing. Where is the journalistic integrity, ladies and gentlemen? And where is the integrity of these organizations that Amnesty and others are relying upon that have consistently put out false information? Only yesterday there was a report that UNICEF was being used to channel funds from the British government into Hamas hands in cash. It's starting to become clear how Hamas have paid for this extraordinary terror army that they have built over so much time. The fact that these organizations operating in Gaza are not able to put information out that does not have the blessing of Hamas shouldn't come as a surprise to any of us. But those that repeat it, who have this context and this knowledge, they are severely responsible.
Okay. Trina, briefly, yeah.
I find it mind-blowing that you say that Amnesty's numbers are wrong. Oxfam, UNICEF, UNRWA, UNDP, all these numbers are wrong. But you actually do not come up with others. You just refer to the Israeli website.
I think I just explained exactly why those numbers are wrong and cannot be trusted, because they have been shown time and time and again, including the fact that IPC reports...
The problem with like listing, saying, oh, these 20 or these 30, 40, 50 organizations all say the same thing, it's because their numbers are, and their analysis is all based on the same sources. So it's not really, you are kind of only really attacking one source when you do a lot of this, but yeah.
Right, that previously predicted famine in Gaza were based on that incorrect information. They've been discredited. They've been shown to have been based only on impartial information and to have reached implausible conclusions again and again and again, even by UN bodies like the Famine Review Committee. So, I mean, only a crazy person would use the same wrong numbers again and again and again and expect a different outcome and expect them to be accurate. So
You're part of a group called the UK Lawyers for Israel, right?
We do what we say on the tin.
And you make your own reports. I do not know on what numbers you based your reports, though. But you made different reports. And one of your colleagues said that the main health problem in Gaza before the terror attack was obesity.
That's completely wrong. I'm sorry. That's another major misrepresentation. No,
okay.
That's another major misrepresentation.
Okay, but then...
It's just to say, I think it's fully fair, but it's a political point of view. It's not a legal or an informative point of view.
Okay, it's an interesting discussion. It is. It's very important. We have to include you up here. So, is this the only mic here? And who is going to? I'm not running around with it. So who is?
I do not.
Okay. And please, people, brief as possible. If you want just to do a statement, another question, please do. But do.
How is it possible to have only one source when you have 15 remaining aid partners on the ground? Because for most of the war, the majority of the time of the war, the only organization that actually even claimed to have full numbers on all the aid trucks going into Gaza was Koga, the Israeli one. Every other, but sometimes all these organizations like UNRWA did this, particularly like notoriously, was that they only used their own data, or they used a limited set of data that they had the capacity to collect. And then they would even say in very small writing, this is incomplete data, but then they would be used to push headlines by every other organization like Oxfam and everyone else to say, this is the amount of aid going into Gaza. And then this would be headlined across people like fucking Cradle and like Human Rights Watch and Amnesty and like the fucking drop site people. I'm talking about for the majority of the war, Sulfur. I did say that. Did I not say that twice? Did I not say for the majority of the war that the full data, the only organization that had it for most of this war up until the ceasefire breaking was Koga? Was I not careful enough with my words there? Like, fuck.
Very brief, so we can continue to another question. Let's start up here, yes? And up here, see? Up here, yeah. And give us your name before and then the question. Well done. Yes, that was a bit of a detour, but all right. Okay.
Hello. Yes. Okay. I'll try to be brief because I'm more interested in the reply than in my own questions. I want to get the names right. Anele, you're from Amnesty International. More than once I heard you say today that your reports align with other organizations and quote, Doctors Without Borders and Red Cross. I want to lean back. You mentioned those two organizations. And I want to go back to something that Christian said, that there is a bias that can be proved about those organizations. But by the very simple example that even though those organizations, specifically the Red Cross, is in Gaza, they haven't visited the hostages once. How can we trust someone who is so close to the real, most direct victims of the conflict right now? They haven't been visited once, not by claims of them, and not by Hamas. No one has allowed them. That Amnesty International holds a very big responsibility on putting numbers that are beyond question, and putting claims that are beyond question. And the accusation...
So the question...
is...
What forum is this? It's called the UK LFI... No, this is uploaded by them. I don't know who hosted it. They're in Copenhagen. Well, obviously, the accents. I don't know.
It's exactly that. How can you base numbers and methodology on organizations that can be proved that have a bias against Israel and bear the responsibility of Amnesty International to back these claims, but following those questions?
Okay, in a sense, we already covered this, but just briefly, we are talking about organizations which Israel and other critics would say have a bias against Israel, like UNRWA, for instance. What do you say?
Red Cross do not have a bias, what I know, against Israel, and we do not have a bias in Amnesty against Israel. So it's not correct. And the things that we do...
Just please don't laugh when people are saying anything. Just don't do that again, okay? All right? That's really, really stupid. Just get out. All right. Just maybe you should explain why Amnesty International doesn't have a bias against Israel.
I think I've said that already from the beginning what our mandate is, and our mandate is to cover violations of human rights and violations of international humanitarian law. And that is what we are doing, and we are looking into the attacks that happened the 7th of October. I already said that. And also what is happening now in Gaza against civilians. So our aim is to protect civilians, and that's it. And that is what we're doing, and we are relying on information that we get from trusted NGOs like Red Cross, like UNICEF, like OCHA, like IPC, like Doctors Without Borders. And we would, if we could, we would like to have an office ourselves in Gaza where we have been kicked out of Israel. So we're relying on local field workers.
Okay. Thanks. And Christian.
Yeah, I would just like to comment real quick, because I actually agree with Trina. This shouldn't be like a football match where you are rooting for one team. And I can't sit here and rule out that there might have been committed war crimes in this conflict. And I just think it should be up to the ICJ and not Amnesty International to decide. And I will say this, it's just very, very, very unlikely that there is a genocide. I think the only part that has had genocidal intent in this conflict is Hamas. And that is very clear because they have a stated purpose of trying to destroy Israel or Jews.
Do you think Hamas has genocidal intent? We're talking about genocidal intent when it comes to Israel. Do you think Hamas does?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on that. What I can say is
what was this question? Oh, is Hamas guilty of genocide?
Do you think Hamas has genocidal intent? We're talking about genocidal intent when it comes to Israel. Do you think Hamas does?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on that. What I can say is what I can say is based on what I know. They made a terrible outrageous terror attack on Israel, that we can only do one thing about: condemn, and we can ask for the responsible people to be persecuted and punished.
Okay.
Like everyone else.
Okay. So you don't know. So what do you think, Natasha? And we need more mics for the next time.
Forgive me, but there are some responses that are laughable, and this is one of them. Hamas is clear about its genocidal intent. Yahya Sinwar was clear when he called before the 7th of October to tear down the border and tear out the hearts and the livers of the Jews, right? Genocidal intent against the Jews, remember. Ethnic, racial, religious or national group. The fact that anyone would have anything less than a degree of 100% clarity, given the repeated statements by Hamas, given their charter, and given their clear statements to commit those genocidal acts over and over again, is utterly baffling.
Right. Will you answer? Yeah?
No, I just noticed that Natasha just basically wants to laugh at my answer, so it's, it's a very good conversation.
Actually, there was an argument that the leader of Hamas said something very clear about destroying Israel and tearing out the...
and also, Hamas, it's a terror organization.
No, I'm just asking you if you think that Hamas has genocidal intent behind the terror attack.
They certainly committed a whole lot of war crimes, probably also crimes against humanity. That's why there is an arrest warrant also at the ICC for one of the leaders that also passed, died, killed, yes, like the two others.
Yes.
That was also on the list. You want to take that?
Please, I want to take it, yes. Thank you.
It's just, I think this point is very central, because this proves a bias. You're reluctant to say whether Hamas...
Andrew DeVilliers, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I feel like the left struggles to accept that the side with less power can still have worse ideas, whether it's on anti-white racism or anti-Semitism. Yeah, there's a very big like underdog bias, or it's very weird, yeah.
Has a genocidal intent, but you're very quick in judging Israel as having a genocidal intent, even though that is very...
What would you say if you were asked if Hamas had genocidal intent behind the attack in October 7?
In Amnesty International, we haven't done research into the question of genocide from Hamas's.
But why not?
We haven't. We are right now looking into the war crimes that took place and crimes against humanity against the Israeli populations.
Okay, just to let you, I mean, nobody really gets more clever or enlightened by sounds and laughter and so on. I have a question here and then up here afterwards. Name, please, and question.
My name is Nina Bond. First of all, Natasha, from one lawyer to another, thank you for your patience. We've just heard today from you, Trina, that you base your politics and your statement as a politician on what comes from Amnesty. So I'm putting you aside, and unfortunately again, a question for Amnesty. When, or let's say, if ICJ conclude that there's a genocide, is there not a risk that Amnesty, by being so bombastic in your conclusive and report, that you've undermined the concept and the protection of that term because of your premature conclusions? And how do you think people will react?
I think that's what you'd call a loaded question.
Out on the streets with activism and calls of weaponized resistance if and when ICJ comes to the conclusion that there's no genocide, because they will point at you and say, you told us there was a genocide. Are you not at risk at harming this?
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
As I also said earlier, we're looking at all violations against, all violations of international humanitarian law and human rights. And we don't have a hierarchy. So we look into war crimes, we look into crimes against humanity, into genocide, if that's what we can find documentation and see that is going on. And we believe that genocide and the convention was made with the purpose of preventing such an act from being committed again. And we believe that we have the responsibility to put out all the documentation that we have available, to analyze it, to use our legal experts, our teams of military experts and tech experts, to then look into if this is genocide or not. And we also respect the ICJ, and of course they should have time to come with their verdict and do their own
But the question
investigation as well.
was whether you were too fast in establishing this as a fact.
No, I don't think
If the court will come to the conclusion that it's not genocide, that you were
well, then
wrong.
we will have to look at that. I mean, I don't know what will happen at the ICJ, but I believe that we and Amnesty have found so much evidence and so much documentation that we can put out this report. I don't know if you read it, but it is very comprehensive.
Several times.
Yeah.
Okay.
We believe that it
All right.
documents it.
Okay. Up there, that's a question, please.
All right, my name is Tobias, and I'll keep this rather brief because it's mostly just a question of elaboration. We've talked a lot about biases,
He's going to say a long
both in relation to Hamas, but also in relation to non-governmental agencies and organizations backed by the UN who were put in place to stop the atrocities of the 20th century from ever repeating itself. And just before, maybe a couple of minutes ago, we kind of glossed over the part where we talked about the fact that we're not allowing any third-party observers in Gaza. Like, to my knowledge, there are two biased parts in any conflict. That counts for Hamas as well as Israel. Why do Israel not allow any third-party observers? Just a question, I don't know.
We don't really have any officials from Israel, but you want to?
I can tell you.
Yeah.
I can tell you what I've been told when I've asked that a question of officials, and it's because of the military situation in the Gaza Strip, and frankly, the limited ability that I had to visit with a military expert panel was limited. What journalists have consistently demanded is the ability to wander freely, to speak to people. That is not possible in the context of the armed conflict that Israel has been forced to encounter in the Gaza Strip. But there is a very important point here. May I just come back to it briefly? And it's relevant because the ICJ was just referenced again. And it comes back to this debate about whether international law is being rewritten. And I thought I had seen this in the report, but I didn't want to say anything before locating the quote. It's
The way she talks, holy shit, she talks like a cop.
But I didn't want to say anything before locating the quote. It's baffling to me, the argument that was being put forward, because the report at paragraph 5.5.2 on intent is perfectly clear that Amnesty is rewriting the definition of genocide, or at least seeking to develop international law significantly, where it says, however, it's referring to the International Court of Justice, rulings on inferring intent can be read extremely narrowly, in a manner that would potentially preclude a state from having genocidal intent alongside one or more additional motives or goals in relation to the conduct of its military operations. As outlined below, Amnesty International considers that this is an overly cramped interpretation of international jurisprudence, and one that would effectively preclude a finding of genocide in the context of an armed conflict. This is what they say in their own report, so to have it contradicted by a representative today, and to be told, no, we're not seeking to rewrite international law here, just apply it, really does stretch the bounds of credibility.
What was the answer to the question?
Uh-oh.
Why is
Security issues. Just imagine for a moment, right? These journalists, these international organizations...
Hermione Granger. Wow, well done. Good one. Okay. We're going to do a breaking news break, okay? It's not really breaking news, it's like 6 hours ago. That still counts. So, we've spoken before about Israel's new aid plan for Gaza, which involves the IDF surrounding a secured site, and within the site you have US private security contractors, 2 of them, distributing aid in Gaza. The purpose of this is allegedly to stop aid from getting into the hands of Hamas, so that each family has one representative who can pick up a certain amount of aid. I believe it's 44 pounds of aid in a box that is sufficient for the family, but not sufficient for it to be distributed amongst other actors who the IDF doesn't want to have it, which would be Hamas. So this is like their attempt to have a very creative, unprecedented aid plan that gets aid to civilians, but not to Hamas. This was day one of them doing this.
Which uses armed American security contractors, aims to bypass the United Nations as the major aid supplier to Palestinians.
It's basically about them bypassing the United Nations. You can see them there walking home with their, like, outside of the screening zone. So what happens is people, representatives from families, turn up for a screening procedure. They get screened. They get the boxes of aid, and then they bring it back to their family, like over their shoulders. So they go back into the humanitarian zone, which would probably be Al-Mawasi or something like that. This was day one of them doing that. Just those images of them picking up the aid and bringing it back. More trucks going into Gaza. Day two of them doing this has resulted in a crisis. It's resulted in one of the distribution centers being overrun by Palestinians pushing into it, going through the walls and pushing into the center. And the American security contractors backed out. They evacuated the area. There were warning shots fired to disperse the crowd. I don't know if anyone died or was even hit, but maybe we'll find out soon. But yeah, it's already chaos. Day two. This is scenes from the overrunning. And another one. So already, before any of this happened, there were lots of aid organizations, including the UN and other groups, that basically said that they didn't want to take part in this plan because they thought it was useless. They thought it was a really bad idea. They thought that it would result in maybe instances like this. And again, it brings me no joy to say that, like, that's their new aid plan. To say it should have been. This clip is too short. Fuck's sake. And it brings me no joy to say that this was quite predictable. This is from, so the plan went into place yesterday. This video is from 13 days ago. Double box, oh no. And if you know anything about the history of Gaza, you'll know that that's a massively problematic proposal because screening procedures, both apparently for letting people into the zone, but also for distributing aid when people have been without aid for quite a while now, is dangerous. It's insanely dangerous. There have been massacres in Gaza in the 50s because people were called up for a screening process that didn't have a big enough time window for the amount of people who had to go and do it, which meant people started rushing towards the screening facilities and soldiers panicking and shooting them because they thought someone in there was like a fedayeen or some shit. So yeah, there have been massacres where like 100+ people have died because of a screening procedure, because of the way that it was implemented. And in 1956, Gazans were not going hungry. Gazans were not like suffering from however many months, like 2 or potentially even 3 months at this point without aid. And this is also when it was like fedayeen. It wasn't when there was like fear of Hamas and things like that. So yeah, this is going to be like it's a very, very shaky and like dangerous way to distribute aid. And it's also dangerous because it doesn't really have that much precedent of people trying to do it. There are also some very interesting, if you want to know my take, by the way, on the proposal of, first of all, my take on aid is you should never stop aid. Never. There's nothing. Okay, well done, buddy. Okay, good power. So yeah, this was all very predictable. The fact that it only took 2 days for this to actually take place, not particularly surprising. But apparently these boxes are supposed to last a week.
محمد بارمانة طول شغال الله يسهطه الله
That's the sound of a gunshot for sure. Or maybe, I don't know. This is apparently where it started.
About 10 minutes ago, they were calling it out from the town. That was about 10 minutes ago, they were calling it out from the town.
Thanks for calling out the hypocrisy of both sides when it suits them.
Both sides. Thanks for the 100 Swedish. Thank you so much. Jaco Perino, whatever. Thank you so much. Hang on. Okay. Oh, why are you giving me the Arabic version that's cut? All right. Article 23. Article 23. So, IHL, if you want to know the debate about this and what the legal analysis is, basically what Israel are trying to do is they are trying to go by this interpretation of the Fourth Geneva Convention, Article 23, consignment of medical supplies, food and clothing, which says that there could potentially be exceptions for allowing humanitarian aid free passage into an area if there is fear that the consignments might be diverted from their destination, that the control might not be effective, or that they might advantage, or that advantage may accrue to the military efforts or economy of the enemy. So the claim is that the old way of distributing aid, which is the more conventional way, which is you let a truck in, it's screened, it's checked, then it goes into the other side, and then it's picked up by humanitarian organizations like the UN, World Food Programme, WCK, Red Cross, and then it's distributed throughout the strip. So the problem they've claimed with that is that those trucks get seized by Hamas or by gangs, and then they get distributed. And in particular, if Hamas is doing it, because they're still the government in a lot of these parts of Gaza, if they're doing that, then they're also going to abuse that aid and extort their population to fund their war effort. So Israel's whole thing here is to say that we want to have a way of getting aid to the civilians that doesn't mean it gets into the hands of Hamas so that they can use it for a military advantage. The problem is that there doesn't seem to be any way to do that. If you're not going to completely occupy an area that you've cleared out of Hamas and you're going to have Hamas governing parts of the strip, you are not going to prevent them from taking at least some of the aid and distributing it in a way that benefits them militarily. So the choice that you make within the confines of this would be, is it worth the amount of civilian suffering that it would result from a loss of humanitarian aid for a prolonged length of time in exchange for militarily weakening Hamas? The answer I would say is definitely no. It's like 100% no. You shouldn't be starving out 500,000, 1 million, 2 million people because it weakens Hamas. That's not really legally you can starve Hamas, by the way. You can starve your enemy, but to have that much civilian harm in exchange for trying to starve out Hamas in a way that might not even be effective and resulting in things like this, I would say that's not good. Not good at all. The new aid group has downplayed the overrunning, apparently. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, yeah, this is the American contractors. So they fell back to allow a small number of people to take food. A small number.
That was about 10 minutes ago, they were calling it out from the town.
A small number. Mate, it's like... It's not a small number. Only a couple of handfuls, a couple of thousand handfuls. It's just the propagandistic word inversion, isn't it? It's like a small amount of people for our massive boxes of aid. Like, okay. So they were so optimistic. 2, it's tahini. Are they joking that it's salsa? I don't know. Oh no, salsa. I know this. I think salsa is the Arabic word for sauce, isn't it? Yeah. Just a big box of Sabra. Shit. This is them before the event, I guess, showing the new sites. This is the queues that they have to enter for the screening procedures. You can see there. And I guess that's the exit. This is just such a ridiculous plan, man. That's just the site without the, why is it bad? Because on day 2, the facility got overrun. Because if you're having to cram people who have been without aid for potentially like a couple of months now, and you get them to queue up in here in these little cages when they're worried that aid's going to stop soon. They're worried that that they might not be safe when they head back into the humanitarian area where they're just on their own and they're not armed and they can't defend themselves against anyone who might try to rob them. And there's this many people crammed in hot weather in this little area waiting to get screened. And the screening area itself is probably quite tense. Yeah, you're going to have panics. You're going to have people fucking shitting themselves and quite desperate. So people might be standing here and they're worried that like they might run out of aid by the time they get to the front. They don't know. There are only 4 sites. Yeah, each site I think is built to distribute aid to 250,000 people, 300,000 people. So we have tantrums at the airport. This has to be next level crazy. Yeah, we can see the problem with it. This is, I guess, what some of the consignments look like. Jolly pasta, oil, rice, sugar, flour, tomatoes. Yeah, 2 of them are up and running now, and I guess one of them got mogged.
صور هذه مين اللي استلمها؟ مين استلمها؟ والله زي ما قلت لك هتصور معلش اجروا انت يا خوي يا شعبوطي صور يا شعب محمد بعرمانة صور يا شخال ايه الله يسخطك الله ياخذ
Yeah, quite fucking state. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. It's just like, it's so obvious. It's such an obviously horrible idea. And it was obviously going to result in something like that. I'm quite surprised. I'm quite impressed actually that it happened in 1-2 days. Like, I thought maybe it'll be fine for a week and then all hell will break loose. But man, it took 2 days of this to be a failure. Because that is a failure. 2 days. And half of the sites get stormed. Yep. Predictable, stupid, inhumane, probably criminal. Well done. Well done, Israel, having no fucking pushback from the American government anymore. God. The camp was up and running for like an hour. Yeah, so the first camp started yesterday, and the second one was just today. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's so gross. Anyway, that's your breaking news for the day, all right? They're saying that the situation has returned to calm and they're back to doing the distribution normally, but I mean, fucking good luck. Anyway. make the aid distribution sites more frequent. I think they just need to go back to the normal way of distributing aid, the way that they were doing it before. I'm sorry, like, you're going to defeat Hamas. Like, you're not going to... If you're planning to occupy the Strip in less than 2 months, why do you think aid reaching Hamas is going to be their savior? Like, the Hamas are just going to come out with, like, a huge aid fucking distribution scheme. They're going to do a huge an aid heist, and then they're going to pay for fucking JDAMs and tanks and roll the IDF back out of the Strip in a surprise comeback. Like, that's not going to happen. Stupid. Anyway, back to the debate.
That essentially go and they're not able to report freely. We know that because Hamas controls everything that comes out of the Gaza Strip. Imagine the battlefield that Israel is encountering with Hamas pretending to be civilians, fighting house to house. This is their tactic that they deploy.
Natasha, wouldn't you agree that also Israel is biased in this conflict when it comes to information?
In terms of the information that it puts out, biased in what sense? The numbers? No, the numbers you
That
can
it
trust.
has an interest in keeping numbers lower than they might be,
Well,
or higher.
The difficulty I have with that suggestion is if Israel ever puts out any information that is not 120% verifiable, it will not live to see another day of credibility. I appreciate the people sitting on my left don't consider Israel credible anyway, but the fact is the information that they put out checks out again and again because the accountability that exists in Israel amongst these institutions, which is what happens in a democracy. Any comparison between that and an internationally prescribed terrorist organization that has a track record of fabricating, lying, and influencing the international media according to its propaganda agenda is truly disgraceful.
Okay, thanks. Up here, and we have 10 more minutes, and we'll try to have as many questions as possible. Please go ahead, keep it brief. And then the question is your sentence with a question mark at the end.
Yes, thank you very much. This is mostly a question to Christian Holz-Vigilius. And this is, in your presentation already, you said, rather in one sentence, that the court, that is the ICJ, must judge. But at the same time, you said that you already deemed that it is highly unlikely there is any genocide to be judged about. I am reading very shortly a summary of the court, and from its summary, it's point 66, but it's summarized in the start. In view of the fundamental values sought to be protected by Genocide Convention, the court considers that the plausible rights in question in these proceedings, namely the right of the Palestinian group in the Gaza Strip to be protected from acts of genocide and related prohibited acts identified in Article 3 of the Genocide Convention, and the right of South Africa to seek Israel's compliance with the latter's obligation under the Convention, are of such a nature that prejudice to them is capable of causing irreparable harm. That is a very long sentence to say risk of genocide. How do you relate to that risk?
Okay, please.
Well, I don't think anything you said contradicts what I said, because I can't rule out what is actually happening in the Gaza Strip right now. I find it highly unlikely that there is a genocide going on. But what the ICJ has said is that it's plausible. So that's why they have put out 6 provisional measures to make sure that there won't be as many civilian deaths. That does not mean that they think there is a genocide going on. That is trying to make sure that there won't be a genocide.
Okay, briefly.
Would the gentleman be kind enough to read the paragraph reference for plausible genocide?
Uh-oh.
I can save you some time. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't say that there's the plausible genocide. It says that it's They said, like, so plausibility, first of all, in the ICJ is a low standard. It's a very low threshold because the ICJ doesn't really want to be the people who ever missed a genocide. So it makes sense to have a low standard for plausible to see if, like, there's any point in pursuing a case at all. Second of all, they didn't say that it's plausible Israel has committed genocide. They didn't say there is a plausible genocide. They said that it is a that the rights invoked by South Africa are plausible, which is a very legalistic term, but they also said that there is a plausible risk of irreparable harm. So there's two qualifiers there. One is plausible, which is a low threshold, a low standard, and risk, which is, again, not, it's actually happening now. So they didn't say it's plausible it's happening now. They said, and that means it's like 51% likely to be happening now or anything like that. I mean, it's plausible, low standards, that there's a risk, not necessarily like whatever percentage you want really for risk, and then that it might happen. Like that's what plausible risk is.
The paragraph that you just read out has been consistently misrepresented up to the point when Joe Donoghue, who wrote that order, the former president of the International Court of Justice, came out on Hard Talk on the BBC to correct the record on this. The fact that it's continuing to be misrepresented now really takes the biscuit. Plausible rights is the provisional measures test. It asks, do the rights that South Africa is claiming...
No, yeah, plausible doesn't mean 51%. No, plausible is a low threshold. Yeah, it's not balance of probabilities.
...on behalf of the Palestinians fall under the Genocide Convention. There was no assessment of the merits. There was no assessment of the case that Israel has put forward. The court is clear in its order. The fact that you read out that paragraph and then said, well, this is basically plausible genocide.
I did not.
If that is what the court found, it would have said so. This is a perfect example of even this circus of the International Court of Justice continually being misrepresented, and it has informed, undoubtedly, an awful lot of the policy decisions that have been taken against Israel on a completely misconceived basis.
All right. Okay.
I don't even know if he was trying to say that, but she just heard plausible and fucking pounced on. Oh no.
We can take two more questions. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Max. This is a question directed mostly to Natasha. So you were talking about the Hamas statements that you can click.
They never said plausible risk. I don't think they said it in the provisional measures or in the order, but that was what she said when she was interviewed about it on the BBC, no? Am I wrong?
Clearly see that there's genocidal intent in them. But I feel like there's a double standard, because you said, oh, you can clearly see that they're genocidal, Hamas or whatever. I'm not here to defend them. I'm just saying, you know, that there's a logical fallacy when you say you can't see them in
logical fallacy?
Israel. And you said, oh,
Bro.
But it's not a representation of policy when you look at the statements from the government
I love those things.
of Israel. But you say it's, oh, you can see the genocidal intent in Hamas when you look at their statements. So it's kind of like, okay, it's just picking and choosing from your side, you know? That's what it feels like.
Both sides.
Thank you.
Both sides bad.
Yes, briefly, why does it count when it's Hamas and not Israel?
Because
I love the Jews.
On GoPros when they committed their barbarous atrocities that fulfilled those acts of genocide demonstrating the intent. When they raped and slaughtered and burned babies, when they came armed with maps and
no babies were burned. Got her. Did you know that no babies were burned? There were a few like fucking people under the age of 10 who were burned, but got him. She's not only a genocide denier, she's a genocide inventor. Fuck.
instructions about who lived in which house and family by family what they were intending to do to each of the family members. That is not any kind of distinction that one can draw. It is on the basis of evidence and clear demonstrative intent, which has even been repeated after the event. So there is no comparison there whatsoever, I'm afraid.
All right, and a question up here.
Hi, I have a question to you, Trine. What evidence would you need to change your mind? Because I've seen you, I've followed you,
Evidence of what?
Of genocide that we were talking about. Long before there was a report from Amnesty, you was very active in an anti-Israeli way. What evidence do you need of there not being a genocide?
Okay.
What?
Trine, did you make up your mind before? That's a question, isn't it? Yeah.
First of all, I didn't call it a genocide before there was a report. I said it was a lot of war crimes, and so that was my language. And I stand by that. I think it was easy to see. There's a lot of documentation was out before the Amnesty report. And second, I'm not anti-Israel. I'm not anti-Israel. I'm pro-international law. I'm pro-human rights, and I'm pro-Geneva Conventions. And I think they should apply to each and every party in a war. And I think the problem here is not that we're all able to see it and use it against Hamas and other terror organizations. I think the big problem, and it comes back to your question, Max, why is it so difficult to use the same lens when we look at what Israel is doing in Gaza? I think that's the problem, that's the key problem.
The same lens as?
The same lens as we use when we look at the way Hamas, Russia, all other parties that do breach international law.
All right. Okay. We have the last question.
These guys are fucking fire bastards.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Natasha, because I study international law here as well. With Christian, I actually have my exams.
God damn it, that's so strong.
As you can imagine. And I've read through the provisional measures of the International Court of Justice. In January, they accepted the case, etc. But then in March, or 1 month later, Israel has to hand in a report. We don't know the contents because it's confidential. But then in March, they said unanimously that Israel should not hinder humanitarian aid, should not be obstructed, etc.
And they did do it.
And they documented the whole dire situation for the Palestinians. But I don't get your point about the whole food trucks, because to me it seems that the International Court of Justice was quite clear in the whole dire situation in Palestine, and that there might be obstruction from the side of Israel. So could you please elaborate on that?
The International Court of Justice misstated the facts, and they were actually called out on this by the Vice President in her dissenting opinions. Vice President Julia Sebutinde.
Oh yeah,
and
the Queen.
She
God,
was the only one to actually reference Kodak data, which is the data that I've been referring you to. Inexplicably, apart from the fact that we know who was leading the court at the time, the President, Judge Salam, who's now left the court in order to resume a role in Lebanese politics. Before he was President of the International Court of Justice, he was accusing Israel of war crimes and of being a terror state. Now, his rhetoric has become even worse. I invite you to have a look at his Twitter feed in the last couple of days. So in any other context, he would have been required to recuse himself. But that is why you've got the International Court of Justice basing, unfortunately, even these provisional measures orders on a false picture of the facts. Nevertheless, the requirements of these orders have consistently been clear that Israel act to prevent a genocide from occurring, and Israel has consistently been clear that what it is doing in Gaza is not a genocide, and so it is complying with these provisional measures orders.
Can I end asking the two of you, because we asked you already what would happen if the court rules that this is not genocide. Would you accept it if the court rules that it is in fact genocide, what has happened in Gaza?
I'm afraid I can't, because I can see the evidence very clearly, and I can also see consistently how this court has been approaching the facts and the law. The idea that, we just heard, that the other side is pro-international law, pro-the Geneva Conventions, pro-human rights. But what we are witnessing is an inversion of each of those concepts in pursuit of the agenda of internationally prescribed terrorist organizations. And when the International Court of Justice, which has, separately also called for the ethnic cleansing of Jews from Judea and Samaria and from East Jerusalem, and also wiped Israel off the map when it talked about the contiguous nature of
Judea and Samaria.
This is the court that you are asking me about.
What's that?
It is one that has lost all credibility, and the reason that is so desperate is that ignore Israel right now, okay? Because what starts with the Jews doesn't end with the Jews.
Would it be right to say that both of you, also what you said in the beginning, Trina, saying that what is happening right now is a question of life and death of the international law system? I mean, if it rules one way, you will think this is this is a sign, the proof that international justice has died. If it doesn't, would you say that actually this is a real problem of international justice? What happens in Israel is a real problem of international justice and its future.
This is what happens when you weaponize international law. When you weaponize these terms and these concepts in international law, they become devoid of meaning. This is why what is happening is not just dire for Israel. What starts with the Jews does not end with the Jews. You are absolutely right that it is the international legal order that...
She's not even... Is she Jewish herself? Or is she just like a simp? What is this? What the fuck is this? I'm not going near that. Horrifying. Wait. Am I supposed to loot something here? What the fuck? What? Do I take this? No. Interesting. Oh, they're in boxes. Okay.
It is at stake because while it is being manipulated, inverted, and yes, while the world and his wife, Amnesty, the UN, special rapporteurs, yes, we've heard the shopping list of them. They are all wrong because they're all singing off the same hymn sheet. And this is what is doing the most destruction to international law. And for people to profess to wish to uphold it while serving such an active role in its destruction is deeply, deeply troubling.
My father is Israeli.
So Natasha says that this is really a question of the international system of law. It is at stake here. In what way do you think?
It is, but it's not just because of what Israel is doing in Gaza, but because the whole international society, with Russia's aggressive attack on Ukraine, with the way that the US is now threatening countries to overtake and annex. So there are a lot of big powers around threatening that system, and there are few that actually stands up for it. And the issue of Gaza and Israel's war crimes in Gaza and in Palestine as such is still being questioned, ridiculed. So I think the problem here about that is a very specific issue that, and I'm sorry, Natasha, really, I respect your arguments, they're political, they're not legal. And I also have to say that I really find it quite extremist to say that the only way the international system of laws can save itself is from not judging Israel.
All right.
Because that's the essence of what you're saying.
That's a fundamental misrepresentation of what I just said.
That's exactly what you said.
Okay, then you please.
No, I thought,
fucking
forgive me.
Hermione Granger. Oh god, you see that like gesture she did to get the mic back? Fuck. Wait, hang on. Too many tabs. Too many windows. Okay. Fucking crash out.
Is from not
Pray for the white farmers. Has she mentioned UT jurisprudence? No, I don't know what that means. So I don't think she has. Oh, the borders of states. No, she has not said that, no. I mean, as far as I know, that is a principle in law, because that's how they've decided borders for places like fucking most of these former colonial countries. The problem is that Israel doesn't really want to go down that road, because that would basically mean that they have to either give voting rights or become apartheid. It's like something so stupid. I've heard the argument before, though. I just don't know why. Also, like, Resolution 242 is legally binding as well, so it does seem like there is more... Like there's more than one opinion on it, because why would you have Resolution 242 legally binding and also this fucking as you possess principle? Doesn't make sense.
System of laws can save itself is from not judging Israel.
All right.
By
Okay,
the same rules that we judge other countries. Because that's the essence of what you're saying.
That's a fundamental misrepresentation of what I just said.
That's exactly what you said.
Okay, then please.
No, I thought, forgive me,
Please do it
very briefly. Well, look, I know I'm in English here and everyone's doing this in English for my benefit, so thank you for that. But I thought I had made myself extremely clear. I am criticising the inversion of international law, the use of these terms as political terms, masquerading as legal ones. It means that they're devoid of any meaning. If anyone can sit here and in the same breath say Israel is guilty of genocide, but Hamas, oh, I'm not so sure, it threatens the very integrity of the international legal system. It means that these are no longer courts, if they are following this suit, but they are political bodies.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming here. Thanks for coming from the UK to join us. Thanks for this, all of you, for joining this debate and putting up with...
Where's the Whizzlegoober? I'm supposed to loot a Whizzlegoober. Where's the goddamn Whizzlegoober?
With those horrible arguments from the counterparts and misrepresentations and all that, it's been very, very interesting to listen to all of you. Thanks for coming.
Who won? I won. I don't know, I mean, I don't agree with her 100%, but that Natasha lady just absolutely fucking obliterated the other two. I don't even know it's a contest. Like, fuck. Like, what the fuck did either of these two say that was compelling? She debated Jenk? Yes, Jamie, I just fucking acknowledged that. What are you talking about? Oh my god, why are you so fucking horny to... Yes, I just said that it's not the only legal principle. It's not the only, like, rule for deciding borders of countries. Obviously it's not. What the fuck happened to India and Pakistan and fucking Bangladesh? And, like, wasn't Bangladesh used to be East Pakistan, then it changed. Like, fucking... What's Resolution 242? It's obviously different from... Okay. God. But she's not... That's not what they're debating here. They're debating genocide in Gaza. They're not debating... whether or not Israel should be one state from the river to the sea. Obviously, if they were having that debate, I would disagree with her to fuck, but... She debated Mehdi Hassan as well. Wow. That woman didn't say anything of value either. The fact that she called out approach, so the things that she mentioned that actually did sway things was, one, she very clearly displayed how just looking at the results-based analysis of a war and the deaths and like the buildings that have been destroyed without saying anything about what those buildings were being used for and what their status was when they were hit and what the intent of the military was when they were hit is a very strong call out, because just saying they've destroyed 10 mosques, 15 schools, 3 universities, 3 buildings of this hospital complex were destroyed. They've destroyed this many houses. Like that doesn't tell, but then you write a whole report like that, but you don't say anything about Hamas. Like calling that out, I think is quite a strong argument. Mentioning the case law, which I didn't actually know about, that like genocide has to be the only reasonable inference of a military action, which leads basically Amnesty to bite this bullet that they think, no, they are trying to destroy Hamas, but they're also on a little side quest to commit a genocide, like, which doesn't make sense either. And also mentioning the fact that like Hamas dictates a lot of what we learn about this war because of information coming out of Gaza being largely in their hands. It's down to the combatants, whether or not they down to whether or not the combatants are civilians or not, down to whether or not like
health warning.
Any particular building had a military function, or down to what journalists are allowed to talk about from within Gaza, because they're going to publish things, and obviously Hamas are going to be able to see what they've said as well. Like, yeah. So even if the journalists are not affiliated with Hamas, they're still going to have a limit to what they can say from within Gaza. So yeah, I don't know. I thought those were like quite substantial and kind of like mogged the Amnesty thing. The comments that she made about the famine were kind of fucking gross, to suggest that the only kids who have starved are either being like forcibly starved or people with like unique health issues, which also wouldn't really, if you have like unique dietary issues and you can't get them, then that's still part of the aid situation. But yeah, fuck. Did she call out the cramped interpretation of international jurisprudence, one from the Amnesty report? Yes.
Here tonight, thank you all.
Oh yeah, the ethnic cleansing of Judea and Samaria. That was funny as well. That does overlap with her view that the land is all Israel. New Hila Klein hit piece. Why the fuck would you tell me that, Chase? Why would you tell me that? No, I don't care what these fucking disgusting subhuman cockroach losers are saying about fucking Hila Klein or like me or Ethan or anyone else. Like, it's all the same arguments, it's all the same grandstanding, it's all the same fucking 12 IQ, faux academic, like unentertaining, like bullshit arguments, like one-dimensional shit. I don't need it. I don't need it in my life. Fuck. Oh, Lorna Books, did you know that this TikToker made another video about it? No, I don't know. I don't care. I usually give people like 1 or 2 chances, and then I just never bother, because usually it's always the same shit. It's always the same. Ooh. What is it? Oh. Give me that. Wait, does it mean I have to fight? Oh no. After 13 seconds, someone will spawn. Oh no. Okay. Slop. Where is he? Jordan. Jordan Peterson Jubilee. Peterson versus 20 atheists. Didn't this debate used to be called Christian versus 20 atheists? Okay.
A Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him. Hello there. I'm Dr.
I didn't know
Jordan
he could kick
Peterson.
someone out.
I'm a clinical psychologist, a professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, an author, a podcaster, public speaker.
Mistress.
Today I'm surrounded by 25 atheists.
Duh.
My first claim, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
Ooh. Okay, that's a... He's gonna keep it as vague and as oblivious as fucking... Okay, yeah, I got it. He's gonna obscure everything. Because that's all he's good at anymore. Okay, let's go. Word salad.
Good afternoon, Dr. Peterson.
How are you doing?
So this claim here that atheists don't know what they're rejecting. My background is in studying to become a traditional Catholic priest, daily mass, daily rosary, going on long retreats, deep into the magisterium and biblical hermeneutics. Like, I was thoroughly in it. And it seems like I do know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion so deeply?
Depends on what you mean
Well,
by...
you obviously feel that you missed something when you were practicing for the priesthood. Your aim was off then. So
And
there's
so-
always the possibility that it's still off now.
What was off about my aim in the first place?
I don't know. That might take a long time to figure out. But
Then it seems kind of like this no true Scotsman type of fallacy in which you're the arbiter of people's aims and how they understand those aims to be. How is it that you can claim
debate,
that people don't know something that you know about their life despite not having met them?
Well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheist claim that there's no God is a generic claim. In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to...
Why did he get into a debate like this? God, he's gonna get fucking... He's already getting absolutely torn to pieces now. Fuck.
Understand what was going on in your mind, but my experience with atheists is twofold. Is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God, let's say in the Judeo-Christian tradition. And they've often been hurt by someone who was religious or by the religious enterprise or perhaps by God himself, so to speak, and that's left them with enemies.
But I think that you have a reductive view of what atheism is. You've defined religion so broadly to include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetypes, or having a metaphorical substrate. And atheism too is a very specific type of like 3 people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with a perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
Uh-oh.
Well, let's start with your claim. How do you define the God that you're rejecting? Like, what is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that unsatisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think the average Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian and they believe, they mean some sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect, is somehow involved in the matters of this world, and that we look to them through wisdom and with the Logos incarnate in Christ. And it also seems like you don't believe in religion in the way that the average Christian says that they believe in religion. And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems like
if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other. The mere fact of communication
that was a stupid thing that he said.
Presumes a commonality of assumption and definition. And it's certainly not the case that I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally religious. That's not a real claim.
The Whizzle-goober.
Let me give you an example.
Give me the Whizzle-goober.
There's a sub-narrative in the story of Moses where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God. Okay, and that's one of the ways that God is characterized in the Old Testament stories.
Yes.
Now, Moses is a faithful servant of God and a good man. At least that's the case within the confines of the story.
One possible interpretation.
Okay, so I need to grind for 30k XP. And that's the last grind of the leveling. Or what, Benny and Finkelstein on Pierce what, recently? They spoke again? Oh no. That would be banger. I thought that was an old one though. Yeah, it can't be a recent one, right? Because you guys have told me to watch like 3 fucking Pierce videos today. It's all different people. Jordan Peterson versus 20 Jews when? Based. Today. Wow! We got so much content! What dungeon would I do now? Would it be Sunken Temple? Oh no, I just let her heal. Okay.
Case within the confines of the story, obviously.
Well, not obviously. When we look at the Bible can't precisely say anything because there are so many different exegetical and hermeneutic views of this particular book, and that everybody has everybody has disagreed historically on, it seems like, even the most benign detail about a book this big. And it seems like you can only say that the Bible says something if you first presuppose that it's univocal.
So your claim essentially is that Moses in the Old Testament plays the role of a villain or is irrelevant? Because the alternative claim is that he's good. I'm saying that we can't know,
because we can't talk to those authors.
If you are going to start with the presupposition that there's nothing I can say about any of these stories that you're not going to disagree with from the perspective that there are multiple potential competing claims, then I can't speak with you. So
we also have a short time here, so I want to get to the core of what you're arguing here, and I'd love if we could.
The core of what I'm arguing is that
we need a Will Pearson cry chat poll. I don't know. Place your bets. That's what you should do. When I say place your bets, I mean donate to me with a message saying who you think is going to cry. That's a good idea, isn't it? That's how to take bets. I don't know what you get at the end. You'll get a pat on the back from me saying, hey, half of you were right. Will he cry? I don't think he'll cry here. He's in combat mode, okay? He only cries when he's being vulnerable with Piers Morgan or with like in a non-hostile environment, because he's like an animal, you know? And he's like in the animal kingdom, you're vulnerable when you're with people that you can afford to be vulnerable with, but not in an environment like this where you're exposing yourself to ravenous, aggressive, high testosterone lobsters.
Atheists reject God.
So I think he's not going to cry.
Understand what they're rejecting. So I'm trying to give you an example of what's being rejected and its complexity.
Runecloth
Okay,
manages.
so God rewards Moses with a glimpse of the divine. So this is a definition of the God that atheists are hypothetically rejecting.
A possible one.
I said
Yeah.
I didn't say the.
You're saying to do Dire Maul at level 52. That's fucking mental. Why are you trying to get me killed? What, Dire Maul East? No. Sorry.
I said
That
right.
is possible, yes.
Okay. So despite the fact that Moses is a stellar character and he's had a long and difficult life and can withstand a lot of difficulty,
let me just put myself into
travail,
the finder.
God puts him between two cliffs so he can just see a crack of what's in front of him. And when God walks by, he allows him to see his back. Okay,
Oh,
so
BlackRock
the
deaths.
implication of that
Perfect.
story is that the divine is fundamentally unknowable. It's a pinnacle experience, and that people in their finitude have to be shielded from a comprehensive vision of the basis of reality. Well, that's not the God that's defined in that manner, right? It's not a simple personification. It's not a simple old man in the sky. It's something that, in its essence, is unknowable and overwhelming. And
This guy's
that
getting
isn't,
confused.
in my experience,
Confuse
the
him,
God
Jordan.
that's
It's all you got.
defined by atheists who are attempting to undermine the story. I mean, it's the same claim, for example, that you're a finite creature and that you face something that in the final analysis is unknowable, and that you have to establish a relationship with it regardless of your inability to perceive or even withstand perceiving the whole. Okay, is there a problem with that?
I mean, the problem is that when we look at, famously, when you've been asked, do you believe in God? The question becomes, what do we mean by God? And in the Bible, it's not even clear the biblical authors know what God is, because Yahweh has historically emerged from an early storm god, a deity that doesn't exhaust the category of deity, and that has changed over the Old Testament. Does God have physicality?
Did you ever watch Jordan debate Dillahunty? Yep, I watched it, I think, roughly around the time it came out. When he tried to say that, what did he try to say? He said that the only way to stop smoking is through divine intervention. To immediately stop smoking. And then the study that he used for it was people taking mushrooms. And if they took mushrooms, it helped them stop smoking, even though the study also said that the people taking mushrooms were doing it in conjunction with regular therapy. So it wasn't... Do you think I'm joking? Hang on. I remember this. I remember it like it was yesterday. God, he was so much younger.
I thought
then.
it would be nice if we started with something quick and easy and simple, like God.
Wow.
In particular,
smoking.
I don't believe there is or supernatural experiences as if they were religious or ghosts or whatever. We have no way of confirming that this something mystical or supernatural actually happened. What this is about the language.
Stops people from smoking.
Well, you can stop smoking without any sort of supernatural intervention.
No, not really.
You can't stop smoking without supernatural?
There aren't really any reliable chemical means for inducing smoking cessation. You can use a drug called bupropion. I think that's the one. It's whatever Wellbutrin is.
Is that supernatural?
No, you don't need a supernatural effect, but it doesn't work very well. But if you give people magic mushrooms, psilocybin, and they have a mystical experience, they have about an 85% chance of smoking cessation with one treatment. But that's kind of like evidence, you know. It's kind of like evidence.
It's evidence that you can take mushrooms and increase your chance of quitting smoking. But
no, it's not. It's indication that if you take mushrooms and you have a mystical experience, you'll stop smoking, because it doesn't work if you don't have
if
the
you
experience.
take mushrooms and you have an experience that you describe as mystical, then you'll increase your chance of smoking. But that doesn't tell me whether or not there was something to this notion that they had an experience that was supernatural in any sense.
Well, it's not definitive evidence.
It's not evidence at all.
Oh, sure it is. Oh, sure it is.
This is a fucking clown, man. Oh, God, that was when I was like, okay, I'm not crazy. This guy's mental. This guy's fucking stupid. Because that was supposed to be his evidence of supernatural intervention, a divine experience from taking mushrooms. And also, it's not with one treatment. He just lied about that.
Does God not have physicality? It seems like, yes, if you define religion to mean anybody that has an aim, anybody that looks at the unknown, anybody who wants to go from chaos to order is inherently religious, then yes. But also in the same way, I could define atheist as somebody who doesn't dogmatically believe in a religion, or somebody who doesn't regularly attend religious services or belong to a denomination. To help especially the audience kind of like boil this down, there was a lot of words there. That the central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
A central claim.
A central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
No, I said that we were finite and we had to establish a relationship with the infinite.
Yeah, then in that case, then we're all religious, but then I can do the same thing and define one particular element of atheism. It seems like we both have a reductive view of what the other side looks like, to the point where a conversation seems incoherent, and not just incoherent, but not in the way that the average Christian understands Christianity to be.
Do you have a problem?
Let's pause there. Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Mog.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
David.
David, good to see you.
Tell me everything that you know about the Polynesian deity Lono, L-O-N-O.
I don't know anything about the Polynesian deity Lono.
So you're rejecting something without knowledge of what you're rejecting.
I'm not rejecting it.
Loner, I think you're misunderstanding Natasha's argument regarding Israel's borders and the post-colonial law. It's just a technical starting point. She argues Oslo is the new framework. She might have said that, and you're not the first person to tell me that, but then why the fuck would she complain about the ICJ talking about ethnically cleansing Judea and Samaria? That just sounds like she wants Israel to keep the land. Because there's no fucking way those settlers are staying there in a Palestinian state, right? Oh my god, I just fucked it. I just fucked it. I'm gonna die. I'm so dead. I'm gonna get fucking blasted. It's fine. Giga blasted. Oh! We're fine. We survived. Oh, hello. Alright, leave me alone. Bye-bye. I should have stayed in the group for that XP.
No more than I'm rejecting
believe in
anything
Lono?
that I don't know anything about.
Do you believe in Lono? Do you believe that he is a deity that exists in the world, exists in the universe, that exists in the existence of everything? Do you believe that Lono
I'll
is
answer
a
that
being?
question once you answer my...
Because of land swaps. Bro, you're not land swapping for settlements that are bang in the fucking middle, balls deep in the West Bank. Does Peterson believe in Abu Mazen, the great fat one? I hope so, because otherwise he's dead to me.
My question, which is, do I reject everything that I'm ignorant of? Because that's your presupposition that undergirds your argument, and unless you can prove that that's valid, then there's no point in...
My question is quite simple.
Yeah, but that doesn't
Do
mean
you
it's
believe-
formulated accurately.
Do you believe that Lono exists?
Lono?
I'm
Fuck,
not
that's
going
me.
to answer that question.
Is that me?
For the reasons I just described. You already insisted that if I reject something, that if I'm ignorant
gonna get
of
double
something,
blast wave here.
I reject it. Do you think that everyone in the world has to know everything simultaneously for that to be valid and true?
I think in order for your
Answer that
argument
question.
to be true, in order for it to be true that we atheists don't understand what we're rejecting, then you need to also apply that to yourself and to Christians and to Muslims and to any other person on this earth.
Because they reject gods as well.
Where if you don't understand what you're rejecting the belief in, then you can't
Wait,
reject
wasn't it called Lobo? Now is it Lono? Is it Lono or Lobo? Lono, the god of donos. True. I should be, but I'm not, unfortunately. Corey, that's $5. LeMayo, I stopped smoking when Canada banned menthol cigs. Well, good luck with that. Or I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry that happened. Funky, thanks for the 30 shekels. Donating my shekels for the cause of you getting better taste in video games. Good luck. That's going to cost you a lot more than 30 shekels, buddy. Hey, H, thanks for the $5. Hey, Lorna, next time, could you ask Teuton why Hezbollah did nothing to stop the almost 30-year Syrian occupation of Lebanon if they're so anti-occupation? You know what? I always forget to bring that up, but I remember occasionally when I'm just kind of going about my day. I'm like, oh yeah. Because they liked the Syrian occupation, because they thought that was the anti-colonial one. Not only did they not stop the Syrian occupation, Hezbollah supported it. They literally fucking murdered people who opposed the occupation. But yeah, wild. Jacoperino, already did that one. Alex B, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Nick G, thanks for $10. Glad you love the show. Zilazo, thanks for the 21 PLN. Shout out to Tottenham winning a title after 17 years and for Aberdeen getting the Scottish Cup. Don't give a fuck about anyone apart from Scotland, sorry. Clay, thanks for the $1. Rasputin, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Josie the Hosey, thanks for the tier 2. Anna Banana, thanks for the tier 2. Really appreciate that, guys. Okay. The goal is 6 more to go, okay? 6 short. 2 hours. Good luck, guys. Good luck.
the belief in it. That's the implication of your claim.
I didn't say that I rejected the belief in Lona. I said I
Loner.
didn't know who Lona was.
That's me.
I didn't say anything about
What the fuck? That's because I've asked you several times and you haven't. But let me get to my even greater point. you're saying atheists don't understand what religion is or what God is in order to be able to reject it fully or completely. We have someone over here who studied it in their own way. I've studied religion. I have a degree in religious studies, specialty in Christianity and Mediterranean traditions.
Thanks to $10. Totally
And
funny, dude.
further than that, beyond me, Pew Research studies suggest that atheists and agnostics actually know more about religion and about religious stories, the foundational principles, than believers.
That's because they're more religious than they think they are.
Okay.
They're concerned with deep matters, and one of the defining characteristics of someone who's oriented in a religious direction is that they're concerned with deep matters.
Okay.
In fact, it's virtually definitional.
Right, but they also have to identify with a religious tradition and accept the foundational stories that go along
Well,
with
that would mean more that they're sectarian than that they're religious. And most people, for example, in the United States, deny that they're religious but accept that they're spiritual.
Let's pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Aha! Hi, nice to meet you.
How are you doing?
Good, how
What's
are you?
your name?
I'm Greg. Nice to meet you.
Greg.
Okay, so I feel like you're getting at this idea of polysemy, where we have multiple related meanings for a word, right? Like, for example, a famous painting can be emotionally moving in that it changes my emotional state. And when I was on the highway coming here to the studio, I was physically moving. I was changing my position. If I said, I believe the Mona Lisa is very moving, and you said, you don't really understand what you're saying, it's nailed to the wall, I would say that you're the one who doesn't understand what I'm saying, not the other way around. And the way that relates to this is there are many concepts of God, and I'll admit, I find a lot of what you say about that interesting. I'm familiar with.
Wiguno, thanks for the Twitch sub. Very appropriate Jordan Peterson reference. Nice.
It. The idea of this kind of Jungian hierarchical thing, or as a metaphor or a symbol, or the kind of, atheist, materialist, literalist idea of a agentic, omnipotent, omniscient being that intervenes in reality, right? So when I'm saying that I reject the concept of God, I'm aware of these other definitions of God, but I think that when we use words, we tend to only imply one meaning at a time. So the same way that I would say the Mona Lisa is moving emotionally, but I would not say it's moving physically. I would say I reject the concept of God in this very literal way. But
what literal way?
The way that God is this omniscient, omnipotent, agentic, supernatural being that sent his son down and has, caused miracles and all these things like that. The idea of God is
Do you think that there's an underlying unity of things?
Could you explain that question?
Well, scientists, for example, believe that science unifies in a comprehensive theory. Do you, yes, no, or that there are multiple competing truths? Those are the options. Either things unify or there are multiple competing truths.
I know that, for example, like in physics, people are looking for like a theory of everything.
And why do you think they're doing that?
It's interesting, it's helpful.
But they also believe that there's an underlying unity to things.
In a sense, yeah, like like the material world.
Well, there doesn't, okay. I don't know anything about quantum, but isn't the whole point about quantum that there isn't an underlying unity, that there are, I think, a very micro level, there are things that behave in ways that you can't really predict.
1.5x
but,
fund.
Thanks for the $20, Jane. I don't fucking know. Also, I don't think, would a scientist say that there has to be a unifying theory of everything? Not really. Okay. It's about unifying relativism and quantum mechanics into a singular model. Oh.
Time and space are probably governed by universal laws and principles.
Partly that, yes, yes, but that the same thing might extend to a broader domain that would include imagination and value.
No.
Could you help me connect that to the prompt?
Oh, shit.
I'm trying to define God, the
almost
God
got this
that I
person
don't
killed.
think atheists do a very good job of defining. Here's
Okay, I
another
need to
question
fight,
for you.
because otherwise I'm going to get them
What
killed.
do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not what you're saying to me is true?
Can we
to
go
watch
back?
over
Can we
there.
stay on what we were talking about?
We are.
Okay.
You're just uncomfortable
Okay, hang on,
with the
Jane. I'll do your
question.
thing.
No,
So-
I feel like you're just kind of throwing different spaghetti at the wall.
I'm
Okay,
not.
now I need to run.
I asked
All
you a
right.
very specific question. What is it that you think guides you when you're talking to me to help you determine whether what you say is true?
Logic, memory, reasoning.
Okay, if I can't get
sensory
off here, I just
information.
need to
How do you
bandage up and
distinguish
fight.
that from being governed by something that's false?
Bandage up. Okay, we're
That's
fine.
an interesting question.
How do you know the difference when you speak between what's true and what's false? So you could imagine
Infer, right? I can infer. I can.
from what principles?
So, and what are you getting at?
I'm getting at the fact that your conscience guides you. Is that
Okay.
reasonable?
Conscience is defined by
Conscience.
my empathy and my reason, or my foundational.
Define it any way you want.
Okay, so that's how I'm defining my conscience. Is my my conscience is my sense of
Right and
and
wrong.
wrong. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
Where
being
does
too
that come
reckless
from?
here because I can't.
I
get
would
away
say
from
that
this if
comes
I'm
from
about
an
to die.
evolved capacity to empathize and a recognition of the benefits of engaging with and nurturing that capacity. And then that empathy is constrained and guided by reason, right? Like, for example, I am driving down the highway. There's a kitten in the road. I'm going to empathetically feel, oh my God, I want to save the kitten. But then reasonably, like, I'm going to get hit by a car, right? So that's sort of the process through which I make ethical decisions.
Okay,
is
how do
empathy
you-
constrained by reason?
Do you think that people can differ in their response to something empathically?
Yeah. Like,
Is there a mediating principle that can tell you one person who's empathic and another person who's empathic that disagree, who's correct?
interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we'd have to, talk
Okay,
it out,
sorry.
right?
Mhm. I
We
was
do that
paid
in real life
handsomely.
all the
Fuck.
time when we have, whether that's a discussion with a friend about the right thing to do in a situation, whether that's a policy discussion about law, right? That's where we can converse with each other, think about things, explain our perspectives, and then kind of reach a conclusion, right? I think we do that all the time.
So Elijah, the prophet
1.5
Elijah,
is too
defined
fast.
God in the Old Testament as the voice of conscience
1.25.
within. That's a definition.
So you're saying by that definition of God, I guess, see, this kind of goes back to what I'm saying initially.
I'm
where-
not defining it. Elijah
Okay,
defined
so
it.
as Elijah defines
It's
God.
defined that way in Jonah, too.
Okay, so as
Cardinal Newman also
got
defined it that
as,
way.
as I'm sure you know many people who've defined it that way, and it's impressive. You're a very knowledgeable person.
I'm not trying to be impressive. I'm
okay.
just pointing out to you how God is defined in the Old
Okay.
Testament.
All right. So to respond to that, I do
God, he's
think
so
there are lots of
focused.
interesting ways to define God, and that goes back to my
Then,
kind of
then
opening
how do we
statement.
specify what we're arguing about?
We use context clues, or we again, it goes back to my example of the
I'm
Mona Lisa.
defining God as conscience.
Okay, so that's interesting, but then you're kind of expanding the meaning of
No,
God.
I'm not. That's how it's defined in the Old Testament,
Okay,
in
so-
Elijah and in Jonah.
Sure. So
Yeah.
whoever, so
It's
some.
not whoever.
okay.
Elijah is one of the
Okay,
major
all right,
Old Testament
all right,
prophets.
all
Right?
right.
He's equal in stature to Moses.
Okay.
Right. So it's not arbitrary.
All right. So that is interesting, but it's not relevant to the context with which I am using the term God.
It's directly relevant. Atheists reject God, but they don't
Right, but
understand what they're rejecting.
you're
You
being-
accept conscience as a guide, and conscience is one of the defining characteristics of God in the Old Testament.
I think you're being intellectually
Conscience
disingenuous.
is God.
In what way?
Because
I
again,
asked you if you believe that conscience guided
you just
you.
asked me a question and then you stopped me from answering it. In this setting, you understand the way I am using the term God and belief.
Not
and
in
then
the
you're-
least. I don't understand how you're using it in the least. That's why I'm trying to define it. My definition of God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition of the God that you
But
hypothetically
it's,
disprove.
it's irrelevant to the fault lines of this debate.
How is it irrelevant?
Because in common parlance, when we're talking about atheist, God, belief, not belief,
I
we're
don't
not
care
talking
about common parlance. I'm trying to get to something fundamental.
I think your point is irrelevant to the way that people tend
Which
to use
point?
these words. Your point that there are these polysemous
I didn't
ideas
make that
of God.
point. You did.
I
made a specific point
characterized
that
it,
God
right.
was a
Is Jordan Peterson's entire argument here just that everything is God? Well, you've got a conscience, and that must mean that there's a God. Fucking hell, man.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into this semantic fog.
I'm not retreating at all. I'm advancing, sir. You are retreating.
Well, it was very nice to meet
Yes,
you. I
nice to
appreciate
meet
the
you too.
conversation.
Yeah. It's very brave of you to do this.
Thank you.
My next claim is that morality and purpose cannot be found within science.
Mr.
I love this.
How you
He's because Jordan Peterson's basically invented his own special interest of fucking about with semantics and word salad, and he's just turned it into his like favorite debate fucking prompt. He just like, how can I be as evasive as possible and intangible as possible while still sounding smart? Well, I believe that science and morality cannot be discovered without the presence of a conscious unity of God and. Oh God.
I'm
doing great.
What's
How are
your
you?
name?
Brian. I think it's interesting that you say that morality and purpose can't be found in science. Actually,
No, within science.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Purpose, I actually grant you, because purpose is subjective, right? Unless you want to boil it down to the purpose of life is just to procreate, right? Sure, whatever. Morality is actually something that we do see. We actually have examples of Neanderthal.
Objective morality we're going to talk about, okay. I don't know if I would really commit. I think objective, I'm much more sympathetic to objective morality than I used to be, but I don't think I would ever commit to debating it yet.
An older individual was found in a tribe, missing an arm, missing teeth, still alive, somehow in his 40s, 50s, right? Typically, you're a Neanderthal, you can't eat, you can't hunt, you die, right? But we know that members of the tribe were taking care of him, right? So we know that at some level, early in our evolutionary history, we actually developed altruism. We have examples of chimpanzees who actually have a basic understanding of fairness, right? If you give a chimpanzee 2 grapes, right, and his buddy gets 3, right? He actually freaks out, right? But you give both chimps 3 grapes and they're good. We have examples of parrots.
Except for the greedy chimps.
Except for the greedy chimps.
They want 4 grapes.
They want 4 grapes. You know, those do exist, right? But we have similar examples where we do animal tests, right? And
so morality is intrinsic.
I think.
So it precedes science.
I think that actually
right?
a better way to define it would be that social animals, which we are, right, require some level of morality or.
Into what? I'm not disagreeing.
Sure.
Why do they require that?
Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive, right?
That's my point with regards to science. Thank you very much.
Is that?
Precisely the point that you just made, that science has to exist within a moral framework that isn't in itself scientific.
Wait, no, that would be the other way around. What the fuck? It would have to mean that within the natural world, there is an innate morality that develops among certain species, or in different ways for different species, depending on how what they need to survive. It wouldn't mean that science has to come from morality. What the fuck is he saying?
Scientific.
Well, because it's not derived from the scientific process, as you just indicated.
By derived from the scientific process. It's the fact that
we can observe it with the scientific
we
process.
need that to exist as a group.
I
right?
agree, but you pointed to the morality of Neanderthals, to the morality of chimpanzees. They didn't derive that from science.
They don't need to. That's not how that works.
That's my point.
Science explains it. So
No, science doesn't explain morality.
It doesn't explain how social animals would need to be.
Well, that's a complicated question.
But we see it though.
Yeah, but explaining the evolution of morality and explaining morality itself aren't the same thing.
Okay, so you're asking why does this happen?
Yes, that's more accurate.
Because social animals
Yeah,
need
but
to
there's
be-
more to it than that.
Is it?
Sure. For example, so we're moral animals that have a sense of the future.
Sure.
Okay, that makes us unique, and that structures our morality.
No, actually, there are other animals that can predict the future. Or not
Not
predict
really.
the future. No, tigers. Actually, there was a tiger at the SF Zoo that killed somebody. And so
Hunting
actually,
animals.
No. Kids threw shit at the tiger. The tiger actually plotted its escape, and it found the
I'm not
kids.
saying that animals can't think.
Okay.
No, but they can
let's pause here.
perceive the future. That's what I'm saying.
Well-
Voted out by the majority.
Thank you, man.
Good man. Yeah.
Peterson.
How you doing, man?
My name's Luke. Nice to meet
Good
you.
to see you, Luke.
So your claim that morality and purpose can only be found in science is a little shaky, because I think that your claim is really being framed to be morality and purpose can only be found in religion. Is that how you're kind of framing it?
I would say that the domain of religion is the domain of morality and purpose. Yes, exactly. And also that science is actually structured, at least in part technically, to eliminate such considerations from its purview a priori.
Okay.
Right? That's why we define science as value-free. But that has to be wrong, because scientists have to prioritize their attention towards something before they can even engage in observation.
Okay.
And that act of prioritization of attention is a value-predicated act. And so I can continue. There's all sorts of things we have to assume about science before it can take place.
Okay, so what I'm specifically pointing out here is about religion in particular, since you yourself are a Christian, right?
People debate about that, and I generally don't discuss it publicly.
Okay, I understand that. And me, myself, I am a former young earth creationist fundamentalist.
Oh, yeah.
So I have experience in this. I used to run a TikTok channel directed about apologetics about the Bible, specifically in this type of facet with morality, evolution and such, and going back and forth with that. So in the Bible, it talks a lot about slavery, right?
Yes.
Yes. So in that, it teaches you how to take care of a slave. Rather than saying slavery is wrong, I think
No,
it
it
should
says
say
that in the story of Moses.
It says slavery is incorrect. It says
Well,
it's
that's
immoral.
why Moses leads his people away from slavery.
But why does the Bible predicate and tell people exactly how to take care of a slave? Isn't that
Well,
immoral? Wouldn't you say that culturally we've evolved as a species, as he said earlier about empathy?
Yeah, I would say that the reason we evolved, so to speak, away from slavery was because the West was founded on Judeo-Christian morality and the presumption that every person was made in the image of God.
Wouldn't you
And so
say
slavery itself became immoral, and that was established by Protestant Christians in the UK, who then convinced the UK government for 200 years to go to war on
And
slavery.
wouldn't you say that this is about the cultural evolution of humans in general, rather than just
No,
Christianity?
I think it's the flowering of the ideas that were embedded
Lonerbox, my girlfriend's argument was that Israel should be dissolved because the Jews can literally just go to Europe and North America since everyone is so positive towards Jews here. What's the counter? So it's okay to deport a group of people because they can go to a different country. Like there are other countries where they can be received. I don't know, like I know what I would say if that was my partner, but it would just be so mean and it would probably end the relationship, but I don't know.
Embedded in the biblical texts across long spans of time.
I feel like this is just humans editing.
I was gonna say should I just boot you out onto the streets because you'd be received so well there. Like, but that would be mean. It would also be a joke, but you know.
Based on the cultural evolution.
What do you mean
variety.
by just?
Just?
Yeah, just humans.
Well, humans.
Editing.
Well, based on culture and history, right? We get better.
Well, they did do it based on culture and history, but
Yes.
culture and history have their foundations too. So.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about slavery. So many people bolstered it based on
Everyone
the Bible.
except
Based on the Bible. They looked at it and they justified it.
Another more like less, still edgy but still true counter. At least it's not like red pill shit. You could just say that Israelis are probably like these days. If you put them in a fucking like in a blue state, Palestinians would probably be more well received than Israeli Jews. Like, who do you think is more popular now amongst like left wing institutions and universities? Like, what? Yeah, just deport all the fucking Palestinians to Colombia because they'll be like more popular there than any Israeli Jews would be. So stupid.
In the United States and the Deep South, they justified slavery.
Yeah, but
based
the main thrust of Protestant thought in particular was stringently
Yes,
against slavery, and it was about the only movement in the history of the human race that had an anti-slavery direction.
Which was driven by humans and their
That's
understanding
one
of
way of
morality.
looking at it. Well, it depends.
It's the same with women's suffrage. I mean, women's the patriarchy.
What do you mean it was driven by humans? Humans drove slavery too.
Yes, exactly.
So there's no argument there. If slavery and anti-slavery were both driven by humans, what does your claim that they were driven by humans have to do with it?
Evolving morality based on the culture that within the society that they live.
Okay,
So
fine.
with
I
women's
think that
suffrage
did
as well
happen.
is a very similar topic in the Bible. There are denominations in Christianity such as Pentecostal movement which do bolster women to be pastors, right? Which I think that's a great thing to do. But most like to disregard
Where do you
women.
think the idea that human beings were sufficiently equal to all vote and not be slaves came from?
Humans.
Yeah, but so did the idea of slavery.
So did the
that's
idea of God.
Fine, but what's
Yes.
your point? Like, you're not making an argument. You're just saying all thoughts come from humans,
Yes.
regardless of the thoughts.
It's not driven by a higher power. It's driven on our experiences
Define
as
higher.
humans, which is what is best for all people.
Is it driven by conscience?
It could be. Which conscious is also something that has evolved over time, and I think that's
What's
something
the
that does evolve with morality and empathy.
Okay, I don't understand the point that you're making.
My point is that God influenced slavery. People looked at the Bible and went, "This is moral because God says so." Just like women's suffrage,
There's lots
and
of
just like homosexuality.
all human societies were slave owning, so you
Yes.
can't blame that on the Bible.
If humanity decided,
Oh wait, address that first.
What, about
all
slavery?
human societies were slavers, so you can't blame that on
That's
the.
not true of all human societies. Like how many? I know that Jordan Peterson only knows about like 3 human societies, and they all happen to be like monotheistic religions. But no, they're actually, mate. The world is fucking huge, okay? And there are some societies that have never interacted with any other societies. Like they've been separated across fucking cliffs and forests for the entirety of human existence. Didn't these all had slaves? Fucking hell. Actual colonizer mindset here, by the way.
The Bible.
well, you can say it bolstered it.
Well, not if you look at the broad sweep of history, because it was the Protestant Christians
Based
in
on
the
their
UK.
interpretation of the Bible,
It was the Protestant Christians.
which evolves over time.
Let's pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Okay. Well, it was great talking with you,
nice
sir.
talking to you, Chris.
Oh, they're being very respectful at least. Come on, where's Parker? Parker's gonna have the most debate bro.
Dr. Peterson?
Good to see you.
Damn.
Man. What's your name?
Brian. So the first thing I would like to say is I would like to engage in this discussion in
I
a
thought this was
symbiotic
just
manner.
Zoomers.
I would not like to engage where there is one clear winner and one clear loser. Emotions are activated and ultimately comes about ego. So I'm just saying I'm really trying to understand your position, and I would just like you to really try to understand my position.
Deal.
Okay, sounds good.
Deal.
With that,
Ugh.
if you're saying that
Like real
morality
men.
and purpose cannot come from science, is the opposite of that true, that morality and purpose can only come from God?
That's a way of defining it, yes.
Okay.
That's right, that's good. So I would say that with regard to the first claim, say, atheists don't understand what they're rejecting, because I would say by definition, God is the unity upon which moral claims are based. That's a definition, right?
Okay, if there is a God, what is the purpose of life?
Well, in the Christian tradition, the purpose of life is to engage in voluntary, upward, self-sacrifice so that the kingdom of heaven can be established on earth.
So you're trying to make it to heaven and avoid hell?
Yes, that's a good way of thinking about it.
What is the purpose of heaven? Do you understand? So here's the deal.
At minimum, it's the opposite
infinite...
of endless suffering. How about
we
that?
can, okay, and so should we not try to achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth? And if we can achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth without God, avoiding it, if we can do that without God, then does that defeat your claim?
Well, yeah, except that it doesn't. You circumvented my initial definition because I said that.
Don't circumvent his definition, Dick.
Unified source of morality.
We caught you.
And so if we engage in a moral exercise...
When you're talking about morality, though, when you really reverse engineer it and you get it down to its root, you're a psychologist, it really seems like it just has to deal with motivation. People are saying there is a God,
It's more specific than that.
Well, so let me ask you this. So if there is a God and there is a moral code and it doesn't come at your benefit, are you going to follow it?
It depends on how you define your benefit.
Depends on how you define
If it's going to come at your expense, would you still follow it? If God came down and said, here is my moral code, and you should follow it, but even if you follow it, you are still going to end up in hell. Are you going to follow it?
Well, that was the question that was put to Job and to Christ, right? Because they were required... Hang on, I'm answering your question. They were required to withstand trials that would break anyone and maintain their upward orientation regardless.
And they did that with the motivation of believing that this omnipotent, all-loving God would somehow turn it into a benefit. So they still did it solely for their benefit. So yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Hang on. Let's define benefit. Like, if I did something for your sister, would that be to your benefit? Like, how are you defining your benefit? Do you mean one of your whims gratified now? Or do you mean you and everyone you love and know over some reasonable span of time?
So when you're talking about whims, I think you're talking about something that's more dopamine. When you're talking about morality, you're talking about something that's more serotonin and more ultimately satisfying. So you and I agree on a lot. I mean, when it comes to talking about how men should be masculine and things of that nature, you and I are 100% in agreement. We just don't agree on the justification that God is the only thing that provides morality.
It's not a justification, it's a definition.
What's the difference then? Between a definition and a justification? I mean, it's ultimately psychologically the same thing.
Well, we have to define what we're talking about before we can debate.
Okay, well, so here's my position.
I said that God, among other things...
I'm actually a non-theist. I'm not an atheist. I believe the human condition is one of uncertainty. And what that means is that I don't believe that you can conclude there is a God with certainty, and I don't believe that you can conclude that there is a God without in the same position. Now, with that, I don't care. I still wake up every day, and I have motivation to be a moral person.
Define moral.
Moral, what I ought to do.
Okay, and how do you come to that conclusion?
And what I ought to do, ultimately it comes down to what not just benefits me, but what benefits the entire planet, what benefits the entire system.
Wow,
I think that your entire moral perspective comes from linear thinking, and when you look at the reality of the universe, it's actually more so holistic. So when you look at how Aristotle defined God, when he said that there had to be an unmoved moved or an uncaused cause, he was...
Yeah, there has to be the self-actualizing actualizer, or whatever Well, there doesn't have to be. It's a stupid argument. Oh wait, no, is that Aristotle or is that Thomas Aquinas? Because it sounded like he was saying that was Aristotle. Whatever, I don't know anything.
Defining God from a linear perspective, and you do the same with morality, and you do the same with purpose.
How does my definition of morality? How does my definition of morality hypothetically differ from yours?
Because you're saying that there's something that exists in a vacuum, that it exists in and of itself, and nothing in the universe exists in a vacuum. Nothing exists in and of itself. It's a whole systems-based morality. It's a systems-based reality.
Is there a hierarchical structure?
What the quantum.
Is there a hierarchical structure? Are some things more important than others?
Are some things? I think some things lead to more benefits than others.
Then, by your own definition, some things are more important than others.
Yes.
Okay.
What is
pause there? You've been voted out by the majority.
Oh, what the vote am I?
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I guess
oh no,
since
it's
you said
Parker.
morality and purpose cannot be found in science. It would just depend on like what you're referencing. If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure. But I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be like an atheist. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists, and I don't believe that a God exists. And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians like prescribe themselves. So I guess
how is that relevant to this claim?
You're basing a position of morality and purpose in some like notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
what typical Christians?
Yeah, typically when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an all-knowing.
How about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience? He was a major influence on all of Catholic social theory. How about that, Christian?
Sure. So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
You think it to be true?
He's so fucked. He must have developed this as like a fucking technique, right? He must have realized that, like, okay, when I'm stuck, I just need to ask them, I just remember one word that they said and ask them what they mean by it. Do you think it's real?
That's a circular definition. What do you mean when you say you believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if you believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it and you die for it. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the presupposition of your attention and your action. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
how would you define belief? Something you say?
That's why I explained. Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life.
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life.
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
No, can there ever be a
That's not a hypothetical, motherfucker. What the fuck are you talking about? From who? I don't think lying would save them. They're out to get me. When they come for me, there's no escape. Like, what are you talking? Is this something he saw in the fucking benzo fever dream? Holy shit. He had that one apple cider, and he knew that when they came, lying would not save him. Bro, who the fuck are you? You're not that important. Lying wouldn't save me.
It's logically that lying could save someone.
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them,
example.
would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's not answerable.
Hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like that because it's far. Look, don't play games.
I'm not playing games.
Yes, you are.
Don't play
if you
games
present
with
me
me,
with
Sonny.
an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've got
What,
there,
you would make sure that you never had to protect Jews? Like, what if there's one at your fucking door begging for your help, dick? What the fuck? Absolutely fucking based. So based. No, I'd never be in that situation because I wouldn't risk my life to save any fucking Jews. Yeah, I would just make sure. I'd make sure the Holocaust wasn't even happening. Giga Chad.
you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about, like there could be a Jewish friend that you have and you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position? Because you don't like, are you like uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask you.
It's just a basic hypothetical
like
where you
like
put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. That's just a basic hypothetical.
Obviously, you would lie in that scenario.
Wait,
to save
he's
their life,
putting
but
them
you're
at-
like not trying to answer this question for some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist? Like, so you're
Why
anti-fascist?
are you asking that?
I was just asking, just clarifying. But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save
I'm
someone's life.
answering it in a
Obviously, that's
manner
not
you
what
don't
truth is.
find acceptable.
Obviously, because I care about truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have a time travel device. We're bringing this logical hypothetical up to show you that in some circumstances that do happen within the real world, you would lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters when I ask you, like, do you believe this? Do you think this to be true? So you don't actually have to answer the questions. And plenty of Christians don't like that because they clearly see that you don't really like want to be associated with
I can
Christianity.
imagine that I was in a situation where the best I could do as a consequence of my previous mistakes was to tell the least amount of lie I could manage. But that would likely indicate that I had made all sorts of catastrophic.
Do you not believe that people can end up in circumstances that are outside of their control, Jordan Peterson? What the fuck? When you're complaining about the fucking woke mob and the virus and all that, like, what, is it your fault that you're in that situation? What the fuck? Oh god, he's so stupid. He's actually mental. He's just like a fucking insane person who's just been let out for the day, but the day has been 10 years.
catastrophic errors on my way there.
So you would lie to save someone's life. So again, you do believe it to be true in that circumstance, even.
What did the Jews do wrong to get persecuted? What did the Shia Muslims do to have to get fucking forced to lie about their faith to save themselves? What did they have to do? What did they do that was wrong? As a collective. Holy shit.
Though you lied in that scenario. So
Not
clearly that's
without the context that I put it in.
You were not willing to die for it. You were not willing to let other people die for it. So that's not what you see to be true then, seemingly.
You're doing exactly what I said you were doing at the beginning of the conversation. You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical with no precursors to back me into a corner.
How's it possible? Is there something contradictory about it? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
He's so fucking mad.
My next claim is that everybody worships something, including atheists, even though they might not know it.
Even though they might not know it. That's fucking brilliant. It's so good.
Hi.
Good work.
Thank you.
Hi there.
I'm Zena. So I want to start off with defining terms.
Yep.
How do you define worship?
Oh, he loves
Prioritize.
Prioritize. So almost like having a preference over something rather than the
It's
other.
a hierarchy of preferences.
Yeah.
And you use it to direct your attention.
Right.
So whatever you're attending to, you're worshiping.
Right. So I've kind of become a little bit familiar with your idea of this value-laden hierarchy.
Yeah.
Right. And you kind of posit that at the bottom of this hierarchy, or you call it top or bottom, I suppose. Right. At the bottom of this hierarchy, this foundational priority in your life is going to be considered God. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. I'm trying to imagine a situation in which could there be that someone has a priority at their foundation that is different from someone else's?
Oh, definitely.
Right. So we can have different conceptions of God.
That's why we fight.
Right. So essentially, there's
fight,
not one God, but there are multiple gods, and these gods exist in some realm of truth. It's true that this person has one God and it exists.
Yeah, probably better to think about it as multiple values, but that there's a hierarchy of values with something at the bottom.
Right, but at the bottom is God, and there
That's
are,
a definition, yeah.
Yeah, so at the bottom is God,
Yeah.
and there can be multiple people with different conceptions of God, and they're each valid in being called God. So there are multiple gods that exist.
Give me this node. Dick.
It depends on what you mean by valid. So
No.
far, so good, but it depends on what you mean by valid, because I would say
No.
that some foundational conceptions
He feigned
don't
death
play
for
out
it.
when
Oh,
they're
that
implemented.
asshole.
So if you put the wrong thing at the foundation, you end up in hell, for example. That's what happens in totalitarian states.
Frick.
Yeah.
So you're saying...
So they're not all equal. Like, all foundational principles are not equal, even though they might be equally foundational. Right.
So what makes one kind of foundational tenet better than another one?
That's an excellent question. Iterability. Imagine that you play a game with someone and you're a kid, and it's fun. So then you play again and again and again.
So
Well, then
repetition.
it's playability across multiple iterations. So then you have a friend, and a friend is better than having a game. Right? So that's one. Breadth of application is another. So if it's just for me now, it's not as good as something that would be benefit to both of us across time.
Right. So we're explaining characteristics that can be applied to these types of foundational values. But why is it that this iterability makes it better, and what does better mean?
Well, one hallmark of better is likely to be selected voluntarily. So it's invitational.
Another descriptive kind of quality. So we're talking about characteristics that in some type of system with a goal, an output being we could maybe say happiness, right? Or some type of
harmony.
Harmony,
Yeah,
right?
that's better. Not happiness precisely, because it's too short term.
Exactly. So as someone who is an atheist, right, I can explain that within a system, there are things that we can see as better or worse to meet this goal or meet this output. But what we're interested in, though, is what could make these things, regardless of any system, right?
Well, imagine that you set up a system and you implement it, and it produces the opposite results to which you intend. Oh yeah, that's not a good system.
Exactly.
Right, so the foundational principles are lacking, because when you implement them, the game degenerates instead of moving towards the aim.
Right. So we're talking about within a system. When we talk about something being moral, right, just absolutely moral, it means that without a system, right, this thing is simply moral with no reason. Stance independent, this thing is good. So I'm trying to figure out if such thing can exist. And if so, do you believe that these things are moral in of themselves, self-evidently moral, or are they moral in accordance with the system?
I can't define them any more accurately than I already did, really.
Okay. In regards to morality, when we talk about the divine, when we talk about God and religion, these moral tenets and religion, right, and God exist as good because it is God, right? So it's self-evident, right? Without any kind of goal or output, this thing is good. So I want to figure out how...
There's an element of that that's true. So, for example, in the story of Job, Job is unfairly tortured in consequence of a bet between God and Satan. So Job is emblematic of someone who's being hurt for no apparent reason. Okay, so Job's response to that is that he refuses to lose faith in himself, and he refuses to lose faith in the ultimate goodness of being. Okay, and those are axiomatic decisions. They're not exactly evidence dependent because he is suffering. There's an arbitrariness in that that's reminiscent of what you claim.
So I'm essentially trying to figure out, do you believe that something can be good like stance independently, something that can be good.
I don't know what you mean by stance independent.
so
You
I
mean
mean-
independent of people?
Independent of people, we can use that, or more so, I want to be more specific. Something that can be good, right, regardless of any end goal. It's just good.
No, I think good is tied up with goal.
Goal, okay, I completely agree. So, in a sense, this is why.
That's why the religious goal in Christianity is the establishment of the kingdom of heaven on earth. It's goal dependent.
Okay, right.
So it's in reference to a goal.
So,
or the goal would be the
but
imitation of Christ.
Someone's goal, right, can be something that doesn't encompass being in congruence with God or being with God.
No, the thing that they want to be in
Oh,
congruence.
right, okay. It is God.
That's right.
Sorry,
That's
sorry,
right.
I
That's good.
corrected
That's great. The thing they want to be in congruence with is fundamentally equivalent to their God.
So what makes someone a Christian and what makes someone not a Christian? What makes, like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because
That's a good question.
Yes.
Yeah, well, probably the deepest answer to that is willingness to shoulder your cross voluntarily and trudge uphill regardless of circumstances.
Okay, so someone can believe in, someone can have a God, because in your definition, your first preference, that is God, right? So someone can believe in God, right, and not be a Christian, right?
Yeah, well, there's a statement that Christ makes in the Gospels. He says, not everyone who says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven.
So not that they're even saying that they believe in God, but they just...
I know, but that's why I'm saying this to you, is that Christ himself points out that there's a difference between people who say they believe and people who act
I
it
have no fucking idea what these two are talking about, but okay. Seems like they're both enjoying it.
out. And the fundamental issue is the action rather than the stated belief.
But he also says that, to be saved, right, you must believe God has died for your sins, or that God has resurrected in some way. So it's like, I don't necessarily think that we can take from the Bible and say that, like, acting in accordance with God necessarily means, or acting in accordance with, the principles of God, like, for example, sacrifice, like you talk about, means that you are Christian. I don't see how you can get that from that interpretation and then, kind of justify it as the truth.
I don't think that the fact that you sacrifice is sufficient to make you Christian.
So can we repeat once again what you believe makes someone Christian?
There's many things, but one of the most fundamental is that you believe that the cosmos itself is founded on the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. Best founded. Let me offer you a contrary example. So I could assume that power rules. And so that my assumption would be, if I can make you do it, I win. Right, and I can found a whole society on that, and that happens a lot, by the way. And that's also how societies tend to degenerate. And so that would be a society that was founded on the principle that you get to sacrifice and I don't have to. Right, now the contrary to that would be something like, you give up voluntarily and with courage all the things you need to situate yourself properly in relationship to the future.
Why is no one flagging it? What's going on?
Right. So then there's a harmony. That's why I talked about harmony earlier.
So you navigate your life, right, in accordance kind of to this principle of self-sacrifice. Can I say it in that way?
Yes, you can definitely say it that way. That's exactly right. And navigate is the right term.
So someone does not have to have any awareness of Christ, of the story of Jesus, but let's say 60% of their actions, right, or more, whatever kind of metric you want to use, are in line with this self-sacrificial.
So the Christian thinkers of the Middle Ages dealt exactly with that problem when they were talking about the pre-Christian philosophers, for example. And they noted the similarity, let's say, between pre-Christian Greek thought and later Christian thought, and presumed that there were moral actors outside the Christian domain.
Right.
So
is that person Christian, though? Is that person Christian?
Well, to some degree, again, that's a matter of definition, because they wouldn't be proclaiming Christian propositions, but they're acting out the pattern. Right. So so you imagine that full Christianity would involve a dozen things, and you can imagine someone who knows nothing of Christianity, say, acting out 8 of them.
Right.
So then they'd be 8/12 Christian or something like that.
Christian.
Well,
but to be like a full Christian, how can someone say I am Christian? Like I am Christian, not 8/12, but Christian.
Well, I hesitate to do that personally, because I think it's the kind of goal that you be very careful about proclaiming. The technical.
But belief is not necessarily, to be mostly Christian, belief is not necessary. 8/12s or, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by belief. See, because I would say that acting out the pattern is the deepest form of belief. Now, you could add to that what you say. So, maybe in the optimal situation, how you act and what you imagine and what you say, they're the same. Right? But you can imagine a hypocrite who says all sorts of wonderful things and does nothing, and you could imagine another person who acts in a very positive manner but proclaims nothing.
So what I'm kind of seeing is like a descriptive, a really comprehensive but descriptive analysis of human action, human thought, and by which we can characterize people and put people in boxes. But I don't see...
Why in boxes?
When I say in boxes, I mean like I can categorize you based on your actions, not based on necessarily what you say, but based on your actions that you are more so or less so Christian, right? Things like that, right? So we can categorize people as Christian.
Well, I would say more or less voluntarily self-sacrificing.
But that's also what we came to, though, is that someone can be like 60% or 70% Christian based on simply just acting in that way.
Yeah, Richard Dawkins is like that.
I watched that debate.
Pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Really, very thoughtful.
He loved that. I didn't understand a word. Boom, boom,
Hey, Dr.
boom,
Peterson.
boom.
How you doing?
Danny, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Danny.
Danny.
You're saying atheists worship things or people or places, whatever. Can you be very clear about your definition of worship again?
Attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for.
Okay, that's it. That's your understanding of worship.
Well, I can flesh it out, but that'll do for the time we have.
Okay, do Catholics attend to Mary?
Yes.
Okay, so do they fit that description of worship?
Yes.
So you would say Catholics and other people that revere Mary, like the Eastern Orthodox tradition, worship Mary.
Well, they might not put her in the highest
But
place.
you would put it that way.
No.
You just said it. Now you're taking it back.
There's
now?
still a hierarchy.
Okay, there's a hierarchy, but within the
There's something at the top.
All right, you can worship things
Mary is
below.
quite a ways up the hierarchy, but not at the top.
Let's go over your definition of worship again. What's your definition of worship?
Attend to.
Attend to. Do
prioritize.
Do Catholics
sacrifice for?
What do Catholics attend to? Do they prioritize Mary over all other human beings?
No, I didn't say overall, did I? I didn't add that to my definition.
You understand?
I said there was a hierarchy as well.
You attend to
So you can attend to something trivially, or you can attend to it deeply.
And now you're adding stuff to the definition. But your original definition...
I added the hierarchy part at the beginning.
Are you
just
familiar?
didn't understand it.
Are you familiar with the Immaculate Conception?
Why is that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay. You're
Their
familiar.
doctrines are very
How do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well, either you're a Christian or you're not.
If you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression I was invited.
I thought you would. I thought you would like risk your life to stand up for what you believe in. What are you talking about? I'm not going to tell you. What? You're going to lie about your beliefs? You're going to try and deceive someone now by hiding your beliefs? What the fuck?
To talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
He's a grifter. That's why.
Invited to.
I think everyone should
He
look at
wants
the title.
he
of the
wants all
YouTube
the Christians to think he's their guy. Is that the job? Okay.
channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something. You are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
Damn. He's fucking furious.
Hi there.
Hi, nice
What's
to meet
your
you.
name?
Gerard.
Hello, Gerard.
Nice to meet you, sir. So you've said that worship is when you
Look at this
prioritize
name.
and sacrifice for something, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a hierarchy in there.
Sure. So I prioritize and sacrifice for
There's a
my wife more than I would
hierarchy in
prioritize
there.
and sacrifice for a random person on the street, right?
Probably.
Presumably. Do I
Just
worship my
remember,
wife?
there's a hierarchy.
Pretty bad marriages.
Assuming a good marriage, are you saying I worship my wife?
I'm trying to define worship.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So prioritize and sacrifice. I do
The
those
higher
things.
it is in the hierarchy, the more what you're doing is akin to worship. But even in your trivial acts of attention, you're prioritizing and partaking in worship, even if you don't know it.
So I am
And it's
prioritizing.
partly, well, with regard to your wife, say. So why do you value your wife? You do value your
Yes,
wife.
I love her, so I prioritize and I sacrifice for her.
Right, right. So that's within the confines of love, let's say.
Sure.
What else does it serve?
What else does what serve?
Your love in your marriage?
I mean, I'm married to my wife because I love her. That's
Yeah.
also why I prioritize and sacrifice for her. I certainly wouldn't think I worship her, and I don't think anyone else would make that.
I'm
Are you
trying to
making
make
that
a
claim?
definition.
Okay.
Yeah, that there's a hierarchy of attentional priority, and as you move up it or down it,
Why not
depending on
worshiping
whether
your
you
wife,
think about it as a
weirdo?
pinnacle or a foundation, you move more towards worship. Right. So even the small things. I'll give you an example. Imagine you go on a date. Well, imagine that your aim is a long-term relationship like a marriage. Okay, now imagine that your aim is short-term sexual gratification. Your pattern of attention is going to vary during the date, depend on your ultimate end. That's the hierarchy. The way that you attend to your wife is dependent on your ultimate aims, even if you don't know it.
So at what point is it worship? Because it sounds like you're saying
It's
worship is
shades.
almost a spectrum, right? Or it's not a binary. It's not a.
It's kind of like that's a good
So
question.
when
It's
is,
like
when is it worship as opposed to just I love my wife?
the closer you get to the top or the bottom, the more it's more like
How close
worship.
to the top? Because I don't think I worship anything. And if you're saying I have to hit a certain threshold for it to be worship, it is possible I don't worship anything then, right?
It's not possible that you don't worship anything.
What do I worship?
Because you wouldn't attend. Well, love.
So you think I
apparently.
worship love?
Do you attend in consequence of love? See, I'm trying to define something. What do you mean worship? I told you what I meant. What do you mean?
So I mean, something you worship is something that you have a reverential view for in a manner in which you believe it to be above and beyond normal things you like. Like you.
So do you
presumably
have that
worship-
attitude towards your wife?
I have that
Do you
attitude.
privilege her compared to other women?
Of course, I privilege her compared to
Okay.
other women, but I don't worship her. Nor does she worship me.
By the definition you just offered, yes, you do. Because you just offered a definition that involved prioritization and elevation.
Well, and thinking that she is divine above and beyond what a normal natural
women.
phenomenon can be. Not other women, no, beyond any human being could ever be. I will prioritize her over
See,
any
you're
other
making
human, but I
the
don't
assumption.
think that she is some
You're making the
supernatural
assumption that only the thing at the top or the bottom has anything to do with worship. And I'm saying that's not true. It's a hierarchy of prioritization. And there's either something at the top or the bottom, depending on the metaphor, or you're fragmented and confused. Those are the only options.
So let's say
you're
I'm
either going in many directions
Okay.
or you're going in one direction.
So let's suppose I'm fragmented and confused. Then you
Yeah.
agree I don't worship anything.
No, then you'd worship multiple things.
How? So
But
what's
you're
the threshold
fragmented.
when it's worship? Right? I prioritize a lot of stuff.
I said that the closer you get to the pinnacle or the
How
closer
close?
you get...
Can you give me some sort of metric? How close do I got to get to this pinnacle?
Do you know the difference between cheap literature and deep literature?
Yes.
Okay, that's the same issue. And how do you distinguish between them? What's the difference between cheap and deep?
I mean, it's really an opinion-based
I
thing.
want to talk with him about the Trinity. What? Because you worship like three things, like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit equally, or what?
Thing, right?
Is it? So it's just an opinion that
plenty of-
Dostoevsky is better than a porno magazine.
Well, I've spoken to people who think To Kill a Mockingbird's cheap. It's one of my favorite books. So, I mean, people will differ on
Well,
opinion.
just because people are stupid about things doesn't mean that their opinion is valid.
That's certainly
Do
true.
you, well,
I do
let
agree
me
with
ask
that.
you.
I agree with that.
Okay, well, do you think there is a hierarchy in literary quality?
I think that there is a hierarchy to an extent in literary quality, but I think once you get to a certain threshold, it is just opinion. Like, I agree. Dostoevsky
Okay.
is better than a porno mag, but is F. Scott Fitzgerald
Why do
better
you
than
think
Ernest
that?
Hemingway? I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Why do you think that?
Because of what a book is, what literature is, Dostoevsky, he follows what literature is the purpose of more than the porno magazine.
Okay, good. Well,
So it's about purpose
So
and
let me.
definitions.
Yeah, sure. Let me give you an analog then.
Okay.
The depth of worship is analogous to depth of literary significance, and the closer you get to what's deep, the more religious and worshipful your practice.
So to
and maybe
use
you
your
don't know what's at the bottom, but something needs to be, or you're confused.
Well, so to use your analogy, then how deep do I have to go for it to be worship? Do I have to be Catcher in the Rye? Do I have to be War and Peace? Or
Depends on what.
is
It depends on
Twilight
what you're
enough?
seeking for.
I'm seeking to know whether I worship something. You've claimed I worship something, and I
If
want
you
to know.
want to have a deep and meaningful life, then you have to go all the way to the bottom or the top. And insofar as you're capable of doing that, because otherwise you'll be fragmented and miserable and anxiety-ridden and hopeless.
So I have to worship something to have a meaningful life. And if I
There's
worship
no difference between those two things.
Okay.
They're the same thing.
So if I don't worship anything, my life will not be meaningful, correct?
Well, that's the definition of nihilism.
Okay. So
When I talk about people worshiping things, in a religious sense, isn't it that people worship things as if they hold some kind of special priority in the world, regardless of whether or not you're there? So like when people worship God, I don't think they say like, oh, God's my preference, like my personal preference. They say that God is like supreme and is at the top of the hierarchy, regardless of what I believe and whether or not I'm even there. Like he just is. Whereas when I talk about worshiping fucking your mum's fanny, that's not really, I'm not saying it's like the best fanny in the world, you know? It's just that it's the one that I prefer right now. Doesn't need to be for everyone. It's not like an absolute claim. No?
So if I'm a nihilist, I don't worship anything.
That's true. And then
Oh, okay. You just said everybody worships something. I think you just agreed there is a class of people that doesn't.
Well, they're incoherent in their worship, and hand gestures like that aren't going to help.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look,
They're
if you're
incoherent.
incoherent and fragmented and aimless, which is what happens if your objects of worship are unstructured and chaotic, then you're going to be anxiety-ridden and without hope. That happens. That's a technical argument.
But there's happy nihilists.
Oh, there
How
are.
do you explain that there are happy nihilists then? Because
Well,
you just said they
the
can't
mere
be.
fact that you state that there are happy nihilists doesn't make it true. Like, what's your
It's an
evidence?
oxymoron.
How do you measure nihilism, and how have you associated it with happiness, and what's your definition of happiness? And have you compared them to religious people? Because if you do, by the way, it's clearly the case that religious people, over the long run, have
It's
better mental
impossible
health.
for
It's a
there to be a happy
well-documented
nihilist.
fact in
Okay.
psychological literature.
Sure.
So your claim is just a claim; it doesn't stand on anything.
So you disagree with the claim that there exists even one happy nihilist?
I didn't say that.
Okay, would you agree there exists at
No, there
least one
couldn't
happy
be.
nihilist in the universe?
It's not a question that has any meaning as far as I'm concerned, because
Okay.
it depends on what you mean by happy, and it depends on the duration that you're trying to calculate over. Now and then, there's probably some.
You were talking about unhappy. You'd be fragmented and unhappy if you don't have something that you prioritize and you worship. You fucking liar. Jesus Christ. Okay, he's just realized that he can't answer the question about fucking nihilists, so he's flailing again. We're back into the... Listen. Listen, okay, that hypothetical's a little bit too close to the mark. Okay, let me take you into my little cloud here. Listen, come into my cloud. Come into my semantic cloud over here, where everything's a little bit fuzzy, a little bit cute. A little bit difficult to pin things down in the cloud.
Deluded soul who thinks he's a nihilist who's momentarily pleased with himself, but as a long-term strategy to deal with the future, to get along with yourself and with others, it's sadly lacking. That's why Nietzsche warned that when God died, as he announced in 1850, that people would be flooded with pointless, anxiety-ridden, hopeless nihilism. And that was what would attract them to, for example, to the false gods of totalitarianism, which is exactly what happened, because everybody worships something, even atheists who think they don't.
Aren't there unhappy Christians or devoted believers? So worshiping something is neither sufficient nor necessary for happiness then?
Well, terrible things can come your way regardless, and that does happen, but it's the case that even when circumstances become deeply troublesome, that how you're oriented makes a big difference. So I'll give you an example. So The book of Job deals with the issue of unfair suffering. So Job is a good man who has everything taken away from him in the most painful possible way.
To settle it back, right?
Fucked up.
With Satan, yes. And so he makes the axiomatic presumption that he won't lose faith in himself or in the spirit of being itself. And that helps him remain calm and forward-looking through his time of trial.
Doesn't he absolutely curse God?
No. His wife tells him to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Isn't Job the story of the guy who just keeps getting fucked, but he just keeps on believing anyway and doesn't doubt God? And you're supposed to be like, that's cool. Isn't that a dumb story? I don't know, Job. If I was Job, I'd be like, mate, what the fuck are you doing to me? Die.
My final claim is that atheists accept Christian morality, but deny the religion's foundational stories.
I just love I love every prompt.
It's very nice to meet you.
What's your name?
I'm Ian.
Hi.
So God says that you can own people as property. He says that you can beat them with a rod too. He commands genocide in Deuteronomy, in Numbers, and in Samuel. I mean, they have a goddamn baby barbecue in Numbers. Like, is all of this in line with Christian ethics?
No.
So then God doesn't fit within Christian ethics.
Well, the biblical library is a continuing story, and everything written in it has to be contextualized by the entire text. There's 65,000 hyperlinks in the biblical text. And you can take pieces of it out of context and criticize them, and that's what you're doing. But that's a mistake, I think. It's an analytic mistake because you're putting the cart before the horse.
I really don't think so. I think that if we say that something is Christian ethics, then I think that all of the books essential to Christianity would fit with it, especially if it's like the main character. When we're talking about
How do you deal with
God,
the morality of war?
So,
how do you think you should deal with the morality of war?
Sure. Because I feel like the morality, like I feel like Christian ethics, like this is kind of, I guess I just think it's like kind of an absurdity to say that God doesn't fit within Christian ethics, but sure, well, we can go on my ethics, that's totally fine.
I don't know what you mean by an absurdity. What game are you playing with?
Well, I just think that it's an absurdity to say that the Christian God doesn't fit within Christian ethics, that like the Christian God isn't like Christian ethical.
I said that the specific statements that you made don't take the context of the stories into account, and so that your analytical approach is faulty.
Sure.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Sure, then let's go through the example. Yeah, so, and I apologize. So let's go through the example. So in 1 Samuel 15:3, God says, go and slaughter the Amalekites, slaughter the men, the women, the children, the infants. What's the justification for that? Is that in line with Christian ethics?
That's a good question. I don't really know what to do with the terrible, blood-soaked, saturated history of the human past. I don't know, and I don't think anybody knows. I mean, what you try to do in your own life, as far as I can tell, is to conduct yourself in a manner that makes such things much more unlikely.
I totally agree.
We're all saddled with the problem of the catastrophes that got us here, aren't we?
Yeah, but this one was commanded by God. That's the problem. That's what differentiates it from anything else, is that this one, it's God saying, go and do this atrocity.
Do you think that there's ever such a thing as a righteous war?
I'm skeptical. I'm not sure. It would probably be situational.
Well, right, fair enough.
Yeah, but this one certainly wasn't a just war. The context for the Amalekite slaughter is that 400 years earlier, they fought one battle, which they lost, and God says, that's it, I'm going to wipe them off the face of the goddamn earth. And then 400 years later, he commands the Israelites to genocide their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. That's not a just war at all. And also, a genocide is not a war.
Well, a genocide can be a war, but...
Absolutely not. Look, the genociding of the Amalekites, the men, the women, and the infants, that's not a war. The infants aren't combatants.
Look, I already said that it's very difficult to look at the blood-soaked past and to know exactly what to do about it. The answer I gave to the gentleman who is sitting here before you is that it's necessary to read a text like the Bible at all of its levels of analysis simultaneously. And there's a directional morality that emerges across time that has its roots in the Old Testament, for example, with its restrictions against murder specifically, that makes itself manifest in the Christian texts as the insistence on voluntary self-sacrifice as the foundational belief. That's a profoundly anti-violence ethos.
Do you have the belief in your theology?
Well, what do you think of that? Wait a sec. Now, redress what I just said.
So I'm about to address it, but I'm addressing it with a question. Do you think that God is by his very essence perfect?
You'll have to provide more...
Sure, just like maximally great and all.
Vazarka, thanks for the tier 4 sub. That is insanely generous sub. Thank you so much. Barbas Dantio, thanks for the $5. Next time on Jubilee, Jordan Peterson versus 20 Drews. Excuse me. Jordan Peterson versus 20 Drews. Excuse me, but what the fuck is a...
Base?
Boom, 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 boom.
great
a
making
definition.
qualities.
Sure.
Yeah,
By
like
definition.
flawless. Yeah. So,
Okay,
so
so
does a
wait a
flawless
sec,
thing
wait a
change?
sec.
Does a flawless thing reveal like more and better information over time, or would a flawless thing say, here's what's good, here is the absolute good thing to do at all circumstances in time?
Well, we know some of that.
Wait,
Tell
so
the truth.
does-
That's one.
That's totally fine, but
No,
presumably...
no. You don't get to say
That's
no.
because
That
it's a straw
that's
man.
totally
It's a
fine.
straw man of my position. It's a straw man of the argument. So
In
the
what way?
argument
No,
is that
wait
God-
a sec. You
Well, I'm already
said
waiting.
find one
Back foot.
maxim that's transcendent across situations.
I didn't
and
say any
just
of
did.
those words. I'm not sure what
Okay,
conversation you're
rephrase.
a part of.
Don't be a smartass.
I'm sorry.
Seriously, I mean it. If we're going to have a serious
You are literally the ultimate smartass. It depends on what you mean by like and favor and prioritize. Like, come on. What level are you at now? 53. It's in the top left.
conversation, conduct yourself properly.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Rephrase your
Okay,
question
Daddy.
so that because I must have missed it, I tried to answer it.
So in my mind, I guess
Daddy
by my
Jeeperson.
lights, a perfect being doesn't change. A perfect being, if they're maximally good, maximally moral,
Does our understanding of the perfect being change?
our understanding might, but
How do we
the perfect
distinguish?
being
How do we
is
distinguish?
revealing.
Well, I agree. How do we distinguish between that, though, at the human level?
Don't be a
So
bad
distinguish
lobster.
between whether
Between our transforming understanding of perfection and perfection itself.
Between our
we can only, yeah, well, we can only
presumably
see
a
through our
perfect
own
being-
lenses.
Presumably, a perfect being would be revealing all of these aspects all the time, especially if God's outside of time. I don't know how a God who's outside of
How
time
does
is
something-
revealing different things at different times. That just seems like incoherent to me.
Imagine something that's perfect.
Sure.
And complete.
Sure.
Okay, and it's trying to communicate with creatures who are anything but that.
Sure.
Well, they're going to get it wrong.
Sure.
Okay, now wait a sec. Do you blame that on the interpreters or the phenomena itself?
So in
Like,
this
for example,
case-
are you
well, yeah, I
perfect in
blame
attending
this-
to your conscience?
Hold on. At the point in time when God is literally the one who created us, he could have created us in a way where we would always be receptive to these principles, where we don't have to go across like a learning curve where, maybe we'll understand
maintain
like
free will.
thousands of years in the future, maybe we'll do it. Oh, also, if you believe in an all-knowing God, then free will is impossible because
Wait
if
a sec. Let's
well,
not go
wait,
to that
because
yet.
you threw free will into the mix.
Well, that was the answer to your question.
Yeah, and
you
I'm
said,
saying
why
that's
wouldn't God?
incoherent.
Well,
It's
1,000
contradictory.
years of deep thinking philosophers would disagree with you. But
Yeah,
have
and
it your way.
1,000 years of, or at least like the last 50 years of philosophers would disagree with you. These analytic philosophers, people like Graham Oppie make arguments about the incompatibility of omniscience and free will, that if God created this world, if he chose this world instead of that world, then he makes it causally inevitable every single action that you were going to make. If he made a world where we were just electrons in love, then none of this would have happened. But by making us in this world, knowing exactly what's going to happen in the future, it makes all of those events inevitable, which means that they're all causally determined, which means that we have no free will if you believe in an all-good God or an all-knowing God that made everything.
Well, have it your way.
Okay, cool. So then the free will theodicy fails.
Well, fails for you. That doesn't mean you've disproved it. I mean,
Do you
you
wanna
tried to
respond to
make
the argument?
Yes, you tried to make a case for a causally deterministic universe. I don't think there's any evidence for that at all.
Do you think that God could have created a different universe than the one that he created?
I have no idea.
Okay, so then there's going to be a double bind, right? So either he couldn't have done it, in which case he lacks the power, or he could have done it, in which case we don't have free will, because he chose this world instead of that world, making the events of this world instead of that world inevitable with his infallible
I don't
knowledge.
understand where you're headed.
Well, it just means that the free will defense fails. Like all this, like under
Like I
your
said,
view,
if
under
you want
your
to have
view,
it
free
fail,
will.
no problem. I don't know why it's relevant to the issue.
Do you
we're discussing.
acknowledge that under your view, free will doesn't exist?
No.
Oh, then do you want to respond to the argument?
You'll have to phrase it more
Sure,
clearly
okay.
so that someone like me can understand it.
Yeah, gotcha. So God already knows in advance everything that's going to happen, which means that by making this world instead of that world, everything is inevitable, which means that God's act of causing this world instead of that
Inevitable
world,
doesn't mean determined.
it's causally inevitable if God chooses this world instead of that world.
Doesn't make
causally,
it determined.
Causally inevitable means determined.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely, yes, it does.
Well, have it your way.
Okay.
That's not the case.
Damn.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Fucking
return.
mug.
Jordan, nice to meet you.
Very zippy. What's your name?
I'm Liam.
Hi, Liam. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm
Good.
surrounded by atheists.
My question to you, let me scoot in, would be, what does it mean to accept Christian values precisely, or Christian morality?
It means to aim up as hard as you can, no matter what happens to you.
So I think that that's a very broad definition of what Christian
Yeah, but it'll
morality
come
is.
in handy at some point in your life.
Right, but I think that many different disciplines and theologies.
Well, you asked for a truncated answer. I
Right.
mean, there's other ways of representing the
Yeah.
situation, but I wanted to give you something that was kind of foundational briefly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't mean it's, exhaustive.
Yeah.
I could say that you would have to believe that Christ is God and he died for your sins,
Mm-hmm.
right? But that's in a very difficult way to understand. That's the same claim.
Yeah. If there are other theologies and disciplines that have similar types of values, how then is that definition mean? Like, wouldn't those also be Christian values under your definition?
That's a good question. I spent a lot of time studying different religious systems from all over the world and found multiple interesting layers of concordance.
Right.
So, for example, in ancient Egypt, their god Horus, who was the reviving god of the totalitarian state, he was the god of attention. Right, and the Jews hypothetically came out of Egypt, and there was crosstalk between Egyptian and Jewish foundational morality, and then that bled into Christianity. I mean, the human beings all over the world have come up with moral systems that fit roughly into a pattern, and they're very usefully studied. Now, I learned a lot about Christianity by studying Taoism, for example, like a lot. So I think you can make a case that Christianity formalized the landscape of good and evil more comprehensively and in more detail than any other religious system, and I think that that's part of the reason that it defeated paganism and spread so broadly across the West and is still dominant, still understructures our culture.
Pretty sure it defeated paganism through strength, but okay.
Example.
The way you feel about Horus or Taoism or something is how I feel about Christian morals, I think.
Yeah, but how do I feel about them?
Well, that you took inspiration from them, you learned from them. Maybe
that's a good start,
right.
You know, because I would say that actually constitutes belief. You know, like you said, well, look.
Right.
Define belief.
In Noah, in the story of Noah, right? Noah is inspired by the apprehension that all hell is going to break loose. Okay, he regards that inspiration as God.
Okay.
Right, and when God comes to Abraham, he comes to Abraham as the spirit of adventure. It's inspiration. One of the definitions of God in the Old Testament, unsurprisingly, given the derivation of the word, is inspiration. And so if you take inspiration from Christian ideas, then insofar as you do that, you are in fact a believer, which was my point with regards to atheists
Correct.
not understanding.
But have you taken inspiration from Taoism or from studying Egyptian mythology?
Definitely.
So then you believe them under that definition?
Yeah, but I've incorporated them into something I think that's more comprehensive.
Is it possible to take inspiration and to appreciate the teachings without being a believer in their truth claims?
No, I don't think so. But I think, you see, there are different kinds of truth claims, right? There's propositional truth claims, which are the truth claims of what you say. And then there's embodied truth claims, which is the truth claims of what you do. That should be prioritized. Optimally, what you say and what you do would be brought into harmony. But I would say if you had to prioritize, it should be what you attend to and what you act first. And that's what Christ actually says in the Gospels, because he points to the Pharisees, for example, who say all the right things, but don't do any of the right things, and points out very clearly that that's not acceptable.
I don't know that the Christian morality, those principles originate in Christianity, because you brought up other things that predate Christianity that you can very closely tie connections to.
Well, I don't think they do originate precisely. I mean, I don't think the Christian claim is exactly that they originate in Christianity.
So if I'm living those values, how is it that I'm living the Christian values and maybe not the Egyptian values or something else?
Well,
that
was good. That was good. Yeah.
Hi.
Hello there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's your name?
I'm Kumari. So I was curious about this Christian morality that you're talking about. Because
God,
a lot
those
of
glasses.
my
Holy
issues with
shit.
Christianity have to do with the base morality of it.
Is that like current fashion right now? Like, look at the frames are so. It's not that they're thick that way, it's that they're thick that way. What the fuck? That's kind of amazing. Okay.
Specifically with the idea of the rapture and how we see people that aren't going to come up with us with the rapture and that concept of heaven and hell. I don't really agree with that morality. But if you could explain that to me and how I do agree with that, I would love to hear.
Well, I can't explain the rapture to you because that isn't something I concern myself with, and that's more of a sectarian belief than something that's central to Christianity. Now, there's all sorts of evangelical Protestants who might disagree with that, but that doesn't have anything to do with me. You asked a deeper question with regard to, let's say, heaven and hell and judgment. Yeah. Well, that's a tough one, right? I mean, sin, you could put it this way, sin is what puts you in hell, right? And so then you might ask, well, how do you know you're in hell? How about you do anything to get out of it?
Can I ask
How
you a
about you
question?
know that you put yourself there?
Do you think, is sin a part of Christian morality?
What do you mean exactly? Sin as a part?
The
it's
concept
missing
of sin?
Okay, it's derived from an archery term, and it means to miss the target. Right, and so it presumes that there's such a thing as a central target and that you can miss it in many ways. And the consequence of that will be your life will be ridden with anxiety, your life will be pointless, people will turn against you.
Don't believe in sin at all?
Well, do you believe in error? Have you made any mistakes?
What if I believe that the mistakes that you make, that they're fixable, and so that no sin is finite, and that the
that's a Christian belief.
the idea of hell, I don't believe in it.
That's also a Christian belief, by the way.
A Christian belief is hell?
No, that there's no sin there's one. The sin against the Holy Ghost is unforgivable, but that's really the sin against the process that would enable you to learn.
Okay. But there's a Christian belief that hell does exist, and if I commit sin, I'm going to go there, correct?
Yes.
So what if I don't believe in that? Like I think that when you, can I explain a little bit?
Sure.
Okay. I think that when you commit sin, that it's because of a lot of environmental factors in your life, like where you were born and who you were raised by. And so there are certain things that lead you down a dangerous path. And once you are dead, I think you're kind of removed of that person. There's no like, there are no factors of the earth that have to.
What happens after death.
Right.
So I would ask you, in these times that you suffered terribly in ways that you thought would never end, do you believe that you had any causal role in that? Like, did you play a part in that?
In my own suffering?
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes I would say that there was a part that I played in that.
Okay,
but I
that's
also
the thing to find out.
I think that maybe it's like a concept of free will that I don't really believe in somewhat of free will, that I think that there are certain things in your life that lead you to do certain behaviors. And so when you commit those sins, you go to hell. I'm not too sure why you would still be reaping the consequences of that.
Like I said, I can't address that. Do you believe that you can change?
I do.
Do you believe you can change for the better?
I do.
Do you believe that when you change for the better, you abandon the things you've done in the past that weren't good?
I think that you can.
Okay, then that's very much in keeping with Christian doctrine.
Can you explain to me how that's in keeping with Christian doctrine? If you would go to hell for those things?
You believe you can improve,
yeah,
right? And you believe that if you improved, you would let go of things that were impeding you. That's a sacrifice. You believe that improvement would be upward, and you believe that you have agency in that. Yeah, those are all Christian presuppositions.
I guess maybe we have different opinions of what Christian morality is.
Yes, sounds
so
like
I think that my opinion of Christian morality is something that I don't really agree with. Maybe you would define that as like the foundations of Christianity.
Let me give you an example. So if you want to atone, which means to unify yourself and unify that with the world, then the first thing you have to do is figure out what you did wrong and admit it. That's a confession. That was good.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you too.
He loves the ones where you can just fucking yap at someone, doesn't he?
I picked Zena because I think she asked genuine questions and wasn't trying to win.
My claim is Jordan Peterson's framework for understanding Christianity is probably not the one that the Bible intended us to use. In regards to the way that you interpret the Bible, I don't see, you have said in some circumstances that there's not a way to kind of say whether or not ontologically the historical claims made by the Bible are true. Like, for example, the story of Cain and Abel. You've said that this story is like a meta-truth in the sense that it exists all throughout time, culturally. And the way that you define meta-truth, I don't see a distinction between that and like a metaphor, right? But and you also said you cannot say whether this story was true. You can say that it exists eternally, metaphorically, but you can't say that it's true. And if you can't say that there are historical facts being said in the Bible as stories that weren't really said with much ambiguity, how can we say that we can understand the Bible in the way that it's meant to be interpreted? Like, if you cannot make any claims about these stories, right? You don't know whether they're true or false. How do you know that your interpretation is the correct way?
See, that's why I picked you. You ask intelligent questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was good. What do they say? By their fruits, you'll know them.
Okay.
Right. Well, so one of the things I look at is the impact of what I'm doing. Right. And so I know a lot of evangelical Christians, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Orthodox Christians, a lot of people from other faiths. And they've told me, like many of them, that they found my interpretations very helpful and that it deepened their faith. And so that's interesting because I wouldn't have necessarily expected that to be the case. And I've also talked to thousands of people who've told me that they came to understand the foundational stories of their culture better as a consequence of listening to me, and that they did everything they could to sort out their lives, and that it
this is
worked.
where you're gonna
That's
cry.
many different pieces of evidence that all converge on something like the practical and conceptual utility of my approach. Now, is it the same? There is a lot of approaches to biblical interpretation historically, and what I'm doing is possibly less new than you think.
Yeah, I want to make a claim on whether this evidence is enough, right, to substantiate whether or not your interpretation is going to, be more plausible, right, be the most plausible. Because in regards
it's an open question.
Yeah, right.
You bet.
So in regards to how we interpret the Bible and how we see the Bible, something can add value to someone's life. An interpretation can add value to someone's life. An interpretation can connect you to your conception of what your faith is. But if it's the quote-unquote interpretation that God does not intend, that can lead to a plethora.
That's certainly the case. That's why the medieval Christians were so concerned about heresy.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they felt, and that's why the Catholics objected so much to the Protestant Reformation, because they believed that the fractionation of Christianity would result in an indefinite fractionation, right? Well, and that's exactly what's happened.
Right.
So yeah, that's definitely a problem. I think one of the foundational principles, for example, there's a foundational principle in the Old Testament of hospitality, right? So what you want to do if you set up your local environment properly is to make it welcoming to people voluntarily. And so one of the ways you could judge the validity of the interpretation of a classic story is whether or not that interpretation might be
likes these people because he can just lecture them. That's what he likes about it. Okay.
regarded by someone as welcoming. Does that represent something you'd actually like to have if you were acting in your own interest in the long run?
Right, and we can talk about that. Like
protect you from fear might be another one.
Exactly. So we can talk about how these interpretations of the Bible, if they kind of resonate with us. And I think, but I think that can in some case be some kind of like evidence, oh, this might be true, but I think we need to ask, is evidence damning, right? Is this evidence certain, right?
Yeah.
So, but I do want to look at, again, the consequences and our understanding of this interpretation once more. So we look at, again, the story of Cain and Abel, and we say, yeah, so I believe this is a meta-truth. I believe that this story is resonant throughout cultures. That is all true and dandy, and I'm sure that there is some, in some way, the story was put in here for the reason, right, to tell us about, fights between brothers. But also, you can't say I do know or I don't know that this story is false or true in an ontological, historical sense, as a historical fact. Were there two people like that were specifically referenced?
Okay, I don't think that's knowable, but I'm not sure why it matters to you.
So the reason why it matters to me is because we need to know how we should interpret the things that the Bible says, and the
many
things,
ways.
Right, but like if we interpret
sometimes poetry, sometimes history, sometimes facts,
but for
sometimes
example,
metaphor.
The reason why it's important, right, very important, is because, for example, you can talk about something like God says, I believe it's like 1 Corinthians 15:17, something about how belief in God specifically as someone who resurrected or as someone who died for our sins is important, right? But we have to look at, if we can interpret that as just like, you have to believe that God is a symbol of sacrifice. That is different from believing that there was an actual person named Jesus Christ who died on the cross for our sins.
True.
So if you believe one and not the other, that can be the difference between you going to hell and you going to heaven. So if we cannot make, like, we cannot say that we know whether or not certain historical facts in the Bible happen, like even as just like events, like because the events matter, because again, God dying for our sins on the cross was an event. If we can't say that we know these things happened, these things did or didn't happen, this then leads us to kind of like the conundrum of how do we know what we are meant to believe, what the Bible intended for us to believe, and this can be very, very important to like our fate. Do you see what I'm saying?
I've got no disagreement with any of that. What sort of response do you want from that? You pushed me beyond the limits of my knowledge.
Really?
Well, there's so many things you can't know. I'm struggling. I know that the biblical stories are the foundation of Western culture. I know that the consequence of those stories has been the genesis of a society that is in the main freer and more abundant than any societies have ever been. I don't exactly understand the relationship between those stories and that outcome, but it's not nothing.
Right.
But I don't know the answer to the questions that you're asking. It's the case that forever when people have been interpreting religious stories, they wrestled with exactly the question that you just described. When is it fact? When is it poetry? When is it music? When is it metaphor? When is it ritual? When is it time-bound?
But what I'm saying is that your interpretation of the Bible, if you cannot tell us, again, if these historical events happened or not, that can be the deciding factor in if someone is like damned to hell for eternity or if they go to heaven, right? So that's why I don't
concern myself so much with that particular question. That would be something that would stem more from an evangelical viewpoint. And I'm not putting that down, by the way. You're asking me a question I really can't answer. I'm not claiming even that my interpretations are canonically correct. I can only tell you the consequences of having released them into the world, let's say.
Right. So I guess we've kind of come to a conclusion about that, which I've kind of wrestled with your framework and pushed it kind of to its end, at least in the way that you can answer my question. So I don't know that we can more wrestle with that.
See, I guess the problem is, I don't exactly understand. I don't think anybody does the relationship between fact and destiny. Well, they're different realms in a way, because knowing what the world is made of doesn't help you navigate through it. Not really. It doesn't provide you with a foundation for navigation. But knowing the facts of the world is obviously useful. And the relationship between those two things, part of that's the mystery of Western civilization and the continued competition between science and religion.
To bridge this kind of understanding between fact and destiny is like an important question that the burden is on Christianity to answer, and specifically interpretations of Christianity.
Do any of you maroons know if there's a rested XP option for attunements? Like one that gets me to do all the BRD shit while I'm still leveling, so I don't have to do it later. Do any of you guys know that? Where would I find it? Because I don't know where to find it. No, I don't know. Oh my God.
We can't do that.
Why is the burden on Christianity?
Because it posits, right, that this interpretation, right, is going to be a way to understand God. But if it's faulty, right, that can
what evidence would you accept?
That would be an interesting question, because I've seen people try to answer the question, and I've never really been moved, because I can always attack and then kind of get to this point where the answer is I don't know.
Well, here's an answer.
I'm sorry, that's time.
No, season's not
Well,
it.
thank you so much.
Well, I definitely picked the right person.
Thank you.
That was very good.
Thank you so much.
Very good. I don't like talking to win, but there were portions of all the conversations that were truly productive.
Sure. That's not the right fucking question. Chill, Fox. Don't try if you don't know. Holy shit. Emergency actions. Drowning. Item upgrade. Okay, that's fine. I don't know. Scan for dangerous. Well, okay. Let me see if these gooners know. Here. There's a way. Tell if I holding on needed quest items. Have you tried enabling the synergize setting to link the XP condition? Where the fuck is that? Synergize? What? Where's that? Are you trolling? You sound like you're trolling. I can see quest cleanup. Because there's a lot of wank in these bags that I know I don't need anymore. I can just tell. Faded photograph. What the fuck is it? Okay, obviously don't need this. It's just a picture of some gnomes. What? New Finkelstein debate. Yep, hang on. If you read the lore, you'd know. Wow. Thanks. First of all, I just need to fly, okay? And then I'll figure it out, okay? Go to Stonard. Okay. Be right back. I need water. Shit.
With my fucking taxpayers' bees.
Okay.
With my fucking taxpayers' bees.
Oh no.
Look, I will be very honest here. I so mean fighting with you. I thought you were some unhinged retard, but like, you were very reasonable.
This is the Islamic trans takeover. Okay. Okay. Oh god, right in the fucking nose. Okay. Wait, these are guys, okay. Don't care about this. Don't care about watching a high testosterone smack. Wait. How do they compare? Hang on. It doesn't look that much stronger. You compare that to the women one. It's not funny. Wait, what's happening here? Okay, let's compare it to a man one. Okay. Guys, half an hour left. 2 more on the goal remaining. What's going on? What the heck? What the shit? Okay, let's watch this Benny Finkelstein. Fucking cringe. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
We're left.
I have a feeling Benny's going to get kind of twatted because he's just not following. He's just not really following what's happening right now, apart from just probably reading a few like fucking TOI articles. So I don't know. We'll see.
We're left with no choice but to speak up. Head injuries, amputations, some are, many are burned alive. Show me the gas chambers.
He spoke about objectivity or something. The man is a total Hamas propagandist.
Fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews believe that Israel should conduct a genocide in Gaza.
That is a lie.
I know, Benny, everybody's lying.
We are looking at the Holocaust live on 4K screens. And our politicians, our human rights organizations feel helpless.
I will say, the question about that poll is, the question about should they commit a genocide is like some stupid fucking roundabout way of asking about Joshua's command to like murder a fucking group of people, but being ordered by God to do it, and like, should they do something if they're ordered by God or whatever? Like the way they ask the question is in such a weird biblical like roundabout way. But there is actually another question in the poll we found that does ask more directly, like, do you think they should do this in Gaza, like without all the fucking religious subtext and leading questions? But for some reason, the answer to that question was never given. They never published the answer to that question. So that 50% thing is bullshit. Like, it's just like, it is the most retarded, like clouded legal, like leading question you could ever put. Like, why don't you just say, should they do this thing, rather than ask this weird reference to like biblical commands and like God ordering someone to do something? Because obviously when people talk about religious contexts, about people being ordered to do shit by God 2,000 years ago is a bit different from like what asking them what they should do in Gaza now by their own morality. But anyway.
It may not be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the area. And that is a genocide.
A genocide is something which is carried out systematically. That's not what is happening. They may even have a genocidal mentality, but they do not control government policy. That's done by the generals, and unfortunately, in my mind, by a man called Netanyahu, who's totally corrupt and incompetent.
54 Palestinians were killed in 2 separate Israeli strikes overnight, including on a school which was sheltering displaced families. Israel says they were targeted.
Oh yeah, they also asked. About the story of Amalek, and asked them if they think there is an incarnation of Amalek today. But then they didn't. But then they also asked who they think that Amalek is, and they could specify any answer they wanted, an open question. And the answer to the open question wasn't published either. So they just said, oh yeah, they believe that there's a modern Amalek today. But they didn't say... Well, but they didn't say what the incarnation of Amalek they thought it was. Like, did 50% of them think that Palestinians were Amalek? Or, yeah, it's so silly.
Attacks on a Hamas command center, but it's now undeniable that the civilian death toll from the latest bombardments and blockade is intolerable. The ugly ripples of this increasingly ugly war are still being felt across the whole world. A young couple was shot dead outside a Jewish museum in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday. Both were Israeli embassy staffers. Suspected gunman, Elias Rodriguez, told officers, "I did it for Palestine." There's been a big reaction to what I said last week, with many of Israel's backers attacking me with the same venom that pro-Palestinians tend to do, and they don't like what I have to say the other way around. So let me just be clear again. I don't pick sides. I try to follow the facts and call out extremism on both sides. When facts change, so do my opinions. And if your opinions don't change when facts change, then maybe you're the problem, not me. What is clear to me is that what started as a justified war, Israel's right to defend itself against a horrific terrorist attack, has become something that has crossed any line. And that is why this war has got to end, and it has to end very soon. In a moment, I'll talk to Benny Morris and Norman Finkelstein. But first, 1 year after he spoke to me from a hospital inside Gaza, I'm joined by the American medic, Dr. Mossab Nasser. Well, Dr. Nasser, great to have you back on Uncensored, albeit in even more appalling circumstances than the last time we spoke. Just tell me what it's like there right now in Gaza, what you're hearing, what you're seeing, what the reality is, because international journalists like me aren't allowed in. As I keep berating Prime Minister Netanyahu, if you want people to believe what you're saying about this, let the international journalists in. But they don't. So we're reliant on very scant detail other than people like you who really know.
Well, thank you, Piers, for having me. Again, it's been a year since we've talked. I believe last time was May 2024 when I was actually at the European hospital in Gaza. That was actually recently bombed, and many civilians were killed in that attack. You've asked me how it is in Gaza today. The best example I can tell you, as someone who lives in Texas, is that the Israelis, unfortunately, or the Israeli army treats the Palestinians in Gaza like animals, almost like the game hunting in a ranch in Texas, where you have these high fenced ranches with exotic animals, where hunters go and chase these animals from one side of the fence to the other and kill these animals. And that's unfortunately how the Israeli army treats the Palestinians in Gaza today, like game. And you can actually see the gratification on their faces when they, hunt a child or a woman or destroy a school or a kindergarten. So it is very sad to see that we have reached this reality that at this time in history, people are treated like animals. And, this is what we've heard at the beginning of the war, that Palestinians are human animals, and they have been treated as such for the past almost 2 years now, while the entire world is watching. So probably this is the best example, as someone who lives in Texas and sees how hunters go to these ranches to chase game. That's what we see in Gaza today.
You have, I know, huge amounts of family and friends in Gaza. How many have lost their lives? People that are close to you?
So far, personally, my entire family is in Gaza. I've lost 74 members so far. One of them was my mother. She died last year, almost a year ago. And I just lost my nephew, who's 20 years old, had a life ahead of him, such a handsome, intelligent, bright young man, who went, again, like game in Texas. He went to look for food for his family, and he was targeted in an Israeli airstrike and died of shrapnels in the chest and the head. And in fact, he died between his father's arms. He bled to death. And by the time the ambulance arrived to take him to the hospital, he was declared dead. So this is the reality. I mean, so far, 74 members of my family have been lost in this vicious war. And I can tell you, Piers, as a Palestinian, and I lead a humanitarian organization, and we try to be as much as we can neutral and unbiased in our judgment. But we're left with no choice but to speak up. And I can tell you, watching these images coming out of Gaza on a daily basis of children being amputated, malnourished, head injuries, amputations, many are burnt alive. Until last night, we've seen those images coming out of Gaza. I can tell you, show me the gas chambers. Honestly, the death in a gas chamber is 100 times more merciful than being burnt alive in an Israeli fire.
Why the fuck do they have to? It's so stupid. Fucking hell. Just fucking put like a, I don't know. It's like, it's so many things wrapped into one. It's like the horrors of war, the fact that there are obviously lots of like criminals operating in the IDF and carrying out criminal action, like war crimes. And then I don't deny, obviously, that he's like lost as many people as he says within his family. But then why they're wrapping it up with that like fucking like the gas chambers were more humane? It's just so fucking. Why do they always have to bring it back to the Holocaust? Like they always have to. It's just such a disgusting like fucking propagandist like effort. Like oh whatever.
That is the reality where we are today. So we are looking at the Holocaust live on 4K screens, and our politicians, our human rights organizations, our celebrities are just watching and feel helpless. I don't know if they endorse it or they can't speak up, but it's time to speak up. You cannot just sit on the sidelines watching this horrific murder take place right in front of our eyes, and then maybe 10 or 100 years from now say, well, we wish we've done something about it. This is the time.
As you know, the Israeli argument has remained that they are on a mission to take out Hamas. They say Hamas continue to operate and live amongst civilian populations. And therefore, as they take out the terrorists with these strikes, they are inevitably going to
Let's play Zionist or Nazi. Yeah, as soon as you put some Hamas quotes in there as well, then I'll play as much as you want, buddy.
Kill civilians in the process, but that doesn't make it an unjust or immoral war. That they are defending themselves against a terrorist attack of enormous and horrific scale. And this is the only way that they can dismantle Hamas. What is your response to them?
Piers, I think if that is really the case, that's the most failed military operation in history. You have one of the most sophisticated armies in the world with the most sophisticated technologies. They can go and surgically get to Hamas, terrorists from Gaza or in Gaza if they want to. But that is not the case. What we see is, deliberate targeting of schools, of homes. My nephew was not a Hamas. He's not even a Hamas sympathizer. He went to look for food and he was killed, along with 24 innocent people like him who were waiting in line to get food for their families. It's a trophy hunt. It has absolutely nothing to do with Hamas today. It is basically an obvious and clear ethnic cleansing, and only someone that lives in denial or someone who's honestly completely crazy would believe otherwise.
Well, that's why you can put the same argument back on him. If it's just a trophy hunt to kill civilians, then why did they, with their firepower, only get, 50 or 60,000 in 20 months? Given Israel's firepower and given how concentrated Gaza is, I'm sorry, but the IDF would, if they wanted to, if the goal was to kill civilians, that's a really low number of civilians given in contrast to how much firepower Israel has. So, yeah. That analysis didn't really work either.
Well, I've resisted the call from many that it's a genocide on the basis that it seemed to me that Israel, for a long time, I believed, had a fundamental right to defend itself, and that's what they were doing. I have to say, when I listened to Smodrich, one of the more right-wing of a very right-wing cabinet under Netanyahu, talking the other day, he was talking in clear genocidal language. It was unarguable. And when you look at what's happening on the ground in Gaza, I don't see any plan other than the apparent total disintegration of all infrastructure there and the killing of as many people as possible, all under the pretext that they say that they're only going after Hamas and doing so in as humane a way as possible. It just doesn't seem that what we're seeing.
I think half of what Pierce is saying there is true. They're definitely not doing it in as humane a way as possible. It's going to be very hard for them to defend the idea that all of these airstrikes and all of these ground operations and means of control of corridors and things like that is being done in a way that would try to minimize civilian casualties. It seems like their acceptance for collateral death is really, really high. He's also correct that the appearance of there being a plan is just complete. It's a complete failure. There's no plan. There's no plan for anything after the war that would result in any kind of just or lasting peace. The only plan that they seem to be okaying is one that involves deportations of potentially 1 million plus people and getting it over to America, which is not a plan at all. It's not a plan for anything, despite it's an ethnic cleansing plan, but it's not a plan in terms of a just military goal. So I think he's wrong in saying that it just seems like they're trying to kill as many civilians as possible, because haven't we just seen it? It's pretty much almost definitely the case that Mohammed Sinwar did die in that strike on the European hospital. But then the big question becomes, why was he hiding in a tunnel underneath the hospital? You're not supposed to do that. Doesn't that kind of confirm a lot of what has been said for the last 20 months? Do we really think that the IDF is just doing as much damage as they possibly can? That's not what that would look like. That's not at all what they would look like. Remember, back in the 40s, they were able to kill 25,000 people in Dresden in 2 days. Okay? And that's with 1940s planes and weapons. So compare that to what they can do now in Gaza. Anyway. Fuck.
Being on a daily basis and hearing on a daily basis represents that pretext at all. And I also see no end game. I don't understand what Israel's plan is here, other than what Smodrich says it is, which is to clear everybody out, which is that is genocide. If you eradicate a people from their home based on ethnicity, that is a genocide. So, all those who've been calling it that, and I've been resisting, I've now been saying I find it almost impossible to disagree now, given what we're witnessing.
Well, you've come a long way, Piers, and I admire you.
Nobody understands what the plan is. I don't know if you're saying that in a defensive way of the IDF, but the plan seems to be to give it to over to American control, while the IDF controls a 40% of the Strip buffer zone, and they want to, voluntary or otherwise, it will be otherwise, push them out into what, Egypt or fucking Libya or Sudan. That's another candidate apparently. But okay.
You and I respect that you have really changed your position on what's happening in Gaza. It's as I said, it's obvious. You can't really deny the fact that what's happening is a genocide. What's happening is an ethnic cleansing of an entire population. Are you still with me?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Where did you get the push out part? Because Trump said they'll be forced if they don't want to do it voluntarily. I know Netanyahu every now and then says yes, voluntary, yeah, voluntary. But how voluntary is it when everything like that you've known is destroyed? Like when your home is destroyed, or where your old workplace is destroyed, or where your kid's school is destroyed. Like how voluntary is it when after all that's happened?
Yeah. So it's undeniable. You know, the mass starvation of children, the malnutrition that the children of Gaza are facing. You know, we've just evacuated 5 children out of Gaza to Texas actually for treatment, and one of them really straight to the ICU from Gaza, malnourished, broken bones, amputated arm. It's horrific. I carried those children between my arms all the way from Egypt, first evacuated from Gaza to Egypt and then to the US. It's heartbreaking to see these children having to suffer that level of suffering for absolutely no reason. This is not a war about Hamas. This is not a war about defending Israel defending itself. This is simply a clear ethnic cleansing. I am not a lawyer or an attorney to give a label for what's happening, but many of the historians,
Right, you just called it Holocaust. What are you talking about?
The lawyers have basically described what's happening in Gaza as a genocide. And in fact, the food distribution plan that Israel is enforcing and forcing upon humanitarian organizations today clearly reflects that this is basically an ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. Having the Palestinian household or family members basically to go and pick their aid from a specific location that's highly fenced with checkpoints effectively. It's another reason for Israel to kidnap more Palestinians and for them to disappear forever. I still have many of my colleagues from Nasser Hospital have been kidnapped since the beginning of the war. These doctors have never come back. Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya, he fought, for his patients until the last second. No one knows where his whereabouts. All the news indicates that he's being tortured in Israeli jails. Many, many amazing doctors had absolutely nothing to do with Hamas. Just disappeared. The targeting of journalists, the targeting of aid workers, the targeting of children. What does that have to do with Hamas? And again, as I said, if you cannot defeat Hamas throughout all this time, almost 16, 17 months, to me, that's the most failed military operation in history.
Well, it's clearly not working because the hostages haven't been released. They should be, absolutely should be, but they haven't been, which means the military operation by Israel's forces to secure their release just isn't working. This strategy just does not work. Listen, Dr. Nasser, it's great to talk to you. Thank you for the work that you do. I'm so sorry about the incredible loss to your family and your mother and your nephew and all the others that you've lost from your extended family in Gaza. My heart goes out to you and to your family. It's become an utterly horrific war, this, and it has to end. But I thank you for joining me again.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, I'm going to be joined now by two people with very different views about the war, Professor Norman Finkelstein and Benny Morris, Israeli historian. Well, welcome to both of you. Benny Morris, my main question right now for Benjamin Netanyahu, I put it to him on X directly. And I said, if you're doing everything by the book and everything is justified and everything is legal and you're not committing any war crimes or any of these things, I simply asked him one simple question. If you're doing nothing wrong, let international journalists go in and see for themselves. And I think it is completely shameful that the Israeli government continues to stop international journalists from doing their job. And it's down to the individual risk assessment will be by the journalists and their companies. You know, it was put to me on 2-3 days ago by an IDF member that somehow this has been done for the safety of the journalists. It's not. It's complete nonsense. And that's not down to the Israeli government anyway to make that call. I mean, do you at least accept that it is wrong that journalists are not allowed in there?
I completely agree with you, Pierce. The government has made a terrible mistake in not allowing journalists in, and whoever dies there dies, but they should have allowed them in. But I would like to make a comment about what your previous guest was saying. He said he spoke about objectivity or something. The man is a total Hamas propagandist. Half the things he said were outright lies. Lots of doctors have been abducted and have disappeared is total nonsense. I know of 1 or 2 cases of doctors who were taken to an Israeli detention center. What happened to them afterwards, I don't know. I don't think they've been killed. I think they're under arrest for whatever reason. But
so they could have been abducted.
Many doctors have been. Doctors
you're basically agreeing with him, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that he talked about.
You just said you know of some doctors who were detained. You have no idea what happened to them.
I know of 1 or 2 doctors.
You're confirming his story.
No, I'm not. I'm confirming a small part of what is true. The rest is a lie, as is a large part of what he's saying. Had Israel wanted to kill all the Palestinians, that's what genocide actually means, there would have been many, many, many more deaths in Gaza. Each time Israel launches an air raid, we hear of the Palestinians saying 24 people have died, 30 people have died, and I'm sure many of them are civilians, but I'm also sure that the Air Force going in against these targets is attacking Hamasniks. We never hear from the Hamas how many of their people are being killed in these strikes. All we hear about and all we see on television is dead babies and dead women. They never show grown male, army-aged males being taken out of these ruins. And the Hamas uses these things systematically, the schools, the hospitals, various so-called safe compounds to hide in.
But out of interest, all right. But Benny Morris, when you hear someone like Smodrich last week talking about the campaign to just clear everybody out,
he's disgusting. You don't have to convince me. He's disgusting.
Right, but so my question for you, but my question for you though is this. All right, he's disgusting. What he said was disgusting.
Yes.
What he said was also genocidal. Whereas you do not believe it's genocide that's going on, he clearly is talking in a way which made me believe that actually maybe the intention is genocide. It may not be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the area. And that is a genocide.
No. A genocide is something which is top-down government policy and carried out systematically. That's not what is happening. He is definitely, some of his speeches are genocidal. I don't know what he means exactly. And there are other ministers who speak like him, and they shouldn't be doing that. And they may even have a genocidal mentality, but they do not control government policy, and they do not control what the army is doing. That's done by the generals, and unfortunately, in my mind, by a man called Netanyahu, who's totally corrupt and incompetent.
Yeah, okay, we bring in Norman Finkelstein.
It's got nothing to do with, but it's got nothing to do with genocide.
Well, I think you're getting perilously close to agreeing with me. Norman Finkelstein, I mean, the bottom line is, if it sounds from the rhetoric like a genocide, if the actions on the ground are becoming increasingly genocidal, if there's no other plan being put out there for what happens to Palestinian people other than many more will die and the rest will be thrown out of Gaza, I don't know what else you end up calling this.
If it was such a failed military operation by Israel, why didn't Hamas just release their numbers? Why didn't Hamas just say, yeah, here's how many people we lost? Why don't they say that? If they're hiding their numbers, it's probably because they're getting absolutely fucking rolled, but okay.
And, you know, I listened to that doctor. I didn't hear somebody that I felt was a Hamas sympathizer or propagandist. He went out of his way to say he wasn't.
He's just a liar. He's a liar.
Well, he's a liar who's lost 78 members of his family. So
they'd hide them regardless. Why? No, they don't, though. At the end of operations, Hamas will sometimes publish their dead. They've done it in the past. Normally, they wait. What they do is they always do this, okay? And they'll do it. And if they survive this war, they'll do it this time as well. Admitting any combatant died would be against their interest. No, it's fucking not. Not if it's far lower than the IDF says. So if the IDF releases a number, and then Hamas is like, actually, we lost about a fifth of that by our numbers, then that would make the IDF look bad. What are you talking about? It's what they've done in the past. In the past, they would always make sure to keep their militant losses as discreet as possible. And then once all the UN human rights reports come out and they all guesstimate about how many civilians died, then Hamas comes up and just says, oh yeah, actually we lost like 700 dudes. Whoops. And it turns out that quite often Hamas numbers are pretty similar to Israel's numbers. Like, that's just what happens. So maybe this is like the first time it's different, but I'm just saying that's what it's been like in the past, which is why I get a bit skeptical of these claims right now.
So, I mean,
maybe
Norman Finkelstein.
it's true, and I agree, and I feel sorry for him, but they're caught up in a bad situation where Hamas controls the population and is willing to sacrifice as many civilians as they can to win world support.
Well, which is exactly what Israel's also seems like they're prepared to sacrifice. Norman Finkelstein.
Well, thank you for having me on the program. And
wait, what is Pete Hegseth doing? We have another Pete Hegseth leak story. Okay, I'll do that next. Thank you, Mina.
Hope that you'll hear me out. Is it a genocide? Well, as you know, Piers, from the first time I appeared on your program many months ago, I said it was a genocide. I said it was perfectly obvious when October 9th, the then Defense Minister Galland said, we're not going to allow in any food, fuel, water, or electricity. Well, for a hermetically sealed population, that's a genocide. When the head of state, Mr. Netanyahu, compared the current situation with Amalek and invoked the biblical reference, it was clear, as the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem put it, that he was talking about genocide. Now, in the 19 months that have elapsed, there have been adjustments in Israeli policy due to external pressure. That's called politics. So when the external pressures escalated, they had to diminish the genocide. And then beginning roughly when Kamala Harris was nominated for president in the United States, and all the cameras switched to the American election, Mr. Netanyahu, who's very sensitive to and knowledgeable of the American media, he then escalated the genocidal assault on Gaza again. And then, as you remember, because I did several programs with you at that time,
spread out. What?
As you'll remember, every day there was another massacre. There were so many massacres, it was impossible to keep count, and it was impossible to remember.
Northeast, okay.
Now again, there was some lessening.
The first massacre, which was launched by Hamas.
Okay. I've not forgotten it, Benny. But you Benny, you have to remember manners. I'll remember the massacres, and you remember manners. I'm speaking now. So, there were times when Israel, as I said, escalated the genocide and then diminished the genocide. Now, let's talk about the responsibility and the mindset. You've mentioned Mr. Smotrich. I mentioned Mr. Netanyahu. There was also several others whose names have constantly come up. Obviously, Defense Minister Gallant, who was indicted along with Prime Minister Netanyahu by the International Criminal Court. But it's not just the leadership. It's not just the leadership. The most recent poll showed that fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews, we're talking now about the population, fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews believe that Israel should conduct a genocide in Gaza. That's what the poll result showed. 82%.
That's a lie. That is a lie.
I know, Benny, Everybody's lying.
There's
but allow
never
me
been
to
a poll
finish.
about supporting
Please,
genocide.
Mr.
This is nonsense.
Mr. Benny,
you're purveying lies.
Okay. Okay, Benny.
Is that
Benny, I
poll,
think
Norman?
this
What
a
is that?
case
What
of
is
the
that
kettle
poll? What
calling
is
the-
that poll, Norman? It seems a very important poll.
It's a very roundabout,
taking-
shitty fucking poll about religious.
It was a university, if my memory is correct, it was a University of Pennsylvania poll. It was reported everywhere. Benny Morris knows about the poll. He's fully informed of the poll, but he's doing
It's a
his
lie.
job as an official Israeli
No, I have
propagandist.
no job. I don't
know,
like
Benny.
this. I don't like this government.
Benny,
I'm not their
Benny,
spokesman.
You've
but you
reduced
shouldn't
yourself.
lie.
You've reduced yourself, Mr. Benny. You've reduced yourself to the level of a Holocaust denier.
Oh no.
It's a real shame that you have sunk so low.
Let's do the Holocaust. Yes, keep using the Holocaust against Jews. It's so fucking based. Yes. Do it more. Call him some random Nazi. Call him Rudolf Huss. That guy was bad, wasn't he? Call him a Goebbels.
Would allow me to continue.
Mr. Martin.
The poll showed that 82% of Israeli Jews, 82%.
This question, if that poll's methodology was, if their sampling was decent, then that is true. It does seem like 82% did, because that was a clear question. Credits to them for doing one fucking clear question.
Support of forced expulsion.
He says Palestinian civilians with scare quotes, would you accept this for Israelis, Learner Box? So I don't really do this whole, like, what about this other side for this exact same variable, because I'm not fucking 8 years old and I understand there are differences between the two sides. When people talk about dead Palestinian civilians, they're talking about how they name everyone as a civilian, regardless of whether or not, like, Hamas have released anything about their militant losses. So when we know that Israeli soldiers versus civilians have died, it's generally quite reliable because Israeli soldiers will tell you when their soldiers have died. Palestinians, Hamas, do not tell you when their militants have died, which means if they just say every strike is, well, we're just going to assume it's all civilians, then it would make more sense to put those civilians in quotation marks because it's only according to however much Hamas is willing to release, which is basically nothing about their combatant deaths. Hamas have still, to this day, never given an official figure for how many militants they've lost since October 7th. So that's why I would probably treat both sides differently, because both sides act in different ways, you dumb fuck. All right.
From Gaza
That's not
of the
the same
entire
as genocide. That
population.
may be true. That
Then-
may be true, but that's not genocide. That's not genocide.
Since
What you said before about
since you're
genocide is
saying
total
that
nonsense. Total nonsense.
Piers, you're going to
Didn't they say 6K at one point? Well, one person said that anonymously to Reuters, I think it was, but then Hamas themselves, like the government officials, denied it. So that claim was given and then walked back like immediately. If that number were true, it would mean the ratio is like 1 to 4. It would mean that they've killed one Hamas fighter for every 4 civilians, which is on the definitely on the high end for urban warfare. Like urban warfare is usually like what 1 to 1, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, but that also doesn't really count the fact that Hamas fights in a very different way. Like the situation in Gaza is insanely unique. Like there's not really any. There's not a good analogy for it. People try to compare it to Mosul, but there's just like there's too many differences.
I have to ask Benny Morris to please allow me to speak.
It'd be higher than 4 to 1 if they are telling the truth. What, Hamas or? You mean Hamas were more honest? Because I thought it was like one official who said 6K out of what was it, 30K at the time? But you don't actually know if that was an official figure or not, because Hamas walked it back. So Hamas's official claim is that that figure is not even real. So I don't know why you think 6K included October 7th. I don't know why you believe that, like where you got that from. I don't know why you've assumed that.
Well, Benny, I will let you...
There is that one captured document that, was it Gallant was flapping around? I think the New York Times looked at it as well. There was that one captured document that showed quite early on the Khan Yunis brigade. Was it them? It was one of the brigades basically complaining to Sinwar that they'd lost like half of their guys. Was it a battalion or a brigade? I think it was a brigade. But in any case, the fact is we don't know. Like, we just don't know. We have no fucking idea. Like, you don't know either, so... Yeah.
Picking up all the time, though.
Yeah,
But
Norman, you must give him a
is
chance to
getting all the
respond.
time.
Okay, I will finish. I will finish. Then, one of the leaders
Too
of
bad,
the
apes.
opposition in Israel described Israeli soldiers as killing children as a hobby.
Oh,
in
it's Yair
Gaza.
Golan.
Now, yes, he took it back.
Yeah?
He took it back after he came under ferocious attack.
The guy who also said that they should block all the aid and starve the population at the beginning, and he also, I think he also compares like fucking, I think he compared Israel to fucking Auschwitz at some point, or Israel to Kristallnacht. Like, yeah, yeah. Yair Golan says some mad shit. He even told me, like, he even says he puts his foot in his mouth quite a lot, but you know.
But he himself acknowledged, when I debated Mr. Morris about a year ago, and I said that Israel targets children, he laughed. He thought it was such a funny remark by me.
It's absolute
I'm wondering,
nonsense.
I'm wondering, after the
Why don't we
foreign
stick to some
doctors in
facts?
Gaza, after the foreign doctors in Gaza attested that the children were being shot in the head
With
and the
elite
chest.
snipers.
And when one of the leaders of the opposition in Israel said that the Israeli
Piers, can I answer?
soldiers kill children
Yeah, I
as
must
a
let Benny
hobby.
respond, Norman. I must let Benny respond. Benny.
There has never been a poll asking Israelis whether they support genocide. This is a total lie, and the 50% figure is also something completely out of Norman Finkelstein's imagination, his twisted mind, actually. There is no targeting of children deliberately, and what this politician said, and he's actually a very clever politician and usually tells things straight and the truth, was a slip of the tongue, and he said, I made a mistake. I said the wrong thing, and I shouldn't have used that phrase, stupid phrase. Israeli soldiers do not target, as a rule, children. There may be, and I'm sure there are and have been, war crimes committed by Israeli soldiers and pilots, perhaps, in this war in the course of 19 months. But I don't think we should forget that Hamas is a homicidal, a homophobic, misogynist, totalitarian organization which tried to kill as many Israelis as they could, most of them civilians, on the 7th of August. And what befell
October.
Gaza...
Oh no, misspeak. Get fucking rammed.
As a result, is
7th of
revenge
October.
for that attack by the Hamas, and the Hamas said they would do the same thing again if they are revived and resuscitated as a leading organization in the Gaza Strip. And I think that's the objective of the Israeli army, to end Hamas rule and to end the Hamas as an organization in the Gaza Strip. And anybody normal who doesn't support Islamists, doesn't...
Drunk on my good looks. You answer that question. You tell me what you think my answer to that will be, and if it's not insanely fucking retarded, I'll give you an answer, okay? Good deal?
Support anti-Semitism, doesn't support misogyny, doesn't support homophobia, should be against Hamas, which Norman Finkelstein apparently isn't.
Yeah, but I don't hear people supporting Hamas certainly in mainstream media or anywhere else. Everyone's of a unanimity that what they did was unconscionable and they should be held to account. The problem is that the strategy that the Israeli government is... Yes, I heard...
They still want to do and say
yeah, but
they want to do.
Benny, let's just assume, because they said it themselves...
That's not an answer, Dick. Give me an answer. How do you think I would answer that question? Last chance.
The spokesman said it after October the 7th, that if they can do it again and again, they will. So they want to get rid of all the Jews in Israel. Okay, that is Hamas.
And of the state of Israel. And of the state of Israel.
But the problem is, as I've always said from the start of this, what is a proportional response to what happened? And what is the end game? What does Israel actually want at the end of this? And I'm beginning to think they don't have any plan at all. That actually what they're hoping is that they can pursue the line of many of the more right-wing members of that cabinet. Maybe Netanyahu himself now has been introduced into this, because he has no incentive to end the war, because the moment it ends, he'll be held accountable for allowing October the 7th to happen in the first place, which was hugely unpopular for him and the Poles with the Israeli people. But secondly, he's facing corruption charges in a criminal court the moment this is all over. There is no incentive for him to end it. And so this carries on and on with more and more Palestinians being killed. And all right, you might have a belief that the IDF never deliberately target children, but they are deliberately and relentlessly targeting civilian areas in their estimation, going after Hamas. But in the process, they know they are going to kill on a daily basis dozens, if not hundreds, of innocent people.
If that's Pierce's opinion, then he's not describing genocide. He's describing disproportionality. He's describing a different crime when he says that.
As well. And that's been going on now week after week, month after month. And at some point, you surely have to concede that this strategy is not working. It's making Israel global pariahs. It's making Israel global pariahs. There is no evidence that Hamas is being dismantled. In fact, the opposite appears to be happening, where for every Hamas terrorist killed, they're apparently replacing them with multiple more people who share their ideology. The hostages are not being released. God knows how many of those hostages may be killed now with these intensifying airstrikes. Israel now says it's launching.
Can I correct you?
Israel now said, well, let me finish.
About the
Israel now says it's launching a massive new attack. Well, okay, bully for Israel, but actually none of this seems to be working. And so at some point,
can I correct you?
I say enough. Yes, correct me.
Okay, I understood that. Can I correct you on one small point? The Hamas kidnapped 251 hostages, most of them Israelis, some of them Nepalese, some of them Thai, on the 7th of October 2023. Of those, 177 were actually released as a result of the Israeli counteroffensive in interim arrangements.
Well, they were released by diplomacy, actually. They were released through diplomacy.
But the Israeli,
It was diplomacy after, like, a relentless fucking bombardment on Hamas targets. Like, I don't know. Okay. Is he suggesting they should have just gone straight to diplomacy and exchanges, like, right after October 7th?
Israeli military pressure is what persuaded the Hamas, because they also
So why is it not working
now?
Why isn't it working now?
It will work. I don't know. Firstly, there's only 20 alive Israeli hostages left in Hamas hands. I do believe that the government is incompetent in.
We don't know that. We know there are over 50 are not accounted for.
No, we know there's 20 live ones and assumed 38 dead ones. That's what the Israeli
but nobody knows for sure.
knows. Okay, nobody knows for sure. The government now, which was incompetent and I think incompetently managed this war, that's why it stretched out for so long. Though don't forget, we also had a war with Iran and with Hezbollah, and we continue to have a war with the Houthis from Yemen. So it's not just been Israel focusing only on Gaza. But
but in the war, if I may say, before I go back to Norman, with the war with Hezbollah, that was a scenario where Israel, in terms of military operation, brilliantly targeted 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists in a way that begs the question, why could they not have done a similar operation on Hamas? And I've heard all the excuses and explanations and arguments. But in one case, Israel has now, since October the 7th, 2023, just launched endless strikes and assaults on civilian populations in Gaza, killing, we don't know how many, but we know it's many tens of thousands, including over 20,000 children in a population with 50% under 18.
I think Benny Morris is he's not really built for, like, the debate sphere. He doesn't really think like a debater, because if you're answering this question, you have to do it in a way that's, like, kind of, like, quick and rhetorical. And if you want to do Benny's position, which is, like, very, you would have to say something like, you wouldn't really have to talk about just, like, how they took Hezbollah more seriously than Hamas and, like, the military operations against Hamas in terms of using informants and moles in the Strip was kind of held back, whereas they continue to use them in Hezbollah, and there's obviously more opportunity to have people on your side collaborating against Hezbollah because they're much more unpopular in Lebanon than Hamas is in Gaza and all these kind of things, and like Hezbollah has less control over all of Lebanon than Hamas does in Gaza. But what you could do to make that into like a quip if you're Benny would be to say that like the mistake that they made with Hamas was that they actually listened to what Western left-wingers would usually say, which is that if you go softer on them and if you give them concessions, then the violence will come down. So if you give them opportunities, like say with work permits, like with loosening the blockade on the maritime borders, with allowing more humanitarian aid in, that Hamas would be pragmatic about it, and then they would be less inclined to launch a full-scale assault. This was the doctrine of Netanyahu, and this was also the doctrine that Sinwar abused to lure Israel into a sense of false security to carry out October 7th. So the failure that they did with Gaza, as opposed to Hezbollah, was that they took Hezbollah seriously, whereas with Gaza, they actually kind of viewed Hamas in a very similar way that Western leftists do. They just imposed secular material values onto them, which they don't hold. So that's probably what you would say, but see how Benny handles it.
And in their offensive against Hezbollah, which was incredibly successful, they targeted 3,000 terrorists with pages, which have got explosives in. There's a massive difference in the way that Israel's gone about these two counter-terrorist operations, as they would put it. And I would argue the way they went after Hezbollah had global support in a way that the way they've gone after Hamas in Gaza is increasingly making Israel a global pariah. Norman, your response.
I agree with you completely, but there were two reasons for that. The first one is
you're okay with them being spoon-fed human rights. What? You talking to me? However you want to frame it, you're balancing concessions with the fact that there is still a serious military threat across the border. I don't know why that's so difficult to comprehend, but okay.
That the Hamas has systematically hidden behind civilians and in tunnels underneath civilian centers.
Are we having
let Norman respond.
Monologue?
Norman.
Like, unless you're suggesting that they just loosened they got rid of the entire border fence and the entirety of the blockade and just unilaterally declared Gaza and West Bank a Palestinian state, regardless of what Hamas agreed to or not, then everything that's not that would be a form of spoon-feeding human rights, unfortunately. That's just the world we live in. I can point you to a Mandela speech from 1999 where he said something similar about Lebanon. He said that he wanted Israel to withdraw from Lebanon, but not without a peace deal. He said they could only leave with an improvement to the security situation. Maybe that will make them less violent. Why would you say that when the complete fucking opposite happened? What? I don't... Okay.
With all due respect to you, Piers, I think there's a misunderstanding about what's been happening since October 7th. Once October 7th happened, it was a crisis for Israel. About that, there's no dispute. But it was also viewed, as the cliche had it, it was also an opportunity. And the opportunity was to once and for all solve the Gaza question. Now, from day one, it was perfectly obvious that the goal of Israel was to solve the Gaza question through three methods. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, mass killing, mass death and destruction. Now, if you look at it from that vantage point, the operation has been hugely successful. I don't know why, with all due regard, and I do respect you, I don't know why you keep saying it's been unsuccessful. They've destroyed about 90% of the housing in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the hospitals in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the universities in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the arable land in Gaza. Gaza won't be habitable anytime in the next 2 decades, according to the best estimations by the international community, international organizations, the World Bank, the and International Monetary Fund, UNCTAD, and so forth. It's been hugely successful. Where we're at now is the final phase. And the final phase is why all the rats, like the leadership in the UK right now, and the French and the Canadians, they're trying to jump off the sinking ship because they know exactly what Israel has in mind. We're now at the apocalypse, the final phase. Mr. Morris has written a lot about 1948 in Israel. And in fact, what's happening now is very similar to what happened in October 1948. If you read his books, which I have, you see a massive escalation of atrocities during the 1948 war.
He's talking about Operation Hiram in the north.
They're trying to finish the job. And now Israel is trying to finish the job. If you read your own Financial Times, it described very beautifully what this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was about. They were going to set up 2 or 3 distribution points in the south of Gaza.
4, but okay.
And then everybody from the north and the middle of Gaza would have to go to the south in order to get food or water or medicine. And then when everybody was congregated in the south, what do you think is going to happen? Exactly what happened in October 1948. There were going to be the massacres. You know what they were going to say.
Can I say something?
There was rioting. There was rioting at the food distribution centers. The IDF felt afraid. And then it started to fire. And then they hoped
Pierce,
in
can I
one
say
fell
something?
swoop they could send the whole population over the border into Egypt.
He likes to lecture.
It's perfectly
He always likes to
obvious
lecture.
what Israel is doing now. It's the last stage, or I should say, it's the final stage
solution.
of the final solution.
Hey,
and now
let's
some of
go.
the Western leaders don't want to have to dirty their hands with it. So suddenly
You said
people
that
like
already. You said
Lamy are discovering that it's intolerable, the situation in Gaza.
Yeah, he is
Guess
very good
what?
at holding the time.
Can I
It's
say
been
something?
intolerable since October 8th.
Okay, final word, very briefly, to you, Benny.
As far as I've understood, that firstly, at the moment, there's discussions of a prisoner exchange and a ceasefire between Israel.
Is he saying anything incorrect? Okay, yeah. Why do we think that them firing when the people raided that, when the people came over into that distribution center, why does he think that they were firing with the intent to get them to move over the border to Egypt? Like, that is a complete fucking editorialized bit of slop. Like, he sincerely thinks the IDF fired there so that they could get people to run away across fucking to Egypt, as if Egypt would ever let them in. Have you seen the Egypt and Gaza border? It's a giant wall with barbed wire all over it. You can't get through it. Like, even just that one sentence, that was a complete fucking fabrication. He's just like ascribing intent. That's it. Was that IDF or American contractors? Well, if it was in the middle, it might have even been the Americans who shot, yeah. Because the IDF are on the perimeter. He's also suggesting that, like, this is the final stage because the plan was, like, mass killing, displacement. But when he mentions the bombing of the universities, it's always this results-based analysis. And as soon as you enter into Norman Finkelstein's world, Hamas disappears. They disappear. So why have they destroyed universities? Do we not know that Hamas have, like, been literally filmed fighting from within schools and universities? That even before they were Hamas, when they were a charity, one of the 2 institutions that they controlled quite a lot of were universities and mosques. The first ever Hamas, pre-Hamas weapon stockpile that was discovered by Yassin and his men was in a mosque. So when you just say to a lay audience that doesn't know shit about Hamas, like, Israel destroyed all 50% of the mosques, it's like, okay, what was happening in 50% of the mosques? Were they really just mosques? Were they just places of worship? Were they not being used by soldiers? As Hamas admits themselves, they even had a mosque in 2008 that they described as, like, the militants' mosque. It's right across from a... They're not a threat right now to any Israeli citizen. Yeah, welcome to learning like one or two things about fucking war, dipshit. The fact is that if you leave Hamas alone now and unilaterally withdraw, they are going to rebuild to try and threaten Israeli citizens. That's the whole point. It's not about having an immediate threat right now. Like, oh, if we just don't bomb this target, then Hamas will nuke us fucking tomorrow with a bunch of rockets. That's not how that works. The point of a war and ending a war is to leave the situation in a place that is not going to put you right back in the same situation that resulted in the war in the first place. It's so fucking stupid. Was Japan a threat to the Allies, like, before the nukes were dropped? No, they not really. Like, what the fuck? It's not a war. Well, I'm sorry, Hamas have not surrendered. They're still fighting. They're still laying out terms. That's a war, retard. Like, that's still a fucking war. They still have soldiers. They're still conscripting people. They're still fighting. They're still posting fucking videos of themselves firing at people with RPGs and with like fucking AKs and stolen M4s. Like, yeah, it's a war. Bruh.
And the Hamas, which may work out and give the Hamas a breathing space of 60 days at least in which to reorganize and whatever. But the Israeli military plan, as far as it's been published, is to take over essentially 75% and maybe by the end 100% of the Gaza Strip and root out the Hamas, kill the Hamas people or get them to surrender and leave the territory, and to supply the Palestinian population in 3 centers, not just in the south, but also in the north, with humanitarian aid, if the Hamas will allow it to come through, because the Hamas have been taking most of the humanitarian aid
Benny.
And then selling it to merchants, and then selling it to
merchants. I'm gonna have to try a whole dig into this because I don't really know why. There's a claim here that Hamas like steals most of the aid, and then there's the other claim that there's zero evidence of it. So I'm like, okay, what's going on there? What's going on there?
1 minute to stop lying.
I know there was one of the videos I saw that was literally Hamas posing within a humanitarian aid warehouse, but fuck knows.
Money with which they can hire new fighters. That's what the truth Hamas is.
But the truth is, Benny,
humanitarian aid.
Benny, the truth
is. Okay, Benny,
the
truth is, when you launch a 3-month blockade of aid going in, when you know kids are starving, it's unconscionable. I don't care what you try and dress it.
That's incorrect. There was a lot of food stores there for this period. Now they're reaching a stage at which there is famine, and Israel has begun.
All right, I'm going to leave it there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Norman. We've run out of time.
The whole world is.
Hello, Izimandius.
Hey, thanks for letting me in. What level are you in Warcraft now?
53.
Oh, shit, you put me in blank.
Still hardcore. So if I die, I die.
Yeah, don't fucking choke, all right? Just please. Well, seeing you die on stream was traumatic, all right?
It's part of the experience. What are you talking about? Part of the fun of hardcore. Imagine if I just got to 60 without even dying once. That'd be dull. There'd be no sacrifice. Okay, there's no story there.
I don't even play Warcraft. That's just I'm not vetted for that.
You know the part of a film, you're right, where you're 1 hour in and then something really bad happens and it's all over, but then some big comeback. Like you need that. You need a down at some point. It couldn't just be like, oh wow, that was painfully fucking easy.
You need to have your what is it? The Daniel LaRusso comeback, the Karate Kid comeback. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
All right. So I have a few topics lined up here, but I kind of wanted to ask you about like for starters, like the international response to like Israel Palestine. Do you like from like October 7th on, and we can go further back if you want, but then I'd be interested. But like, do you feel like there should have been more like coordination in general to like make sure that like civilians in general, like in the Gaza Strip, were like, I don't know, secured in some way? Like I remember that there was a lot of talk about like some of the civilians being funneled into like Egypt,
Mhm.
but like that Egypt was charging like exorbitant fees,
Yep.
right? To let people in. Do you think that there should have been something more done there to actually like make sure that like the civilian like amount of civilian lives lost was just, I don't know, minimized?
Yeah, of
a bit?
course. Yeah, not only Egypt. Egypt could have evacuated the population, and so could Israel. Israel has a fucking desert right next door to Gaza that they could have set up a facility and an international displaced persons camp for the people to go there and take shelter while the war was continuing. Yeah, they could have done that. And it seems that they have no problem screening people before they do these, before they move people, because they've been doing it throughout the entire war. So they could do it there. Yeah. So both sides are to blame. Like Egypt and Israel are to blame for that. Like Egypt, because they say it's because they don't want to be part of a second Nakba or whatever. But it's like, okay, why are you charging people to leave then? Wouldn't you'll let them come for money? But apparently but it's because they don't want a large number of Gazans in their country. And the same with Israel. But yeah, both sides, like Israel and Egypt, are both kind of despicable for not allowing that to happen.
Yeah. So like, I guess like the U.S. has like seems to have a fairly tight relationship with Egypt, like despite its warts, right? Like, am I wrong there, or is that like I think that they seem to be fairly close.
The U.S.'s reputation with who? What?
With Egypt, sorry.
Oh yeah, well Sisi is kind of like a U.S. dude, right? Like he's almost like a puppet. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, this kind of leads into my next thing, which is like, how do you rate like Biden's response to this whole situation, like over the course of since October 7th? Because like that I didn't even know about that, or I wasn't as educated on that, but like it seemed like once it was clear like an international response wasn't going to happen, aside from like the aid that was getting funneled in. Like he kind of became chief, like responsible for like having to, like leash Netanyahu a little bit. But if he has also a close relationship with Egypt, then like maybe at that I don't know, maybe he should have probably said like, listen, you have more than enough space to be able to like, if not house these Palestinians, then at least be able to give them a safe space away from the amount of rockets that are about to start pouring in, because we all know what's going to happen here. Like, I don't know, what do you think of basically Biden's job from October 7th to up to him getting replaced?
Biden should have just decided his position and just committed to it, because there was never anything you can do. Like, if you have a position on Palestine that is actually caring about civilians, but also not having this like ridiculous assumption that Hamas can just stay in Gaza for the next like 10, 20 years and just get to rebuild and try again, then no one's going to like you. Okay, the pro-Israel people won't like you if you're going to be too much concerned about Palestinian civilians, and the pro-Palestine people are going to hate you as long as you don't want to destroy Israel. So he should have just taken a position and committed to it, whereas what he seems to have done is just tried to balance his old kind of like boomer Zionism and tried to marry it with trying to appease public opinion, which is driven by like insanity. So every now and then he'll be like, yeah, Israel's got a right to defend itself, you've got our back, you've got our weapons, but also stop these goddamn indiscriminate bombs with the 2,000-pound JDAMs. It's like, that's not really like the main complaint, is it? Like first of all, accusing them of indiscriminate bombing, which no one in US intel believes is happening, right? Like he just said that because he read it in a fucking Twitter thread, right? So I think with he should have just committed to some position that would have balanced the civilian needs of Palestinians with the security needs of Israelis, and then just like gone with there. With Egypt, he did try to get Sisi to open a humanitarian corridor for people to flee, but the problem with Sisi is that his main priority isn't so much America, but it's his own people. And if you are in the Arab world, then your position on Israel during this war is going to be like the main concern, because these people are dictators, but they also do have to think about their public opinion, because especially this is where like the Arab Spring happened not that long ago. So with Sisi, he had Biden saying open a humanitarian corridor, but he also had his people saying, if you do that, you're going to be part of a second ethnic cleansing, so we're not going to allow you to do that. And also, he's got the security concerns of his own soldiers and people in Egypt who would feel under threat with having a Gazan population there, but because of what happened in Jordan or Lebanon. But yeah, I don't know. I think with Biden, he should have, like, a few things I would have done if I were Biden, to maybe get to your question more directly, would be to, I think he could still continue to push Sisi for a humanitarian zone in Egypt, but he should have also pushed Israel to do the same thing in the Negev, and maybe even offered these American contractors to go there and be part of that, because apparently they seem willing. I think he should have also been a lot more vocal about the idea of starting these Hamas-free zones a lot earlier, because we know that there are places that Israel could have cleared and held on to that they chose not to because they didn't want to create too many targets. But if they had done it earlier, then there would already maybe even potentially be some parts of Gaza that were completely flattened of their tunnels and wiped of military infrastructure that could now currently be getting rebuilt. And you could even have Gazan civilians who can go into these areas and know that they're there outside of Hamas's control, but also not being at risk of bombing by the IDF. Like, that could have happened as well. But yeah, I don't know. I think he tried to balance his own, like, original Zionist position, which is just very uncritical of Israel, with trying to keep up with the new lefty social media response to it. And it just resulted in incoherent policy.
Yeah, it's tough because because what I wanted to say was, like, if it hadn't happened, like, in basically leading up to an election year, if October 7th had happened, like, I don't know, in 2021 or something, he might have been able to be tougher, you know, like a little bit tougher on Bibi, a little bit more like just saying, like, if you don't do this, that, and the third, we're pulling any sort of support for you on this. Like, I'm sorry, but it's not happening. Like, I know Kamala got onto Bibi and said, and noticed that there were, like, shortenings of, like, humanitarian aid, and it was like 2 weeks or something like that before she was like, if you don't make sure that there's aid getting into this area, we're done here. This is not happening. I know that they were definitely at least pretty like, Biden seemed to be pretty good at making sure humanitarian aid was getting there, but I think that, like, actually, like, demanding, like, a actual hardcore plan on you know, like, the end point of this whole conflict, like, it conflicted a little bit too much with the fact that he was trying to get reelected, and the entire Democratic plan shifted towards, like, we need to try and appeal to, you know, to Republicans or to centrists who are just disillusioned with where the Republican Party's went with Trump, yada yada. Like, that seemed to be their entire strategy. We saw it fail miserably, and now, you know, now we have, like, the worst world. I just, like, I the whole point about, like, possibly like, you know, Palestinians being put towards, like, the Negev or towards Egypt, kind of links into, like, the thing that I think is making me the most angry about, like, any of this, is that, like, we're seeing in the debate that, like, you were looking at with Benny Morris right now, and I can't believe I just forgot this fucking guy's name. Finkelstein, Jesus Christ. Sorry, I tried to put this guy out. Between Benny Morris and Finkelstein. Benny Morris brought it up, but it rarely ever gets really touched upon, that, like, I understand that the term is a little bit, like, muddied these days, but, like, there's, like, no focus on the fact that Hamas basically uses human shields. Like, there's absolutely there's no talk about it in any of the discussions. Like, I dig how the way that Ethan Klein handled himself with, like, the historical part of, like, the debate with him and Hassan, like, and the actual talk of, like, the conflict. I thought that actually went really well for him, but, like, there's absolutely no bringing up the fact that, like, it's insanely clear that, like, Hamas wants dead Palestinians, and, like, it's totally fair to bring up, like, Israelis that, like, have insane quotes in the Knesset or bringing up like Yoav Gallant that want, let's say, insane shit about Palestinians and about Gaza, but like you can like it's one thing to point to to quotes from the Knesset. It's another thing to like look at literal military strategy and see like, dude, there are like it's pretty clear that like the for Hamas, like the plan all along was to sacrifice Palestinians. Like I just don't think that gets brought up. I just don't think it gets brought up enough at all.
Well, I guess the dispute is like it's like I know some people try to dispute whether or not it's their intention to do that, like whether or not that's part of their military planning is to be like, yes, as part of this plan, we are going to sacrifice our own people to bring bad PR to Israel. Like I know Sinwar said like, 100,000 deaths would still be like worth this because it still makes Israel look bad and everything. But it's like, I don't know if that's just like an outcome of what happens of like their strategy that they just kind of hold on to, or whether that's like a special intent that they have. But that's just being picky anyway. Yeah.
Do
you think they plan to do that? Like, do you think they plan to put their civilians in harm's way so that they can reap the PR rewards afterwards, like the propaganda rewards?
Yeah, 100%. I don't know what the hell else they could be doing. Like, I don't know what
trying to make themselves harder to target, right?
I mean, yeah, trying to make themselves harder to target, but by specifically picking out like places like hospitals and whatnot, like and civilian infrastructure. Like, it'd be one thing if they were just building tunnels underneath like empty areas or anything like that. But like they and I understand that Gaza it is a densely packed place. So I get that like that might be that they probably could use that as an excuse. But I'm kind of just like there's no other thing that it seems that they could be aiming for, both between the words that like Yahya Sinwar has said out loud, the strategy that they employ, and just the fact that like that I don't see what else they could really be looking to do. And I think that like I think it's not in the discourse like at all. It's completely ignored by some of the biggest advocates here in the West. It's completely like it's not brought up by even some of the more staunch like pro like Israel people. And obviously like and nobody from Hamas or anything is gonna like I'm sorry, nobody that is like pro-Palestinian but outside of Hamas is gonna say anything about that. Like I don't know.
Yeah, it's annoying. That's what I say about people like Finkelstein or any of these like Amnesty reports or anything like that. It's like if you just learned about the conflict from them, you wouldn't even know Hamas existed. Like you'd think they would just kind of like they're just a little ragtag militia, just kind of like running around in the streets, doing what they can. You wouldn't know that they like you would just think they destroyed like 20% of the mosques. It's like you wouldn't know that like Hamas uses mosques. You wouldn't know that they use hospitals. You wouldn't know that they use schools. You wouldn't know that they have 500 kilometers of tunnels underneath the strip. Like that's a kind of important thing when you're considering what's getting hit in airstrikes. Yeah, but it's fucking stupid. It's just like the whole discourse on this is absolutely brain rotted. But the fact is that for people like Finkelstein, it benefits them. It completely benefits them for this war to continue and for the suffering to continue. Like he would be disappointed if you didn't see a mass expulsion from Gaza, right? Like he would probably just still say like use the destruction that has happened to claim kind of credit and say that he was right about that. But yeah, like can you imagine if Hamas just like waved their white flags tomorrow and gave up their arms and took expulsion from the strip, and then suddenly the bombing stopped and the plans for deportation stopped, and then everything else just like changed, and then there was actually like a potential like rebuilding plan for Gaza. I feel like people like Finkelstein and all that would be really disappointed because it's like it would basically like nuke everything that they've believed about the conflict up until now. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like disgusting, grifting, fucking nonsense. And again, it's like I don't think they really care about helping Palestinians. I think their priority is to hurt Israel, and they think these two are the same thing, but they're clearly not, because Israel's getting wrecked right now on the international stage, and is it helping Gazans? Like not at all.
No, it's just bad PR. And I mean, Finkelstein's exact words, I think I don't know if it was in the debate between him, Moeen, Destiny, and Morris, but like, I think his exact words were like, I'm writing an obituary for this.
Even before the death is he's like fucking Lord Denethor, like deciding that Faramir's dead. You know Lord of the Rings? Yeah, he's doing that. He's like blissfully fucking dousing himself in oil on the fucking pyre, and he's really happy with it. He's at peace with that fact, you know, even though Faramir's not even dead yet. But
and this was like I mean that debate was like like a year ago or something, I can't remember, but like this was like we were still kind of like there were definitely bodies to count 100%. Like there was it was ugly at that point for sure, and I don't blame anybody for being a little black-pilled at that point, but like this was there was the situation was still developing. It was fully okay with just being like, I mean, yeah, it's fucked. There's like he literally said, like Lex Friedman, fuckhead that he is, asked him, you know, what do you see? What is the way forward? Where's hope to be found? And he literally said there is no hope. Like I mean, like what? Like there's just no chance. So what do you do? So what are you doing here?
Well, that's also it's difficult for Finkelstein because the things that he advocates for would have him fucking lynched by the people that are now his supporters, right? Because his supporters would see a two-state solutionist who doesn't believe a full right of return is actionable. That those are Finkelstein's positions to this day. That BDS is a cult. If they knew he believed that, and if he started speaking about that, he'd be absolutely fucking ruined by them. That's why he like shits himself when he tells people to say, "Don't say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Say Palestinians will be free." He shits himself saying, "Yeah." He's like terrified, like quaking in his boots, asking them to change this phrase because his advocacy is not what made him popular. It's his attacks on Israel. Like they don't like what he wants for Palestinians. They do like what he wants for Israel.
Yeah, I kind of hate this term a little bit because I think some people get applied to them when it doesn't really apply to them. But he does seem, he's pretty severely audience captured. I think that's just like what else can you do? But like, yeah, I think the last thing I wanted to get into before I get the hell out of here is so is it true that there's like are there no hospitals standing in Gaza, or is it just like was it half? I'm sorry, I genuinely can't remember.
I don't know because they always like the amount of times I've heard the last functioning hospital just got destroyed or whatever. Like I keep hearing that, but then I don't know like how many field hospitals there are, or so yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea how many of them are still functioning or how many aren't. I'd imagine it's probably like a clear tiny minority of them that are still functioning, but I don't know which ones.
So I feel like the situation with hospitals, and I'm engaging with a little bit of military analysis here. I know I'm not equipped for it, but that's fine. Like the situation with hospitals, like kind of, I feel like it kind of encapsulates the entire conflict really, really well. So Hamas builds a tunnel for them, for civilians. They will not let civilians down there, but they will make a tunnel underneath the hospital. Bad, wrong. Do not do that. That's just, you can't do that. And at that point, it seems to, if I'm not mistaken, does it completely lose its protected status?
No, you still have to do a proportionality analysis, and for hospitals in particular, the special protection comes from the fact that you can't just do a surprise attack. You have to give warning, which is why the dispute over Sinwar is that the targeting of him in the European hospital was that there wasn't any immediate warning by any means, but the IDF are saying that like our warnings were given in a more general sense. Like we spent the entire 20 months warning Hamas not to operate from hospitals and warning the civilians that they do, but I have no idea. I think by the way that it seems that the law is written and the way that militaries interpret it, it seems more likely that they broke the law by doing it, but I don't know.
Yeah. That's I guess it kind of goes more towards my point. Like, so Israel, we assume that they conduct some sort of proportionality analysis, they get proper warning or whatever ahead of time. As much as I've been okay with pro-Israel, like I guess defending themselves, I guess here it's like. I still think even with the proportionality analysis, even with the warnings, Israel probably just straight up shouldn't bomb that hospital because I feel like the amount of the campaign that they're on, and this is probably where like them not having a long-term plan really does come back to bite them in the ass. The fact that the campaign that they're going on is gonna lead to a lot of civilian death. They know that. Everybody knew that as soon as October 7th happened. So like, I think that even if it is the case that like Hamas can safely house themselves under hospitals, I think giving like at least leaving the hospitals be, so that like the civilians that are there, that do survive, that are able to get away from whatever destruction happens, they should like they at least have some, like, you know, somewhere to go that can give them the care that they need. Like I feel like it's like it is definitely Hamas like doing something despicable, but it's also Israel just like walking straight into it and deciding well, they're being fuckheads, so I mean, what are we supposed to do? And the immediate loss of life is a lot of it happens to civilians, and then the downstream effects of it also happens to be civilians, because now there's a whole hospital that they don't have, and like where, like if they live around there, like what other hospital are they supposed to go to? I think it's like it's can be now reflected in what's happening to like humanitarian aid. It's like it seems to be mostly affecting civilians. Like that's the thing that has made me start to be like, at this point, like it's turning into a genocide. Like it's one thing to just be airstriking an area for ages, you know, to get to a group that is hiding among civilians, dressing as civilians, digging tunnels underneath civilians, but now you're actually just starving the population. Like I don't know. I just feel like them deciding to target a hospital, even if Hamas is under it, just kind of makes just kind of encapsulates all of these sides pretty well.
Yeah, I think I don't really know why they couldn't have just done it like by the book way, and done even like if they did the warning, because that would have at least like flushed them out, and then they could have got them somewhere else. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's just it's like Israel has just like been cursed with like the most horrible fucking incompetent shit show of a leader, as well as like one of the most extreme governments, or the most extreme government in their history, to deal with this situation. So, and that's obviously the people who pay the big price for that are the Palestinians in Gaza. So it's just like it's a very fucked situation. I don't think it's going to end anytime soon either. Like I think Hamas are being very encouraged by the fact that Israel is behaving in this way. I think Hamas are enjoying watching the rest of the world turn their backs on Israel, and like they have no incentive to give up if that's what's happening. And Israel's, I don't actually blame the UK or France or Germany or wherever else. I blame Israel. They're doing it to themselves. Like the government's doing it to themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. And I mean, these guys definitely are like, yeah, they're connected to the wider world. Like, I mean, that was who they were aiming the propaganda at. That was who they wanted to see eventually start talking about this. Like, I mean, I imagine that they were probably sitting there watching Piers Morgan alongside you and just being like, yeah, exactly. This is pretty much what we wanted. Like, just seems a little disgusting, but it just never gets brought up. It never gets talked about. Like, you can be as I don't know, as vicious to Israel as you want, but I just none of the commentary is directed towards the group that actually brought the ire of Israel on the civilians. It's just really gross to me.
Yeah, they just live in the shadows, right? Or the tunnels, I guess. They don't even need to be metaphorical.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think that, you know, like okay, so like the extension of the war like kind of factors into this, but like, do you think Netanyahu actually sees like, you know, like time for this? Like, do you think like he actually sees like his war crimes getting brought up? Like, I don't even know what the fuck that would look like at this point. Like, I've never seen like any sort of like ICC or ICJ proceedings before October 7th. Like
yeah, the ICC won't do shit to him. I don't think they've got any way of doing anything to him. Ironically, the only people who could prosecute Netanyahu for war crimes would be Israel.
So it's not happening. So it's not happening is what you mean.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. That's incredibly depressing. But I mean, okay. Well, all right. Thank you for answering my tepid questions, but I appreciate it.
Good. Take care.
Don't die. Have fun. We're getting to 60.
Best. No problem. Bye-bye.
Take it easy.
You can't kill your way out of a war unless you want genocide. I don't know how you think almost every war in history has been won, but like pretty much quite a lot of them have been won through a lot of killing, buddy. What a stupid thing to say. Okay. Who are these new people? Who's this? Hello, Fear X fame.
Hello, Fear X fame.
You need to turn your stream off because I'm echoing.
Hello, X fame.
You need to turn your stream off because I'm echoing.
Hello. You need to turn your stream off because I'm echoing.
Jesus. MP, hello.
Hello.
What can I do for you?
I just have some questions, contentions with Israel Palestine.
Oh no.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. I was just wondering. I don't understand what Hamas's goal at this point is. What do you think they're aiming for?
Just to hang on and watch the rest of the world shit on Israel?
Yeah. So, I feel like I was on here yesterday talking about martyrdom. I feel like martyrdom is that concept is a big part of the conflict, right?
I guess so. For Hamas it is,
yeah. Yeah, so to me it seems like right now there's no way Hamas can see a winning outcome in the traditional sense, in terms of gaining back control of Gaza. So all that leaves me with is feeling like they just want to see as many people martyred as possible. Do you think that, or do you think they want Israel to lose support so Israel is forced to withdraw?
Yeah, no, I think they just want, they're already watching different countries turn their backs on Israel, so the longer they hang on, the more that happens. I think they just want to see how far it can go. I don't really know if they want as many martyrs as possible. I think the martyrs are a means to an end.
Okay. So you think
they are in a small sense, end in itself, as in it's a glorious thing to die a fucking shaheed or whatever. But no, I think it's mostly a mean to an end, which is to weaken Israel on the world stage.
Right. So you think that through having such a high death toll, allowing for such a high death toll, that will force Israel to withdraw because of pressure from the rest of the world.
It might force them to withdraw, but it might also mean that if Hamas is eventually completely defeated, then at least they've done it with enough damage to Israel that can be picked up on by other groups, right? But yeah, either way, yeah, it could be to force a withdrawal. But even if it doesn't force a withdrawal, I think they'd still be happy with the damage that they're doing to Israel.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, because to me it seems I can't understand that there'd be a non-religious aspect to it. So you think it's the religious thing is secondary, the martyrs, the primary concern is to weaken Israel.
Yeah, it's their stated goal. It's their it's their stated goal. It's the appeal that they encourage in the rest of the world that opposes Israel. Yeah.
Okay. And then another question with the concept of proportionality, in strikes. Is that a legal concept?
Hello. Yeah, proportionality is a legal concept. Yeah.
So it's is the idea that there's a certain number of like civilians that you can't cross that threshold? Like if you were going to strike something, or is there like a set number?
There's no set number. No, it's like it's this endless kind of like cold debate that people have about you have to think about the immediate anticipated military advantage and the immediate anticipated casualties, civilian casualties. So the way that they judge that, I have no idea. Some countries do have set numbers, like they'll say that a certain, like a weapon stockpile might be worth this many civilians, or a commander might be worth this many, a soldier might be worth none, or one civilian, or Bin Laden might have been worth 30. So it's like, yeah, they will have these kind of like numbers, but they're not obligated to have them. So in general, it's more of it's like a philosophical debate, or like a question of just like, can you explain in a court how this military advantage is worth this many people dying? And it might not be, it's never going to be like one-to-one quantifiable because there are different variables. But another way that they can solve it, I think some people like to solve it by saying, will we ever get a better chance of doing this? Like, is there an easier way to do this attack? Can we get this military advantage in a different way that results in less civilian death? So say with Hassan Nasrallah hiding underneath that building in Dahia, they might have asked, is there any other way we're going to get to him anytime soon, given that we're on the offensive right now? And if the answer was no, then it might have been like, well, maybe there are 70 civilians in that building, but it's still worth it, right?
Okay, so like, where is it laid out, the concept? Is it like a UN thing, or is it like Geneva Convention?
I think it's Geneva Conventions. Let me double check.
Okay.
IHL proportion.
So like to not get in trouble, if you're like Israel or you're any country, you just have to prove that you have some kind of process, like in determining proportionality.
Well, like if you're Israel and if you're in court, would you have to show them like how you calculate proportionality? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or if you don't want to get like in trouble, like we don't want to get like a war crime charge, you have to show all you have to have is to prove you have some kind of process for determining.
Well, you'd have to be a process that, like, I guess the rest of the judges or the lawyers agree with, right? So I think with Israel, they do a couple of things fairly similar to NATO, I understand. So I know that NCVs, which is basically like the number of civilians per item that are worth. I know Israel has done that in the past. I don't know if they do it now.
Yeah.
And it's not public now because obviously Hamas would benefit from knowing that. But I know that like Australia reviewed Israel's or part of Israel's targeting policy because of one of the people who died in the WCK bombing was an Australian. So they asked to review Israel's policy, but then I think they came out with a sheet with a report not long afterwards where they said that Israel's policy was actually not that different from their own one, from Australia's. So I think they probably tried to do a little, like, to keep quite similar to like Western methods, although everything I've seen suggests that they are much more tolerant of collateral damage than the West is. But then Israel might argue that had the West been faced with these circumstances, they might do the same. So I don't know.
Yeah. So
that's how you would do it. You'd have to show you would just have to show that you were like in good faith had a reasonable assumption that the military advantage would be worth whatever collateral loss, and then. I don't really know what it looks like in case law debating that. Like if they debate, 10 civilians got hurt here, but like it really should have only been 5.
So it would be
I
like
don't know,
maybe it would be the judge's discretion. Maybe like you could say, well, we killed 30 civilians, but since this commander was so important, we think it was justified. And then a judge would just kind of qualitatively, determine if that's if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So do you think Israel has had historically and like in this conflict a clear process for determining, or do you think they whether they showed it or not, whether it's revealed to the public or not, do you think they have a process they go through?
Yeah, well, I know they have lawyers. They have lawyers that review protocol for strikes and for particular military operations. So they do have them. I don't know if they also have emergency situations or like little fucking cheat codes for how people can get around the lawyers. So like something like if they say, oh, we're under fire, we need air support now, like they might say that even though it's not the case. So, but yeah, they do have lawyers who like review these things and sometimes even check particular targets to see if it's proportionate or not. So I know that they have some legal process. Whether it's in line with international humanitarian law is different, though, because you can obviously, Hamas could have lawyers. You could have a lawyer telling you to kill 5,000 civilians for no militants. But
Well, I mean, that's kind of like the frustrating thing, because I feel like every time any strike, Israel like undertakes any strike, people just look at the amount of civilians killed and assume that it's unjustified, and then you can't really get to like that important conversation, which is, you know, how many civilians is necessary, because I'm sure like you agree that sometimes there is like a necessary sacrifice almost if something can, you know, bring a war to an end or, you know, take out an important target.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the one having that debate.
Yeah. Okay. I guess that's all. Yeah. So, I mean, actually, with like each individual strike, do you think like any of the strikes Israel has taken on, like the one hit the refugee camp, like that caused a fire, or the one with the World Central Kitchen, do you think those were mistakes, or have you been able to like pin one down as like an actual potential war crime?
The World Central Kitchen was a crime. It was a failure of it wasn't even in line with IDF policy, right? Because they fired a couple of people. Now, obviously, they're not getting criminal prosecutions because it's the IDF. Like, they're very lenient with a lot of their soldiers. But yeah, they did demote people and they did give reprimands, and I think a couple of people lost their jobs, so they got dismissed completely. So
I guess,
that was like, because I think someone cut a corner. They were supposed to do an additional check with the WCK, but they didn't do it. So yeah.
But do you think that was like a commander who thought that they were doing it just like a proportional strike, or do you think that was someone who knew what they were doing was going against protocol?
It was a commander who caught corner. Yeah, it was a commander who literally did like a fairly low level commander, I think. But it was a commander who actually I don't even know if it was low level. I think it might have been a high up one. Yeah, no, it was in any case. Yeah, it was a commander that cut a corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's another one who's like the division commander, Yehuda Vash, who is a settler, a very extreme settler, who has literally told his soldiers in the Netzarim corridor, which is like splitting up the Gaza Strip right now, to just fire on people without even, if they come into this buffer zone, without even checking, like without doing warning shots or anything, like just shoot to kill, don't ask questions. So I know that soldiers haven't all obeyed him, obviously, and that he hasn't, I don't know if it's even been given as an official policy, but he has spoken to soldiers and told them to do this. Like, that is very much the claim.
Yeah.
So,
I
that
guess,
guy
like,
would be a full-on like war criminal who is not being disciplined or prosecuted either. Yeah.
So I guess like if kind of the like law, the proportionality kind of breaks down further in the IDF, then it could like develop into, would you say it could develop into something that you could call a genocide? Like if so many commanders were not following the proportionality rules and we're not getting disciplined for it, so that even if the policy from the top down was to not target civilians, it just wasn't being followed at all. Do you think if that happened, you could call it a genocide?
Like, the way you would have to do it is if there was like a display of a deliberate negligence from the people who could stop it, and they were deliberately being negligent because they wanted the results of people being destroyed in whole or in part. Like, that would have to be the test, which I think would be very hard. And I think it's also like, you have to say that this is like the only reasonable inference from them doing that. So yeah, again, genocide is fucking, it's a stupid argument because it's just so, it's a threshold that is so fucking unbelievably high. And with the information that we have, it's why people have to do all this stupid like mental contortion with quotes and results-based analysis to try and find out if it's happening or to try and prove it's happening. But to me, it's just not very convincing.
Yeah. So even if like 90% of commanders were disregarding any like proportionality rules.
Yeah.
There would still have to be, it would still have to be that the people at the top know about that and are letting that happen because they also want like some kind of extermination.
Yes. So
So
if they
that-
so
yeah,
an,
so
an
that's
alternative would be like if they were not reprimanding people because there's too many war crimes happening and they think, well, if we jail all these people or if we fire all these people, we won't have an army. If that's their intent for doing it and they just think like they just have to let them get away with these crimes because otherwise they have no army, then that wouldn't be genocidal intent. Yeah. It would be a criminal act of some sort,
so
but
I guess,
not that one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it's so hard to like get to that, to reach the threshold of genocide, because it's, there's so many ways that it could be, just a pragmatic thing.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. But do you think that like there has been a breakdown in like the IDF where they have been more willing to allow like civilian deaths? Like, do you think that's been progressively getting worse?
I think it probably has in this recent part, but I don't know if it's because of a breakdown of rules or because their targets have changed. Because more recently, we've been seeing a lot of high-ranking officials getting killed, which obviously means that high-ranking officials are generally going to be worth more civilians to most armies. Like, they would see it that way. So I actually don't know if rules have gotten tighter or if they've just adjusted or if more rule breaking has happened. My gut instinct from what I've seen would suggest that more rule breaking is happening and there is a lot more impunity, but again, it's just like a guess. I don't really know like for every stage of the war.
Yeah. So they're currently like they're beginning their plan to occupy Gaza. And does that look like the occupation of the West Bank, or is it like the same kind of structure?
I hope not. I hope there will be no settlements. I don't think it'll be the same.
Yeah.
I think it's a completely different situation. There's still going to be tunnels in Gaza foreseeably for years. Like I don't even know if they've dismantled like a quarter of all the tunnels in Gaza because it's so.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen like how much explosive material you need to destroy a kilometer of tunnel. Like you need like 15 tons of TNT.
Yeah.
Or wait, actually,
Yeah.
hang on, wait. How much? It might be more. 15 metric tons of TNT to get rid of 1 kilometer of tunnel, and Hamas has 500. So.
I don't know how you deal with that.
Yeah, that's it's asymmetrical warfare. Yeah, it's a challenge.
Yeah. So the people are talking about like ethnic cleansing. Like the goal is ethnic cleansing at this point. Do you think Israel is intending to like push out Palestinians or push out Gazans right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think
somewhere
if Egypt opened their doors for 1 million Palestinians to just go into Egypt, I think Israel would be very relieved by that, right? It'd be easier for them to fight against Hamas. It'd be easier for them to hold the strip after Hamas are gone. Yeah, they have every advantage in the world from that. So of course they'd like that. Yeah.
Do you think that's possible? Because I've always heard that like surrounding countries very rarely.
It's very unlikely. It's very, very unlikely. Like they might be able to get people who are willing to sign up and like get on a boat and go to some fucking shithole, or like, that is possible, but it's never going to be that many people, I don't think.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess that's all.
All good.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Take care, man. Bye.
Very, very knowledgeable. So yeah.
Wow. Thanks. What did he call me? Wow. All right, let me finish this.
Lying. The whole world is lying. The World Food Program
Except Norman
is lying.
Finkelstein. Except for Norman
Mercy
Finkelstein.
Corps is
Everybody's lying.
UNICEF is lying. The whole world, which says there's a massive starvation verging on famine in Gaza, it's all made up.
I mean, they've been saying that since October 17th, 2023, Norman, so... what do you want me to say? Fuck.
Well,
Because
one thing, listen, you don't have to be an expert. You don't have to be, Norman, you don't have to be. You don't have to be an expert to know if you stop food going in sufficient quantities
Yes, back
to
to
a
basics.
population
Thank
to a
you.
population that's already been at war since October 2023, and that many of them are young kids. They're going to start starving to death, and they will. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you both for a
If the food
spirited
doesn't
debate.
arrive.
Yeah, well, the food hasn't been arriving because there's been a blockade. We've got to leave it there.
No, it
Thank you very
started
much.
again now arriving.
Well, that's very generous of Israel, isn't it? After 3 months of starving people.
It's not
Thank
a
you
matter
all
of
very much.
generosity. There's also international pressure.
Yeah,
3
sure. Well, the
months of
pressure's
starving 1
All right,
million
I've got-
children.
got to
3
leave it there.
months of starving 1 million
John
children.
Finkelstein loves it when children are starving. Holy shit, he loves saying that. The fucking elation. Okay.
Got to leave it there. It's unconscionable, like I
Fuck.
said. Thank you all very much.
Fuck.
I appreciate it. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me.
Yes.
If you enjoy our
you are
show,
the boss.
we ask for only one
Supreme leader.
simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate.
Barabbas Dantiog, thanks for the $5. Why do I get the feeling that Libya just wants a free slaves glitch accepting Palestinians? Yeah, wow, great idea. Great idea. Where'd you get that claim from? Where'd you get that little quip from? Well done. The goal's done in an hour and a bit, guys. What the fuck? Atar, thanks for the 35 rands. Money. Yeah, I suppose it is, yeah. 3Ds Max, thanks for the $2. 0.25x norm. That's so cruel. Why would I do that? Okay, wait. This is where people might die. Fuck. No, someone got killed by the furries. Please let me in. Which one are you? Oh yeah, you're Smooth Naturally. Okay, hang on. Who's this guy? Did you fix your shit yet?
Oh yeah, you're Smooth.
What a coward. What a disgusting coward. Hello.
Hey, Loner, what's up?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. I wanted to talk to you about Israel and the international community as a whole, and why Israel should trust anyone there, and if there's ever been any good faith care from the international community for Israel's security or anything.
There probably is care for Israel's security, yeah. It's just that these countries are pulled primarily by their own. They're always going to care about their own domestic popular opinion than Israel's security. Yeah, they're politicians. So
Spain introduced an arms embargo on Israel on October 7th, 2023.
who did? Spain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Spain's pretty mental, aren't they? At the end of the day, does Israel care about any of these countries apart from like America and Germany and maybe Italy?
So,
like, should they?
I feel like if we are all, living on a globe and everyone's living together and we're trying to do some international, like, law-based order and everything, but the international community is specifically targeting one group, that will just bring to that group to completely alienate it from any form of international law. So I feel like how the international community is dealing with Israel is just fueling Israel's, what's it called? Radicalization.
Yeah, probably. If I was Jewish, I'd be pretty fucking mad right now. I'd be crashing
Like with the UN, has anyone ever recused himself for conflict of interest to do with Israel? Like the Lebanese prime minister being the president of the ICJ for the Israel case is kind of insane, no?
Yeah.
Or like Albanese.
What about her?
Who is one of the most anti-Semitic people I have ever seen. Being once again reinstated as the special rapporteur for the occupied territories. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure her mandate isn't even. Her mandate is just to deal with Israeli stuff, isn't it? Like, not to do with Palestinian actions ever. I think that's actually written down in her mandate. Like, so you can imagine what kind of person was going to fit. Like, there's no one who's going to fit that job who doesn't have a bone to pick with Israel, right?
But then they keeps talking about conflict of interest, that there can't be any, and impartiality and kakaki and then only for Israel none of that matters, right? Oh, at least that's how I see it. if I might be wrong, I might be a bit biased because that's how I'm looking at it. But how can any Israeli ever trust anything from any of these organizations, ever?
Typically, you tend to trust these things whether or not they're accurate, rather than whether or not you're Israeli. Like, I don't trust a lot of these organizations, but that's because I read their reports and I don't think they make sense. But
like, I personally think that currently the situation going on with the food in Gaza is abhorrent. I'm sure that we are getting way closer to the famine, but because the international community has been saying that same exact thing since like the first month of the war, I'm having a hard time to take anything they say seriously, like boy cried wolf type shit. You understand?
yeah, well, that's why you just use your own wits and read things that you do trust and see if you can figure out if it's happening for yourself. Like, I'm not gonna let a bunch of dog shit fucking statements from Albanese influence my position on what they're doing with aid right now, right? I'm still going to call it horrible. I'm still going to say it's unprecedented. I'm still going to say it's going to lead to, riots like we saw today, and it might even lead to people starving to death, like in higher numbers. I'll just say all that. It doesn't matter that like Albanese can say like, "Oh, I told you so," but it's like, bro, you didn't. Like, you just cried wolf the entire fucking year. Yeah.
But anything that ever comes out of like anything to do with the UN, like UNRWA, Albanese, Lazzarini, what's his name? Gutierrez. Like, it's a problem that a whole country can never trust anything that comes out of their mouth, no?
Yeah, it's pretty fucked.
Do you think there's any way to, like, change that, or is that just a situation that's how it's always going to be?
Have you heard that quote from Ben-Ami about the Have you heard that quote from Ben-Ami about the fucking Abraham Accords, about Israel making peace with the Islamic world versus the Christian world?
I don't remember it right now. Could you remind me?
He said that one day the Jewish state will probably make peace with Islam, but its conflict with the Christian West has all the traits of eternity. Do you feel that way? I think that's probably true.
I feel like it's easier in the current situation to make peace with Christians than with like Islamic states. But that can change, like, I don't know, like this whole war is kind of and reactions to it. But
I don't know if that's true. Who do you think's been harder on Israel in the last 20 months? Like Albanese and the UN or Saudi?
Well, definitely Albanese in the UN.
How about them and
but I wouldn't call the UN like Christian state.
Like but they come from like Albanese's from like Italy, right? Like, it's obviously I mean the Christian West isn't like, that's used kind of like poetically, right? Like, these are mostly countries where people are secular now, but like they have formerly been Christian countries. What was the what's one country in particular, like a Western one that's being particular, like Spain, right? Or Portugal?
Spain, Ireland.
Spain, yes, yeah, Spain. Yeah, who's been rougher on Israel recently, like Spain or Saudi?
Yeah, but Spain has never really had except for like the Golden Age, they've been like hundreds of years of being like very, very, very anti-Jew. They were actually the last Western European country to recognize Israel as a state, after Ireland even.
Yeah, where have you seen more mad shit from recently towards Israel? From Ireland or from Jordan?
Well, definitely Ireland.
Isn't that
but
weird?
I also, honestly, I have met, I live in the States right now, and I have met multiple Palestinians, Syrians here that we can have, in my opinion at least, a productive conversation about the situation. But every Irish person I've met and just mentioned that I'm Israeli when they ask me, like, what my name means or where it's from, they just go batshit and say, I can't even talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like, I don't know if that's necessarily like Islamic versus Christian values. It's more just like, if you actually are invested in the conflict, then you're more invested in trying to solve it. And if you're just doing it as this is what's currently trending, and this is the opinion that everyone's supposed to have because that's what I heard and that's what I was told, then you don't actually want to solve anything. You just want to demonize anyone that thinks even a little bit different from you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I feel like that is a big factor that will just continue to radicalize Israel even further. Like, we keep hearing that we need to, accept the Palestinians as they are and try to work from there, right? We're supposed to release Barghouti, and we're supposed to do negotiations with Abbas, even though he's a Holocaust denier and everything. And I agree with that. But no one is talking about meeting Israel where they are.
Yeah,
and I find that kind of insane.
It is pretty insane.
And that's kind of that's really blackfilling the world,
I mean, I think the most reasonable thing to do is I would like to believe that Israel can still. I mean, this probably does happen all the time, right? Like with regards to wars and things like that. That people become more radical in times of war, like America 9/11 and everything. But once the war ends, then people can maybe start to temper a bit more and go back to a more central position. I think for Israel, in terms of just their self-preservation, even though I don't know if I agree with it, is that they should probably just stop depending on or expecting the goodwill of the rest of the world. I think they should probably just do their own thing, go their own way, and just live by their own standards, and don't go fucking. But doesn't mean you'll go fucking crazy right wing and everything, but just. I would.
No, I agree with that.
If I was the boss of Israel, I would just give up on the rest of the world and just still uphold liberal democratic standards and everything. But I definitely wouldn't really be trying to care about what the rest of the world thinks or trying to influence their opinions, because that would just make me go insane.
So, let's say regarding ending this war, this current war, do you think that any of the mediators are actually helping anything? Like Qataris, the Americans, the Egyptians?
Probably not. I mean, I think the Americans have done a good job of making sure that aid goes in, because otherwise I have no fucking idea what the government would be doing without American pressure. But otherwise, I don't really know if anyone's...
moderation of the diplomatic talks. That's just pressure on Israel, which I agree.
For diplomatic talks, I really don't know. Because I don't think any of these proposals from Egypt and everything else have really got around the question of anything good that can happen in Gaza can only happen after Hamas is gone. So,
let's say we get to 2026, somehow we're still in this godforsaken war, and the Bibi's government falls, okay, and we get Bennett and Golan and Lieberman, their government. Do you think that they will actually be able to solve this somehow and get to some form of solution where both sides are happy, or
no? But I think they can probably mitigate the situation.
On Israel's side would but let's say Abbas is still in power, right?
Yeah.
And Hamas is still in power, kind of in Gaza. Then. Is just a major change from the Israeli position enough to actually change something, or
no? I mean, changes would have to happen across. The thing with the Israel-Palestine conflict is that because of this fucking oppressed, fucking noncery. Okay, the problem is that going down that road implies that the only thing that has to change in the region is Israel, when that's just not true. The changes that have to happen for the conflict to actually go a way that would actually be positive and fruitful is that you'd have to have changes from Palestinian leadership. You have to have changes from their backers, say Iran. That would have to be a change there. There'd have to be a change in Lebanon with regards to Hezbollah's position. And thankfully we do actually have a bit of that now. A change in Syria would help. A change in Jordan and Egypt would probably help. All of these actors involved have to go through substantial changes. Mainly, I think Israeli leadership and Palestinian leadership changing would be the start. American leadership would obviously have to be in the right place as well. And all of these different actors have to have to align, at least in some positive way, all at the same time. And that's just I don't know. Fuck.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it's gonna happen.
But really, the only countries that matter to me are like for solving the conflict would probably be America, Israel, Palestine, Jordan, and Egypt. I think the rest of the countries that doesn't fucking matter. They can just do whatever they
What
want.
about like Turkey?
Why does
They're
Turkey? What's
pretty
important about
involved.
them? Like what, for hosting Hamas?
Well, for hosting Hamas, for their major like trade partner, or at least they were, of Israel and like Palestine. I think that like through economic interests, they can bring both sides more to the table to an extent. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't know enough about Turkey, but if you think they're important, then sure. People are saying Iran, bro. If Israel makes peace with the Palestinians, Iran is done. Iran's got fuck all. But Iran's already fucked. Look at them.
Do you think any European nation has like any say in this conflict, or can really bring about any change here?
Nope.
Like the current now the Saudis and the French are gonna like recognize a Palestinian state. Do you see that as like a movement in the right direction, or like a perpetuation?
I don't think it's. I think it's like a. It's like a nothing. It's like a zero. It has no effect, not positive or negative, really. Like I mean, it might. I know Smotrich is going to get really fucking angry and recognize a few more outposts as settlements, as legitimate settlements, because he did that last time. I think he recognized one outpost for every country that.
Yeah,
but like
Norway,
what? Are these
France,
countries going to recognize? Are they going to give proposals for borders for refugees for Jerusalem, or are they just saying we recognize a Palestinian state? It's like. They might as well be saying we recognize Resolution 242. Like, okay.
Health warning.
There are more countries in the world that recognize a Palestinian state than recognize Kosovo.
Health warning.
Which of these states is more sovereign? It's Kosovo, right? Yeah, it doesn't fucking. It doesn't matter.
So, do you see like Israel staying in the UN as beneficial to Israel in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, you should probably stay in the UN. Yeah.
What has being in the UN helped Israel, except for like Macron bullshitting that the UN gave Israel its state?
Well, when people keep talking about Israel's right to exist under international law, like that's, yeah, it's like people do this line where they say states don't have a right to exist, they just exist or they don't exist, and Israel does exist in the UN. So it'd be weird to see, like, imagine seeing Israel dip out of the UN but Russia stays. Like, why? That would be fucking mental.
Well, Russia has a permanent seat, right? So they have no reason to dip. They have a lot of power in the UN.
Yeah, but what does Israel gain from leaving the UN? They lose a lot. Like they're basically saying that like we don't care if you think we're an illegitimate country or not. Like yeah, call us an illegitimate country. We're just going to exist as this stateless entity through sheer means of force. Like that's just.
Well, I feel like we spend way too much time and money and resources trying to appease the UN, which just hate us inherently, and no matter what we do, we'll just. I feel like it's just a waste. Our current what we do in the UN.
So you think it's a waste of money? So dipping out and just becoming like a non-state, like a non-member state of the UN.
I feel like if we dip out while also actually coming to good faith negotiations with the Palestinians and trying to move forward, but without like any of the UN like without caring about them and actually trying to solve the problem that we have.
Yeah, what can the UN do? What does the UN do? The UN just has like fucking states, like representatives will just vent to Israel for 10 minutes on the fucking council, and then they'll sit down and there'll be a General Assembly vote that doesn't result in anything binding, and then that's it. Like, what's the purpose of coming out of the UN? Like, do you realize how unprecedented? Like, when's the last time? When's the last time that any UN member state has just dipped out and been like, yeah, fuck this, I'm going my own way? Like fucking MGTOW.
When's the last time that any UN state has gotten the treatment that Israel's gotten from the UN?
The UN Security Council sanctioned Iraq for like 10, 15 years. Every single country voted in favor of it.
Okay, how many years?
Like that resulted in them having to go through rationing, didn't it? Like they had to do rationing, like because for their civilian population, because of like universal UN sanctions.
I guess what I'm saying is a bit extreme to just dip out of the UN, but I've just completely lost all faith in that organization. But yeah, I guess like yeah, if they like all the countries reacted with like severe sanctions and like BDS type stuff, and then like the world kind of be fucked.
Yeah, you're in America right now, right?
Yeah,
With your Israeli passport or with your American passport?
both.
Okay.
I went back to Brooklyn like that, like they always told me to do, right?
Yeah, so coming to the so like, you know the Israeli passports, you know why they're able to go to different countries. It's not really a problem. It's because they're UN member state.
Well, it depends on the country, right? Like my American passport is way stronger than my Israeli passport.
Yeah, obviously. But if you're an Israeli citizen and you try to go to a country that, as a non-member state of the UN, like how much easier is it going to be for a country to turn you away?
Warning.
Like what happens to all your treaties and everything? That, yeah, I don't know.
No, yeah, I understand.
It's not helpful. It's not
Where you're coming from. I guess
anyway,
the UN wouldn't be
I'm
the
sorry,
best.
but I do also need to go because I have other plans to do for stream before I'm finished. Is that all right, or do you have anything else pressing?
Thanks for chatting with me.
All right,
No,
take
you're
care,
good.
man.
Appreciate your time.
All right,
Bye.
What is this? This is a Guardian article. There's not even a fucking video. Thank you, Mina. What? The White House has lost confidence in a Pentagon leak investigation that Pete Hegseth used to justify firing 3 top aides last month, after advisors were told that the aides had supposedly been outed by an illegal, warrantless National Security Agency wiretap. What? Interesting. Can you just read this article for me? No. The extraordinary explanation alarmed the advisors, who also raised it with people close to J.D. Vance, because such a wiretap would almost certainly be unconstitutional and an even bigger scandal than a number of leaks. The advisors found the claim to be untrue and complained that they were being fed dubious information by Hegseth's personal lawyer, Tim Parlatore, who had been tasked with overseeing the investigation. The episode, as recounted by 4 people familiar with the matter, marked the most extraordinary twist in the investigation, examining the leak of an allegedly top-secret document that outlined options for the US military to reclaim the Panama Canal to a reporter. Based. The advisors were stunned again when Parlatore denied having told anyone about an illegal NSA wiretap himself and maintained that any information he had was passed on to him by others at the Pentagon. The leak was first attributed internally to Hegseth's senior advisor Dan Caldwell, who was escorted out of the Pentagon and fired last month alongside 2 other aides, Hegseth's former Deputy Chief of Staff Darin Selnick and the Deputy Defense Secretary's Chief of Staff Colin Carroll. The DUI hire, wow. Huh. Am I reading this incorrectly, or has Hegseth's guys been wiretapping people? Huh. Is there any news on this? Legal AF. Pete Hegseth wiretap. Today. Read. No, I'm gonna fucking die. I'm in a tunnel. You don't want to fight in a tunnel. You don't need to be Stonewall Jackson to know you don't want to fight in a tunnel. Get me out. I have to kill satyrs. To the Green Moonwell. Wow. Not the Green Moonwell. Anything but the Green Moon. Oh, I know where I go. Okay. It's a Guardian exclusive. Wow. Get it? Wow. Fuck! Dick! Alright, let's go. Come on. Where the... And while Hegseth's former junior military aide Ricky Buria has in effect assumed the job of the Chief of Staff, the White House has blocked Hegseth from giving him the job permanently on account of his limited experience and role in internal office drama. The Pentagon declined to comment on reporting this story. Spokesperson for the White House said in a statement, Trump is confident in the secretary's ability to ensure top leadership, but the Department of Defense shares their focus on restoring a military that is focused on readiness, lethality, and excellence, and warriorship. Wow. Goddamn warriors. The skepticism among the Trump advisors is widely seen as a product of several developments that started shortly after the suspensions of Caldwell and Selnick on 15th of April, followed by the suspension of Carroll on the 16th of April, according to 7 people familiar with the matter. After the aides were fired on 18th of April and issued a joint statement denying wrongdoing, the White House received its first briefings on the firings. At the juncture, a handful of Trump advisors in the West Wing and elsewhere were told there was evidence that Caldwell had printed a document on U.S. military plans for the Panama Canal, classified at the top secret level, took a photo, sent it to a reporter using his personal phone. Wow. Advisors grew uneasy in the ensuing weeks after Caldwell appeared on the former Fox News host Tucker Carlson's podcast, denouncing their firings as the product of internal office politics at the Pentagon and alleging that the investigation had become weaponized against them. They also then learned of a rumor at the Pentagon that the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, OSI, which has been working for the case for weeks beforehand, had possibly identified the leaked Panama Canal document by virtue of the fact that it was a draft that lacked certain details that were in the final version of the document. As the rumor went, the document had led the Air Force OSI to focus its investigation on mid-level aides who worked in the U.S. Southern or Central Command or for the Joint Chiefs of Staff and had not been told to focus on the activities of the 3 aides until the weekend after they had been fired. It was not immediately clear whether the rumor was correct or even from where it emerged, but it appears to have spurred the White House to press Parlatore to disclose the evidence against Caldwell, including how the Pentagon knew what was on his phone. Jeez. At first, Parlatore rebuffed the attempts to obtain the underlying evidence, noting it was inappropriate for the executive branch to insert itself into an ongoing criminal investigation that he said could still yield charges. But towards the end of April, according to what the Trump advisors shared inside the White House, Parlatore suggested that there had been a warrantless wiretap on Caldwell's phone. Parlatore has denied making such a claim when confronted by associates and has generally maintained during this investigation that he has only passed along information briefed to him by others. Reached by phone on Monday, Parlatore referred questions to the Pentagon press office. Still, Trump advisors who reeled from the claim also eventually told Hegseth they were concerned by the optics of Parlatore, who had been close to the former chief of staff, Casper, running an investigation that targeted Casper's perceived enemies in the office. The warrantless wiretap episode was not formally resolved. The investigation was transferred to the office of Deputy Defense Secretary Stephen Feinberg around the time that Parlatore had planned to step away to prepare for the trial of another client, Admiral Robert Burke, on federal bribery charges. Parlatore remains close confidant of Hegseth, and he retained his ability to make recommendations in the investigation, according to 2 people familiar with the situation. Commissioned by Hegseth as a commander in the Navy Reserve, he is subject to the Uniform Code of Military Justice and cannot directly be fired. Okay. This guy just can't stay out of the fucking news, man. He's a state. He's an absolute state. He's fucked. I think he's... As far as Trump's admin goes, I can see him being the first one to go, or one of the first ones to go. You know, drop like a fly. I love the DUI Hegseth stories, man. They're so good. He's such a fucking human mess. Now, where the fuck is this thing? Is it like south? Oh, it is. I'm in the wrong place. Okay. Apparently Hutch and Vadim are fighting. Interesting.
Well, this is total was because
let's just jump in right here.
To hundreds of thousands of viewers. And Ethan is literally going to be like, I hope your employer... Look at this. Look at this.
Wait, it doesn't travel around?
Yeah, I thought I tried.
I mean, it used to in like the 60s, unless there's multiple.
Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy.
No.
That's Joe?
Doesn't look anything like him.
No, no, it is. Here, let me show you. That's...
What? But what did this person say? Well, you're muted. You're muted. I can't hear you. Wait, you're muted. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Remember?
Yeah, they're actually talking.
I don't know any of the context here.
Right. Well, yeah. The context is, okay, I remember. Gila posted a tattoo that was a Star of David, a blue Star of David.
You want to put it back on your camera and
oh, sorry.
Otherwise, it's just stop streaming. Yeah. You had it a second ago. You had it. There was an option to stop streaming. Yeah.
Okay,
there
we go. Okay, so she posted a tattoo that was a Star of David from the, like it was blue, and people and he just said something to the effect of like I loved watching you for so many years, but you guys have just like lost the plot. Go to hell, something like that.
I have a feeling it was a bit worse than that.
Well,
my spidey sense is tingling.
I wish I could find it. Hold on one second.
My spidey sense is tingling here. I feel like there's more to the story than just go to hell.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm sure I can find it if you're patient and I Google it. Ethan Docs Instagram. Go to hell. Okay, so here we go. All right.
This is Ethan Hassan Destiny drama for sure. 100%.
Unblurred.
Hutch might be more patient than me.
Post that Ethan's responding to?
Oh god, we got an army. We're fighting an army here.
It shows
god damn it.
The entire context. This is 2.5 minutes. This is here we go.
Oh no, there's a guy shooting me. Fuck. Holy shit, I might be in trouble. Got poison on me. Get over here.
All right, next time I'll have that faster. I'm just kind of like realizing how to do this. So you see this now?
Good.
I will mute my microphone, but do you see this?
Ethan pulls up Hater's Instagram live on air and starts looking through his family friends' pictures.
It's fucking out of hand.
Wait, where'd it go?
Yeah. I'm just muting my mic.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't doxing though, was it? Because the guy literally used his real name and linked to fucking socials and shit. But okay. People called it doxing.
Wait, unmute the video. I can't. Oh, there it is.
He said, man, I'm being obsessed with you guys when you only had 15K subs. Glad that's behind me. Enjoy hell. This guy's for real. Joe Coop. Look this guy up. Enjoy hell. He said, enjoy hell.
Yeah. No, I mean, they think I'm actually the devil.
I feel like this one's real. We caught you, Joe.
And this is because of a matching swastika adjacent tattoos, because it was a Star of David. Nice.
But what is the thread that they're like? The thread itself is also super relevant, right?
Strong entry. Not exactly the Esteban, but
like that person was responding to something. He left a reply on a post.
Yeah, I told you he left a reply on. Hila posted a picture of her tattoo.
Oh, that's what he was responding to?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
It's a Star of David tattoo.
But it's blue.
And it was blue. So here we go.
You don't think enjoy hell is kind of extreme? Why would she go to? Why would Hila go to hell?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you have a girlfriend, wife, or
He is obviously.
Wait, switch to stop the streaming and then put it back on your camera.
Man, Ethan is like Israel. He's doing a disproportionate strike as a means of deterrence, but everyone only sees the response and then they just think he's like blasting people for no reason. It's funny.
Okay. Why don't I just play it and then we can talk about it?
Okay. I mean, I think I get the gist of it, but if there's more context, then.
Well, I mean, you should see like what happens here. This like is pretty involved. I'm gonna mute myself and like this is there's no context in under which this is okay.
Well, I mean, that seems a bit extreme.
but halfway.
He's not. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I probably blocked him. He's not showing up for me.
So this is Joe Coop. He left a message on Hila's.
So this guy is clearly like linked everything together. He's using the same name for this reply and for his Instagram. Like this guy has made himself very fucking visible. I don't stupid.
I'm
Fucking
glad that
stupid.
face is behind me. Enjoy hell, Joe Coop said. Let's start David. Here he is. If anyone, let's see if I know can identify him at all.
Oh shit! That weenie truck he's in front of. That's in Dearborn.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Dearborn owns the Oscar Mayer truck.
I mean, that seems kind of unhinged to respond to.
I mean, it used to in like the 60s, unless there's multiple.
Which one's Joe? Let's see. I think it's this guy.
Okay, yeah, I get the gist of it. I can see what he's doing.
No, it is.
That seems kind of unhinged to respond to her posting a Star of David and then say enjoy hell.
Dude. There's more to it. Like
It was a blue Star of David.
First of all, they doxed his address right there. I mean, not his address, but his general area by like
pulling up his public Instagram account.
That he's in Dearborn, but continue. Let's just like let it play, okay? It's hard for me to unmute the mic.
It is. Here, let me show you. That's him.
Oh.
That's him right there. Trust me, when I see an anti-Semite, I know I can spot him.
Wow. Spot him from the crowd.
That's him. So I don't know if you guys all know that, but your friend Joe here actually is a fucking giant racist piece of shit. And like he likes to tell Jewish people they're going to hell on Instagram on his public profile. I don't know if any of you guys know him, but certainly anyone who would employ him, or probably even his parents, would be pretty disappointed to see that. Although who knows? Here's his mom. I'm not gonna clip that for her.
Oh dear.
No, you know what? Fuck him. This is what you. Here's your mom. I wonder if she knows what you do on social media.
This is actually, I wouldn't defend this from Ethan. This is kind of insane. Like trying to tell, because he's like clearly winking at people going after his fucking family and his job and shit like that. Like I don't like that. That is quite shitty.
On your free time. You love your mama. Good thing she's not Jewish, eh, Joe? I love it. I love it. So anyway, best.
I'll stop it there. There's probably more crazy shit. But what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like you keep on.
Hold up.
Oh, he's going to pop off. Vadim's going to pop off.
That person
Vadim's spitting.
responded to a post where she posted a Star of David.
Yeah,
the double standard is that this fucking Vadim guy associates with people who do this shit all the fucking time, but worse. Like, really, what we're above going after people's fucking jobs and their social medias and linking shit like that, like in Stark posting. Right now, we're above it, like over fuck all. Yeah, okay.
Responds with calling it a. No, the person above him called it a swash. He responds with enjoy hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you not see how that could be construed as anti-Semitic?
It's not though. I mean, it's not.
Could it potentially be? I mean, you don't know this person. Could it potentially be?
Any negative thing that anyone says to, like, if you just like so much as like look at Ethan wrong, he'll call you anti-Semitic.
Well, this was a comment on a Star of David tattoo. Okay.
He calls like everybody fucking anti-Semitic, and even if that's the case, dude. Give me a break. Like, would you like, even if this, let's say this guy was anti-Semitic, okay? Like, there's no way to know he was, but like, just like on this like sort of evidence, immediately saying that he hates Jews, talking about how this person's parents should be like notified and maybe he should lose his job. That's what happens with these people. People like when he calls people out like this, like for instance, like he was recently feuding with Taylor Lorenz over some like really like ridiculous shit, and she was not feuding with him. You're
not going to bat for her, are you? You want to dive into the context about that? Like pull up I don't want to. Well, if you did, there's some interesting context there.
In terms of Ethan or what?
Yeah, she was like talking shit about this guy. Like he posted a whole Instagram about like the reasoning for why he was upset. So like, let me just ask you. If somebody posted underneath, like let's say a black American posted like image of like an outfit that is like native to their home country in Africa or something like that, and then somebody underneath that post said enjoy hell, that's kind of
is much different. That is much different. Like this is similar to the Iron Cross, right? That's been associated with like. At this point, it's like a Nazi.
This is such an easy layup towards Ethan. Like Ethan is being very disproportionate in this fucking context. Don't say this watch because like the Iron Cross. No.
Whistle, right? And there are a lot of people who genuinely,
fuck.
that
he's throwing it so hard.
Like,
no way.
Religious sect or whatever you want to call it that the Iron Cross corresponds to. There are people who,
I'm going to chat.
Look at that
I'm going to go and chat.
The Iron Cross and kind of like.
I'm going in. I'm firing in the chat.
They like it for what it. What it means to them, but most people would not get an Iron Cross tattoo because they realize that it signifies something. And the fact that she got it, she didn't even get the just the Star of David. She got it blue, which is obviously kind of like it's a reference to Israel,
the genocidal apartheid state.
So you think do you think this means that she, like, for example, like supports genocide?
I think that it was just like a fuck you. And
do you get that though? I mean, I get it.
Zero-sum game.
That makes sense to me.
Zero-sum game.
If I had people going after me the way that they were going after her, I mean, I had at one point an enormous platform on the internet, and that is somewhat diminished in recent years. But so like I know what it's like to get a lot of negative attention on the internet, but she was experiencing probably 20 times what I experienced at my peak. So I can understand feeling like fuck you. That like this is.
But the thing is that Hila Klein absolutely is. Like spreading.
No. Can you answer that though? Can you answer that though? Wait, can you answer that though?
Like what?
I want you to answer that. Can you understand that impulse to be like, fuck you? When you're getting
the impulse to say fuck you, but to like drag them up on screen and then like start like trying.
No, I mean getting the tattoo. Getting the tattoo.
This sort of thing all the fucking time. He overreacts. He's like just. I mean, I'm so.
Every creator kind of does that, right? Like most.
To this extent, I literally have never seen.
You've never seen Hassan pull up into people's individual accounts on stream and react to them on Twitter?
You've never seen from Bada Panada?
He does it every day,
bro.
He does it every day.
Hang on, I'm gonna give this to.
Take a look at this, okay? This is actually like really interesting to me, and this is very indicative of the shit that I'm getting at here.
I'm just trying to get you to understand why Ethan and his wife had this reaction, because they were confronted with
and it's not
trauma.
Their reactions, dude, it doesn't justify bullying people, trying to like he's been successful at like getting people like just to like actually like no longer be like content creators. And here, hold on a second. I wish next time we talk,
I think he's reacting to a particularly vicious element.
Okay, hold on a second.
And I think if you were in his position, you would probably react similarly. I think you would
never. Are you kidding, man? Like you were just talking about like having a considerable audience and whatnot. I have, it's been a while since I've uploaded, but at the height of my popularity, I was pretty popular when I was doing Creationist Cat before I was even like,
You went after content creators. You went after Tim Pool for the things that he said, right? Like,
Yeah, and I did it in ways that were like perfectly acceptable. He does it in ways. Here, wait, I'm gonna find this one, and this is very.
I think if you were confronted with the torrent of harassment that they got, do you agree that it's fully unhinged to accuse Ethan and Hila of like wanting Palestinian children to die? Why can't I get you to just unequivocally say yes, that's unhinged?
Things like that. Like when someone
now you want to contextualize it. This is what I'm saying. You want to contextualize the people that are harassing him, but you don't want to give him any kind of nuance whatsoever for the way that he's reacting.
I don't know why you would say that because
I can't get you to just unequivocally say that that's unhinged. You hedge. You struggle with it.
Dude, that I gave him, like, I'm not lying when I say that I gave him so much leeway with this. And it got to a point that was just absolutely, like it is insane.
But why is it hard for me to get you to say that it's fully unhinged to accuse him and his wife of wanting Palestinian kids to die? Why do you do this thing where you look up in the sky and you kind of go, and you just have it. You physically can't.
He's doing a great deal. He is doing a great deal for those who want to, who want that to be the case. So whether or not they actually like believe that, it doesn't matter. It's sort of like, what are the consequences of your actions? What are you?
You're blaming him for the harassment. You're doing what Hassan did. You're blaming him for the harassment.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You just said a moment ago. Well, what you're basically saying. Well, look at the things that he said. That's why these people are saying these things.
Hold on. Give me a second. Harassment, tattoo, commenter. All right, here is a pretty good example.
Why not cut up?
Ethan did remove this, but this is an example of just like the kind of shit that he does pretty often. So.
I still can't get over that. I couldn't get you to just say, okay, yeah, that's unhinged. Why is that hard? Why is your instinct to dive into the nuance and the complexities in the context when it comes to these people who engage in fully unhinged behavior, like saying enjoy hell under a Star of David and telling Ethan and Hila that they want Palestinian kids to die. You can't just say like, yeah, that's fucked up, and I probably would be really upset too. You have to do all this. You do these games where you dance around it. You just don't want to acknowledge that they were harassed.
That doesn't explain the level of.
Of course, it explains it though. Of course, it explains it.
It doesn't justify it.
If you felt like the whole internet was after, if you had this like podcast audience and you had been introduced to this like new kind of like more left sort of like audience through the podcast with Hassan or whatever, and then basically like on a dime, they all turn against you, and you're getting thousands of messages a day with the most.
Talking about you and I were both people who have been content creators. We know people aside from Ethan that are like pretty much in the same like level of success that guy has. If other people, like everybody has their fair share of trauma and shit that they're going through, and it doesn't like if you saw another creator doing what he did, like who had like a similar level of just strife within their daily life, it would not. I would like to think that
you're generalizing. It would just depend on the context. Like if I felt like that person, had a legitimate grievance with people, like thousands of people harassing them, then I'm not going to fault another creator for taking shots back at the people. You know, it's all just
this. Okay, this is
Oh,
very
shit.
indicative
We're sharing.
of
Let's go.
playing the video. I'm just showing you this. This is the sort of thing that he does constantly. This woman right here posted an 8-second TikTok video. There was nothing like it was the epitome, the fucking epitome of like
just show the video.
Like,
just show the video.
It was there's no way that you could construe it.
I want to see this video, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I want to see that video. Like I want to know what he's reacting to. Like what you're.
Okay, you want to see the video? Fine.
Yeah. Like does she have? Like I want to know what she said.
She didn't say anything. Like literally the entire video. See what it says there? It says,
She
I really
just
tried
said
to get
nothing.
history and all associated drama in my past. But what do you mean he got his wife's face tattooed on his arm? Oh my God.
What else was she saying? What else was she saying?
She doesn't say anything. All she does is that she just goes like, oh.
Oh, he froze
my
up.
God, and she puts her hand over her face. That's literally everything that's in the video. Now I also want to read you her, because she wrote a pretty detailed letter of what she went through after this, after she was called out by.
You want to talk about the trauma and harassment that she endured, and you don't want to fucking touch the trauma and harassment that Hila and Ethan endured.
It doesn't.
Like that doesn't matter to you, but her trauma does.
It matters to the extent, but it's just like what you're doing here is that you're acting as though their actions are justified by what they're getting, what is being thrown at them, and it absolutely.
I understand the instinct to want to fight back when there's a massive internet pile-on.
About what they're experiencing, they're often.
I understand the instinct to fight back when there's a massive internet pile-on. I understand that instinct. That makes sense to me. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that I co-sign like everything that Ethan has said, because I'm sure he's gone fully unhinged at times, and I'm sure he would benefit from logging the fuck off from time to time. But I understand the instinct when you have not just those creators themselves, but their entire audiences that are flooding your socials with the kind of crazy shit that he was and his wife were getting. I understand the instinct to want to punch back. Yeah.
Next time, that makes I of course, like as someone who has been fucked with, like I've had like
this goes beyond fucking with. I mean, they called CPS on his kids, bro.
Yeah, I've had people who.
Can we just marinate on that for a second? Hold on. They called CPS on his children. They involved the government in his children.
Who called CPS? Who called CPS?
Do you think it was coincidence that after a certain creator that I won't even name and Denims covered this Giardia shit on their socials, that immediately after someone called CPS on them, that doesn't strike you as a very odd coincidence?
You mean the same Denims that he had to publicly do a retraction on? The one that he
That's a crazy way to put it. She withdrew her lawsuit, by the way. She withdrew her lawsuit.
Yeah, but he retracted before she did that.
What did he retract?
No, you're framing that so dishonestly, because he was he was mocking her with the way that he was egging her on. He was saying, yes, sue me, let's do it, let's go. He was straight up saying that.
No, you didn't see. Here, wait, you didn't see the retraction that he did? I'll show you.
Oh, no.
I'll show you that.
Okay, everything that you're doing is on.
Fine, very easily.
Everything that you're doing. Wait, hold on. Everything that you're putting is on the stream right now. Just making sure you don't put any addresses or whatever.
Okay, I'm not.
Okay.
Fuck me.
Let's see if this
What a state.
I know I have to mute this, but I just want to make sure that.
Are you really going to bat for Denims right now?
Uh-oh. Yeah,
Yeah,
of course he will.
Denims
Yeah.
is.
Are you really defending what she did?
Grind to
She didn't do anything. She watched a video.
She didn't do anything.
and,
She
like,
used her
let me-
platform to tell her
Yeah.
audience that Ethan was neglecting his children.
She did not.
She
did not.
absolutely did. What are you talking about?
Watch.
She absolutely did.
Watch the video.
What are you talking
Watch the video,
about?
Hutch.
If
Stop
you
deflecting.
look, watch this. This completely addresses what you're talking about here. I have 2 clips, and I have to make sure which one is which.
There's something from Denim.
Okay.
I just don't know why you would deny that that's what she did. She pulled up BE's video on her stream and was talking about the dangers of Giardia, and she's fucking smiling and laughing, and all of her chat, you know, like people in her chat are typing fucking CPS and you're going to bat for that? Like this is okay behavior?
Dude, she was.
You're getting mad at Ethan for calling attention to a guy's public Instagram profile, but you have no smoke for Denims, who was basically.
Dude, stop it! Stop it! You're getting a lot of things wrong. First of all, Ethan.
I'm not. I've seen the videos.
Ethan doctored the fucking
Doctored.
chat. He like made it seem as though every single.
He addressed that on his stream, by the way.
What?
That's not the point. It's not that everybody. She had multiple, like, several people in her chat that were talking about calling CPS.
There's
She
enough
did
people to
nothing
fill a
to
page
address that
within like a couple of
or
minutes.
discourage that.
Oh, no.
She absolutely was pushing a narrative.
This proves that you are wrong, dude. This proves that you are wrong. Okay.
Damn.
I have 2 clips, and maybe I'm not sure which one is which. So just like give me 2 seconds. But okay. This is part 2. Okay, we're gonna watch both of them. Maybe.
I can't believe you're defending this, bro. Why did she pull up BE's? Why did she pull up BE's video? Why did she pull up BE's video talking
asking the same
about
question over
like,
and over again.
Giardia
Hell
and
yeah, that's a good
neglect?
technique.
Why did she watch that video on her stream?
Why did she?
Why wouldn't she? Like
What?
Because she knows he's a liar.
Why wouldn't
What?
she? Because it's fucking unhinged to accuse someone of neglecting their child like that.
Uh-oh.
I can't get you to acknowledge that. You're so ideologically like.
You're trying to get me to acknowledge things that like your.
That's
version
crazy.
of what happened.
That's great. You got mad at Ethan for showing someone's public Instagram profile, and you're like and you had.
Dude, this.
I've seen the clip that you're talking about. This is not new. Like you can show it.
I don't think
he's like mocking her. Hold on, mute your mic.
Stated that Denims herself filed the preceding CPS report, or that Denims caused others to do so. The letter also states on March 11th, I acknowledged Denims had denounced herself or anyone in her community making contact with CPS. Let me be clear. I have never claimed that Denims called CPS. Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay, good. I have never implied that Denims called CPS.
She did CPS. What? She did this? She pushed the fucking CPS narrative. Oh my god.
Statements were interpreted as stating this. I want to correct the record and make it clear that I do not state, do not believe that Denims called CPS. Obviously.
Did not state.
Moronic, idiotic,
He
stupid.
never said she called CPS.
Obviously, moronic, idiotic, stupid.
Bro, you were so smug. She did CPS. Remember that? Okay.
Do you understand the context of what we're watching right now?
Address the point in the letter that I claimed Denim caused others to call CPS. I did not state, and I do not believe Denims made a direct call to action to her audience to contact CPS. Obviously, right?
Obviously, idiotic,
spread
stupid,
the narrative that
moronic.
resulted in it.
Do you understand what he's saying?
Let's call CPS. He's an abuser.
I understand that this was a retraction that he was legally obligated to do.
But did you hear? Did you hear what he said though? Did you hear what he actually said? He said that
Couldn't
he
he
was
say he
clarifying
never
that he
said
was
it?
not accusing her of doing
That would
a
still keep the
direct
defamation
call
case
to
going.
action. Can you acknowledge that someone's community, like you can find fault in someone's community, or you can have the position that somebody enabled that.
But he had made that claim many times.
Why did she watch BE's video? Why did she watch BE's video on
witch hunt?
Why? I can't believe I cannot believe that you're like sticking up for that. Why did she watch BE's video?
What?
She watched. She featured.
She watched a video. She
what was in that video? What was in that video? What was? What was in that video?
Video where Ethan was saying over and over again, like I think that I have giardia, and my kid was playing around in dog feces, and like, of course he didn't say,
Did he say that?
those things specifically, but he was saying that, and then like the
so you think it was justified to call CPS?
He never said his kid was playing around in dog feces. Oh my god!
So you think it was justified to call CPS?
Why do you throw that one in?
No, of course not. And she said like.
Okay, so do you understand that?
What, so the kids are being abused
Very
potentially, but you
broadcast.
shouldn't call CPS.
Like, it's stupid to call CPS. She said like, no, don't do that.
Do you? Well, why would she watch the video? Why would she watch that video then?
Because she wanted to shit on Ethan.
Even if she
was using a liar to do
an
it.
entertaining video. What do you mean? She obviously was lending credence to the video.
The video was not saying like I mean the first of all, when also we forgot to mention this, that when Ethan first mentioned the CPS thing, the CPS visitor told him that someone he knew had made the call.
I understand that, but you understand that anybody in either of those two's audience could have told CPS like, oh yeah, I'm their gardener, I'm their nanny, or something like that.
I think that it is fucking ridiculous to pin this on her. There's no evidence that she did it.
She spread the narrative. Oh god, wait, hang on. I'm gonna find the clip.
That's fucking crazy.
Hang on. Oh god.
The reaction that they have, people like look at the reaction and they act as though everyone was like in some sort of moment of like just desperation, just like that they were dead serious. When that's the sort of like if you hear an adult talking about like literally like him,
come on,
he
be quick,
and his wife and his kid possibly getting some sort of fecal born illness, and on top of that,
individuals to
the people who like his crew are saying like, really, like seriously, and he's not like saying like
I don't think it's very realistic to pin the blame squarely on her.
Okay.
Sequence, which is
your room.
No, that notification is going to ruin this one.
This is a good bit. Okay, this is the bit. Okay, got him. Speed up.
Like the natural reaction is going to be.
Oh my
like, if I was
goodness.
watching that, I'd be like, call CPS, but like totally joking around.
Oh, Vadim.
It's fucking disgusting.
Oh, Vadim.
Like what do you mean, Vadim?
I'm trying to get you to.
Are you telling me that if you saw like?
I'm trying to get you to talk. I'm trying to talk you down off this fucking ledge that you're on because you're taking.
I'm not on a ledge.
Yeah, you are, bro. Do you understand that? Like when you call CPS on someone's house, you're in the fucking system, man. Like the government is showing up at your house, and there's this. Now you're engaged in this like process to justify you having guardianship over your own children, and I can't get you to acknowledge that.
Like I am okay with calling.
Yeah, but what conclusion am I supposed to jump to if you're like, well, he was talking about his kids having GRD on stream, so it's like people are going to be concerned about that, like.
Oh no, I'm saying people will joke around about it. Like you're being like super fucking disgusting.
The call happened. The call happened right after these two creators did this stuff. It happened right after that, and you're like, well, I think it's a stretch that somebody in their community did it. Really? It's a stretch? What about the skulls? What about the skulls?
Don't pivot to the skulls.
What about the skulls?
Stay on this. He's so uncomfortable with the
he blamed
CPS.
on for this. He blamed he blamed Noah for this. Like
they're all to blame.
A million people.
They all share the blame. I agree with him.
No, they don't.
Yes,
no,
they allowed their audiences to radicalize to such a degree where they're doing animated videos of. They did not make any serious attempt. They did not make any serious attempt to like actually moderate this stuff and push their own audience away from this rhetoric. They allowed it to like blow up into something way bigger than what it was. Like, what are the skulls? Like, can I get you to admit? Can I get you to
No,
concede
don't
that
pay for the
saying
skulls.
was
No,
also
no, no,
funny?
no, no,
Sent those skulls to himself, dude.
no.
No, I mean, like maybe somebody sent them to him, and if so, that's fucked up, stupid, and wrong.
Hutch, answer
But
your
it's
fucking
like,
DMs.
you know, like
Someone tell him to answer his DMs.
Like, just he stopped talking
He's
about
losing
that
it.
completely. Like it just there's a
We got a
lot
kill
of
shot.
evidence that
Fuck.
like he did not.
No, there's not.
furnish any, like, real
No, there's not.
evidence
What do you mean? There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence he sent it to himself. This is like this. This reminds me of earlier in the conversation when I said like you were basically saying, well, that doesn't sound like the Hamas I know. Like you're doing the same thing, but with these like lefty, like you really don't think in this vast swath of like millions of left
Who
people
said that
that
doesn't
consume
sound like the
left-wing
Hamas I
content, you really
know?
don't think
What?
that there was somebody extreme enough to send them
Are
a
they talking
skull
about the
after
conflict as
everything
well?
we've seen so far?
But the evidence that I had seen.
No, you want to believe that he sent it to himself because you have constructed a narrative in your mind about
I
him.
think that's extremely likely. I'm not saying that is
Extremely likely.
definitely the case. But
No, you want that to be true.
Thank you,
want
Derek.
that to be true because otherwise you would have to. Otherwise, you would have to acknowledge that certain communities have become so extreme.
Ethan is that much of a liar, and and on top of that, he hasn't furnished any evidence that that like to like. I feel like
Any evidence? He showed he showed the fucking skulls, and you guys claim that he sent it to himself.
They are traceable. They had serial numbers on them.
Oh my god.
So the FBI would find out who ordered them?
People like found them on the on the internet. Like it's like I think it's
okay, so somebody bought skulls and sent it to his house. Like assuming, let's just assume. Let's just assume that's true.
Skulls.com. It came straight from skulls.com.
And what did you think?
Do these guys think that someone just fucking chopped two people's heads off and sent them to Ethan and Hila? These are the skulls of two murdered Jews. Is that what the assumption was?
Somebody actually went and murdered two people and got their skulls?
Okay.
Like, obviously, they bought it online.
I don't think, I'm saying that I don't think that you were saying that somebody got them and sent them. Like, it wasn't sent from like somebody's house to him. It was sent directly from skulls.com.
And that makes it better?
No, it's just like what you said was incorrect.
Hutch is not reading Discord. He's not reading
I
DMs.
feel like we're nitpicking
He's
here.
Fucked.
I mean,
He's
I said somebody sent him skulls, and you're like, well, actually, it's technically skulls.com sent them. Well, okay, who ordered them? That's the point.
That shit is traceable, and so why? Like, he should be able to get to the bottom of that.
Well, he opened up. I mean, he said that he reported it, and so I mean, I'm sure you understand that there are ways that people could like mask purchase. You could you could pay for it in a way that would be difficult to trace or something. But who knows?
Yeah,
like
maybe that's the case. Well,
I think what I view from you is you are just straight up jumping through hoops to acknowledge the very real trauma that I think Ethan and his wife went through. I think they were traumatized by this event, and I think that they felt targeted.
Traumatized a great deal of people. They have been like just on like they spread so much toxic misinformation about Israel, and like they
doing that,
are like if you look at the people that they are kind of like siding with these days, it's all like 95% of it is like super right-wing people.
Make
like
names.
He is like complimented the Quartering and Keemstar, all these people that he never in a million years.
He defers to these people in the conflict.
Yeah, but this is like the perfect example. This is like the perfect example of like the left. Like don't have. You might want to pull up your camera, by the way, because I'm still on the screen here.
Okay, all right.
The left they seem to struggle with this a lot, where they like oftentimes. Now I'm not saying it's just like it's justified to do like an Anna Kasparian thing or whatever, but when you pile on in the way that they piled on with just end the stream, just hit stop streaming. Remember?
I'm trying to find trying to find Discord to begin with so that I can end the stream. Sorry. There we go. Hello?
Yeah. So
Furry.
when you pile on someone the way that they all piled on to Ethan, and this wasn't just like a week or 2 weeks. This is months and months and months of this harassment. Let's call it what it is. Would you call it harassment?
Harassment.
Do you think Ethan and Hilo were harassed?
I think Ethan has legitimately been harassed over the course of this time. He has done more harassing. His community has done way more harassing. He's done way more lying. There is just like shitloads of insane lies that he has put out there. And if your answer and if your question is like, what? Next time we talk, I'll give you like tons of examples, like tons. There's no. And I'll be right at the ready, unlike I was today with, just because I did not know that we'd be going into this so heavily. I'll be able to substantiate every single thing I said, like I said from the beginning of it. So, that's the thing. Like, I do recognize that he has been hassled and in some cases,
But you don't recognize the responsibility of the creators whose audiences became so unhinged that they started engaging all kinds of crazy behavior, like the stuff that I mentioned. Which you say now, you don't even acknowledge that it happened. You think he did it to himself. It was actually no. You said he sent a skull to himself to lie, and then you implied that actually it wasn't anyone in anyone's audience. It was somebody that was like close to him. You know, you're just like you're denying.
Yes, Ethan said that. Ethan said that.
Ethan said that the person impersonated. Ethan said that
to him.
Hey, get down.
That's not. He did not say that they impersonated someone. That I've watched that clip several times. He did not say that.
You seem to think that I guess it was just a massive coincidence that this happened.
I need to watch this
within
debate
like
from
a
the
day
start.
of Denham's covering the video.
It's live now, so
I don't think you think that creators have responsibility to curate the kind of audiences that they foster. And I'm saying in the case of these like massive lefty content creators, they knowingly radicalize their audience, and then it becomes a cycle of audience capture. So they know that if they their audience has become radical and beyond radical, and they know that if they don't act radical themselves, they're going to lose a good portion of their audience. So they become more radical, and then their audiences become more radical.
That all of this applies so much more to Ethan's community, because Ethan's community, by the way, has just fused with fucking Destinies, which I'm sure you know is a toxic ass community that does tons of brigading and like fucking horrible shit. Their communities are basically super intertwined at this point. So that's like when I was bringing up what's her name, the journalist, what's her name again? Remind me.
Taylor Lorenz.
Yeah, the H3 girlies. They're all Destiny
Lorenz.
fans.
People were for just like this. Oh, and you don't even know what that I'll tell you about that comment that she left. For that one comment, which had one sentence where she said that Ethan needs to clean up the dog shit on his rug, they are going to her sponsors, the people who her main sponsor that she gets most of her money from.
Do you think it's irresponsible for her to do that?
Well, do you know what actually happened? She was reacting to something on the,
She knew what she was doing. She was piling on with the CPS thing. She knew what she was doing. Come on. Was it irresponsible for her to do that?
Do you know that Tom Ward, I think his name is, who works for H3, months ago when she originally put that on there, less than an hour or two later, he got in touch with her and said hey, this is we saw this, we think that this is really lame and irresponsible of you. And she apologized. She heard basically they told her, they said Ethan has been receiving a lot of harassment here on Reddit, and basically,
do you agree
that they reached out to her? Yeah, but not nearly as much as.
You don't think that was irresponsible for her to do that? Was this after CPS was called?
I think that it's.
Is this after CPS was called?
No, this is months before. This is or maybe not months before, but it was. I think it was before.
This was before CPS.
I don't know. It doesn't fucking matter.
Of course it matters.
One reaction.
Yeah, of course it matters.
She's the fact of the matter is that she went ahead and she helped help him out because she's had like a lot.
No, hold on. Ethan exposed this. He did an Instagram story showing like just how disingenuous that claim was. I don't use Instagram, so I can't pull it up. You're taking her at her word, and Taylor Lorenz, by the way, is
a hack fuck.
She's an interesting character. Yeah.
She posted the, the conversation that she had with Tom Ward, and her reporting is like I will never in a million years.
She claimed that she had no hold on. She lied because she claimed that Ethan and their team reached out to her and asked her for help with like Reddit. She just fully lied, and then they showed the exchange, and that's not what happened at all. Like they reached out to her and called her out for something, and then she was like, she offered to help. Like, oh, I have connections at Reddit, I can help you maybe with snarky stuff or whatever. But this idea that that they had asked her to help her with Reddit was just a lie. She just knowingly lied. So like as soon as somebody gets caught
I do not believe I mean. I would have to see more evidence on both sides. She showed of the discussions that she had, and Ethan lies. Like when we talk another time, I will show you undeniable evidence.
I keep hearing that. Lying about. I keep hearing that. I keep hearing that from you.
Yeah. Well, I have to have this stuff like all together in order to like make a presentation and just kind of have it like that's the kind of that's
the thing about this is like we think it's like if there's more evidence for this little claim or that claim or maybe this claim was Ethan was being unhinged. It's so much more black and white than this. Ethan constantly denounces people like Destiny. He doesn't promote Destiny's content on his show. He doesn't like sing Destiny's praises. He actually said that Destiny was completely, guess whose side he took with the Destiny and Pixie thing? He took Pixie's side. So it's funny to compare that with Hassan, who literally glazes Bad Empanada, who is far worse than anything the Destiny's community does. Like, I don't think Destiny's community goes around looking for fucking people's addresses, okay, and telling their communities that you should go to these addresses because there are people here who are fucking baby killers and shit like that. Like, it's not even a contest with how much is tolerated on Vadim's side versus on the Ethan H3 side. Like, it's not even a contest. This shouldn't be a difficult conversation.
Wait, can someone in chat, someone who's got a link to that exchange? Because they posted the exchange. I just want to show it on the stream. Does anyone have a link to that? She just fully lied about it. Like she said that Ethan and Hila were begging her to help with Reddit. That's what she originally said. And then they posted the exchange. It was nothing like that.
Hold on. Taylor.
Chat, do I have any Instagram savvy people? I don't use Instagram, so I don't know.
I don't understand why you. Well, I do understand because you just think that Ethan is like an extremely honest actor, but it's like. This is sort of like the
just more so than the situation where really.
It's just we get to a situation where it escalates to the point where CPS gets called on Ethan and Hila, and I can't get you to acknowledge it's wildly irresponsible for creators to use their platform in the way that they did, including Taylor Lorenz and Denims. Like I can't get you to say like, okay, yeah, in retrospect, maybe they shouldn't have done that because it escalated.
Wait, you're talking about Taylor Lorenz?
I think both like Taylor Lorenz and Denims knew that what they were doing when they like were using their platform to
ridiculous. She hears some sort of story like you see in the footage.
Thank you so much.
Talking about like it was such a
here watch hold on.
You're like talking about this like it's like just like.
Wait, I have the post. I don't know if you have my stream open, but I have the post here. But, like it looks like. How do I do this here? Like this?
Here, I have a post. Explain this.
They reached out. They reached out to Taylor. They reached out. Wait, what are you?
From Tom Ward. I think that this negates what you're going to
I have the exchange up on my screen. Just let me say what I'm looking at. So like somebody reached out. Hey Taylor, is that your page? She says, hi. Oh God, no, not the H3 subreddit. So it's not you. And then she says, do you know what's going on with Ethan? By the way, I've only been following tangentially. It's an account that promotes work. They're claiming that she lies about that. I've just seen videos of Ethan crashing out, and he was harassing Frogan last year, and Caprice and Poppy so badly they needed help. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on? And then the person responds, oh, do you have a comment? Because Ethan will talk about it today. She says, talk about what? They say, that post, is it not yours? She says, no, you can say the username in the photo. They say, good. She says, please leave me out of this meltdown. I want nothing to do with this drama whatsoever. They say, there's nothing to say. It's not yours. That's all he wanted to know. She says, he needs to stop harassing people and antagonizing Redditors. It's the worst way to engage.
Wow. Queen.
Says Ethan's lunatic fans are now brigading all my social channels and harassing Delete Me, my brand partner. This is completely insane, like I've said from the jump. What? He hasn't said anything. I just posted this on TikTok and I guess it's some subreddit.
We're catching up.
Sorry, about to hop on a call with Brand. And then it shows her here saying, KK, I reached out to Reddit, by the way, and 2 other creators who have gotten their pages taken down. And she offers her help here. She claimed that Ethan and Gila had reached out to her and begged her for help.
What I'm looking at right now, Tom Ward sent her a message. This is like when they finished talking on March 11th. Tom Ward says, good talking with you today. Ethan has calmed down and appreciated the intro to the head of creators at Reddit. We've gotten nowhere with them. So that substantiates her story.
No, wait, she said that they begged her for help.
What do you like?
I'm saying she is a liar. She is a liar. She knowingly lied.
I think that at worst there's some sort of like hyperbolic.
No, wait a second. She said they begged her for help.
Dude,
Hutch is locking in.
Clearly,
that baldy torpedo.
She clearly helped
that
them.
human missile is fucking firing.
What else would this mean? Good talking with you today.
It's like
appreciated the intro to the head of creators at Reddit. We've gotten nowhere with them. It completely makes sense that they would have. Like begged is already like
we have a torpedo emote.
Like,
guys, get your torpedo emotes out. What the fuck is that one?
She
I don't know that one.
To help.
Is that a YouTube one or is that my one?
She said that they begged her. That is just a lie. That's not hyperbole. That's a lie.
Man, it's like such a small ass thing.
It's a lie.
The goal is 10 minutes to go. 8 minutes actually. 3 more for the goal. 3 more for the goal. 3 more for the goal. Fuck you guys. I'm going overtime for you idiots. Shit. That's why you should like me and give me money.
That small detail, there's the wildly different context between the truth and what she said. We call that a lie.
He went on and lied about her career, saying that she got fired for a reason that she didn't. Repeated all these things that basically fucking knuckle dragging ordering types have been saying about her for years that are absolutely.
Was this before or after? Was this before or after she started throwing shots at him?
I don't fucking care. It's like.
What do you mean?
She did not throw shots at him.
Really? You just told me a moment ago she posted that Ethan's kids need to stop
anything publicly.
Really? You just said just a moment ago that several months ago she said that.
To the extent that Ethan did, she didn't fucking screenshot shit and put it on
No, she just said Ethan needs to clean up the shit in his house.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, and that was back in March 11th. She was replying to one person that's one fucking sentence, and of course
March 11th. That's after CPS, bro. That's after CPS. If she did that on March 11th,
right. But I'm talking about it's before. But okay. So it's after CPS. It doesn't fucking matter, dude.
Wait.
The point is,
how does that not matter? Is it irresponsible for her?
She goes on to say
that's crazy.
I'll read what she said.
That's crazy. Is it irresponsible for her to say that after CPS has already been called, after it's been escalated to that level? You don't think that she was obviously trying
joke on Reddit like it's just like you're acting.
There were real consequences, bro. We're talking about government intervention.
Oh my god, you're this is.
Oh my god.
You're taking a molehill. You're not making a mountain out of it. You're making
my dad used to say that.
Fucking Jupiter out of it.
Hutch is so cucked without that clip I sent him. Oh my god, that clip would actually obliterate the boy. But okay, I don't know.
It is just this
You don't think it's irresponsible for creators to this makes it even crazier, by the way.
Things that are nothing burgers.
This is not nothing, bro. If the government shows up at your house and threatens to take your kids away, that's not nothing. We're so far beyond nothing at that point, and I just find it so insane that I can't just get you to say obviously things have gotten way out of hand. It escalated way too far.
She had already apologized to them about that remark at the time, at the point that all
good
this
for her. She shouldn't have done that. That's wildly irresponsible. Wildly irresponsible rhetoric.
I really
can't believe you're defending these people.
I give a shit about you're just
He's so bold.
like you have all this like indignation.
No, you want to live in this. You want to live in this world where Ethan and Gila are these evil bad guys, and they're doing all this stuff unprovoked,
Terrorists.
and they're just
No,
harassing
terrorists.
people. And you have, and
Hey, Lana, thanks for the $5. I really appreciate that. Dumb fuck. You said call me an idiot again, so I'll do it again. Thorn, thanks for the $5. Don't know if this guy's lying or stupid. I think he's like, every impression I get from Vadim is that he doesn't really have much of it. He doesn't have a very strong sense of self. So he's found his new club and he'll just commit to that. I think that's the most important thing to him. Speedy Taco, thanks for the $5. Hawk Tua, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And everybody that they ever took shots at were these poor victims who weren't themselves responsible for crazy, irresponsible rhetoric themselves. It's just, you know, you want to live in that world, and I don't live in that world. I think that's not reality. I think you are ideologically captured to the point where you're forced to run defense for the craziest shit. You need to disentangle yourself from that, bro. Like, come back to reality.
Read again what she said on Reddit of all places, and like a place where like so.
I am so familiar with Taylor Lorenz. She's
burger. Like you were like kind of defending him going after
CPS being called on their. You're saying that's a nothing burger. CPS being called on their. CPS being called on the family is a nothing burger.
What I don't want, the world that I don't want to live in is a world where people.
Is that a nothing burger? Is CPS being called?
Can like take things.
Taylor Lorenz is not in a position of power. She's not in a position of influence.
She didn't use that position of power or influence to fuck with Ethan. Like
what?
Of that, like,
but what? Pause for a second. Dude, think about what you just said.
Dude, you're so fucking out of line here. He posted like.
You just said she didn't use her platform to go after Ethan moments after telling me that she posted that he needs to clean the shit up at his house after CPS was called.
What?
You just said that she didn't use her platform to fuck with him moments after telling me that she posted that Ethan needs to clean the shit up in his house after CPS had already been called. And you're saying she didn't,
you moron, on Reddit, on an account that like she's like barely attached to. Like she's not doing it on Twitter, she's not doing it on Instagram, she's not making a YouTube video. She's not
who cares? It's Taylor.
She's just making it like
it was just her Small Beans Reddit account, so it's not a big deal.
As an example, and just like make it sound like it is this like it wasn't even like an out of the like beyond the pale remark to make. Like most like everything that she was saying was like pretty like yeah, he does need to do that stuff.
You think that was appropriate? You think that was appropriate for her to say that after CPS had been called?
He went on, and then after all of this, he went on to tell lies about her job, about like.
I would have been pissed if I was him. I would have gone after her. I would have taken shots for sure. For sure.
Well, what you are doing is that you it's like somebody giving you a Charlie horse, and you like.
CPS being called on your kids is a Charlie horse.
Into their brain.
CPS being called on their kids is a Charlie horse.
Taylor Lorenz didn't fucking do that, dude.
He piled on after the fact. That's
She
crazy.
didn't do that. Oh god, he needs my clip. He needs my clip. Ah, he needs my clip. Oh.
Before it happened is already bad. After is even worse.
She went on, and then she did help them, whether or not like they begged. She totally helped them.
No, she lied about that.
Oh, okay. No,
she obviously lied about that.
She didn't lie about helping them.
Yeah, no, she obviously lied about like them begging her. She lied about that. Lie.
That is such like a like.
You don't think it matters when people lie? Like we should just like forgive when people lie?
Hell yeah,
like,
my guys.
I think it's a big deal to lie about that. That's crazy.
You can tell from the message. You can tell from the message that they were relieved.
Just call
to have
him and
her
see
help.
what he does.
It like denotes
Play the clip
fact
for us at least.
that they were having.
He keeps saying to Denims and Taylor Lorenz like it doesn't matter. You know they didn't do it. You know they didn't do the call. It's okay. They just made the claims that would have resulted in the call, right? Like. Denim spread the claims that would have resulted in the call. Vadim understands this because he made this argument about Lauren Southern with the Christchurch shooting. If I don't die here, I can show you, okay? Thank you. Look.
Ruined this final sequence, which is really good.
He's got the video. The video's not on his channel anymore, but Surf's reacting to it is.
No. Individually, I don't think it's fair or realistic to pin the blame squarely on her. It takes a whole ecosystem of groups and key individuals to inspire acts like that, more than I can possibly fit in this scrolling set of pictures. But yes, she was a key player inside that ecosystem. She was a redwood. We can't really know, so for the most part, I leave the facts as they are, and you do what you will with them. To be fair, there's probably a decent handful of people and groups who influence him far more, but does that even matter when she pushed so many of the same ideas as others we do know influenced him along with those people? Does it even matter when we can see so many commonalities between his manifesto and her everyday discourse and work?
Yeah, it's like it's so obvious. It's so obvious. It's not results-based analysis. It's the analysis of like, were they spreading the kind of claims and disinformation that resulted in the call? Doesn't matter who did the actual call. Anyway, yeah, he's just dead to rights. Fucked.
very difficult time getting.
You're not seeing the point. You're just missing the point.
And I'm
You're just,
seeing
you just don't respect people like that lie.
Saying like we can't get in touch with.
I don't lie like that. I don't think you lie like that. I don't respect people who lie like that. That's a crazy. I don't respect people who do that. That's for internet clout. What?
Like ridiculous kind of like just acting as
hey,
though
let's go.
putting that on par with like just an egregious lie. It's not, and it's nowhere.
Let's see what happens.
Near
that is an egregious lie.
That is
an egregious lie.
It is nowhere near as destructive as the lie, as several lies that Ethan went on to tell about her, about and like talking about her career, like all this shit.
She says she resigned from WAPO. He says she got fired. Who knows? I don't know.
This is the shit that he does. He spreads like.
I don't know that she didn't lie. You just like you don't know about the skulls, right? Just like you don't know about the skulls. Like I don't know that she didn't get fired.
I will read what she had to say about this. So she said,
Loner Box. What's up?
And by the way, the whole reason why he got mad at her to begin with was because Taylor Lorenz, like had mentioned the fact that Hassan was banned for 24 hours covering the Shooter's Manifesto, even while denouncing it. That's why he originally like went after her to begin with. That's why he took this message that they had already.
Okay, wait, hold on. Can we talk about like what do you call it, stochasticism or whatever, like stochastic behavior? I don't want to do a thing like somebody sent me a clip. I actually haven't really been keyed in on chatter. I'm like, somebody sent me a clip of you talking about Lauren Southern and irresponsible rhetoric that potentially contributed to the Christchurch shooting. Does that sound like something you've done?
That's bro, we watched that video together.
Okay, so I mean, you understand the concept of.
I need a minute and a half to get more water. I've been so fucking parched, and I can't like talk another minute without it. Okay,
that's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah. That's okay.
Right.
Let's see what happens. See if it hits. Are they gonna go watch it?
Soy pill. Okay, I did have some supers. Drums and other stuff. $2. I'm not gonna read like the mean stuff. $10. He just lied. Ethan said the CPS called caller impersonated an employee. Okay, I'll read Soy pill when he comes back. I've been ignoring the subs and resubs. I try to focus like if I'm debating someone, I don't want to like get distracted and stuff. I'm just I'm sensing.
Of course he comes back.
So the Soy pill. Are you familiar with him?
Yes.
Okay, he says I'm
not that familiar with them, but I
know
them. Like I think they follow me on Twitter.
Okay, he said I'm a big fan of you, Vadim, and I think your blind spot is playing defense for the silliest actors on the left, of which you are not one. You're great, and at the right takedowns, take a pause on these guys. That's his. Just he wanted me to read that. So I think that
I appreciate that, man. And forget what it was. Like I think I saw an interview with a little bit of Soy pill and this guy uninformed leftist. And
that guy's a fucking moron.
You know what? Just let's move on. But hey, reach out to me, Soypel, because I'd love to talk with you about this stuff. I respect your point of view. But anyway, so what was the next thing you wanted to bring up?
I mean, you seem to be familiar with the idea of a certain responsibility that comes with having a platform, and
absolutely, that's like one of my big problems.
But you do not seem to understand the irresponsible nature of, for example, Denham's doing what she did. It was wildly irresponsible, and
bring the nuke.
There
Bring the
were
goddamn
real-world
nuke.
consequences to that discourse, whether it was someone in her community or
Bring
the other
big
creators'
baldy
community.
missile.
It happened right
The
after
big baldy
they
ballistic missile.
basically accused Ethan of neglecting their kids. I think in the case of one particular creator, who I will not mention, I think in the case of one particular creator, he knowingly lied about this stuff because he was trying to harass Ethan and Neela. This is like I don't know if you're running defense for this person. I don't even want to mention the person.
Why not?
No,
Come
this
on,
person
just say
is
his
super
name,
toxic, so I don't even want to go there. But this person will
He's
for
as bad as they
sure
come.
lie about whatever. He will dox people. He
He's
will
very
send
bad.
people.
A
You know,
bad
like,
man.
you know.
I mean,
and she was watching this person's content on her stream, and then like a day later, CPS shows at their house, and I can't just get you to understand that this is just wildly irresponsible.
I don't the reason why I'm not going to say that this is wildly irresponsible is because I don't sign off on your your kind of the way that you're framing it all. And this is another topic that could is there another thing that we could have the conversation of just responsibility, kind of tying it to Lauren Southern, because like for instance, we could go back to Hassan and his remarks about the shooting that occurred.
To be fair,
like you
if I
seem
had
to
an
think
iron
that
prostate, I
that
would tell someone with a Star of David tat to enjoy hell too.
Thank you
was
for the $10.
extremely irresponsible.
It was.
And,
It was. Yeah.
I mean,
if Tim Pool,
very clear.
If Tim Pool, whatever. I mean, I get that, but if Tim Pool went live one day and said, "I'm not saying that January 6th was a Fed conspiracy. I'm not saying that, but it looks exactly like." And these were basically what Hassan said, but it looks exactly like what a Fed conspiracy would look like. But I'm not saying it is one.
Good.
Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Especially if you
How
have an
does it
audience
look
like
like a psyop
Hassan,
as well?
a lot,
It doesn't
and if you
look
look at his
anything
chat
like-
when he said that, everybody was like, "Hella sauce, psyop, CIA psyop, blah blah blah." You understand? Like this is irresponsible.
Some of them were joking, and I'm sure a ton of them.
What is the point of that commentary, by the way?
Just a joke,
let me get my sentence out. And I was about to say, and I'm sure a ton of them were 100% serious. So I'm not saying that I'm sure that exists. I do actually think what he did was responsible because I'm someone who this cat is going to really pester me. Sorry, I know.
That's a big kitty.
Health warning.
So, one thing that I have dealt with a great deal online in my work, the things that I talk about, is conspiracy theories and how damaging they are to, just our social fabric and so many things. It creates violence. It's something that it's a common thread within my work, even when I was doing Creationist Cat and whatnot. As a matter of fact, one of the things that kind of drew me to a lot of these topics to begin with was in the early 2000s, I was hearing all these crazy ass conspiracy theories about 9/11. And I knew that they were horseshit, and a lot of them were also genuinely anti-Semitic as well. And it kind of was something that drew me to what at the time I thought of as skepticism. It kind of got me.
What about? Okay, what about Hassan accusing Lonerbox of being a paid Hasbara propagandist?
Hold on. I want to.
I just want to jump to the substance here.
Come to my honor.
With what I was saying. So my point is that I'm actually
He's defending my honor.
I've debated people.
My baldy shiny hero.
A lot on matters of 9/11 conspiracies. And
Respectfully, I don't want this to drag out, and so I don't necessarily need the history. So I just want to get to the.
Okay. So my point is that I believe it's actually good to acknowledge, because the thing is that conspiracism is something that people are naturally drawn to, and the fact of the matter is that one of the big reasons why people are so drawn to this shit is because both America, Israel too, has told so many fucking lies that people
the fuck
get.
Up, man.
I don't think that it's valid to believe.
The UN has told so many fucking lies. I'm just not gonna.
Yeah,
the UN has told so many fucking lies, and I can actually prove that as well. I can show you by the entire year how many incorrect statements they've made about every fucking Israeli war. What? So should I just throw out every single report that they ever do for the rest of eternity? Fuck off.
They're attracted to it. So my point is
the
that
Dave Smith
I actually think it's
justification.
responsible when something happens to that kind of.
Why say?
It is totally.
Why say?
It's actually good to say
Why say? Wow, this looks exactly like a false flag. Why even say that?
It doesn't look like a false flag.
What commentary? What
no way
value is that commentary?
No way of
Some of
looking
these
like a false flag.
I'm telling you right now.
You're just throwing red meat at the conspiracy brain people by doing that.
Well, yeah, it's kind of acknowledging to people. Yeah, you know what? I can see it. This kind of does look this way. It's totally if the
we could do the same thing for Marjorie Taylor Greene though if we really wanted to play that game.
No, that's a completely different context.
Really?
Because they're right-wingers.
Yes, because
They're
Marjorie
not my
Taylor
friends.
Greene has put a million different conspiracy theories out into the world, and Hassan is someone who just does not engage. He does not spread
he claimed in 2020 he claimed that the Iowa caucuses were the app that they used called the Shadow app, and he made a point to always say the name of the app, Shadow app. That Pete Buttigieg conspired with his ex-CIA friends to create a Shadow app.
The Shadow app
that intentionally fudged the numbers of a system that is played out in public with witnesses. You literally can't rig it, even if you wanted to. And it only amounted to Pete's own victory being delayed by a couple of weeks.
So Hutch,
that's a fucking conspiracy theory.
Okay?
Don't tell me you believe this.
I agree with you this time.
Oh?
I saw Yeah, I know. Crazy, right?
Oh my God! I didn't have to pull teeth to get. That's wow. This is,
No. I mean, I agree. One that.
What about him saying Jelani was collaborating with
it's
Israel?
a sort of like I saw that
That's
on your
never gonna
timeline,
fly.
and
Vadim wouldn't answer that
I know
when I asked him
nothing about it.
He wouldn't commit to it.
But everything that I see of it, that looks super fucking stupid and fishy. And
what about accusing like the American intelligence of lying about Russia, you know, getting ready to invade Ukraine, I guess ostensibly to like, you know, to serve NATO expansionist goals or whatever. Don't you think that was wildly irresponsible too? The Biden administration, they knew that the Biden administration made the really bold decision to just come out and show what their intelligence. That's a more recent example, right?
Me, I have to be able to speak to certain things. I have to finish like the thought of the other thing that you're talking about. So yes, that one thing that you're talking about in reference to Pete Buttigieg, I'm going to err on the side of that probably was like maybe there's some sort of explanation that I would hear from him and think differently, but it sounds like total bullshit. And yes, lots of people do kind of get won over by like, you know, very sensible people here and there believe stupid bullshit. So that's probably what happened with.
What about accusing Lonerbox of being a Hezbollah propagandist?
What
about when it comes to the Russian example that you're talking about? That's not like what Hassan was doing there. His belief. And it was a sensible one. Was that he made a prediction that Russia was
sensible
not going to invade?
It wasn't sensible. It was just because it was U.S. intel.
Russia had already at that point amassed hundreds of thousands of troops along the Ukrainian border, and the Biden administration made the decision to just share that intelligence to get ahead of them doing a false flag.
First of all, this is something that he has responded to, like kind of like the allegations that you're making about his claim. Like he like it's out there. You can find him like, you know, kind of putting this into
his mea culpas. Whenever he does mea culpas, they're very lacking. It's always like he does what you're doing, where it's like, okay, yeah.
Hey, Amelioration Station. Remember when you said a fucking high velocity ammunition is the same as a sniper bullet? You fucking dumb retard. Well done. Turns out I was right. Fuck off. Bye bye. All right.
I said that thing, but I had a really good reason to believe
MLK.
that.
Sensible.
Holy shit.
Look, you have to allow me to explain what was sensible about what he said. Okay. He believed, and again, this is sensible. He believed that
America bad.
The fact that like he thought that Russia had way too much to lose financially and otherwise to invade. So he made a bad call. That's what it was. It was a bad prediction, but that was like it not an unsensible prediction, and there wasn't anything like, you know, like he wasn't
basing it off of anything other than just like, I don't trust America. That was all he was basing it off.
Horny, let's do it.
So like,
ride it, my pony.
No,
my saddle's waiting. Come and jump on it. If you're horny, let's do it. Ride it, my pony.
What are you doing? Kind of move. They like he did not think.
Okay, what about fine. We can move past that one. Then. Fine.
Would be willing to be so self-sabotaging with you know, like he knew that it was going to have all these negative repercussions, which it did have, and he just didn't think that.
Okay, what about accusing Lonerbox of being a paid Hezbollah propagandist?
Like first of all,
I don't know about that.
That's a tricky one for me.
Why?
Because
fucking why,
I don't think that they like I talk with Lonerbox here and there, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that they paid for, or rather had everything paid for while they were out there. I think that they paid for their like tickets there and whatnot, but like they had a great deal of people who were showing them around.
No. When someone says it's a paid trip, the obvious context is that you were paid to do like Israeli propaganda.
I mean, it was a propaganda trip. That like Israel is not going. And then that's really, I guess, what I have to say about it. I don't particularly have. I think that it is.
Oh my God.
Losing the forest for the trees to talk about whether or not it was a
No, but that's what Hassan. He accused him of being a paid Israeli propagandist. That's what he. That's obviously what he's.
It was a propaganda trip. The reason they don't allow people to go in and like look at all the shit that they have. They also expectation.
That's a fucking lie. That is a total fucking lie.
They were also like highly critical of people when they were there too.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Like he they talked with this I think he's a rabbi. His name is Yishel Fleischer. Maybe I'm fucking up his name, but he.
Wait, if Lonerbox is in the chat,
he's lying. He's lying. He knows Yishai was mad at my fucking coverage of that trip. He knows.
With it, but like
Lonerbox does admit, like,
he could join the Discord.
He knows full fucking well. He knows full fucking well. He's lying. He's lying.
Propagandist.
I'm not. I did not say he was a paid.
No, I said Hassan accused him of being a paid propagandist.
I don't think that it is out. Like he like. First of all, if someone goes somewhere and they end up getting like a lot of because there's no doubt that like both Lonerbox, Destiny to a lesser degree, but
when we were in the West Bank talking to fucking like people who were suffering in the checkpoints and shit,
like a real boost in their.
Come on. We're talking about you're jumping through hoops to try to explain what Hassan said. What Hassan said, he was clearly saying that
it was a paid propaganda tour.
Lonerbox was paid to go to Israel to do Hasbara propaganda.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, I can explain it by taking this angle and that angle. That's a crazy thing to say. I mean, I feel like you should just be able to.
Crazy thing to say.
Yeah, it is, bro.
No,
that is.
It is a crazy thing to say. It's so fucking crazy.
Why? Like, do you think that there are not?
Because he's not a paid propagandist. It's not true. That's
why I
think
it's
bad.
Where's the Discord?
Is
there a Discord link?
They would have paid them to go out there. They didn't take. This is my understanding. They did not take payment because they didn't want it to sort of like look like there's something
what's he basing this on?
Super phony. In a situation like
what's
that.
he basing this on?
Would you be okay with Lonerbox like hopping in the call to explain what he did, or is that too confrontational for you?
That's fine.
I don't know if Loner, if you're watching, yeah,
I'm totally fine with that. But before he comes in, I want to clarify a couple of things because I think he's going to maybe clarify some other things that I spoke about, and I just want to make sure that in terms of his conversation with that West Bank person that I mentioned,
now he's going to clarify. Now he knows that we went to the West Bank and spoke to Palestinians.
Discussing it on his channel, he said
yeah.
he did admit that was the most extreme person that he spoke to while
now he's
going
to caveat everything. Okay, well done, buddy.
He thinks of as being a bit of like pushback over the course of the conversations that they had. I did not look at it that way. But he did say one or two things about while they were at a certain place there was a mass shooting event years ago, and he did bring that up. So in that small way, he was kind of maybe challenging that person in that moment. So wanted to get that all out there. Maybe there's
Lonerbox, are you there?
Yeah, I heard people were talking about me.
Okay, perfect.
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hey, okay, so first of all, things that we already all know, and I know that you know that Yishai Fleischer was really angry with my coverage of that trip, right?
I mean, he wasn't angry enough that he didn't, he used it as propaganda on his own channel.
No, with my coverage of the trip, the thing that I uploaded to my channel. You acknowledge that you know this because we've spoken about it. You know that he was angry with what I commented on that interview from my channel, right?
Of course, because it's his job to be basically put a good face forward, and whether people like that are I guess what I'm saying is that I don't think it really matters that much that he was offended by that. If if you were countering in the way that I think anyone should in that situation, he never would have wanted to use your footage on his channel to begin with.
Well, he used like B-roll that was not on my channel. I did not put that on my channel. He used B-roll. Like he used just raw footage. Yeah, of course you can do that. If you're a settler and you do like an interview with Louis Theroux, you can clip out the parts of you talking and the bits that you like and just leave out the rest. But would that be Louis Theroux's fault that they got to do that?
I contacted you and I asked you what is the most substantial pushback that you did with that guy, and then you sent me what you commented on.
Mm-hmm.
So are you telling me that's the most did you not show me the most substantial pushback that you did
I
with
showed
him?
you my coverage of it, yeah, where I called him an insane settler who wants to conquer all the land, where he basically has this like equivocation about wanting to deport anyone he considers a jihadist, which, let's face it, would be pretty much all of them. I also spoke about how he was lying about Baruch Goldstein treating Arab doctors when he had in fact refused to treat Arab doctors. I also mentioned how he lied about Baruch Goldstein getting radicalized by the violence.
While you were talking to him, you didn't do any of these things while you were talking to him.
Wait, why? Why does that matter? Why does that matter if I'm going to do commentary for it afterwards?
He was able to use it as like, you know, like he used it as like he presented you guys, like, obviously he's not going to post anything on his channel that he thinks makes him look remotely bad, and so like you gave him like propaganda basically. Like that's
how did I give him propaganda? He was the one who was he could have just filmed himself saying these things
and not like I don't know, man, like if I was hanging out with somebody who is the like spokesperson for Ben Gvir, I would be like way more on their ass than either of you guys were.
Okay, so you tell me. Well, you tell me that you tell me what. So you think I am not allowed then to just interview someone, let them speak freely, because I'm planning on editing content and doing something with it different from just the raw footage afterwards that pushes my opinion forward.
I think that.
How do I legitimize him? I'm a fucking nobody.
Like
what are you talking about?
I think with someone like that, because I watched other clips that you guys did. That's why I like came to you. I saw like a bunch of clips, some that were on his channel, and I think a couple of others that were uploaded to the guy who followed you guys around with the camera. I was frankly shocked when I was watching those at like just how much there was of you guys just like sitting back and just letting this guy just act like really fucking friendly with you guys. And that's his job. He wants to put like a kind face onto settler violence to begin with. Now, look, do I think that you went into it thinking like, I'm going to give this guy a layup? Like, I'm totally like going to make this guy look great? No, I don't think you did, but I think you did fail at something that you should have done. I mean, morally, I look at it like you should have, you had a moral obligation, given how fucking horrible what he is represents, to not challenge him more. Like the fact that at the end of it all, he like took selfies with you numerous times and whatnot. I like, look, for someone like that, I think that the way that you guys should end things is just like him thinking that you're a dick.
So I should have just fucking fought with him and maybe canceled and end up canceling the fucking trip like
yeah,
half
maybe,
the day
I don't
earlier,
know,
or why? So by your logic, just to be clear, by your logic, because Louis Theroux is not massively confrontational with people that he talks to. So if Louis Theroux does an interview with a settler, and that settler just grabs a few of the clips of them talking, but they just leave out the bits of the documentary that they don't like and put it on their channel and say, look, here's my conversation with Louis Theroux, and then they add some commentary afterwards, does that mean Louis Theroux did propaganda for them?
Dude, we've already...
The answer to that's no. The answer to that is clearly a fucking no. So no, I did not do propaganda for Yishai Fleischer. Yeah, there you go.
I came to you, and in that Louis Theroux documentary, there are questions that
and
he
you
asked
just and you just
both
complete
sides,
and you just planned to and you just used the exact same answer that you were always going to use, which is the interpretation of the new crowd that you are beholden to. That's all it is. That's all it is. Because again, the only content that I've ever used on my channel with Yishai is me shitting on him. That's my content. That's my product. That's it. He can clip, by the way, he can actually, so even with my commentary, if that was the only thing that was up, he could have actually still just clipped all the raw footage and just taken out my commentary. And apparently I still would have been helping him do propaganda. Like, I don't understand.
Okay, well, first of all, I don't even think that the extent to which you quote unquote shat on him on your channel, like yes, you definitely went at him way harder than you did when you were talking to him, but like I still don't think
okay, what should I say? What should I have said that would have made him more responsible?
I was pleased to see you shit on him to the extent that you did, but given who he is, in my opinion, I feel like you never
should have shot harder.
That he is like, you know, kind of part of the Ben Gvir squad. You didn't put that into perspective. I mean, like, I
said that he's a settler who wants to conquer the West Bank and kick out all the Arabs. But because of you, I should have been, oh, by the way, but he also is a Ben Gvir person. What the fuck?
Yes, that's pretty.
And it was it's disappointing to not throw that. Well, okay, that's yes, I understand. You're looking for anything. Okay, that's good.
I think that I mean, like, look. My general point here is that I don't think that you were kind of like, you know, either definitely when you were talking to him, but when
you've already conceded. This is like a nothing. This is a nothing objection. We can just move on. This is a nothing objection. Like, by saying, by the way, he's also affiliated with Ben Gvir, even though he supports all the things that Ben Gvir supports and all the things on top of that.
Not a nothing objection.
It is. It's absolutely nothing objection. It's just because every detail. So what if you said that? I could have just been like, oh, but you didn't mention that he lied about treating Arabs, because again, like, we both know that I know the history of this conflict better than you do. So I could have easily just picked out little nits to yours as well.
I'll let you go on to the next thing, but it's like saying that it's not substantial. No, that's an extremely substantial. Like the fact that you like, if people like this, I believe that we have a duty to not make them look good in these situations and not have conversations that basically, because they want to present themselves to the public as just like both reasonable, rational. That's like why at the end of your conversations, like, you know, you guys, I'm not talking about that particular clip that you played, but the last shoot that you guys did, you did another selfie together. And you know, and you shook on it, and he was like, "Well, I'm glad we could agree to disagree." He says something to that effect, and you make this like this fucking murderous, bloodthirsty motherfucker look pretty like tame and like just like friendly and like somebody that you can like vibe with. It's the same problem that I have with often like a lot of the hangouts that Destiny did with Nick Fuentes. So yeah, it's not you can disagree with it, but it's not an unsubstantial. To say that, I think you're just dodging. I think you're deflecting, and it's weak.
Nothing you said there says anything I did was dodging or deflecting or weak. We both agree that he was angry with my content, with the way that I covered that content. He was angry with my commentary on that interaction. And that's the only Yishai Fleischer related content that I've put up on my channel. That's my content. The raw footage, the B-roll, the stuff that he could have easily clipped out for my commentary that he can use himself, that's his content. My content made him angry, okay? That's it. It's just as well. It's also just as well that like at least with me commenting on people like him, like there are at least like some people in my audience who could be like swayed by that away from positions that they might sympathize with, because I actually know how to talk to these people and you guys don't. But in any case, you're also aware though, you keep calling this like a propaganda tour. You think meeting Nabil al-Kurd to talk about his situation in Sheikh Jarrah, that would be an Israeli propaganda tour?
That's one moment where you guys were...
It's not one moment. That was like 2 or 3 days we were in the West Bank, and that was just West Bank related stuff. So
I've looked, unless there is a great deal of stuff that because I've looked at pretty much everything that is on that channel that guy posted, who shot your trip. There's nothing that I've seen there that does not lead me to believe that overall it was a propaganda trip. And the
Propaganda
thing is
for
that
who? Propaganda for who? The government?
And I'm not saying that you went into it thinking like, oh, I'm going to do propaganda for
Yeah,
Israel.
you think I'm a useful
But
idiot.
Israel
It's
looked
fine.
at it that way.
You think
Israel
yeah, I'm
wouldn't
asking
let
you.
in
Yeah.
to begin with. They would not let you do that to begin with if they did not go in thinking like, we're going to get something pretty good out of this.
They would really.
So,
You think the Israeli government wouldn't have let us in if they didn't think they could get something good out of it?
yes, they
Thank
block
you.
all
Listen,
sorts of people
Vadim,
from
my
coming
good
in.
friend, I love you. Thank you for confirming that you do not know absolute dick about this country that you've been talking about for the last 20 months. What a fucking unbelievably brain dead, tone deaf, disconnected way to approach this entire fucking country. Do you know that, like, I can go to Israel tomorrow and meet with fucking B'Tselem, who literally want Israel effectively abolished? And I can go to the West Bank with them and talk to fucking Hamas supporters tomorrow if I want to. I can go to fucking Jenin and speak to people who say that they want Israel fucking destroyed and the Jews pushed into the sea. And I could publish all that. And I could go to B'Tselem and talk about how it's apartheid and there's a genocide in Gaza. I could do all that tomorrow if I wanted to. The Israeli government is not going to fucking only let me in. The Israeli government, the Israeli government is not only going to let me in because they think they can get something out of me. What the fucking mental thing to say? You don't know anything about that country. Why are you even talking about it if that's your assumption? Fuck me.
I mean, I would expect you to say all this horse shit, dude. Like, I mean, you've like said a lot of things that are really combination of either like out of touch or lead me to sometimes to think like I like you just you know what I've had like a lot of conversations here that I was not prepared to get into, but like yeah, I just bro, like they're like, would I be able to get into Israel to do all these things? Do you think it would be that I could do that very easily?
Based on your Twitter history, yeah. What the fuck do you think would happen? What do you think would happen if you went to Israel?
You think that I would be killed by the IDF? I don't know. What are you?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you what you think, because I know that you don't know anything about this country. But yeah, I just want to see what you think. I'm just curious.
I don't think that I would be allowed
Why not?
into Israel to begin with.
Why not?
Because of the fact that I post things that are very like anti-government. Like I'm completely opposed to their genocide, and like I constantly call out how, you know, like what insane liars they are. I mean, like
okay, so
take your pick,
look at my so this is, I can tell you what this, so you can look at my main channel, because this is what the security guy looked at when he was interviewing me. Like, one of my videos on my main channel, like, and the more recent ones when I got there, was about traveling Israel being full of shit about the about denying the Nakba. There was another one about Netanyahu being insanely dishonest when his interview with Lex Fridman. There's a Gaza history video that's literally covered in Palestinian flags. There's a video that he would have scrolled past that was about apartheid in Israel and Palestine. So you think they don't let people in because they criticize the country?
Think that they look at you and they recognize that overall, in spite of any sort of criticisms that you might have, that you overall are like helpful to their project. That
Wait, how much do you think they saw of my content? Do you mean the government or the nation as a whole? When you say their project or they get something out of it?
Yeah, I don't think that either of you would have been invited to Israel.
Who invited us?
Ruin this one secret.
Oh, you don't know, dude. You don't know who invited us. You don't know how the trip started. It's probably still on one of Mere Destiny's channels. The whole trip started because we were invited by Sev. It was a Palestinian who lives in Israel was the one who spurred the idea. And then we just started to make connections from there. We just, like, people came in and said, oh, I know a guy, because everyone in that region knows a guy. That's also why we met Isawi Frage, who was whose father was murdered in the Kfar Qasim massacre, the Israeli-Palestinian Knesset member. That's why he was one of the interviewees. That's why we met Mustafa Barghouti, you know, a guy who is very radically against Israel. But you think like the government allowed this to happen because it benefits them? You think Israel would let someone interview Mustafa Barghouti?
Absolutely. After watching Destiny's interview with fucking what's his name, Ilan Levy, where the disagreements that they had were so fucking tiddling, and he like basically like was just like yes-anding him the entire fucking time. Yes, I think that was their outlook on it. Whether or not you guys went into it thinking like that's exactly what you were, I don't know. I kind of think maybe you guys were like in the dark about it.
Well, you don't know, so why don't you wait? So you don't. So you don't know. So why don't you ask? Why don't you just ask some questions? It feels like
because I don't completely. Like, for one,
you think I'm going to lie?
Completely trust everything you have to say.
When have I ever lied to you, Vadim? When have I ever lied to you? Provably.
I don't know, but you say some like really crazy things when it comes to Israel, and
you can think I say things that are wrong or you disagree with, or you think I'm losing my way or whatever. When have I ever lied to you?
I don't think you've lied to me, but there's always a first time.
So why don't you ask and make up your mind? Is there surely okay? Because clearly I've had like this unique access to the fucking devil themselves.
You also would not necessarily know, like I just said. I just entered into this saying like, you very well may not have gone to Israel thinking like, oh, this is how I'm perceived and this like this, that, and the other thing. But I genuinely do not believe from everything that I have read about they don't. There's so many there's so many investigators or rather like news people that are not allowed to certain areas and certain who I personally would fucking love to go to Israel to look at all this stuff, but I know that I would be like, just like most people that you and I both know in like we just wouldn't be.
As an American citizen, they're probably not even going to check you. That's probably the most likely.
I was not here to debate you, and I'm not prepared to have any conversations with you right now. You've come in, you've like made yourself clear about this stuff, and I still absolutely hold to the fact that I think that you really did drop the ball with your coverage with fucking Yashel Fleischer, and I don't I did not know I was going to be like roped into this.
It's just that you were saying
you
things about
you made a claim, so. You made a claim, so I wanted to give Lunarbox a chance to respond.
It's the fact that you said it was like not far out for Hassan to believe that I was a paid Hasbara propagandist. When but my assumption was like you've seen enough of this to know full well that's an insane thing. That's completely indefensible. But I guess
the reason why I said to begin with that I thought that it was not a is because we know that people are paid for like that. That's just not a secret.
You haven't seen those paid propaganda. Like you haven't seen like people who have actually done propaganda content on Israel and compared it to mine. Because if you had, you would have no fucking idea. I understand that it's like to you guys. I understand that to you guys, like there's very like to you, like there's not really all that much difference between a two-state solution, like a two-state solution is person and fucking Ben Gvir. But like for most people, there is.
Dude, do you realize that the reason why I said from the get-go that I don't think that that this was a paid, like that you guys were paid to come here, is because, I actually do know, I have a friend who was paid, or an old friend, an ex-friend who was paid to do one of those propaganda trips. So I do know what that looks like. I don't know. That's not to say that every single one is going to look exactly the same, but I actually did not think that you were paid to do this. However, I think that it is like all I was saying when I was saying that like it's not crazy to think that
it is crazy
because no, it's not crazy.
Yes, it is.
Because
if you know anything about the conflict, it's fucking insane. Yes, if you knew anything about the conflict and you actually in good faith watched the footage that's up already, you would know. You would know full fucking well.
Do you think that people are not paid by Israel to do propaganda?
Not to do what we did. No, 100%
Yeah,
no.
exactly.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's what I'm fucking saying, dude. I'm saying that's why I am confident in saying that I don't think yours was a paid propaganda.
But that's also
trip.
why it's
But
insane to believe it was.
But to most people, I can understand why they would assume that, and it wouldn't be necessarily like this. Why? Because we know that that Israel does pay people for propaganda.
But you also know that they don't pay for what we did. They don't pay for people going to see people from Sheikh Jarrah or people. No, we're not going in circles. It's because you're saying something that doesn't connect. First of all, it's not insane to think that, but you're very confident saying that I wasn't paid.
I think other people, why it would be reasonable for people to assume that what you did was a paid propaganda trip. I think that they're wrong. But why? Why again? Like, oh my God, we're going in this fucking
but
circle.
you're saying two things at once. One, on the one hand, you're saying you're very confident that it wasn't paid.
Look, dude, we're just gonna go. I've made myself plain about this. I'm not going to say the same thing over and over and over again. If you want to go to like one more thing that you want to get out there before we wrap this up, I'll hear one more thing out. Each thing kind of seems to take like 5 to 20 minutes. So is there anything else?
No, I think I'm fine.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, great talking to you, man. I'll speak to you another time.
Okay, bye. I wanted to talk about other things. I just can't be fucked. I just want to fucking pulling teeth. Oh my God. Oh God. Actually fucking shaheed myself. Jesus. Let's go back to watching.
There's one or two other things that I want him to come in.
You haven't seen those paid proper. Stop pay.
Maybe you can invite him on because I would like.
Wait, no, not here. Not here.
And I have just because I'm the kind of person basically like the overwhelming majority of the first half or more of our conversation I was very prepared for. Once we got to Ethan, not so much. And I'm the kind of guy who has to basically, because I'm fucking ADD and I sleep really terribly all the time, it really does a number on just my ability to
if you want to gather more particular examples of things that you consider to be, in your words, reprehensible, then I would be fine to whatever, but
to revisit some of the things that we talked about. You know what? Bring Mudahar in here if he has. We'll just have a very preliminary conversation, and I'll just see because hopefully I can have this conversation with him again. But is Mudahar still there?
Yeah, I can bring him in. Sure.
Yeah.
Muda, you're muted, but I brought him up.
Sorry, what's up?
Hey man, so I didn't bring you up at all. What is this about?
No. I was just asking about your thoughts on that harassment, Ethan Klein. I'm also somebody who is a somewhat decent-sized public figure that also has faced the same level of unhinged harassment. It's just weird to me that when I'm watching you talk with Hutch, it's always it's always interesting to me that, Ethan is the big aggressor and, he should just kind of take it, as opposed to the people that have, covered him, graciously not even disowned the idea of like the CPS call to his house, right? Anything of that nature. Or if outright pretty much insinuated that he's been fucking, delinquent towards taking care of his children, right? Which is a pretty huge claim to make. I mean, Hutch didn't cover this, but saying that Ethan Klein is, into drugs, for instance, right? Like you do realize how that could really go against you in a court of law. Like now that the CPS has a file on you, they probably think.
Who said what about drugs? You're talking about me now?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about that Denims, Hassan-esque community on Twitter, right? That have been pushing the idea of Ethan's on drugs. He's on this cocaine. I mean, that alone can probably
all I
have
have to say is in regards to, I have the same thing that I have to say to Hutch, is that in terms of all of the harassment that he has received, some of it is totally beyond the pale, and I don't I'm
okay, but if somebody involved the CPS on my family,
everybody, whether you're a piece of shit or you're a great guy on YouTube, I assign it.
What do you mean? Am I a piece of shit or a great guy on YouTube? What?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that regardless of one's character, I think that people should be treated the same. But when it comes to Ethan, it's just not even comparable. The amount of targeted harassment that he and his community has done to others compared to what he has received, and there's just an insane.
Yeah, but where did it begin? What is the timeline? I'm sure you're familiar with the timeline. Where did it begin? Was it him initiating it, or was it him unfollowing somebody from that community that started to, push the snowball initially?
How things started is just I think
I think how things begin is important,
right?
Right?
Really reductive and baby brain way to look at things.
How things begin is how you can understand the context of where things have led up to.
Well, at the beginning of things, he was also putting out stuff out there that people legitimately had good reason to think was. It was Islamophobic stuff. Some of the things that he said. Now, I kind of.
What was Islamophobic?
His reaction to the
come on, what was
from the river to the sea?
That thing.
How is that
so weird about it? I'm a
Islamophobic?
Muslim, by the way, too, a practicing one, a pretty devout Muslim.
I understand.
Yeah.
It's just
it's funny because everyone in this community of yours calls me an Uncle Tom. So
when did I call you an Uncle Tom?
Not you, but from that community, that denim-sided community. I'm just a weird Uncle Tom. That's a weird Zionist. My wife's a Nazi, so you can imagine why I'm a little heated about this.
Well, you got to let me. If you ask me a question, you got to let me.
Sure. Okay. Answer.
So when it comes to from the river to the sea, that is absolutely a very benign call for peace.
Is it a benign call?
It's not a call for peace. Oh my God.
Right now, we are at a place where and actually we were at this place from the beginning where people like the ADL and fucking Stop Anti-Semitism and whatnot, they are talking about just saying free Palestine in itself is this call to I think fucking Netanyahu said it as well, said that it's basically the new Heil Hitler. Well, the same people who are obsessing and kind of trying to what's the word, tone police people with the whole from the river to the sea thing. It's the same thing. It's just kind of basically people draw a line at they will mistake something that is totally 100% just a maybe
a benign call for peace.
I understand the. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little a little cracked out here. Sorry. I'm But my point is that it is. There's nothing wrong with that. And
a benign call for peace.
Okay, but do you agree that things have context, right? You do agree that
I've never talked on stream this long, and so
that's fair.
But you understand context.
Can I just say this real quick, Mudahar? If I continue to kind of because there is a point sometimes where I just tap out of conversations and meaning I cannot have like I just start
Get me back
stuttering
in
like that.
a benign call for peace.
If that's the way it's going to be for me, like we'll talk a little bit longer. But if that's the way it is for me, I'm going to have to bow out, and I'd love to talk to you again in the future.
Actually,
can we do that? If like I kind of if that's the case, because I want to have this conversation when I am capable of like giving you.
I mean, I just don't know what conversation we could really have. It's like, okay, I asked you, it's like, what does context make any sense? You brought up the river to the sea, right? Like, yeah, sure, obviously one could.
I'm saying that's one thing where.
Let's focus on that one thing. Let's just focus on that one thing really quickly, okay? From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Now, I have personally never been against the freedom of Palestinians. In fact, if you ask me, I think that as Hamas is a designated terror organization, and I believe they should be, as should the IDF. As a Canadian, I don't know why we don't designate both of them. That makes no sense to me. The IDF has done far more in aggression to the Palestinian people in this response to whatever they want to call it, counterterrorism or fighting against the Hamas individuals. It makes no fucking sense to me. But let's be real. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Where does this chant originate? Who is kind of pushing this, right? If we're looking at the broader context no. If we're looking at the broader context,
Jewish Voice for Peace.
Jewish Voice for Peace. Hey,
basically, what you're doing.
Get your Jews up. Get the human shields. Get them. Get all the Jews. Get all the Jewish shields.
Wait, hold on.
Definitely not the people who spearhead it. Definitely not that.
I let you speak. What does this phrase mean? Does it mean the complete like disestablishment of the Israeli people? Where are those Jews going to go? What's going to happen to them?
It means that from the river to the sea, that Palestine will be free. That's free for everybody. That's like.
Now, what about the history of Jews in that area, Middle Eastern Jews? How about how have they been dealing? How have they been dealt with in Islamic countries? Have they felt the same freedoms?
Look. This conversation is the exact same as fucking like white just like.
By the way, this is a phrase that Norm Finkelstein was
who have a problem with Black Lives Matter. Thinking that Black Lives Matter is
going to take away from whites.
No, it's exactly that. And
it's not even equivalent at all. We're not looking at the broader context of anything. We're not looking at the broader context of
what you're doing. Literally,
if you dissolve the Jewish
Mudhar's not equipped for this. Mudhar's not equipped for this.
Okay, Mudhar. Every person.
There's one question. Where's Mudhar?
Genuinely an activist on behalf of Palestine. People who are not just activists, but extremely influential voices, like your Avi Schleims, like all of you name it. If you talk about someone who is central to who is a voice who is out there either in America or beyond, who is advocating for the cause, they are using that term. So what you are doing is that you are saying all of these people who are, there's no fucking way that you can tell me that these people are like actually trying to like suck Hamas's dick or whatever.
Yep.
That the entire pretty much the entire the entire sorry, this is like where my brain is kind of tapping out. But
I think what Mudhar
is doing it, the entire movement is doing it wrong. But you've got it right. But these people who have
you guys have, this movement has fucking failed at every objective that they've had since the dawn of time. I don't know what. Yeah, it's probably time for a change, dipshit.
No. Do you think that the people online on like the Hassan side are the entire movement? Do you think like anytime we criticize people for having shitty?
I'm saying. Like if you go to there's not a rally that you would go to from Europe to Australia to South America to here that you will not see versions of that. And,
okay, so what is your end goal with this? What is your end goal with this? What do you want?
It's an incredible.
What do you want? What do you want to happen in the Middle East right now? What do you want? What is your perfect goal? What do you want to happen? Should the Israeli government completely dissolve its borders?
I did not know that this is like so like going all over the place. I thought that you were.
Bro, I'm asking you what the solution is. Do you want the government to be dissolved in Israel? Do you want their borders to be gone, the government gone, all of it just suddenly become Palestine? Do you want that to be
I
the
want
case?
whatever elements of the Israeli government that kind of whatever elements of the Israeli government that kind of enforce. You know what, dude? Like,
he doesn't know what he wants.
Like,
he doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't know what he wants for the conflict.
How many wars has Israel went against with Arab countries?
He doesn't know what he wants for the conflict. How can you not know? This is what you've been talking about for 20 months. It's your entire fucking identity on Twitter. You don't even know what you want. You don't even know what you want to happen. Oh my god. It's all about, as I keep telling you guys, it's not about helping Palestinians. It's about shitting on Israel. That's it. And people think that by shitting on Israel, they're helping Palestinians. They're not. He doesn't even know what he fucking wants. He doesn't know what he wants. He doesn't know what he wants to happen to the... Sorry.
Totally have. Let's pick up this conversation another time.
What picked up the conversation? You're not answering the most basic question. What is your goal? Like, okay, if you believe in this cause so much, what is your solution?
I'm not. Look, dude.
How can you not know what he wants? Oh my god.
I'm someone who, like, has. Like, I've been battling a fucked up sleep.
You know what my solution is? Do you know what my solution is? I can answer this right off. Why? Oh, so you don't care about solutions. You don't care about the solution? My solution is, I think Muslim countries that have the capacity to deal with it should entertain working with the Israeli government and dealing with these actual behaviors, dealing with the...
As soon as we're not talking about...
with bad parties, making it safer.
Look, dude. This is serious, okay?
As soon as we're not talking about what Vadim wants, he gets his words back. It's so embarrassing.
Yeah, I know it's serious. There's people dying. This is not a game to me, okay? There are children, there are fucking men, there are women dying. That is a serious case to me. I don't fucking hear any solutions from your side.
Again, if you want to talk to me, because you're just taking a really, compared to the bullshit that you put out on the internet, the sort
of... What is the most popular Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea? What is the most popular faction that says that? Tell me.
Where do you get that question from? What's the most popular faction that says river to the sea? Oh, that's a good question, Mutar. It's Hamas, by the way.
Is the most popular faction in the Middle East, in Palestine, that says from the river to the sea.
About this shit when I am like...
Good question,
You should have a
Mutar.
basic understanding. I'm a fucking computer engineer. You gotta still know. What is the most popular faction in Palestine that says from the river to the sea? Tell me
Bro,
right
we're
now.
done.
What is the most popular?
I told you.
What is the most popular faction?
It's a good question.
It's a simple
That's
answer.
a really good question.
Okay,
It's a strong one.
I'm the asshole.
It's my
but I'm
guy.
asking you
Yeah.
what is it?
I told you. I went into this, you fucking idiot.
You're not able to make a basic fucking answer.
I went into this saying that I had already reached a point of kind of exhaustion. And the thing is that, like, that's a real thing with me. Because
I have to work for a living. You think I'm not exhausted either? What the fuck?
Dude,
what is the most popular Palestinian faction that says from the river to the sea?
Can you just fucking terminate this so I can explain? Like, if you want to talk another time,
terminate him.
Talk to you, but
Terminate this Muslim.
When I'm like,
you can't answer the most basic questions. What the fuck do you think I want to waste my time talking to you?
When I am someone who has like
it's Hamas, by the way. It's Hamas, by the way. That's the answer. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I haven't heard.
So what does Hamas mean when they say it?
Hutch. What
You've seen their flag.
Can you terminate this?
Asking a basic.
Listen, I don't want to force the conversation if it doesn't. If both parties don't want to.
Fucking obliterated.
I'm more than happy to talk to you another time, Mudahar. But the thing is that I have to do it when like I have like.
Okay. I'm just gonna ask you. Before we end this, obviously you're tired. Do you think I was asking you a really difficult question there? Do you think I was trying to do a gotcha to you? Do you honestly
I don't
think
even
so?
know what question you're talking about because I was speaking.
Okay. Hold on. Can you listen to my question? Just in peace. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna say it very slowly.
All right. Go ahead. I'll chill out. And
ready?
Say my
all right. Let's redo it. Let's bring it on. Okay. What is the most popular Palestinian faction currently that says from the river to the sea?
Okay, it is not Hamas. Like people all over the fucking earth say that, and like so.
But it matters what the people in the region think.
Stop this bullshit of continuing to ram through. I shouldn't have even started this to begin with. This is what I have to say. Okay, I genuinely have health issues, okay? Like health issues.
I do too, bro. It's part of life.
That make talking at this length. I thought that this was going to be a 2 to 3 hour conversation with Hutch, which I was prepared to talk about.
To be fair,
and this is the thing. What we're talking about is very important, and I'm not going to have a conversation. I am not in a place where I can do the conversation
Okay,
that
all
we're
right.
having.
We can pick it. We can listen. You haven't eaten any food. I get it. I'm fucking hungry too. We can pick this conversation up another time. I didn't want to force anything. I did ask you for permission if you wanted to speak to both people. I didn't mean to dump anything on you. Just to be clear. But like, if you want to break and call it there, we can do that.
Totally fine. I asked you to bring him in.
By the way.
So like I'm not saying that you like I don't think that you were kind of I don't know, like just being a dick by letting these people in. I said let's go ahead and do it. But
let's just pick it up another time.
Conversation that I had with Mudahar and other things. I mean, it's exactly like I was telling you. In general, one, I should have just kind of like ducked out after about like 4 hours because like
they've been talking for 4 hours. Holy shit!
It's okay. Let's call it there. Let's call it there. Let's both go get some food. It's all good,
so
and we can pick.
And I will talk about Ethan at another point in time.
Okay.
And if Mudahar wants to have a conversation about that, I will resume it with him at a time when my brain is not like. Just
I got you. I understand.
It's Swiss cheese.
It's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Mood, I don't know if you wanted to stick around and talk a little bit longer, but yeah, it's fine.
I just think it's insane. Like, okay, I asked the most basic questions. I gotta dip out, bro. I'm easy to dunk on Twitter. I've seen you try to do that to me. I've seen you fucking like actually have a conversation. I ask one simple question, and now it's like delay it. Like, what the fuck, dude? This is why nobody takes this fucking side seriously at all. Like, honest to God, this whole thing is a fucking clown show.
Dude.
What?
Do you like obviously this is like you just a moment ago were talking about how important this situation is. I want to have a conversation of this gravity.
Okay, do you think I would have a better time talking to you or a brick wall, honestly? Do you think I'd have a better conversation with you or ChatGPT?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Honest to God, I think I would probably have a better chance talking to ChatGPT.
Oh my God.
I think talking to you is like talking to a fucking child.
So now you're ducking out. Okay, so am I
Oh,
right?
you're running. Tell me,
am I ducking out? Really? Am I ducking out?
Conversation with me,
bro. You haven't presented yourself. You haven't presented. I didn't ask you an unprepared question. I'm just saying this is not worth my time. Okay, maybe if you were like a Hassan Piker, I might consider it. But honestly, this is just such a waste. Like, you're not doing anything to really fucking. You're not bringing the intellectual like capacity here. You know. Like at all.
That's why I'm saying that I can't fucking talk right now. If that's why I want to talk to you at another time, because I would be able to bring that. I am not having this conversation with you because I can't bring that.
So hold
on.
I have a bit of time out of my day. I talk to you and then you duck out, and now I have to be fucking pursuant to this conversation later.
I said, dude, I said to you from the beginning. I will continue this. Like before you even fucking came in, you like dipshit, you manipulative asshole. I said,
I'm manipulative. What did I do? Wait, hold on. What did I do?
Bring you in, but that like I probably was tapped out, and that I would not.
God,
and,
you're like
and then when you got
woman,
here,
dude.
then when you fucking got here,
no.
I said like, look,
not a woman.
If this is the way that it goes,
not a woman. I'm sorry.
How long have you been talking about Israel and Palestine for before me? Was it, how many months was it? How many months were you talking about this?
Oh no.
Like from the get-go, dude. Like,
okay, so from the get-go, but you can't spend an extra 20 minutes talking to me on those basic questions.
No, because again, I like want to talk. What you want to do here is that you want a conversation when my brain.
I asked you basic questions and you couldn't answer
advantage of that. You already have
taken advantage.
If you yes, like I've told you.
Man, I'm sorry. I asked you a basic question. That's taking advantage.
Dude, do you like actually like understand that sometimes people like I have a disability.
I understand when people are disingenuous like you, and when they're caught in lies, they have to stammer like bitches and then fucking back out of a conversation. That's what I understand. I understand when somebody can't understand the word retraction.
You don't know shit.
When you don't understand, when you don't know the definition of what a retraction is, I can figure out your intellectual capacity
on this guy, dude. And so I can so I can say. Go fuck yourself,
dude.
If you want to have a conversation with me at a time when I'm prepared to have it, you'll fucking lose. I promise you.
All right.
He's gonna take it to task.
The Jedi mind tricks. I'm so fucking scared of them.
Let's just call a heart out. Badim, it's all good. Go get some food.
I'm gonna say something. I need you to get rid of him, and then I'm gonna say something, and then we'll do that.
Yeah, Hutch. Don't worry, Hutch. I'll leave. Okay, he needs the hug box.
All right.
I'll leave.
I'll talk to you later,
Thanks for having me on, brother.
All right. Yeah, let's give you the final. We need to get some food in you, brother, because
no.
Hutch is much more.
To be clear, I just want to say I'm conscious about like not bringing shit on people. I was very deliberate when I asked you to bring people on. I would not have insisted. If you said no, I would have been fine.
A lot of things that you said over the course of this conversation.
Clearly,
zero problem with you bringing those people in.
Okay, all right.
Those bastards.
I asked for it. I know that it kind of like probably like looked really fucking bad because my brain is like spent. But like I just want to say this, like when it comes to like what Mudahar. Like I don't know. I should not have like allowed the guy in because it was just like.
Man, I actually feel bad for
my
him.
point is that I get really frazzled
because
when
it's like
I am. If you go to my to my YouTube page, you can see I have multiple videos. In fact, the last video that I did was like 2 years ago, talking about an insane, like it's not really even a sleep problem. It's kind of like a cross between insomnia and like I get God.
Do you have insurance? Do you have insurance?
I can't talk.
You have insurance?
Yeah, I do, but it hasn't been helpful. Like
gotta be sleep aids to help you with that.
Difficult time getting it.
I just don't know why you would engage in this. If you have these problems, I don't know why you would engage in this space. Like it's such a toxic, fucking like on your toes environment. But I don't know.
Been like 20 years, and I have like it's not actual seizures, but it's like they feel like sort of like seizures. It's basically like.
Ask your doctor about Seroquel, man, because I take a drug called Seroquel, and that shit will knock you the fuck out. And I'm not a drug licensed pharmacist, disclaimer, but yeah.
I've tried everything, including Seroquel. Lunesta is what I take.
The thing is, it's funny that like the sleep problem was a big fucking issue when he was trying to answer the question of what he wants the Israeli government to do. But as soon as Mutahar started calling him an asshole, he woke the fuck up and suddenly found all his words. Like that's so bizarre, man. Yeah.
It only helps like a certain amount, but the point is that I mean like
I got you. Here, let's pick it up. Hold on.
Thing that I want to say. Okay. As poorly as I was functioning through certain portions of this discussion, I have days where like I can barely string a sentence together.
Okay.
So so this is the last thing that I'm going to say. The reason why I would not have that conversation with Mudahar, he's like trying to make it sound like I was like some sort of like fucking
strong boys.
About to use the R slur, but I don't like using that word. It literally is that I do not want to have conversations like this that are important when I know that I can't do justice to those conversations.
Bro.
As it stands, I'm sure that there's shit that's going to be clipped out of this that is the reason why I try not to do that stuff. But that's exactly why I was ducking out at the time I did, and I would love to have a conversation about him.
Someone oh, hello?
Oh, hello. Hey.
Hey, man.
I think we were just a bit behind, but it seemed like he was saying bye for a while.
Yeah. We wrapped up. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you have some more thoughts or?
I don't know. I just wanted to jump in on the river to the sea shit, but it's okay. I think we.
I mean, yeah. You know a lot about. Talk about that. What are your thoughts?
It's like, when Western activists say it, they're envisioning like a one state where both groups have equal rights, and it's like post-apartheid South Africa, and they get along and they have coffee together and shit like that. But it's like, no one in the region wants this. No one. It's like you can look at polls. I can show you polls that will say like less than 10% of Palestinians want this. They'd rather a state where Jews have unequal rights, and Jews would rather a one state where Arabs have equal rights, as opposed to
unequal.
A democratic one state. Yeah. So, and obviously it's their opinions that matter, right? Same with River to the Sea. So when people say from the river to the sea, like, yeah, you might be meaning a peaceful, like harmonious one state solution, but if you're Israeli and if you're Jewish, like, and you have connections to Israel, you're going to think about the people in the region who say that. And the people in the region who say that do not mean one state for two people. They mean one state for the Palestinians and the Jews go into the sea or live as second-class citizens. So it's
what I hear a lot. Tell me if you agree. But what I hear a lot is the common retort that I hear is something like, Oh, you just think that these are like barbarian, savage Arabs who are just naturally racist and violent, and therefore, they can't get along. But that's not what it is. It's just a historical context of a struggle that's been going on for over 100 years at this point, and there's like plenty of historical context to be extremely skeptical of the notion that Palestinians and Israelis can share a single state and it will just be, I guess, like a liberal democracy. Like, who's going to be in charge of that state? Like right now, the number one representative for Palestinians is Hamas. Like, are they going to be in charge? Like what does that actually look like in practice? And when you try to dissect that and dive into what it actually looks like, it just completely falls apart. That's why people like Nelson Mandela understood, like, he was not pushing for a one-state solution. Like, he understood that the Israeli state wasn't going anywhere, and the best option would be to, live as neighbors, not actually share a state. But there's
isn't this just a white supremacy of like fearing equality, Hutch? Like the whites in South Africa, even though but unfortunately, like anti-white racism is not a valid concern so much as anti-Semitism is. Like, these are not equally valid concerns. Like, why would a leftist ever suggest that they are? It's insane. It's just like it's just the thing that I don't get about it is like you might as well be saying that in the last 100 years, Palestine will be the first Arab/Muslim country that treats its Jewish minority well, as equals or safely. Like, they'll be the first ones. It's like, I'm sorry. It's just, Palestinians have more of an excuse to be anti-Semitic than anyone else in the fucking world. They're not going to be the first ones to treat a Jewish minority equally. But yeah, I don't know. It's just mental. I also found it.
I just wanted. Yeah, go ahead.
I just found it very, very telling that as soon as he was asked what he wants the Israeli government to actually do right now in terms of the conflict, he got stuck.
Yeah.
It's so funny that after like 20 months of talking about this, and Hassan was the same when Ethan asked them, they don't actually know what they want the Israelis to do. They don't know what they want to happen. It's just so bizarre.
Well, Hassan stated what he wants is, he said that Israel should dissolve its own government and, absorb the West Bank and Gaza, and it would just be one state, full right of return.
Yeah, like on October 8th. Yeah, it's like, but I just think it's so telling that like the hesitate, because like Vadim's like, I guess like he had like a sleep issue when he was asked that question, but then when people started insulting him, he suddenly found his words again. So it's like, I just find it, I'm kind of noticing this more and more, and I've never really thought about it in this way, but I kind of noticed that I've always hated this, are you pro-Palestine or pro-Israel? Because to me, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, pro-Israel, people who generally get labeled as pro-Israel are people who even want a Palestinian state to exist. And if you go to Israel, even supporting a two-state solution, like most Israeli right-wingers, which is most of the population right now, they think that's like treachery. They think that you might as well be destroying the Jewish state, by making them vulnerable, by giving the West Bank sovereignty, right? So that's like, it's just very telling that. And the same with being pro-Palestinian. Like, what does that mean? Because apparently two states isn't pro-Palestinian. Apparently, like, being anti-Hamas might not even be pro-Palestinian, because people say that you have to support all the resistance groups. So that's why I've never really identified with either of those those labels. But when people talk about like the pro-Palestine movement, the thing I've noticed about them more and more is that it's not really about helping Palestinians. Like, for most of these guys, it's just about attacking Israel. Like, I feel like they're very, very good at shitting on Israel and shitting on anyone who they think is even marginally friendly to Israel. But in terms of what they want that would actually help Palestinians that's realistic in the moment, they have nothing, And I think there's like that's why they like the Houthis and what they did. What did the Houthis do for Gaza? Nothing. They did, they bankrupted a port in Eilat. And that's somehow an achievement. It's like, well, hurting Israel doesn't necessarily, you can hurt Israel as much as you want, and Palestinians can reap no benefits at all. You can do what people celebrating when fucking Trump was, when he was snubbing Netanyahu. It's like, well, yeah, okay, he's annoying Israel, but he could annoy Israel today and then fuck Palestine twice as hard tomorrow. But for some reason, I think people just view it in this like destructive manner that it is just automatically assuming a zero-sum game that doesn't actually exist. Like, you can shit on Israel all you want, but like that doesn't necessarily translate to helping Palestinians at all.
It's about I think it's about just the constant friction. Like, I think some people are just kind of addicted to, or they sort of shape their identity around like a constant state of tension and friction with what they perceive to be like the major power players. So it's like in their minds they're these they have these noble intentions and these virtuous goals, and they're, you know, standing up to power and they're challenging power. But when the rubber hits the road and you actually ask these people, like, what, and this applies to so many different things. Like, I was having an immigration debate a few days ago with someone who was saying some pretty outrageous things that sort of like clammed up when you actually ask them, like, okay, let's do your system. Like, what does it actually look like? I think like a lot of these people really struggle to articulate a coherent, practical solution. And they just settle on what they think is like the most moral solution. So like, you know, eliminating police and prisons and things like that. Like, it sounds like the moral thing to do if you have this ideology that's centered around just like constantly rejecting like state power or whatever. And it's the same thing with this. Like, you know, like, what does it actually look like when you force these two people to live under one country? You know, it doesn't look
like
when you
it's
think about it.
like a common rule, right? Like, it's all destructive. It's like when you ask about housing, it's like they're very quick to say, you know, get rid of the landlords and take their property or maybe even kill them. But it's like, okay, what's housing system do you want to
eat
replace
the landlords? Thank you.
Yeah, all right. But then it's like, okay, what system do you want to replace it? Then it's like, like what model, like what studies or like what examples do you want to? It's just there's nothing, you know.
I just wanted to touch upon the thing that like I said, like you're picking up on it, Leonard, where it's like these people don't really have a solution when they're pressed, and it's like, look, I don't have a solution either. I tried to present one the best way that I could in that like debate, I guess, with him, where I was like, you know, maybe we need to get like the surrounding Islamic countries involved, maybe have some normalization, some cooperation in military like action against the bad actors, right? Like people like Hamas, because, you know, I really think that an organization like that is what makes it so stinky to align, you know, with the pro-Palestinian side, because it'll always be used as a crutch against the Palestinian people, you know? Because like without an organization like that would just be responsible for attacking Israel constantly, it's like you wouldn't really be able to have the enemy or the justification to constantly be the most insane, like the IDF wouldn't have the justification, I would say, to constantly be, you know, attacking the Palestinian people that way. That's just what I think, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like it's not a perfect solution either, but at least it's thinking towards something, right? Versus stammering when asked about what the government should do. I don't know. I feel like after 20 months, it would have been something, especially, you know, given by these people at this side.
Muda, can you just describe, because you barely talk about politics, and I think you did one video, and you were sort of the talk of the town in leftist spaces for, you know, a couple weeks there. What did that actually look like when you like picked up your phone and looked at your social channels? Like, how did that manifest?
I mean, my social channels were messy because it was like, oh, you're a genocide supporter, you're yada yada yada. But I actually like stopped going to my mosque because of it. Like, I stopped going to my primary place of worship just because it was not, I don't know, you start getting like weird looks or community, like, because there's a lot of young kids who had already known that I was a content creator. And so, you know, when they start looking at me being painted as a guy that's against Muslims, you know, it's not a welcome place anymore. So that to me was probably one of the biggest hits that I've ever had on a real mental level. You know, it's to the point where I'll be real, like I had one of those crisis of faith moment where I was like, man, I don't even know if I should even be part of this faith, but I don't know. My wife's great. She kept me in the loop. She kept me in the head. But yeah, it wasn't good. It was like, it's funny because, you know, I'm somebody that wants the ultimate peace. And when I made that video, I made a pretty like evident point and said, this conflict between Judaism and Islam is not something that is even one-sided. You know, if you go and look at the most conservative parts of Islam, as you look at the most conservative parts of Jews, and I'm sure Lonerbox knows exactly what I'm talking about, there is a great amount of, you know, there's a great amount of hatred that both sides really do have. And I've always just said, it's like the only way to get past this is if we find a way to get past this, you know, hundreds of years of holy war that we've had. Because if we can't get past that one simple, I'm sorry to say that, if we can't get past that one point, then we will never, ever see peace in the Middle East, especially between these two people who should just be brothers and sisters in their Abrahamic faith, but they're not. But yeah, I'm sorry, I pivoted a lot there, but generally speaking, the biggest pain for this has been in my personal and private life. Like, I'll be real, like I have moved away from mom and dad. I don't really even see them as much anymore just because the unhinged shit on social media, I don't want any of my family associated with that at all, you know? Like anyone. So I've kept them deliberately away. I live in like I live 2 cities over at this point. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Not
I mean,
good.
I've been doing internet stuff for 16 years, and I've sparred with toxic gamers and MAGA and just all types of different people. And like just a couple of weeks ago, they were like passing around a clip from me, and they were lying about what I was saying. They were telling there was like these big like left-wing channels that get pretty good engagement, and just all in one day they started posting this one clip, and they were claiming that I said that like I approve of every time that Israel has ever hit a hospital, and it was just a lie. And the torrent that I got was enough for me to like, it takes a lot to upset me after like 16 years, but that was like for a few days I was definitely pretty black-pilled. This crowd, like if you don't go along with their dogma, if you don't go along with their like very specific solutions that they propose, which are oftentimes I think totally incoherent, if you challenge that in any way, they are like just as vicious as the worst like MAGA crowds for sure.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where like the thing that I think he said it earlier too, when it came to the harassment, like you brought up the fact that like he brought up like, oh, Quartering and Keemstar, and a lot of these people are like friendly with him, right, or whatever, and it's just one of those things where it's like even in like an optic situation, right, if you're coming across as the most unhinged, we will not condone the tiniest bit of harassment, but the other side, who's probably, let's be honest, feigning their fucking care, but at least in the public sense, they do care. They show empathy, which these people are not able to do. What is the normal person going to look at both sides and think, wow, which one is the more sane group of people? Is it the fucking right-wing MAGA types that are saying, oh my God, you shouldn't have had CPS call to your house, versus the people that are just laughing about it like it's nothing, you know? I mean, it's insane. Like, these people don't understand that their internet, like, this is beyond the internet at this point, right? Like, you said it great. When the CPS was involved, you know, that's a file on record, right? It's like when the cops show up to your house for a domestic, you're on the fucking system forever, buddy. Like, good luck getting rid of that. So it's just, these people don't, it's just insane to me that this is like the discourse and the hoops they jumped through to not condemn just the slightest problem is what I don't understand. And that's going to be the reason why none of these people build any bridges or inroads in any community or any action they do. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that was what kicked it off with Ethan. He was alarmed that like he just couldn't get his podcast co-host to condemn stuff that was just so clearly unhinged. Like that was the genesis of their like big split, was this guy Second Thought, who was like literally saying that there were baby settlers, like literally like babies or
well, it was saying that
he
said that every Israeli civilian was a military target. Like there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian.
Yeah.
Which I think, yeah, it's like for all the clips that they ever find of people like you or me or Mutahar, it's like literally this other side thinks it's acceptable, or even an acceptable disagreement if they don't go that far, but still like, well, we still like them. We just don't think that one is like quite there. But that's like calling 7 million Jews military targets. It's fucking mental. It's like half the world's Jews. Just like you can kill them.
Like,
it's crazy.
It's like,
it's insane. And that's just normal
it's like,
to those guys.
You know, there might have been one point where we could have probably been like, okay, maybe we should like control Z, like the whole Israel thing, right? Like when it was first made, maybe you could have done that. But when you have decades upon decades of history and like, you know, there's people that are now being born into the country for generations, how do you like undo that? You know, like I asked him a blatant question, like, what would be your future? Is it going to be like the country dissolves its borders? And then he didn't have an answer for that. I was like, he wanted it to be completely free for Palestinians, and I'm like, but what about the Jews that live there? What about the tons of Jews that moved from Islamic countries and they face persecution, right? It's like there's no answer to that. And anytime you bring this shit up, it's always like they ignore what you said, like blatantly. Like I remember when it was Hassan, and he was talking about like how I think it was Iraq that had like the right to return law. But then Lonerbox, you were just like, did you read the law? Because it explicitly says Jews aren't allowed. So it's like, how are you not going to engage in this in a good faith manner and like try to at least see that this pain that is being caused, you know, there's a history to it. There's levels of hate. Like I asked him, like, how many times has Israel and or like Arab countries been at war? Because this discontent didn't start out of nowhere. The land grabs didn't start out of nowhere. And correct me if I'm wrong, Lonerbox. I don't know entirely the history on this stuff, one-to-one. But the land grab started because of the Israeli-Arab conflicts, like the wars, and then the Arabs lost and the Israelis gained ground, which is something that happens in a war, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't understand. It's like these people, like they completely ignore the context of what has happened. And it's like, and you know what? I'm not here to relitigate the past. I'm here to look to the future. So it's like, what do we do in the present to clean things up in the region and prevent more children, men and women dying? Because for me, it's like, I'm not going to sit here and like pussyfoot around the definition of a genocide. It is a genocide, in my opinion, right? When people are systemically dying, when people are dying outright constantly, and there is just a death toll that keeps piling up, when there is a October 7th or 9/11, as some people say, every single day in that region, I don't take that lightly. So what do we do going forward? That's my fucking goal. That's where I want to reach with the discourse. Because I don't think arguing like this about it, and these people fucking turning Ethan Klein into like the lightning rod for this whole situation is the answer at all.
I mean, it is like there is a whole thing like I don't know if people call it like the narcissism of small differences or whatever, but the fact that like Ethan actually, if he was in Israel, they'd call him a traitor. Like most of them would call him a traitor for saying that settlers are military targets, for calling it genocide, for supporting like even some forms of BDS, for even saying that there were some actions the Houthis could do in the Red Sea that would be justified. It's like, yeah, that would get you beaten up by in some parts of Israel, or maybe even killed. So it's just like, it's just kind of weird that like, it's quite bizarre to think that like, but I guess that is quite a common thing for those types. Is like, I feel like if people like Ethan or me or anyone else just went like full right-wing Kahanists, we'd probably get left alone, right? It's just that I just find it so bizarre. I find it so bizarre that like that was the lightning rod of their attention when apparently in the middle of a genocide, you know, like you think your priorities.
It's like there are tons of people that spread actual anti-Semitism. Like I think it was Aunt Candace Owens who was like fucking bringing up the Jews and dinosaurs. There's tons of people that fucking do not like. There's tons of people that are vapid IDF supporters, right? Like I'm sure if you go onto like Twitter or like any fucking shithole like social media, you'll find tons of people. It's like, yeah, squad wiping, dude. Go ahead, IDF. Fucking. They would say the most unhinged shit. But it's like, why are you going after Ethan Klein? Where it's like, as somebody that has Israeli like citizenship alongside American, has been the most conceding person in this entire situation, right? Like, and this goes beyond like public stuff. Like even privately, when I've talked to Ethan, it's like he really genuinely does care a lot about the Palestinian people. Him and Hila. Like I don't see any like vitriol from them against a group of people. So it's like, why target people that give a shit? All right. And concede ground versus people that just don't. People that are far larger in the political sphere and people that spread really dangerous, like Hasbras, they would want to call it, right? Like the propaganda for the Israelis.
Yeah, they had to invent a fiction about him, to make him their villain. Because to Lonerbox's point, I mean, he was like the day after October 7th was speaking to the plight of Palestinians, addressing their suffering and their trauma, and what they've been forced to endure for decades. Like he went so far in his rhetoric, like way farther than I thought he would go. I mean, he called it a genocide really early on, but because he, as a Jewish man who had dual citizenship, started to see some really alarming rhetoric, like he felt like unnerved by that or upset by that. And when he tried to address that, they accused him of like centering the conflict around himself and distracting from the real problem. So even if they're not like intentionally being anti-Semitic, you're kind of like walking right up to the line of anti-Semitism if you're telling like a Jewish man like, oh, you're just being crazy. Like you have no reason to be concerned. You're just blowing this out of proportion. In fact, you're making this about yourself. It's actually kind of narcissistic. You're kind of crazy. Are you on drugs? It just escalates and escalates, you know? And it was, it's in my opinion, they fumbled. You know, you have this dual citizen who is willing to condemn Netanyahu the way that he was, and they just ripped him to shreds over, you know, what ultimately amounted to minor differences. You know,
the thing is, like, I tried to explain this to Ethan as well, though. But it's like, well, first of all, I don't think the differences are all that minor, like, because these other guys support fucking terrorism.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
yes.
but it's also just like, the way I tried to explain it to Ethan before was just like, it was never about a lack of empathy for Palestinians. It was about a lack of appropriate hatred for Israel. And it's all like, that's why I think there's a distinction between these people who call themselves pro-Palestine and actually supporting Palestinians. Because if these guys were pro-Palestinian, why the fuck did they not support the anti-Hamas protesters? Like half of Gaza does. We know that if they got their way, then there would be a lot less, we wouldn't have had the fucking airstrikes that have been going on for the last couple of weeks, or even months, because they started in like March, I think. you notice that whole movement has taken place under like an iron boot, basically. Like the fact that they're protesting at all is like insane. And those people who call themselves the pro-Palestine movement just don't talk about them. They're not interested in them, which is really which is quite strange, because you would think that those people like rising up against the people who they now blame for getting them into that situation in the first place would be a really big deal, but they don't care, because again, that's not really like, that's not the narrative. That might be Palestinian people who are out there protesting against Hamas, but that's not like the pro-Palestine narrative. Like these are two different things. Like what, and I can predict this right now as well, like with these, a lot of these like Western pro-Palestine activists, is like the people in Gaza will turn on Hamas faster than the people in the West will. Like that's going to happen. It's already kind of happened so far. And I think that's probably why you have this issue right now, where you have like probably one of the most popular social movements in the world since BLM, and they've achieved absolutely nothing. Like they can raise money for UNRWA and things like that every now and then, which is great, but like besides that, for all the toxicity and the vitriol that goes along with it, like you'd think there'd be a lot more to show for it, but there's nothing. Like maybe a few more people will set themselves on fire, maybe a couple more shootings will happen, but that's all they're going to achieve, because they haven't really focused anything on what they want as a positive outcome. It's all just about like, who do you hate appropriately and how much are you willing to toe a certain narrative, like a failed narrative.
That was Noah's logic when he said the protests haven't worked. And so we have, in his words, he said, we are in close physical proximity with these creators and politicians who support the genocide.
Yeah, what the fuck's that going to do? What, if you shoot like a Republican? Okay.
Right.
I mean, if anything, all that violence just leads to you guys looking like, it just leads to the movement looking terrible, right? I mean, we just saw that happen with the Israeli embassy stuff, right? Like, none of the violence is going to solve anything. Like, coming to my house and shooting me, like, if Noah was, like, implying that, I don't know if he was or not, you know, allegedly.
That he was 100%. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, you know, legally speaking, of course.
Did you see him? Did you see him talking about the people who died because someone called them peace activists or the pro-peace? And he said,
I know, he giggled at it. He
and then he followed up by saying, "Yeah, I think it's we need to escalate. Protesting's not enough." So it's like, Jesus, yeah.
It's just, you know, like, and for my personal growth, like as a Muslim person who was, well, born back home, but I was very raised over here. You know, post 9/11, things were definitely a little bit, you know, kind of hairy for Muslims growing up in North America. So it's like, when I see these like Hassan types who are just like kind of like cheering on and like treating these people as resistance groups, like these people that have besmirched, you know, like I would say Muslims around the world, it's just, it feels like there's a regression, you know, it feels like we're going to take a step back socially. We're going to get back into that fucking like pile of hate and division. And all of the progress that we've made since 2001 is just going to be reversed. Like, that's what I personally feel is going to happen. And it's disgusting to see, right? Like, it's like all the efforts that I have done as an immigrant in this country is slowly just being reversed. You know, when you've got, let me tell you the most insane shit. When you've got people in this camp going up and calling my wife a neo-Nazi, I've already like completely like just lost the plot. Like, I don't even know where to go from here, you know?
Like IRL, somebody walked up and said that?
No, like on the online front, right? Like they're calling my wife a neo-Nazi. So I'm like, bro, I'm sorry to say, like, if this is how far gone the discourse is, like, you guys have just regressed to an insane level. And there's just it's almost like blackpilling to kind of.
That is how far it's gone, and it is there. We are at that moment. So I think that ship has sailed. Like, we're already there. Yeah.
And it's like, that's why I like when I see you know, talk about like building bridges or like trying to build like a coalition, because it's like, even as much as these people don't want to, it's like there's nothing you're able to do if you're constantly giving ground out to like right-wing Republicans who like, how is it good when right now the current state of things is they're talking about fucking like wiping Gaza and possibly like turning it into like a U.S. state, or like, I don't know, putting Disneyland on it at this point. How is that?
They say it would have been that. They say that it would have been that bad with Kamala. That's their cope. Like, they think that Kamala and Biden were maximally evil and therefore on the same plane as Trump, and it's just obvious like nonsense. But that's what they say. It's like, things are already bad. It's like, really? Okay, I feel like it could get a lot worse if we continue to allow Republicans to keep winning elections.
It's like, because what happens after this election, right? Like, what happens when you get somebody even more unhinged? and that person pushes the country more to it. Because like you said it right, like America's a great country. It has a lot of checks and balances, but those checks and balances don't really mean shit when the current person is already ignoring those checks and balances. Who's to say it sticks, 4 years down the road later, right? Like, who's to say anything changes?
Well, I mean, if we let them have big enough majorities to pass constitutional amendments, then they can just craft the system to be what they want it to be. Yeah. Anyways, it could get the idea that it couldn't get much worse than now is just so myopic. It's just so uncreative, unimaginative. If you really can't.
It's letting yourself cede ground, because ultimately, like, these people see themselves as like revolutionaries holding AK-47s fighting against the government, when they'd be the last people to fucking stick a magazine in a rifle and fucking take it to the government. You know what I mean?
I've enjoyed this conversation, guys, but I have to get some food too. I'm having
guys.
but good chatting with you guys. Thanks for coming on.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, take care. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Wow. What a cute little back scratching gay shit. I'm sorry. I think I was maybe a bit fucking mad at Vadim. I feel like I should be more proportionate to, because I don't know. I don't know if he's like slimy or meek. But I guess both of those warrant me being mad at him. I don't know. Fuck. I just didn't understand that, like, oh, like the government would only let you in. They'd only let you in if they thought they could get something out of you. Oh, fucking hell, man. What did they get out of me? Which faction? Probably needed a reality check. He's not going to get one, though. You think that got him in a reality check? Ask Pierce if it was a proportional response. Yup. They were getting it in slow motion. True.
What's up? Hurry back!
Interesting. Have a good one.
Fucking flight path. Okay. Is this hardcore? Yeah, this is hardcore. What the fuck? What the actual shit? What a cute little tune. Everlook. Wow. Soy. What's this trinket? Poisons all enemies. Why the fuck would I ever use this? Okay. 6 more levels of non-stop winning. Well, I got from what, 52 to 54 today, did I? It's not fast enough. It's not fast enough. Would you want to have a quick chat? Alright, now or never. Now or never, Skipper. Quick. Be quick! Before it's too late. Oh no, auction expired. Shit. I should send this to my bank account. Loner bonk. I've got lots of rune cloth now, so I get rid of this.
Oh, Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom Shabbat Bush. Hey, how's it going?
Okay, I have a quick disagreement. Oh, actually, let me ask you. How was the conversation? You and Munar and
did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, it was alright. Chill, cute, bit gay.
2. A little bit of glaze fish. Okay, not gonna lie. Right, 2. I spoke to Irrelevant had like a similar take to me, but I think Irrelevant said that like he feels like Hassan should have got banned if Hassan was glazing the manifesto shooter, right? And I think you said you disagree with that, right? Correct.
If it's by Twitch TOS, he should be, but by my own standards, no, he shouldn't be. I think you can glaze terrorists on YouTube if you want. Yeah. I think it's free speech, bro.
Even on YouTube?
Yeah, First Amendment, bro.
But isn't YouTube like kind of like internationally though? Like it's kind of like it's kind of like more internationally compared to
Yeah,
Twitch.
well, no, it's an American platform. Again, it's not like it doesn't matter about the country's laws or anything. As a platform, I think that should be okay.
Okay, when is it not okay? You think? When's like over the
targeted
line?
harassment, like calls for violence. I think things like this are more against the TOS. But no, I'm not really against just someone who's glazing terrorists.
What if it's like
maybe if they glaze the actions, like because that could inspire other people to copycat it and shit like that. But I think it needs to be it needs to be quite direct, you know.
Okay, not like undertone when like Hassan's like, well, it wasn't what the fuck was he say?
It wasn't a false flag, but it looked like one, and it had
Yeah,
all the
that
hallmarks of one. It's like, no, it. First of all, no, it fucking didn't. What are you talking? Yeah.
I think he said something similar about that on the terrorist attack in Russia, the whole concert shit.
Yeah.
No, he always does this shit. It happens every single time.
It's such a cowardly thing to do as well. Like, I don't think it's a one, but it just looks exactly like one. What? Also,
Bless
sorry,
you, bless you.
Stark, thanks for the tier 2 sub and for the 5 gifties. I really appreciate that. Wow. Uber, thanks for the $5. I'm excited to see him when his brain works. I haven't seen it once yet. Jesus, that's so cruel. But also funny and based and epic.
So I don't know, glazing terrorists though. It's kind of like.
Yeah, but who decides who's a terrorist? That's the thing. Like, what if someone, like, who decides what's a terrorist and what isn't?
So you wouldn't mind that people on YouTube like spreading like pro-Russian propaganda, right?
Yeah, they can do that.
But then Jackson Hinkle get banned for that same reason.
I think Jackson Hinkle literally like celebrates war crimes, and he went to Russia to do propaganda. Like, he actually is a paid propagandist. So I don't.
Yeah, I know.
In the middle of a fucking war, that's very different. Yeah.
I mean, but Jackson, yeah, I know. He spoke to Houthi. He was on the screen with the Houthi thing. He was like on the big ass screen. He spoke to the Houthis.
He was. It was pretty mad.
It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. I was there. Like, it's crazy.
Pretty gut.
I seen like yeah, pretty crazy. I don't know. I feel like, Chad, you agree with me, right? Like, Hassan should get banned for like glazing terror stuff.
Listen, I will defend Hassan's honor as a free speech advocate. Okay, as a fellow enjoyer of the freedom to be fucking retarded online.
Okay. Okay. Did he get banned something similar to this or what?
Hinkle,
or is this? Not Hinkle, but Hassan. Not the manifesto, but just in general, like glazing terrorists and shit.
No, Hinkle actually like. Hinkle is a paid Russian propagandist. Like, he's paid by the Russians to do Russian shit. And he went to Yemen and hung out with fucking Houthis and supported their actions. Like, it's not even close to comparable. Like, yeah. Jackson Hinkle like advocates for and celebrates like war crimes like very openly. It would be like whether or not. So, second thought saying there are no civilians in Israel, for example, like they're all targets. That's someone who should get banned, because he's literally saying like half of the world's Jews, you can just go and kill them. Like,
yeah, true.
See the difference though, right?
Yeah, but like Hassan's like dumb though. But I feel like he should still get banned for like.
You can't ban someone for being dumb, okay? YouTube would be a very lonely place if we started doing that.
Let's see. Chad, you got any disagreements? Come on. Yeah, you gotta agree with me, right? Right? Yeah? No? 50? 55? I don't know. Hassan?
I mean, there are arguments that you could make.
Okay, what arguments?
You want to give you your arguments?
No, like what arguments do you have to combat my argument? Because my argument's like pretty base, you know, compared to yours.
No, I thought you were trying to get support for your. You've made an argument. You just sounds dumb and you get banned.
Yeah, as long as dumb should get banned for like it could be undertoning or like openly promoting like terrorist support.
But why is
I
that?
feel like he should
Why is
get
that
banned.
bannable? Why is that not free? Why is that? Why should that not be protected by free speech on the platform?
I mean, you could say that, but hey, don't be surprised when some like Hassan's like fucking quote or fucking statement about like all the terrorist shit, or say some like unhinged shit undertonely, and like some in like 2 weeks some fucking like shooter comes out, like fucking, you know, be like, oh, I was a Hassan fan.
Oh, so you think his rhetoric risks inspiring a mass shooter, and that's why?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised like if the next I mean I hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised like the next shooter. You know, it's not from Little Box. This is from me. All right, I wouldn't be surprised if the next shooter or copycat is a Hassan fan.
Okay, so if I go around and I start calling these people who are sort of like doing apologia for Hamas, or they're doing Hamas propaganda, but they might not support the terrorism, they just kind of like behave in a way that I think is like Hamas sympathetic, and I start calling them terrorists, I call them dangerous, and they support killing civilians. And so what if that runs the risk of inspiring someone to go and kill that person? Should I be banned? Because I call Hassan a terrorist quite a lot. Like I say it hyperbolically, but I do say it, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, you shouldn't be responsible for the attack, because since you're calling the main person a terrorist, I think, damn, it's like I say, like, it's some way it wouldn't be like directly your fault, but it's some way like.
But it's the same with Hassan, right? And his rhetoric, not directly his fault that someone might get radicalized and shoot some fucking Zionids, but like, do you see what I'm saying? You already just did a different standard for me and Hassan there.
Fuck. I think I think I might need help. David, give some answers. I need help. I mean, you can understand, right?
No, but we're already in a problem here where we're favoring one ideological position over another on a speech platform. Like, it's weird.
Okay, what about like Bad Banana though? Like, he's kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, he doxes people and he engages in targeted harassment, and he literally tells people to go and kill people. Like, it's very different from what Hassan does. He's very direct. He like literally calls for violence. He doesn't do it in a sneaky little way or like an indirect way. He does it in a direct way.
Does Twitch has like a demonetized system or something?
I don't know. I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does.
Damn. All right, can I phone somebody though? Can I phone someone? Can I bring someone in?
You can phone on somebody.
Can I phone someone to being like a second person to like?
Sure.
Come. All right. You already know who it is. All right.
Yo.
Bring David.
I think the argument to make about Hassan is that his rhetoric is specific to call people in a non-joking, very serious way actual Nazis. And then I think that also you could see in his rhetoric that he is willing to call on direct violence against other people he considers to be Nazis. Like if he would get his statements about that senator who I think he would easily say is left. And he was willing to post a Twitter, basically a tweet saying, like showing the gun that was meant to kill another politician. So I think he could directly say that his mode of rhetoric is much more serious than just like things that can inspire some nut. I think it's something that can be a lot more closely associated to the rhetoric he posts.
Okay, so if he didn't make the violent implications, like the threats to the senator, if he didn't do that, if it was just him calling people Nazis all the time, would he still deserve to get banned?
Well, are we talking about deserve as in fairness, or just like as a principle moral position? Are we talking about fairness towards
that would probably be the same thing, right? Yeah, as a moral position, should he be banned? Yeah, if it was just him calling people Nazis all the time.
Well, no, I didn't remember. I didn't know if this was about Twitch's terms of service or
no. We're not fuck Twitch terms of service. We're talking about the David terms of service. Okay, so we had calling people Nazis and then the fucking gun Shinzo Abe meme on Twitter. So I'm saying without the gun thing, without the Shinzo Abe thing, do you think he should still get banned for calling people Nazis all the time?
Then I would have to like look more specifically to try to remember what my general vibe is going to be that's not the only thing he said. But if you're, I'm guessing you're not asking specifically about that case, but you're saying if there wasn't a more serious connection showing that he's basically directly telling people that it's okay to
Yes.
attack these kinds of people.
Yeah,
if he
without
did do
examples like that, would he still be bannable to you?
Like a 1-day ban, not like for like a 1-day ban. No, I mean like
the thing is, I guess I don't have like a fully fledged like I haven't really thought through like deplatforming like that before. My first thought would be no, but I'd have to think about like what are like the long-term effects and what's the balance of like what's the balance of this is too far where it's likely, even without like directly saying the line, like this is going to more the basically the benefit is out, or the harm is outweighing the benefit of trying to allow free speech. Like that he may not directly say it, but we can tell that this kind of like rhetorical patterns are extremely expiring force stochastic terrorism, etc. I would need to fully fledge out where those lines are. But yeah, that's where I'm at. I can't say yes or no for him being banned. If that's like a
wow. Okay, so when one of you motherfuckers comes up with a strong position, come back. Okay, what a waste of time. Fuck.
what the? Hold on.
Wait, I get
Dude! Okay. Ah. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Let's get out of here, guys. Whoa. You guys stick around for too long, okay? Jacob, thanks for $10. A generation of conservatism has crippled the American political imagination. The legitimate object of government has been slandered for so long we're incapable of even trying to imagine solutions. Yes, by Zeus, Socrates, you are correct. Bro, look at the copium. Look at David coping his little fucking titties off. Why is Alec Gunter on my rateable list? Alec Gunter. Based. Dilate Mule, thanks for $7. 10 hours of pure loner content, thanks. Salami. What? Masalami. Masalami. Okay, habibi. Okay, you wanted politics? Go to Dylan. Okay, fuck that. Waste of time. Whoa. All right. Love you guys. Bye.